Welcome back rabbits, like this video now, for more daily updates. Chapter 1. We'll be able to get a portable space right away. I don't know what kind of talent my space will have. I'm looking forward to it. I hope to get a planting talent, so that I can satisfy my desire for farming. It doesn't matter what kind of talent, just give me a 5-star talent, preferably gold. Golden talent, you dare to think about it? I don't even dare to do it in my dreams. In a huge square, tens of thousands of 18-year-old boys and girls are gathered there, with strong expectations on their faces, discussing with the people next to them. Today is the day that decides the fate of these boys and girls. In the square, Lin Feng stood there silently and did not participate in the discussion. He is a traverser who has crossed into this parallel world. In this world, a few decades ago, there was a spiritual recovery, and the recovery of spiritual energy did not bring about the rise of mankind, but the invasion of aliens. Under the attack of a large number of alien races, the situation of human beings was extremely difficult for a time. They faced extinction crisis several times, and the spiritual energy of the entire planet was also deprived and occupied by alien races. Fortunately, 10 years after the recovery of spiritual energy, all human beings in this world can get a 100 square meter portable space when they are 18 years old. That is 10*10 meters. This personal space is absolutely safe, and no one can enter it unless the owner dies. The carry-on space has all kinds of talents. For example, in a portable space with planting talent, planting some mutant plants in it, such as spirit grass and spirit medicine, will not only grow faster, but also have better medicinal power. For example, in a portable space with acceleration talent, the time flow inside is very fast, 10 days inside, and only 1 day may have passed outside. If you practice inside, you will practice for 10 days and only 1 day outside, which can greatly save time. For another example, in the portable space of gravity talent, the gravity inside can be adjusted, and the maximum can be adjusted to dozens of times that of the Earth star. This portable space can also be used for cultivation. The talents of these spaces are all very useful talents. There are also some portable space talents that are useless. For example, some portable space talents are construction, and building buildings in it will be fast and beautiful. But it is useless. There are also some portable spaces with the talent of large, that is, the area is larger than others, and it can be used to hold more things, but it has no other effect. In general, the more useful talents are, the rarer and less likely to appear. Like the acceleration talent, there is not necessarily one of the 10,000 portable spaces. Talent is divided into 5 stars. The same talent, different star, the effect is not the same. For example, for the same acceleration talent, a 5-star acceleration talent can be accelerated by 10 times, that is, 10 days inside and 1 day outside. A 1-star acceleration talent can only be accelerated by 2 times, 2 days inside and 1 day outside. Talent also has color. The color represents the rarity of talent: white, yellow, red, orange, gold. Gold is the rarest talent. It's not that the rarer the talent, the better, but in a high probability, the rare talent is basically a good talent. Acceleration talent is golden talent. The portable space can also be expanded, and the way of expansion is related to the growth of the space owner's strength, and also requires a lot of spirit stones. The human beings in this world have re-emerged and gained a foothold on the earth again by virtue of their portable space. Now they have gained a firm foothold and launched a counterattack against the aliens. For the tens of thousands of young boys and girls in the square, the space they are about to obtain determines their future destiny. If the talent of the portable space is good and the star rating is high, then they will sit back and relax in the future. Generally speaking, as long as the talent is not too rubbish, you can live well. For example, the portable space for planting talents, some major forces are also willing to recruit the past to cultivate. Portable spaces like the gravity talent are also welcome. There are also portable spaces such as mine affinity and fire affinity, which are also very popular. As for the personal space for acceleration talent, that will make the major forces squeeze their heads and compete for it. If you have rubbish talent in space, unless your cultivation talent is good, or you have a good father. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get ahead in the future, and you can only do some low-level jobs in the city to support your family. Around Lin Feng, whether it is a boy or a girl, everyone is looking forward to it, but also a little uneasy. Lin Feng is very calm. As a transmigrator, he was a self-made man in his previous life. He became a social elite of multimillionaires in his 20s. His mentality is very stable. What's more, his own cultivation talent is also good. Even if the talent in the carry-on space is garbage, Lin Feng's path has not been completely blocked. It's 12 o'clock now. Portable space is coming. Stop talking. In the square, as the time approached 12 noon, all the people were quiet. They didn't dare to come out one by one, and waited while looking at the clock tower on the square. On the clock tower, the hands turned. Finally, the second hand jumped from 59 seconds to 60 seconds. It's 12 o'clock. As 12 o'clock arrived, a large number of light spots appeared in the sky, and fell into everyone's body accurately. There is it. A person screamed happily, and then disappeared in place. This is entering the portable space. Immediately after, more people disappeared. Lin Feng also entered the portable space. The tens of thousands of people in this square disappeared in a few seconds, leaving only a small, imperceptible spot of light on the ground. This is the anchor point for the carry-on space to stay outside after the owner enters the carry-on space. Entering the portable space, where to enter, where to exit, the anchor point is equivalent to a positioning. It is not easy to destroy the anchor point, but the strong can also destroy it. Once the anchor point is destroyed, it must come out of the portable space within 1 minute, otherwise, it will never come out again. Chapter 2. Is this the portable space? In an empty space, Lin Feng looked around. The ground is flat, there is no soil, and there is no way to destroy it. If you want to plant, you have to transplant the soil yourself. There is air, but the air probably won't hold up for long. However, as long as a small window is opened, the air on the earth can be brought in, which is not a big problem. The entire space, 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, is a square. The surrounding is a grey substance. Lin Feng tried it with his fist. It was soft, but it couldn't be destroyed. The height seems to be dozens of meters. A little small. Lin Feng thought. 100 square meters is actually not small. Before crossing, if there is a 3-bedroom apartment with a set of 100 square meters in the city, the family will be very comfortable to live in. The suite is 100 square meters. The building area is almost 125. Damn fair. In the middle of the space, there is a light group. Lin Feng put his hand into the light ball, and the light ball quickly came to Lin Feng's wrist, forming a ring-shaped mark. Through this imprint, Lin Feng can freely enter and exit the space in the future. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng also saw the information of the portable space. Space Master, Lin Feng. Space Talent, Acceleration, Golden 5 stars, Beast Mastery, Golden 5 stars, Planting, Red 5 stars, Gravity, Orange 5 stars, Thunder Affinity, Red 5 stars, Fire Affinity, Red 5 stars, Mutation, Red 5 stars, Area, White 5 stars, Evolution, Golden 5 stars, 100 times Evolution. Space Area, 100 square meters. Space Level, 1. Space Log, Viewable. The information in the pocket space is simple. Only a few pieces of information. When he saw the second of these messages, Lin Feng became restless. Even Lin Feng wondered, did he see it wrong? Especially the space talent column. The long string of words made Lin Feng feel dazzled. This isn't a joke. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Even if he has always been calm like him, he can't believe it. Too much. Lin Feng counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 18, 25, 30. With this number, Lin Feng discovered that there are more than 30 kinds of talents known in the portable space, and his portable space actually has it. Full talent. This is the collection of all the talents. But how is this possible? 99% of people have only one talent in their carry-on space. A very small number of people may acquire two kinds of talents in the portable space, and such people are relatively rare. There are also very few people who have the portable space of three kinds of talents. This kind of person, if the talent is properly matched, will cause all the forces to compete. For example, the gravity talent is matched with the acceleration talent, and then there is a planting talent or something. But there are two kinds of talents in the portable space, which can be counted on both hands, and three kinds of talents, that's really very few. The four talents are even rarer. However, now, Lin Feng's portable space is actually full of talent. Whether it's trash talent, or golden, extremely rare talent, it's all there. Moreover, these talents are all 5-star. This is kind of incredible. In the portable space, it took Lin Feng a long time to accept the fact. He took a deep breath. This matter cannot be disclosed. Lin Feng decided. The portable space with full talent is really scary. Once said, I don't know how many people will be shocked. I am afraid that in order to compete for Lin Feng, the top powerhouses will be dispatched. Don't think that's a good thing. At that time, in order to prevent Lin Feng from not cooperating, those big forces will definitely monitor Lin Feng closely, and even, in order to prevent Lin Feng from having his own ideas after he grows up, they will not let Lin Feng grow up. Anyway, they just need to use Lin Feng's portable space. As for Lin Feng not cooperating, it's all in their hands, and they have too many means. So, Lin Feng decided that this matter must not be said before he has enough strength. No, even if you have enough strength, this matter can be kept secret, so keep it secret. Unless one day Lin Feng can truly be invincible in the world. At this time, Lin Feng noticed that the portable space was getting bigger. Lin Feng looked at the space log and found the reason for the increase. Event, the area talent is activated, and the initial area of the space is increased by 100 times. It turned out that the area talent was activated. The 5-star area talent can increase the initial area by 100 times. The entire portable space quickly became larger, and in a short period of time, it increased by 100 times. From the original 100 square meters, it has become the current 10,000 square meters. That is a square of 100 meters by 100 meters. The height has also been raised. This time, Lin Feng's portable space finally felt a little empty. Go back first, and then think about how to use this portable space. Lin Feng thought. All talented personal space is so precious that it can be said to be unique. As long as it is used well, Lin Feng will be able to rise rapidly and become a giant. Lin Feng looked at his personal space again, then opened the passage and walked out quickly. As soon as you step out, the anchor point disappears. The Night's Watch recruits space owners with talents of planting, acceleration, gravity, and element affinity. After joining, they will directly distribute 10 spirit stones, and there are still a lot of resources every month. Juxin Group recruits all planting and acceleration space owners. We are good at biotechnology. Planting space owners are the best choice to come to our group. Is there any acceleration talent and fire affinity talent? Come to Arshian Pavilion, you will never be disappointed. When Lin Feng left the space, the square with tens of thousands of people was already buzzing. Many have already come out. In the square, a large number of forces were shouting loudly, preparing to recruit some space owners with rare talents. Haha, my portable space is actually a Samsung acceleration talent. At this time, a man burst out laughing. Wow! Immediately, a large group of people from various forces gathered around. Little brother, join us in Z Pavilion. The long-term activation of accelerated talent requires a lot of spirit stones. Such talent is only useful in large forces. Don't listen to him, Z Pavilion is an old man, it's just an unpopular force. There are several pavilions under our giant group. That man caused a scramble. Such scenes are happening everywhere in this square. Tens of thousands of people, there are some people who have acquired a good talent for their personal space, and these people are the objects of competition. For some people who have no background and no resources, if they want to give full play to the value of their personal space, joining a big power is also the best choice. Although there are various talents in the portable space, some talents have a time limit to activate every day. If you want to activate them for a long time, you also need to invest in spirit stones. Where do ordinary people find spirit stones? Also, like the acceleration talent, it seems a bit wasteful to use for one person. Some people who don't have good spatial talent are there frustrated and ignored. Basically, those people from the big forces, just by looking at the expressions of these people, they will know who has obtained the space talent and who has obtained the garbage space talent. No one knows that in this square, there is a person who has obtained unprecedented talent. Lin Feng silently left the square. Even if he doesn't have the full talent, he can't join any forces rashly, not to mention, now he has the appalling full talent portable space. Chapter 3. Little brother, what kind of talent is your space? As long as it's not too bad, we'll accept it. At the edge of the square, Lin Feng also met some people. These people are basically people from some small forces, and these people are here to pick up leaks. That is to pick up some people that the big forces don't want. Lin Feng shook his head, my spatial talent is rubbish, you don't like it. After speaking, he left. Those people didn't bother either. Soon, Lin Feng returned to his residence, a two-bedroom apartment of about 60 square meters. The major cities in the world are fighting each other and supporting each other. The space in the city is very expensive. It is difficult to have a 60 square meter two-bedroom apartment. This is no exaggeration. Except for those powerful evolutionaries, or those with outstanding spatial talent, the average living area of ordinary people is only a dozen square meters. As a transmigrator, Lin Feng's 18 years have not been in vain. Still relying on his previous life experience, he made some money and bought a two-bedroom apartment. Meow. As soon as Lin Feng entered the house, he heard the cat's meow, and then, a fluffy kitten jumped into Lin Feng's arms. This is a short-tailed cat raised by Lin Feng. Lin Feng named her Tong Tong. Tong Tong is a little female cat, she looks cute and her favorite thing is to nest in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng carried Tong Tong into the house, then closed the door and locked it. After locking it, Lin Feng opened the portable space. Let's go, Tong Tong, I'll show you something new. Lin Feng touched Tong Tong's soft fur and entered the portable space. The portable space is still empty. Meow. Tong Tong raised her head and looked around curiously. After looking at it for a while, she didn't see anything, so she lost interest, and lay lazily in Lin Feng's arms, dozing off. Cats are nocturnal animals, so when Tong Tong is at night, don't be too energetic. Of course, she is a sensible cat, and she will not disturb Lin Feng to sleep at night. Most of the time, she is in Lin Feng's arms, with her eyes wide open, and she is in a daze. Lin Feng held Tong Tong, opened the panel of the space, and thought about the usage of the portable space. There must be plants, preferably mutant plants. Lin Feng thought. Planting talent is a red talent, but it does not mean that this talent is useless. This talent does not need to consume resources, and does not require manual operation. Generally speaking, talents that need to be activated manually have a time limit, such as acceleration talents. To plant a gifted portable space, you only need to plant plants in it and provide enough water and air to the plants, and the plants will be able to grow faster. If it is a common plant, the fruit will be more delicious and more nutritious. If it is a mutant plant, such as a spiritual plant, it can also increase its medicinal power. However, if mutant plants are planted in this portable space, it is best to have aura for the mutant plants to absorb, and the effect will be many times better. Now, most of the spiritual springs of Earth Star are controlled by aliens, and the aura in the air of Earth Star is very thin. If you want spiritual energy, the best way is to find a spiritual stone, crush it and put it in your portable space. Planting talent must be used. What about the others? Acceleration talents are also useful. Lin Feng can use acceleration talents in his own practice. The 5-star acceleration talent, when the space level is 1, can now be activated for 5 hours a day. If you want a longer time, you have to invest in spirit stones. The longer the cumulative activation time within a certain period of time, the more spirit stones you invest. That is to say, even if there is no spirit stone, Lin Feng can turn a day into 50 plus 24-5, or 69 hours, by using the acceleration talent. It's been almost 3 days. The gravity talent, like the acceleration talent, needs to be activated manually, and the gravity talent can only affect one area. These are all spatial talents that are helpful for cultivation. As for thunder element affinity, fire element, wind element, earth element, light element, dark element, ice element affinity, etc., the space talents of such element affinity are passive talents. Evolvers who master the powers of thunder, fire, wind, etc. will have a multiplier effect when they practice in the portable space. Beast fighting talent, an evolutionary talent. At this time, Lin Feng saw these 2 talents. These 2 are golden talents, and they are rare. The beast fighting talent of the portable space can control and cultivate some beasts through the portable space, and the portable space has the function of the beast fighting space. And the evolutionary talent? Seems to have never heard of it. 1 extra. Lin Feng thought. Among the 30 kinds of talents summarized by human beings, there is no evolutionary talent. Moreover, behind the evolutionary talent, there is an explanation. 100 times evolution. What do you mean, is this my golden finger? Lin Feng thought. Lin Feng clicked on the detailed description of the evolutionary talent. Space talent, evolution talent, 100 times evolution. Plants, none at the moment, automatically enjoy the growth brought by talent after planting for a period of time. Animals, none at the moment, you can contract an animal at present. After the contract is generated, when the animal voluntarily obtains a drop of blood from the animal, the contract can be completed. The growth enjoyed by the owner of the space is the maximum for all plants and animals. These 2 talents can be used together. Lin Feng thought. After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to make use of these 2 talents. That is, beast controlling talent and evolutionary talent. The full talent of the portable space is too amazing to be exposed, so no one else can be let in. But some talents are too wasteful not to use. Since humans can't be let in, let's choose animals. Tong Tong, it's just you. Lin Feng touched Tong Tong and decided to try it with Tong Tong first. Take a drop of blood first, don't be afraid. Lin Feng went back to the bedroom and took out a needle. Tong Tong was a little scared. But Lin Feng touched her and she quieted down. Thus, Lin Feng successfully obtained a drop of Tong Tong's blood. After obtaining Tong Tong's blood, Lin Feng chose to generate a contract in the panel in the portable space. After the contract was formed, Lin Feng dripped blood on it and successfully signed the contract. Tong Tong, no matter where I go in the future, I can take you away. Lin Feng said. Chapter 4. After signing the contract with Tong Tong, Lin Feng still has some things to do. The portable space is still empty. Lin Feng planned the personal space. Decided to set aside a piece of land for planting. There is also an area for children's activities. I also need an area. If I go out of the city in the future, it is still very safe in the portable space. Although there are anchor points, as long as the anchor points are well hidden, others may not be able to find them. He first prepared a lot of water and food in the portable space, which is to use the portable space as storage space. It just so happens that among the talents of the portable space, there is the talent of stillness. Some people's personal space has the gift of stillness, that is, the time in the personal space is still. This is the standard storage space. What is some food thrown in and what it is when it is taken out. In such a portable space, the owner of the space cannot enter, nor can living beings enter. Lin Feng's portable space is full of talent, and naturally he also has this talent. Stillness was originally a passive talent, but since Lin Feng's space is a full talent, this talent did not take effect. Because once it takes effect, it will conflict with other talents. Requires Lin Feng to take effect manually. Therefore, Lin Feng chose an area, framed it with things, and set it as a static area, just for storing things. In this way, the food is placed there without worrying about spoilage. The warm water that cools down after boiling, put it there, and take it out later, the temperature will not change. There is much more to do. After being busy for a long time, Lin Feng also went out to buy a lot of things, all of which were moved into the portable space. After these things were done, Lin Feng came to a special market. Here, today is also very lively. Nutritional soil is nutritious soil. 1000 yuan per ton is absolutely cheap. I have spiritual soil here. Although the spiritual power in it is very sparse, its value is not comparable to that of ordinary nutrient soil. Yep, it's for sale here. Many people buy land here every day. The portable space is empty, and if you want to grow something, soil is a must. Bring me 100 tons of this spiritual soil. Lin Feng took out a large stack of money and directly bought 100 tons of spiritual soil, making the boss happy. It is said that it is spiritual soil, but the spiritual power inside is actually very small. How can a really good thing be sold here? Lin Feng bought another 100 tons of nutrient soil, and bought some materials specially made for the portable space. All of them were stuffed into the portable space. After spending most of the day getting these things done, he left here. After returning home, Lin Feng entered the portable space. Meow. Tong Tong is here. Tong Tong, why do I feel you have changed? At this time, Lin Feng found that Tong Tong seemed to have some changes. It's a little bigger, but it's not the biggest change. The biggest change is that Tong Tong's eyes have a different feeling to Lin Feng, and it seems to be more spiritual. When Lin Feng was busy in the afternoon, Tong Tong was always in the portable space. Lin Feng put a lot of toys for her, and used up the 5 hours of the portable space acceleration talent every day. This is to try to accelerate the effect of talent. It means that Lin Feng was busy for a few hours in the afternoon, while Tong Tong spent more than 60 hours in the portable space. It's been nearly 3 days. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong showed another change in her. She jumped several meters high with a slight jump. This jumping ability is a bit amazing. Meow. After the jump, Tong Tong rubbed Lin Feng with her little head again. It's hungry. It was only then that Lin Feng noticed that she had already eaten all the food that was prepared for her in the afternoon for several days. It's really edible. Is this because of evolution? Lin Feng knows that Tong Tong's current change must be related to the evolutionary talent of space, and the talent of 100-fold evolution. Chapter 5. Eat it, Tong Tong. In the room, Lin Feng gave Tong Tong a lot of food. Tong Tong ate happily. It looked like Tong Tong was really hungry. This time I ate a lot. After eating, Lin Feng fed Tong Tong a lot of water. Meow. Tong Tong finished drinking the water, rubbed Lin Feng with her small head, then curled up lazily and digested. It's only been a day, and Tong Tong has changed so much. I don't know what it will be like in the future. Lin Feng thought. He was looking forward to it. This unprecedented full-talent portable space, the effect is not generally good. The evolutionary talent of space seems to be able to evolve plants, so try planting some plants. Lin Feng planned. Now the carry-on space is still empty. Lin Feng is not ready to waste such a large portable space. A standard football field is only over 7,000 square feet. Lin Feng's portable space is about 3,000 square meters more than a standard football field. Such a large carry-on space seems to be quite empty. It would be a waste of course to leave it like this. As for Lin Feng's own use of space to cultivate, he is not in a hurry. Make the most of the space first, it won't take long anyway. When it is taken care of, it can also be moved into the space to live. Lin Feng thought. Compared with a 60 square meter room, the activity space in the portable space is much larger, but there are not many things in it now. In fact, after having a portable space, some people don't care much about the living area of the city. Because many people habitually choose to leave a small living area for themselves in their personal space, it is safer. It's like a few cities that were wiped out by aliens with powerful sonic weapons a few decades ago. If they lived outside at that time, they would be 100% dead. But in the portable space, you can escape the catastrophe. Even if the anchor point is destroyed by a spiritual weapon, the Space Master still has a minute to come out. At this time, the power of the sonic weapon has long since passed, and people have been preserved. Lin Feng's carry-on space is so large, and it is still a space for all talents. In the future, Lin Feng can live in the carry-on space and can naturally arrange his own living area in the carry-on space. Safer, and he himself can enjoy a good bonus. It takes a lot of time and money to plan out such a large space. Moreover, the space cannot be exposed, nor can anyone ask for help, so Lin Feng can only be busy himself. Fortunately, Lin Feng's pre-travel knowledge has played a role in the past 18 years. In the past 18 years, Lin Feng has made some money with some knowledge before crossing. Although the money is not too much because of age and time, it is enough to plan the entire space in the early stage. Go to sleep first and continue tomorrow. Lin Feng thought. It's been a busy night today. Tong Tong, take a bath. Lin Feng carried the lazy Tong Tong into the bathroom, bathing himself and Tong Tong at the same time. Tong Tong likes to take a bath with Lin Feng. Since she is a cat, Lin Feng did not shy away from anything. Meow. Tong Tong is still sticking to Lin Feng as always. Today, she is no longer afraid of water, and she still enjoys Lin Feng taking a shower for her. After taking a shower, Lin Feng dried Tong Tong's hair with a hairdryer, then hugged Tong Tong and fell asleep. When he woke up, Lin Feng saw that Tong Tong was still in his arms. Seeing Lin Feng open her eyes, she also opened her eyes. After looking at Lin Feng lazily, she rubbed Lin Feng with her small head. Get up. Lin Feng got up, had breakfast, and started a busy day. On this day, Lin Feng first leveled hundreds of tons of soil in his portable space. Then, Lin Feng went to the flower market, bought a lot of flowers, and planted them in the portable space. I bought some fruit trees and planted them in the planned area. Let's see the effect first. With the money Lin Feng has now, it is still not easy to buy Lingzi. Lingzi, that is, some mutated plants. The price of Lingzi is very high, and you may not be able to buy it if you have money. However, Lin Feng's space also has the mutated 5-star talent. This talent is a perfect match for the planting talent. The plants that are planted have a certain probability of mutating and becoming spiritual plants. 5-star mutation talent, the mutation probability is very large. Coupled with the talent of evolution, in Lin Feng's space, even ordinary plants have a very high probability of becoming spiritual plants. Chapter 6. After the flowers were planted, it was only afternoon. In the portable space, it does not look so monotonous. There are trees and flowers. There is also a small pond circled by Lin Feng. There is a lot of water stored here. Although these fruit trees and flowers are not spiritual plants, the fruits they bear are better than ordinary fruits. If it can mutate and become a spiritual plant, the effect will only be multiplied many times. In addition to fruit trees and flowers, Lin Feng also bought some building materials. It's time to use the architectural talent of space. Lin Feng whispered. Architectural talent alone has little effect. A space with architectural talent can be turned into a very comfortable living space as long as you prepare enough materials by yourself. But that's about it. There is no other effect bonus, it is just a function of safe living. This function, if it is before crossing, is also invaluable. After all, at that time, many people worked hard all their lives just to earn a house. This space is equivalent to carrying a suite with you. No matter if it is windy or rainy outside, even if there is a natural disaster, the space can be happy. However, everyone in this world has a carry-on space, and the strong can do anything by moving mountains and reclaiming the sea. As long as the carry-on space can't help you become stronger, the value is limited. However, in Lin Feng, this talent is useful. Lin Feng opened the control panel of the space, selected the architectural talent, and selected the activation. The 5-star building talent, like the acceleration talent, can be activated for 5 hours a day for free, and if the time is exceeded, you will need a spirit stone. 5 hours is enough. After startup, I saw that in the area selected by Lin Feng, building materials began to be built automatically according to Lin Feng's wishes. Prepared building materials must be sufficient, otherwise it will stop. This is architectural genius. After Lin Feng glanced at it, he didn't look again. Try the effect. After Lin Feng has prepared enough food and water, he is ready to try the effect of the portable space himself. Therefore, Lin Feng activated the acceleration function of the portable space. After starting the acceleration, you can't feel the change in the portable space. Acceleration is changing the time to flow rate ratio. 5-star acceleration talent, when in level 1 space, the acceleration is 10 times. 10 hours have passed inside the space, and only 1 hour has passed outside. In the space, nature cannot feel the change. But if you open a window in your personal space at this time, you can see that the outside becomes very slow. Once the window is opened, though, acceleration is paused. To start the acceleration, you need to keep the portable space completely closed. After starting, Lin Feng took out a lot of books. Steps and Stages of Awakening. Enlightenment of Thunder Evolvers. Detailed explanation of Linkshu Swordsmanship. Basic Fire. These books are all basic cultivation books. These books are not hard to come by, on the contrary, they are all over the street. There are a lot of them in the stall set up by an old grandfather by the roadside. When Lin Feng first saw it, he thought it was a book made up by some charlatans. But in fact, these are true. In this world, because of the need to fight against aliens, the popularity of cultivation books is very large. An old grandpa on the road, although they may not have much strength themselves, can explain a lot of knowledge about cultivation to you. These are all basic training books. Further training books, after the strength reaches a certain level, it is not difficult to obtain. Of course, some exclusive cheats and the like can only be obtained after joining some forces. Lin Feng sat on the reclining chair and flipped through the Enlightenment of Lightning Evolutionaries, which was about the awakening methods of lightning evolutions and their further cultivation. Meow. Tong Tong also came over, lay down in Lin Feng's arms, and looked at the book in Lin Feng's hand with a pair of small eyes. After Lin Feng touched her little head, she read the book. After seeing this, Lin Feng was fascinated before he knew it. I don't know how long I watched, Lin Feng finally came back to his senses. At a glance, Tong Tong was sitting on a small stool beside him. Tong Tong fell asleep. Lin Feng looked at the time, only to realize that more than 10 hours had passed. This time. No, 30 hours have passed. Lin Feng took another look at a specially bought clock and made a new discovery. Due to the existence of the acceleration function, the time flow rate in the portable space is different from the outside world, and the time is not easy to calculate, so there is a special clock that can be placed in the portable space to time. So fast. Lin Feng didn't expect that he watched it for more than 30 hours. The point is, in his perception, it doesn't seem that long has passed. His eyes stayed on a talent on the space panel. Spatial talent, epiphany. Cultivation in space, there is a 15% probability of entering a state of epiphany. Epiphany. This talent is also very rare. Epiphany talent. People who practice in the portable space can have a certain probability to enter a state of epiphany. No wonder. Lin Feng understood. Immediately, in his mind, the harvest he had just read appeared. It seems so. Lin Feng's hand moved slightly, and lightning appeared on his finger. I go. This, Lin Feng was a little surprised. With an epiphany, he actually condensed lightning. With another flick of his finger, a small arc popped out. The arc is not long, only about a dozen centimeters, and the power is not too great. It is estimated that killing people is impossible, and it can also electrocute people. But the meaning of this is extraordinary. Represents. Lin Feng can already be regarded as awakening. After realizing this, Lin Feng stood up. He finally realized the terrifying part of this full talent and the portable space that has evolved 100 times. No wonder, Tong Tong's change is so obvious. Chapter 7. ZZ. In the carry-on space, the sound of an arc firing sounded. This string of arcs is bigger than the string that Lin Feng released at the beginning. Brightness is also much higher. After only a dozen attempts, Lin Feng was able to release the arc quite proficiently. 5-star Lei family affinity. Lin Feng thought. In his space, there are many elemental energy affinity talents, such as thunder, fire, water, wind, ice, etc. The element affinity talent can make the corresponding evolutionary practice in space with half the effort. Beside him, Tong Tong was still sleeping late. Lin Feng stretched his body and sat still for more than 30 hours, but he did not feel numbness in his legs and feet. Correspondingly, the state of the body is quite good. Lin Feng felt that his body had also strengthened a little bit, becoming stronger and more powerful than before. However, a little hungry. Lin Feng prepared a lot of food. After taking out the food to eat, I finally feel comfortable. The acceleration of space continues. Now the space is still fully enclosed, because the volume of the space is large enough, there is still a lot of air inside. Lin Feng looked elsewhere. 30 hours have passed, and the flowers and trees that have been planted have not changed significantly so far. However, these flowers and trees give Lin Feng the feeling that they have taken root in the portable space and are beginning to grow vigorously. Unlike when it was first planted, there will be some. Lin Feng looked at the construction area again. It was found that there was already a very delicate little house there. The house is not big, it has everything in it, and it looks very beautiful. Lin Feng walked in. First of all, there is a small yard. After entering the yard, there is a small living room. Next to the living room is his bedroom. There is also a separate bathroom in the bedroom. Above this bathroom, there is a special area, which can be used to store a large amount of washing water. There is also space for storing household waste below. In the city, there are special places to dispose of these domestic wastes. With a house, the entire carry-on space looks more complete. Lin Feng picked up Tong Tong and entered the room. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong woke up. After waking up, Tong Tong rubbed Lin Feng with his small head. After rubbing, Tong Tong looked at Lin Feng with her cute little eyes, and jumped again. Good guy. This time, Tong Tong jumped even higher than before. It seems that Tong Tong's body has been strengthened again. Meow. After Tong Tong finished jumping, she rubbed Lin Feng with her little head again. Just like a child waiting to be praised after showing his good grades to his parents. Then, Lin Feng touched Tong Tong's little head. Tong Tong, you did a good job. Meow. There was clearly happiness in Tong Tong's voice. It is indeed spiritual. After Lin Feng finished coquettish here, Tong Tong's little head began to look from side to side. It looked like it was looking for something. What are you looking for, Tong Tong? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong quickly found her target. That was the book Lightning Evolutionary Enlightenment that Lin Feng had opened before. Meow. Tong Tong jumped to the book, stared at the illustrations on it, and read it with gusto. There are many pictures on these books, but not much text. Seeing Tong Tong like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but become interested. Tong Tong is actually reading a book? Moreover, looking at her small appearance, she can also see with relish. Tong Tong, watch this video. Lin Feng took out the tablet and clicked on a downloaded video. This video is exactly the explanation of the book. Meow. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Tong Tong immediately turned his head and stared at the video. After watching it for a few seconds, Tong Tong realized that this was exactly what she was looking for. She didn't forget to rub against Lin Feng before continuing to read. Tong Tong is so smart. Lin Feng couldn't help thinking. The former Tong Tong, although a cute cat, is not so smart, and can accurately understand every word that Lin Feng said. It seems that in the portable space, the strengthening of Tong Tong's body is a change on the one hand. On the other hand, Tong Tong is getting smarter. Chapter 8. In the portable space, Tong Tong stared at the video and watched it intently. In the process of watching, Tong Tong's little ears moved. Meow. After watching for a while, Tong Tong rubbed against Lin Feng. This little action made Lin Feng know what she meant. Tong Tong was puzzled. After all, she is a cat. Tong Tong, it's like this. Lin Feng told her carefully. During the talk, Lin Feng was also observing Tong Tong. Tong Tong's ears perked up, but she listened very seriously. Finally, Lin Feng finished speaking. Tong Tong, do you understand? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong let out a meow. He looked at Lin Feng with a pair of watery and cute eyes. Did you understand, or did you not understand? Meow. Tong Tong looked at the tablet again. After watching it for a while, Tong Tong was lost in awe. See. Lin Feng continued to try the newly awakened thunder force. The arc was continuously released by him. Meow. After a while, Tong Tong rubbed against Lin Feng again. Lin Feng saw that Tong Tong's little paw pointed to the tablet. Don't understand again? Lin Feng looked at where Tong Tong pointed, and then told her again. Meow. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Tong Tong made a meow again, not knowing whether he understood it or not. In this way, one person and one cat began to hang out in the portable space. Lin Feng is not going to do other activities for the time being. Instead, prepare to stay in the portable space, use the portable space, and improve some strengths. With strength, you can do more things. From time to time, Tong Tong will make a meow. Every time Lin Feng looked over, Tong Tong's little paw would point to the tablet. Lin Feng found that she could already use a tablet. Already know how to stop. After watching Lin Feng move forward and backward several times, she can even use her small paws to move forward and backward. What direction is Tong Tong going to evolve in? Lin Feng couldn't help thinking. Due to the appearance of aliens in this world, after the aura recovered, the animals on Earth were also suppressed by aliens. Due to the existence of the beast guarding space, there are also a certain percentage of beast guardians among the evolutionaries. There are also some powerful animals. But judging from Tong Tong's current performance, this evolutionary direction is somewhat different from other animals. Tong Tong is too smart. Moreover, I also watched the book and the video of cultivation. Other animals don't have this. Tong Tong, I'm going to bed first. The food is over there. If you're hungry, go eat it yourself. After a few hours, Lin Feng decided to go to bed. Meow. Tong Tong rubbed against Lin Feng, as if to say that he knew. Lin Feng fell asleep. When I woke up, I found that Tong Tong was still staring at the tablet in a daze. Meow. Seemingly seeing Lin Feng awake, Tong Tong called out and pointed his little paw at the screen. Is there something you don't understand? Lin Feng told Tong Tong again. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng ate something, looked at the time, and the time for acceleration had run out. He went out to buy some daily necessities, and then continued to return to the portable space. Meow. As soon as he returned to the portable space, Tong Tong came again, with his little paw pointing at the tablet. The current Tong Tong has completely turned into a curious baby, or a good student. After Lin Feng finished speaking to her, he continued to train the use of lightning power. Level 1 space has a 15% chance of epiphany, which is not too big, but not too small. If it can be successfully triggered once, the harvest is great. In this way, Lin Feng and Tong Tong, the little cat, lived together in the portable space. Lin Feng has prepared enough living materials. Meow. Finally, Tong Tong was tired and fell asleep. A few hours later, Tong Tong woke up. As soon as he woke up, Tong Tong continued to watch the video again. It's still the same as before, as long as there is something she doesn't understand, she will look at Lin Feng and then make a meow. The reason to watch it is because Tong Tong is afraid of disturbing Lin Feng. Tong Tong in the past was sensible. Tong Tong now is more sensible. Chapter 9. Thunderbolt. In the carry-on space, an electric arc struck out. Meow. With a slight jump, Tong Tong avoided the arc very swiftly. Tong Tong, you did a good job. Lin Feng praised. Now, Lin Feng and Tong Tong have been in the portable space for several days. A few days in the outside world, after starting the acceleration, more than half a month has passed in the portable space. These days, Tong Tong can say that every day is changing. She is getting faster and faster. The explosive power is getting more and more amazing. The most obvious part of the explosive power is that Tong Tong's jumping ability is constantly improving. Now she can jump 2 or 3 stories high with one jump. Such explosive power is amazing for her petite body. Her physical strength is constantly increasing. A paw down, but the force is not small. Another change is that Tong Tong is getting more and more eager to learn. I watch some training videos every day. I don't know if she understands it. Lin Feng's own changes are not small. In the past half a month, Lin Feng has triggered the effect of awareness several times. Every trigger can make his mastery of the power of thunder and lightning rise a lot. Now, the arc he sent out can attack a distance of more than 10 meters, and the power is quite good. With a full blow, if an ordinary person is hit, he will be scorched black by electricity, making it difficult for him to survive. It's not just the change in the power of lightning that is mastered. Another change is that Lin Feng feels that his body is getting stronger every day. The strength of the body is constantly increasing. This should be the effect of Tong Tong's feedback. The Space Beast Master talent allows the space owner to enjoy the feedback after the space contract biological strength is enhanced. Tong Tong's current evolution, the increase in physical strength, is probably very amazing. Otherwise, how could a cat jump more than 10 meters high? The feedback to Lin Feng is naturally not small. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong's cry sounded outside. Lin Feng walked out the door and found Tong Tong standing on a peach tree. These flowers have changed a lot as the days go by. A lot of flowers have opened, and they are very bright. These flowers have obviously enjoyed the bonuses brought by the planting and evolution talents of space. Fruit trees have also changed a lot. Some fruit trees are already blooming. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong's little paw pointed to a flower on the peach tree. Lin Feng looked. Then he saw that the peach blossom looked a little different where Tong Tong's little paw was pointing. Peach blossoms are small flowers when they open. One next to the other, there is a feeling of clusters of flowers. Very beautiful. However, that peach blossom is a very large flower. It looks different from other peach blossoms. Such a big peach blossom is also very bright visually. This is mutated. Lin Feng whispered. This situation has clearly changed. I don't know if the whole peach tree has mutated, or just this peach blossom has mutated. Lin Feng stepped forward. Look at the peach blossom. This peach blossom is as big as a palm. Lin Feng had never seen such a big peach blossom. It looks so gorgeous. Meow. Tong Tong sniffed the peach blossoms, then turned her head to look at Lin Feng. Tong Tong, do you want to eat this peach blossom? Lin Feng asked. After this peach blossom mutates, it belongs to Ling Zi. Whether it is for humans or animals, Ling Zi is very tempting. Some animals, after eating Ling Zi, will become mutant animals whose strength is far superior to ordinary animals. After humans eat Ling Zi, the speed of cultivation will also be greatly improved. Lin Feng has planted so many plants, but he also hopes that some plants can mutate and become spiritual plants. Meow. Tong Tong meowed again, and the meaning of this meow was different. It seems to say no. Tong Tong don't want to eat? Meow. Then, Lin Feng saw it. Tong Tong opened her small mouth, posing to bite at the peach blossom. Immediately. That peach blossom that looked obviously different, all the petals shook without the wind. It looks as if he is afraid. Chapter 10. What? The peach blossom's reaction immediately caught Lin Feng's attention. Meow. Tong Tong made a louder sound and opened his mouth wider. Don't look at Tong Tong's petiteness, but she can bite off most of this peach blossom in one bite. Following Tong Tong's movements, the palm-sized peach blossom had a bigger reaction. It seemed that he was worried that Tong Tong would bite it off in one bite. The petals of this peach blossom began to tremble violently. Smell good. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng smelled a very fragrant floral fragrance. Made him take a few more sips. With the fragrance of these flowers, Lin Feng's eyes also became somewhat hazy. Vaguely, the surrounding scenery began to become a little blurry. There seemed to be some light mist all around. In the mist, Lin Feng seemed to see a graceful beauty walking towards him. Through the mist and the blurred scenery, Lin Feng could not see the specific appearance of this beautiful woman. But in his feelings, this beauty belongs to the kind that is astonishing. This beauty has a graceful figure. She came in like this. Come to Lin Feng. Then, lightly relieved Luo Chang and danced around Lin Feng. Meow. A cat meow woke Lin Feng up. Lin Feng saw that he was still in front of the peach tree. On the branches of the peach tree, the bright peach blossom is still releasing its fragrance. It's floral, hallucinogenic. Lin Feng understood instantly. Good guy. The fragrance released by this peach blossom has hallucinogenic power. Because Lin Feng was not vigilant, he was hallucinated by this floral fragrance just now. The scene in the fantasy is very charming. However, with Tong Tong's cry, the peach blossom finally stopped releasing its fragrance. Because Tong Tong's little paws were raised, they were about to scream. Tong Tong, okay, I know how special this flower is. Lin Feng said. Tong Tong didn't really want to eat this flower. Although it is a mutated spiritual plant, with Tong Tong's current sensibleness, without Lin Feng's permission, he will not eat these plants in the space indiscriminately. Her move just now should be just to stimulate the peach blossom, so that Lin Feng can know that the peach blossom is special. This peach is really special. Ordinary Lingzi is not like this, being frightened by Tong Tong, it actually gives people a feeling of shivering. Some spiritual plants can attract some mutant animals to protect them, and there are also a small number of advanced spiritual plants with certain attack power. But this peach blossom has just mutated, and it gives people a spiritual feeling. It also releases pollen to induce hallucinations. This pollen, there is no other harm. As the owner of the space, Lin Feng, the plants planted in the space, after a certain period of time in the space, just like Tong Tong, it is equivalent to signing a contract with Lin Feng. Even if the plant mutates and possesses some self-protection ability, it is impossible to attack the master of Lin Feng's space. Meow. Tong Tong understood Lin Feng's words, and then let the flower go. Lin Feng walked under the peach tree and was less than 10 centimeters away from the flower. The flower is back to normal. It smells very fragrant. The floral fragrance this time has no hallucinogenic ability. Do you understand me? Lin Feng spoke up, speaking to the flower. Peach Blossom did not respond. Lin Feng asked a few more questions, but there was still no response, giving Lin Feng the feeling that he was asleep. Is it too much consumption? Thinking of the previous floral fragrance, Lin Feng couldn't help guessing. Tong Tong, don't scare it, if any plants mutate, let me know. Lin Feng touched Tong Tong's little head and said. Tong Tong is active every day. She likes to jump around in the flowers, and sometimes jumps on the treetops. Her energy is extremely abundant. The time to sleep every day is much less than that of Lin Feng. Meow. Tong Tong responded, indicating that he understood. This peach blossom should be the first mutated plant. Other plants have not mutated for the time being. After Lin Feng found that the peach blossom had not responded, he returned to the room and continued to hang out. After a while, Tong Tong came again. After a few hours, Lin Feng took another look at the peach blossom. Peach still didn't respond. It seems that he was frightened by Tong Tong, and after releasing the pollen, the consumption is a bit large. In this way, after more than 20 hours in the portable space, when Lin Feng looked at it again, the peach blossom still didn't respond. However, after a few more hours, when Lin Feng watched it for the third time, Dehua finally had a reaction. Meow. Tong Tong is here again. Feeling Tong Tong's approach, this peach blossom suddenly felt shivering. Fortunately, Tong Tong didn't scare it this time. Don't be afraid. Lin Feng said. Peach blossom really quieted down. In Lin Feng's sight, the peach blossom slowly opened. With the opening of the peach blossoms, the pleasant fragrance of the flowers permeated once again. Immediately afterwards, in front of Lin Feng, there appeared that beautiful woman who couldn't see her specific appearance. Compared with the last time, this time, after Lin Feng was on guard, even if Tong Tong was not beside him with a meow, he was able to escape from this illusion. This illusion doesn't feel advanced to him, and this peach blossom doesn't seem to be malicious. It's just that every time I create such a fantasy for Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to ask. This peach blossom, is it serious? Chapter 11. In the illusion, the big beauty had already walked over and started dancing around Lin Feng again. Lin Feng looked at it, and found that the beauty in the fantasy land didn't do anything other than dance a bit like a swan dance. It seems that this peach blossom does not have any ill will towards the owner of this space, Lin Feng. It looks like he is trying to please Lin Feng. Lin Feng closed his eyes after watching for a while. After opening it again, the big beauty in the illusion has disappeared. Lin Feng looked at the peach blossom and said, if you understand me, just stretch out the petals. After speaking, Lin Feng waited. After a while, I saw that the petals of the peach blossom gently stretched. Really understand? Flowers are smart. Lin Feng thought of these 3 words. This peach blossom seems to already possess a certain spirituality. Moreover, it seems that this peach blossom has fully enjoyed the various bonuses of space. Lin Feng asked again, but this time Dehua didn't respond. Is it too much consumption again? Lin Feng thought. Although this peach blossom has a spirit, it is too weak now, and the means of self-protection it possesses is estimated to be the hallucination of pollen. This ability has no effect on Tong Tong, a cute little cat. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong pointed to a nearby fruit tree again. This fruit tree has also mutated. Lin Feng walked to the fruit tree and found that the fruit tree was also mutating. That's normal variation. After Lin Feng observed for a while, he spoke softly. The mutation of this fruit tree is like an ordinary plant, and the mutation becomes the normal mutation of the spiritual plant. After completing the mutation, the fruit tree will become a spiritual plant. The fruit that bears, after eating, the effect will become very good. If you can enjoy the evolutionary talent of space and continue to evolve, this fruit tree will become a more and more advanced spiritual plant. The fruit will be better and better. But that's all, there will be no such changes as peach blossoms. The variation of this peach blossom is the most special. It would be nice if there were spirit stones. Lin Feng thought. Although his carry-on space is large, the spiritual energy in the space is still too thin. Since the spiritual spring is mostly controlled by aliens, there is not much spiritual energy in the air. If you want spiritual energy, you can only get it from spiritual stones. Lingxi is very expensive. Not easy to buy either. Spirit stones are the common currency among evolutionaries. It is easy to exchange spirit stones for money, but difficult to exchange money for spirit stones. If there are spirit stones, these plants in Lin Feng's space will evolve faster. Tong Tong and his growth can also be greatly accelerated. It seems that after registering for Awakening in the Evolution Alliance, you can receive a spiritual stone. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. The Evolutionary Alliance can be said to be the largest force, but it is also the loosest force. The alien invasion changed the world, and each city fought its own way. The city lord in a city is often the strongest in a city. The Evolutionary Alliance was established by some powerful people with great courage to connect cities with each other. At the same time, there is a certain amount of support for all evolutionaries. For example, if an evolver wants a cultivation technique, as long as his strength is achieved, he can receive the corresponding cultivation technique for free in the Evolutionary Alliance. After ordinary people wake up and register with the Evolutionary Alliance, they can also go to the Evolutionary Alliance to receive a spiritual stone. After the strength is improved, there are additional spirit stones. After registration, it is equivalent to joining the Evolutionary Alliance, but this joining is very different from joining other forces. Joining other forces is equivalent to giving your life. Joining the Evolution Alliance, as long as you don't officially serve in it, there are no restrictions at all, and you can quit if you want. The evolutionaries in other forces also all joined the Evolutionary Alliance. Even the grandfather downstairs where Lin Feng lived, who was still in the awakening stage for decades, also joined the Evolutionary Alliance. This is what this old man loves to brag about. Therefore, Lin Feng thought about it and decided to register first, and then get a spiritual stone. So, Lin Feng told Tong Tong, put Tong Tong in the portable space, and set off. Not long after, Lin Feng came to the headquarters of the Evolution Alliance in Sioux City. There are many awakened people registered here every day. This is your information card. Please go to the test center at the back, and your strength will be tested to a certain extent. If you don't want to register your real strength, you can also hide your strength to a certain extent. After testing your strength, your strength has received the spirit stone. After registering the basic information, the staff handed Lin Feng an information card and said to Lin Feng, "It is good." Lin Feng didn't say much. After taking the information card, he walked to the test center. There are already quite a few people there. These people were all around, watching the people in the center test. I saw one person exerting all his strength and punching a test machine violently. 800 kilograms, awakening level 5. The staff said. Wow, this guy is so strong. This is a power evolution. It's really fierce, this is the awakening of level 5. The people around were amazed. The registered evolutionaries go up one by one. Everyone's abilities are different. Some people unleash flame attacks, while others attack with ice picks. There are also people who practice martial arts and start their own evolution through martial arts. Everyone's test is different. Some people who took the test did not leave in a hurry, ready to see the performance of others. Finally, it was Lin Feng's turn. Lin Feng came to the testing place. Thunder System Evolutionary. Please use your lightning to attack this energy screen. The staff said. It is good. On Lin Feng's hands, thunder and lightning began to condense. Immediately after, Lin Feng's hands moved. Next second, a thunderbolt rushed out and slammed into the energy screen. Thunderbolt. After the thunder struck the energy screen, the sound of the thunder struck. On the energy screen, the number continues to rise. Jump from 1, all the way to 10, and then, it becomes a capital 1. Level 1. The staff member couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, with praise in his eyes. Your attack strength has reached the level of a first-order evolutionary, amazing, you are only 18 years old, and you have such strength. Wow! Around, the people who came to register were in a commotion. Chapter 12. First Order. Has my attack strength reached the level of a first-order evolutionary? Lin Feng thought. These days, he has been in the portable space. In fact, there are not many days, less than a week. The long time spent in the space is because the acceleration turned 5 hours a day into 50 hours. By accelerating, the equivalent of turning a day into 69 hours. 1 day, 3 days. If you are in a world where you cannot cultivate, this is not a good thing. Because in the portable space, it will also grow old. If this is in the portable space every day, the speed of aging will increase 3 times than that of people outside. Compared to outsiders, they will die many years earlier. But in a world where cultivation is possible, it is naturally not a problem. As long as the strength is improved, lifespan is not a particularly big problem. Lin Feng has been cultivating, and from time to time, he and Tong Tong have been sparring with each other. He still doesn't know what level of strength he has reached. He thought he was still in the awakening stage. Unexpectedly, the attack strength has reached the first-order level. Around, the other people who came to register were also agitated one by one. The first order is not the key is. Lin Feng is only 18 years old. 18-year-old first-order evolutionary. That's kind of rare. It looks like a big family member again. Why did the children of the big family go to the Evolutionary Alliance to test? A spiritual stone is nothing to them. How do you know what people think? It may also be a genius, and with some rare talent space, it can also be done. Anyway, we can only envy. Some people whispered. You can go and collect 11 spirit stones. The staff said to Lin Feng kindly. 11 spirit stones. It seems that after entering the first order, you can receive 10 spirit stones. For the current Lin Feng, it's not bad. Lin Feng gave the staff a slight nod, and then left here under the envious eyes of others. Soon, Lin Feng received 11 spirit stones. After receiving it, Lin Feng did not leave in a hurry, and went to register as a beastmaster again. Anyway, we should focus on training Tong Tong. She will also be an important helper of Lin Feng in the future. It is naturally necessary to register. Beastmaster registration is relatively simple. After registering, Lin Feng got another spiritual stone. Now, Lin Feng has 12 spirit stones. After returning home all the way, Lin Feng entered the portable space. After entering, Lin Feng took out 12 spirit stones. Meow. Tong Tong smelled the breath of the spirit stone and walked over with glowing eyes. Each of these spirit stones is the size of a soap bar. The spiritual energy in the spiritual stone is still quite sufficient. After a piece of spiritual stone is crushed, the entire space can be filled with spiritual energy. Crush a piece first. There are not many spiritual stones, so Lin Feng decided to save some. Soon, Lin Feng completely smashed this spiritual stone. In the entire space, the spiritual energy gradually became richer. The advantage of using spirit stones in space is that the aura does not radiate out. Basically, some major forces will only use spirit stones in space. If in the outside world, the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone will be distributed in all directions, it will be thin. The aura is full. Lin Feng whispered. The current concentration of spiritual energy has increased by many times compared to before. Now, the effect of cultivating in space will definitely be better. All plants and children can also enjoy these auras. Chapter 13. Space Master, Lin Feng. Space Talent, Acceleration, Golden 5 stars, Beast Mastery, Golden 5 stars, Planting, Red 5 stars, Gravity, Orange 5 stars, Thunder Affinity, Red 5 stars, Fire Affinity, Red 5 stars, Mutation, Red 5 stars, Area, White 5 stars, Evolution, Golden 5 stars, 100 times Evolution. Space Area, 10,000 square meters. Space Level, 1, Upgradable. Space Log, Viewable. After crushing the Spirit Stone, Lin Feng looked at his space panel. Looking at it, Lin Feng found that there were 3 more words in the space level column on the space panel. Upgradable. Can the level of space be improved? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel refreshed. He clicked on the words that can be upgraded. Then, Lin Feng discovered that although the conditions for upgrading were met, he did not have enough spiritual stones. To upgrade the space to level 2, a full 10,000 spirit stones are needed. 10,000 spirit stones, to the current Lin Feng, is an authentic astronomical number. Use it first. Lin Feng thought. Although the effect of some talents will become better after the upgrade, the current space is enough for use. Therefore, Lin Feng did not think about the space upgrade for the time being. Let's develop some more time. Thunderbolt. In the space, the arc hits the grey space wall on one side of the space. Such a space wall is soft to the touch, but cannot be destroyed. Meow. In the back, Tong Tong was jumping around in the woods. After all, it is a cute cat, and Tong Tong still has some playfulness. With the aura, Lin Feng found that there were indeed some differences. His thunderbolt progressed even more. Tong Tong changes more and more every day. Don't look at her body shape has not changed much. But her strength is improving every day. The peach blossom, and the mutated fruit tree, are also increasing. Correspondingly, the aura in the space is not consumed slowly. Lin Feng did not use spiritual stones to accelerate, but only used the space for 5 hours of free acceleration every day. Just call you Dao Ao. Under the peach tree, Lin Feng gave the peach blossom a name. Dao Ao. Recipe, Shining. This name is quite suitable for her. The petals of the peach blossom stretched slightly. This action, a bit like a beauty stretching her limbs, is full of beauty. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng smelled a very nice floral fragrance. In front of his eyes, the hazy, but incomparably graceful beauty appeared again. The beauty was wearing a tulle, came to Lin Feng's side, and danced a graceful and meaningful dance. This time, Lin Feng did not forcefully withdraw from this illusion, but silently felt it. Because, after experiencing it 3 times in a row, Lin Feng found out. Dao Ao's actions were not because she was not serious. It's not that she wants to tease Lin Feng. But it has other meanings. Therefore, Lin Feng silently admired the dance of the beautiful woman in front of him. Could this beauty be Dao Ao? Lin Feng couldn't help thinking. Dao's peach blossoms are extraordinarily gorgeous. Not just bright, but pretty. Like a beauty. Although it is a flower. But it always gives a feeling of beauty. This dancing beauty also looks like a national beauty, and there is a strange floral fragrance on her body. It makes me unhappy when I smell it. After watching this for 10 minutes, Lin Feng slowly became immersed in the dance of the beauties. So, I don't know how long it took. The dancing beauties are still dancing the most beautiful dance. In Lin Feng's head, something seemed to be captured. Immediately after. Boom! As if a big explosion had occurred. Immediately. Lin Feng has a feeling of enlightenment. It was as if the world suddenly became wider. When the change finally subsided, Lin Feng closed his eyes. Although he closed his eyes, Lin Feng had a clear understanding of the surrounding situation. Second awakening. Lin Feng smiled. He has awakened for the second time. This time, the ability to awaken is related to spiritual power. Dao's pollen is not purely hallucinogenic. Her pollen should have a special effect, which can increase people's spiritual power. At first, after being frightened by Tong Tong, she released pollen, which should be to let Lin Feng see her value. Lest Tong Tong really eat her. Later, Tao Yao also released pollen for Lin Feng one after another. It's not because of fear. Instead, she just wanted to help Lin Feng with pollen. No wonder, every time she released the pollen, she would fall asleep for several days. It just so happened that this time the epiphany of space was triggered again. In one fell swoop, Lin Feng was awakened for the second time. Chapter 14. Finally, Lin Feng opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Lin Feng found that Dao was asleep again. The pollen that has just been released for so long is estimated to be a lot of consumption for Dao. So just fell asleep. Sleeping this time, it is estimated that it will take a few more days. When Dao was sleeping, the whole peach blossom curled up. Such Dao, if in the wild, is actually very dangerous. In the wild, there are too many threats to Lingzi. All kinds of insects, birds, and beasts are the first threat. However, Dao still has a certain ability to protect herself. Her floral fragrance can induce hallucinations. But if she encounters a larger animal, or a mutant animal, like Tong Tong, who is affected very little, then she is in danger. Not to mention, in the wild, there are some beasts that are not found on Earth that are stalked by a large number of aliens. These beasts are all very ferocious, that's what they call a nuisance. Wherever they pass, you will eat all the spiritual plants, and even the mutant animals have to hide from them. However, in Lin Feng's place, Tao Yao is absolutely safe. Tong Tong won't eat her, on the contrary, Tong Tong still likes Dao a little bit now. Tong Tong finally has a playmate, although this playmate is still a flower. After the second awakening, Lin Feng's spiritual power was much stronger than before. Therefore, in Lin Feng's perception, this peach blossom gave him a completely different feeling. Before, Lin Feng could only see with his eyes. Although I can see the extraordinariness of the peach blossom, it is nothing more than that. But this time, in Lin Feng's perception, there is a faint spiritual consciousness in the peach blossom. This is Tao Yao. Dao's current spiritual consciousness is indeed weak. However, it is still growing. Lin Feng looked at the situation of another fruit tree. The mutation of this fruit tree has been completely completed. Turned into a spirit plant. At present, this spiritual plant is not very advanced, but it is already a spiritual plant. As long as it turns out, it will be of great help to the current Lin Feng and Tong Tong. Therefore, Lin Feng continued to hang out with Tong Tong in the space. Oh, and one more peach. In the space, Lin Feng would smash a spiritual stone every 40 hours or so. He and Tong Tong consume a lot of spiritual energy. There are so many plants. The power of the thunder element is still increasing, and the spiritual power of the second awakening is also constantly getting stronger. The improvement of mental strength is of great benefit. Lin Feng's energy can also be maintained for a longer time. Lin Feng's body is also constantly strengthening. This is mainly from the feedback from Tong Tong. 3 days after the second awakening, Dao Ao finally Suicine came over. Tong Tong would go to the peach tree to play for some time every day and then come back. Lin Feng also visits Dao Ao every day. Now Dao Ao, there is no way to communicate too much. After Suicine, Dao Ao wanted to use pollen to help Lin Feng improve her mental strength. But being rejected by Lin Feng, let her grow up first. After growing up, the effect of pollen is much better. As for spiritual power, Lin Feng can also improve himself through the meditation method in a book on spiritual power cultivation. In meditation, as long as an epiphany is triggered, the effect is not generally good. Not to mention, Lin Feng's space has 100 times more evolution. It is equivalent to enhancing the effect of epiphany by 100 times. In addition, there is a very good change. This change is related to Tong Tong. Under Lin Feng's daily explanation, Tong Tong has already learned a lot of words. Not only that, but now Tong Tong feels like a little human lowly to Lin Feng. Tong Tong is really smart now. Moreover, Lin Feng found that Tong Tong actually entered a state of epiphany a few times. Originally, Tong Tong's evolutionary direction was a bit toward the strengthening of the body and the increase of wisdom. Seeing that Tong Tong had an epiphany several times, Lin Feng felt that the direction of Tong Tong's evolution might change again. Do not know. If things go on like this, what kind of changes will Tong Tong, a cute little cat, eventually change? Lin Feng was looking forward to it. In this way, after a few more days, another plant in the space mutated. Another fruit tree. In this way, there are 3 spiritual plants in Lin Feng's space. No, it's 2, plus a flower. There is still a big difference between Dao Ao and these 2 trees. The whole space began to keep getting better. Chapter 15. After the fruit tree mutates into a spiritual plant, it is naturally different from a normal fruit tree. The growth rate of these 2 fruit trees has also accelerated. The first fruit tree to mutate has grown to more than 20 meters high. The height of the carry-on space was about 30 meters high at the beginning. After triggering the area talent and increasing the area by 100 times, the height did not increase by 100 times, but from 30 meters to more than 300 meters high. Such a height is enough for the spiritual plants of trees to grow. Meow. Tong Tong's favorite thing to do now is to jump around on these fruit trees. Now, her jumping ability is also very amazing. However, with the enhancement of Tong Tong and Lin Feng's strength and the increase of spirit plants, the consumption rate of spirit stones is also getting faster. In the beginning, a spirit stone can last for about 2 days. Now, a single spiritual stone can only last for more than a day. You can continue to evolve if you don't need spirit stones, but the speed is definitely not so fast, and the effect is not so good. There are not many spirit stones left. Soon, there were only 3 spiritual stones left in Lin Feng's hand. Gotta find a way to get some spirit stones. For evolutionaries, there are not many ways to get spirit stones. For example, after completing the registration of the evolutionary person last time, Lin Feng has an app in his mobile phone. In this app, there are some tasks released by the Evolution Alliance. After completion, there are certain spiritual stone rewards. You can also go out of the city to hunt the beasts released by the aliens, and you can also exchange the meat of the beasts for spirit stones. In addition, the city lord's mansion of each city will also issue some tasks, such as assisting in the defense of the beast tide, participating in the counterattack against some alien strongholds, etc., and you can also get spiritual stones. The Evolution Alliance will also hold some competitions and the like every year. After winning, you can also get spirit stones. This is some of the ways for evolutionaries who have not joined forces to obtain spirit stones. If you join some forces, you will naturally be able to get spirit stones from the joined forces. However, after joining the faction, freedom is limited. In addition, Lin Feng's space is too amazing. At the beginning, Lin Feng was not prepared to join any force. Now, it is naturally impossible. Tong Tong, let's go, I'll take you out for activities. After Lin Feng turned on the phone and looked at it for a while, he made a discovery, maybe he could get some spiritual stones. Meow. Tong Tong hadn't been out of space for a long time, although he stayed in the space, Tong Tong was quite happy. However, after staying for a long time, being able to go out for a walk is also very new to Tong Tong. Therefore, Tong Tong was very happy. So, Lin Feng took Tong Tong out the door. Meow. Tong Tong was in Lin Feng's arms, looking left and right, feeling extremely fresh. She hadn't been out of space for a long time. But after just being fresh for a while, Tong Tong felt boring. It's still interesting in Lin Feng's portable space. Like before, she became lazy again, lying in Lin Feng's arms, and her big eyes that seemed very cute, also squinted. It looked like he was taking a nap. A bit of a lazy cat again. Lin Feng and Tong Tong soon came to a large venue. In the live broadcast of the short video, Lin Feng saw that here, the Beast Masters Association is holding a battle arena for young Beast Masters. The Beast Master Association, a branch of the Evolutionary Alliance, is mainly responsible for supporting the growth of Beast Masters who have the talent for Beast Masters in their personal space. As long as the space has the talent for fighting beasts, and the Beast Masters who have contracted animals, they can sign up to participate in the battle. The final winner can receive corresponding rewards according to the number of times they defended the ring. Of course, there are age groups. There is an age group every 2 years, 18 to 19, 20 to 21, 22 to 23, 24 to 25, a total of 4 age groups. You cannot participate if you are over 25 years old, after all, you are only a young Beast Master. Hello, do you want to participate or watch the game? Please show your identity information. If you watch the game, you only need to pay 100 yuan. Outside the arena, a staff member is approaching a person in front. Roar. At this time, a tiger was released from the carry-on space by this person, which startled the staff. Meow. In Lin Feng's arms, Tong Tong glanced lazily at the tiger and continued to doze again. I'm here to compete, and this is my information card. The man took out the information card and scanned it. Okay, please come in, get the entry card on the left after entering. The staff put the man in. Lin Feng also walked forward with Tong Tong in his arms, and took out his information card. I'm here to compete. Lin Feng said. Okay, please come in. After entering, collect the entry card on the left. Lin Feng was able to enter. As soon as he entered, Lin Feng saw that there were a lot of people inside. In the middle, there are 4 arenas. Represent different age groups. The rules of the game are simple. Keep fighting. If you successfully defend once, you will get 1 spirit stone. Hold twice, 2 pieces. Defend 100 times, 100 yuan. But in this process, if someone defeats you, you will be defeated within 10 times of successfully defending, and there will be no spiritual stone. If you are defeated in more than 10 rounds, you can get 1 spirit stone. If you are defeated in more than 20 rounds, you may get 2 spirit stones, and so on. It is equivalent to saying that if you succeed in defending 9 times and lose the 10th time, you will have no spiritual stone. After successfully defending 10 times and then being defeated, the harvest becomes 1/10. And the person who defeats you will become the new champion, and will inherit half of the spiritual stone you should get. During the day, for a total of 8 hours, as long as it is an incoming Beast Master, anyone who meets the age requirements can participate in the competition and challenge the champion. Until the end of 6 p.m., the last contender will be the biggest winner. Everyone has only one chance. In addition, it is also difficult to find a trustee to brush the spirit stones, and after being discovered, they will not be eligible to participate in the competition. It is also very likely that they will be used as wedding dresses. Because there are some powerful beastmasters, they will choose to show up at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, specially to harvest. This kind of competition is held every once in a while. Due to the new situation, the rules are simple, and anyone who wants to participate can participate at any time, which is still very popular. Lin Feng quickly got the entry card with the Beastmaster identity card. Then, he came to a ring. Here, it is the ring for the 18 to 19 age group. There are many people. In the ring, at this moment, a leopard was fighting an eagle. The eagle is obviously also a mutant animal, and its strength is quite strong. Not only is it fast, but its claws are also very sharp. Although the leopard is fast, it can't fly. Played round and round by the eagle. This eagle defended 30 games today, right? It seems that whoever wins it will have 15 spirit stones at the start. Difficult, this eagle is a sword-backed eagle. It has a first-order strength. In the age group of 18 or 19, there are not many beastmasters with such strength. Several people were discussing quietly there. At this time, after playing with the leopard for a long time, the eagle suddenly accelerated and rushed up, hitting the leopard with one paw. On the leopard's back, blood suddenly poured out. "I surrender," the owner of the leopard said quickly. "Okay, little black." The owner of the sword-backed eagle also said. The sword-backed eagle won the next game again. 31 games. Someone counts. Contestant number 65 wins, start the next game, and the challenger can play. The referee announced. However, no one moved for a while, because these people were not sure, going up would also give others a record. "Tong Tong, are you sure?" Lin Feng asked Tong Tong in a low voice. Just now, Tong Tong watched the battle of the sword-backed eagle very carefully. "Meow." Tong Tong raised his little paw. "It's no problem. Then let's go, the spirit stone will see you in the next period of time, Tong Tong." After Lin Feng finished speaking to Tong Tong, he raised his competition card. Chapter 16. This contestant, please enter the ring. The referee said. Lin Feng walked up with Tong Tong in his arms and handed the competition card to the referee. The referee swiped Lin Feng's entry card on a device to complete the competition registration. "Go, Tong Tong," Lin Feng said. "Meow." Tong Tong rubbed Lin Feng and jumped into the ring. "Someone is up. It's a cat." Below, the Beastmasters with the talent for Beastmasters in other spaces also discussed in a low voice with the surrounding people. Although Tong Tong is very small, some Beastmasters feel that going up is also a reward, but no one makes a mockery of it. After all, they are all people they don't know, who would be so boring to mock others. What if the other party is a child of a big family, or a powerful evolutionary? Wasn't that kicking the iron plate? On the other side of the ring, the owner of the sword-backed eagle glanced at Tong Tong, and then he felt relieved. Tong Tong is really small, and he has enough confidence in his sword-backed eagle. You can get another round. The owner of the sword-backed eagle thought. Until now, he also has some concerns. It's almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon now, and he managed to defend 31 games, counting the opponents he defeated before. Once he successfully defended until 6 o'clock. He can obtain at least 60 spirit stones. But if you lose, the harvest will only be 1/10. Some powerful young beastmasters from the big forces want to hide their strength in order to participate in more important competitions. It is estimated that they will not come to cut the beast, but maybe. The owner of the sword-backed eagle figured it out. He didn't take Tong Tong to heart, but worried about those guys who came to cut the beard and harvest after 5 o'clock. Start. At this time, the referee spoke up. Following the referee's order, the sword-backed eagle's wings fluttered and rushed towards Tong Tong. A pair of sharp claws were dispatched. The speed of this guy is really fast. If its opponent is an ordinary human being, the opponent will not even be able to dodge in time, and it will be slapped by it. Even with hot weapons, it may not be possible to hit it. Tong Tong's ears have stood up, and her claws have also been grinding on the ground. Near. The claws of the sword-backed eagle violently grabbed at Tong Tong. This guy has adopted a different style of play when dealing with leopards. The leopard is stronger, and the sword-backed eagle played a bit first, and after successfully making the leopard furious, he found a flaw to determine the outcome. To deal with Tong Tong, this little eagle, this sword-backed eagle obviously decides the outcome with one blow, so that it can defeat more opponents and show its strength. Seeing that the sword-backed eagle is about to charge, Tong Tong's 4 short legs slammed on the ground and rushed out at once. The speed of the sword-backed eagle is fast, and her burst speed is faster. In an instant, I saw that Tong Tong turned into a cat shadow. Before the sword-backed eagle could react, he was attacked by Tong Tong. Wow! The sword-backed eagle let out a cry of pain, and in the cry of pain, the sword-backed eagle flew upside down heavily. It flew upside down more than 10 meters and just hit the iron cage net in front of the owner of the sword-backed eagle. The master of the sword-backed eagle, who was thinking about it, was startled. He stood up and looked at it. His eyes were round and he couldn't believe his own eyes. The sword-backed eagle slid down and fell on the ring without dying. But the injury is obviously not light, and he can't stand up for a short time. I go. This cat is a little fierce. Following the front of the sword-backed eagle, he actually knocked the sword-backed eagle flying. This strength and flexibility are simply amazing. Below, the other beastmasters were a little surprised and discussed it one after another. Obviously, the result of this battle was beyond their expectations. Meow. Tong Tong pretended to pounce. I surrender. Seeing Tong Tong's actions, the owner of the sword-backed eagle quickly conceded defeat. The rules of the ring competition also have certain care for the champion. For example, if the challenger can't be defeated within 5 minutes, then the challenger is defeated, and the main one wins. But the sword-backed eagle is like this, how can it last for 5 minutes? After admitting defeat, the owner of the sword-backed eagle quickly went to check his own sword-backed eagle and found that the sword-backed eagle was not lightly injured, but fortunately, it should be able to recover after raising it. Only his spirit stone. This time, the owner of the sword-backed eagle was so depressed that he vomited blood. After working hard for a long time, I ended up making a wedding dress for someone else. He is still guarding against some other young beastmasters who are slightly more famous. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by a cat that suddenly appeared. The owner of the sword-backed eagle vomited blood in his heart and was extremely depressed. Contestant number 96 wins, start the next game, and the challenger can play. The referee's voice sounded. Tong Tong's victory was announced. I'll come meet the cat. Unlike the sword-backed eagle, this time, a beastmaster who had not dared to join before decided to become Tong Tong. The beastmaster came on the field soon. Lin Feng saw that his contract beast was a monkey. However, unlike ordinary monkeys, the muscles in this monkey simply exploded. Giant monkey. Lin Feng knew about this mutant animal. It is very powerful and flexible. However, there is no advantage in the face of the flying sword-backed eagle. This guy reckoned that he might be able to win against Tong Tong. Start. After the giant monkey came on the court, the referee announced the start. The giant monkey made a strange cry and rushed towards Tong Tong. Tong Tong rubbed his claws on the ground, watching it motionless. Until the giant monkey approached, Tong Tong jumped up with a jump, and the little paws were dispatched again, with a sharp wave. The giant monkey stretched out his hand to block it, but it was useless at all, and was directly hit by Tong Tong's paw. He fell heavily to the ground. Quack! The giant monkey has rough skin and thick flesh, and the degree of injury is lighter than that of the sword-backed eagle, and he still thinks of fighting again. I surrender. However, the owner of the giant monkey quickly conceded defeat. At first glance, you can't beat it, and if you continue to fight, you will be injured. Even if you fight hard and win, it will be in vain, because it will be cheap for the people behind. This is a sparring match. If the injury is too serious, there will be a group of beastmasters with shining eyes waiting to harvest. Therefore, in the defensive competition, it is rare to see a deadly battle. Basically, the signs are not right, so they simply admit defeat. Contestant number 96 wins. Start the next game, and the challenger can play. It's been 2 games. Where did this cat come from? It's kind of interesting. I'll go up and try it. Below, there is another beastmaster eager to try. Anyway, seeing the situation is not right to admit defeat, it is not ashamed. So, soon, another beastmaster came up. This beastmaster's contracted beast is not as powerful as the giant monkey. It is purely out of curiosity about Tong Tong's strength. In addition, they have not yet participated in the battle today, so they must have a sense of participation. This kind of competition itself also allows the contracted beasts to have more combat experience and contact more opponents. Therefore, this beastmaster knew that he might not be able to beat it, but he still decided to give it a try. However, as soon as he came up, he was defeated by Tong Tong's claws. I'll try it too. The beastmaster was defeated, and soon, another beastmaster came up. These guys. It's not bad to send records like this. Looking at the beastmasters who were eager to try, Lin Feng thought. He was also worried that Tong Tong's performance was too sturdy, and no one dared to come up. This is just right, defeating one is a spiritual stone. At this time, the beastmasters below who are eager to try, in Lin Feng's eyes, are sparkling spirit stones. Chapter 17. Contestant number 96 wins. Start the next game, and the challenger can play. In the ring, the referee's voice kept ringing. One by one, the beastmasters came to power, and then they were quickly defeated by Tong Tong. Tong Tong's way of defeating the opponent is very simple. To deal with those who are not big, one paw is enough, and for those who are big, she uses her flexibility advantage. Basically, 2 paws can also solve the problem. Oh, I can't beat it. Haha, everyone can't beat it, it's nothing, this cat is a bit strong. Well, I don't know which force behind the beastmaster is. After the failure of the young beastmasters who came to the stage to try, they gathered together to watch and discuss. Compared to before, after being jointly defeated by Tong Tong, these beastmasters had more topics to discuss. Tong Tong's strength, I'm afraid it is about to reach the 2nd rank. Lin Feng thought. Before obtaining the spirit stone, Lin Feng reached the 1st level when he tested it. Tong Tong itself has not changed much. At that time, Tong Tong's strength would not be much worse than Lin Feng's. Do not. Maybe even stronger than Lin Feng. Because Tong Tong can enjoy multiple bonuses. She enjoys one more beast fighting talent bonus than Lin Feng. The beast defying talent can not only make the space have the function of the beast defending space, but also give certain bonuses to the contracted beasts. Lin Feng, this is a golden 5-star beast master talent. Therefore, just looking at Tong Tong's growth is very likely to be faster than Lin Feng. After obtaining the spirit stone, Lin Feng took Tong Tong and spent more than half a month in the space. For the outside world, this half-month is only 5 or 6 days, but in the space, Lin Feng and Tong Tong have been practicing for more than half a month. During this period, Tong Tong had several epiphanies. Although Tong Tong's evolutionary direction, Lin Feng is still a little confused. But in terms of pure strength, Tong Tong has strength, and I am afraid it is comparable to a second-order evolutionary. The 25th. Because Tong Tong fought very fast, he defeated 25 beastmasters who came to challenge in a short time. This means 25 spirit stones. Counting the spirit stone that defeated the master of the sword-backed eagle before, this time, the harvest should be good. At this time, it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The beast masters are still coming up, wanting to meet Tong Tong for a while. By 5:30 p.m., Tong Tong had defeated more than a dozen beast masters. Completed a 37-game winning streak. At this time, the young beast masters present had basically come up. Contestant number 96 wins, start the next game, and the challenger can play. The referee's voice kept ringing. The people who came up began to become sparse. The time is approaching 6 o'clock. I come. A female voice sounded. It's Sun Shikiu, a member of the Sun family in Baikan, known as the Pearl of Baikan. Why is she here? A beastmaster recognized the speaker. Lin Feng looked and saw a young girl walking up with a giant wolf. After the girl handed the entry card to the referee, she went to the other side of the ring. Lin Feng didn't know each other and didn't care. The mouth of the giant wolf was blowing cold air. The eyes are also a little sharp. Frost wolf. Lin Feng thought. The degree of mutation of this giant wolf seems to exceed that of other mutant animals, not only the strengthening of the body, but also the power of ice. Start! The referee shouted. Following his order, the wolf rubbed its 4 legs and rushed towards Tong Tong. Tong Tong's ears stood up, and her expression was rather serious, which showed that in her perception, the strength of the giant wolf was stronger than the previous opponent. Before it could get close, the giant wolf suddenly rubbed its legs, and a large number of ice picks appeared on the ground around Tong Tong. Good guy, this giant wolf is indeed a frost wolf. Meow. Tong Tong's reaction was quick, avoiding those ice picks with a single jump, and pounced on the frost wolf. The frost wolf opened his mouth and spat out a ball of ice. Tong Tong's little claws shattered the ice. But the claws of the frost wolf called. Obviously, this guy expected that Tong Tong would be able to smash the ice bomb attack it sent. However, this frost wolf obviously underestimated Tong Tong's flexibility. After Tong Tong smashed the ice, he used a jump to avoid the frost wolf's claws again and jumped violently to the face of the frost wolf. The little claws attacked one after another. Ow! The frost wolf was very painful to eat. Claws returned to defense one after another. Tong Tong jumped away fiercely, and his little paws moved again. Next second, only the sound of a thunderbolt of thunder was heard, and a bright electric arc slammed, hitting the body of the frost wolf. I'll go, this cat will discharge. Below, some beast masters were startled. Opposite, Sun Shikiu could not help but stand up. Ow! The frost wolf was hit by the electric arc unprepared, the wolf's body froze, and the wolf hair on his body stood upside down. This time, it's not easy. I surrender. Seeing this, Sun Shikiu hurriedly said. Even Sun Shikiu conceded defeat. She is the pearl of the North City. This cat is a god, powerful and fast, and it still discharges. Seeing this, the beastmaster below became agitated again. Tong Tong also masters the power of lightning. Lin Feng was also a little surprised. These days, every day, he would give Tong Tong a lecture. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong quietly mastered the power of lightning. Meow. Tong Tong turned around and gave Lin Feng a meow. This is acting like a spoiled child, and asking for compliments. Lin Feng gave Tong Tong a thumbs up. Meow. Tong Tong is very happy. Contestant number 96 wins, 6 o'clock is here, and today's sparring match is over. At this time, the referee announced. The bout is over. Lin Feng looked at the screen next to him and saw the spiritual stones he had accumulated. A total of 92 spirit stones. What? This harvest is good. Chapter 18. These are 92 spirit stones, please keep them. At the awarding office, a staff member took out the spirit stone. Lin Feng put away the spirit stone. Little brother, the support of the association has been increased recently, and the competition will be held every week. If you are interested, you can come to participate next week. At this time, an old man said to Lin Feng with a smile. Okay, thank you senior. Lin Feng said. In this game, you can get some spirit stones, and it doesn't waste much time, which is still good. After putting the spirit stone into the space, Lin Feng left with Tong Tong. Hey, Senior Mo, what about others? As soon as Lin Feng left, a young girl came over. This girl is Sun Shiqiu. The old man pointed to the outside and said, just left. Seeing this, Sun Shiqiu chased out, but by the time she caught up, Lin Feng had already left in the car. How can you go so fast? Sun Shiqiu was a little depressed. She just happened to see Lin Feng's cat in the live broadcast of the competition, and she thought it was interesting, so she came over specially. Otherwise, in her capacity, these spirit stones are not bad. In the defense competition, the beastmasters among the children of the big family seldom participated. This kind of defense competition is mainly for beastmasters who do not have any power or background. How could an ordinary beastmaster be comparable to the children of big forces and big families? People can even eat lingxi every day. Who would have thought that Sun Shiqiu, the pearl of the North City, was here and defeated so quickly? I want to get to know Lin Feng, and I want to know how sacred Lin Feng is. But when she finished comforting the Frost Wolf, who was injured but still not convinced, and wanted to fight Tong Tong to the end, Lin Feng had already left. Soon, Lin Feng returned home. Tong Tong, you did a good job this time. After returning home, Lin Feng praised. Tong Tong's performance this time is really good. Even after more than 50 games, they were easily won. The last Frost Wolf was a little bit tricky, but Tong Tong still won it easily. Her strength is not only strong, but also very clever. When fighting, she can also use her combat power to 100%. This is very valuable. Meow. Being complimented by Lin Feng, Tong Tong was overjoyed. Holding his small head, he kept rubbing against Lin Feng. Come on, I'll give you a bath. Lin Feng said. He took Tong Tong into the bathroom and took a hot bath in it. When at home, Lin Feng will take Tong Tong to take a bath at home as long as it is not in accelerated time. The house in the carry-on space is already perfect, and there is a lot of stored water for domestic use. Washing is not a problem, but hot water is still a problem. Of course, the main reason is that Lin Feng is not rich enough now. Not many spirit stones. The architectural talent of space, the built house can be used as an energy source using spirit stones. Put a piece of spiritual stone in, there is no problem with the lights, hot water, and even cooking on a fire. A spirit stone can also be used for a long time. However, at this stage, it is still a bit extravagant for Lin Feng to use spirit stones to do these things in life. It's just a few steps, it's not necessary for the time being. After helping Tong Tong take a bath and taking a bath himself, Lin Feng took Tong Tong back to the portable space. Meow. After returning, Tong Tong became lively. Still comfortable in the space. The aura is thicker than the outside, the air is not polluted, and you can enjoy various bonuses from time to time, not to mention more comfortable. The space is also large enough that Tong Tong can have fun if she wants to. 100 meters long and wide. Lin Feng smashed another spiritual stone, making the spiritual energy in the space thicker again. This concentration is compared to before. If it is compared with the space of some major forces, it is definitely not as good. In the main space of some major forces, the smashing of a pile of spirit stones and a pile of spirit stones, the concentration of aura is terrifying. Just smash another piece. After Lin Feng counted the number of spirit stones, he took out another spirit stone and smashed it. This time, the spirit stone is more concentrated. Okay. Lin Feng is very satisfied. No matter how high the spatial aura concentration of others is, he is not envious. On the contrary, if I say it out, I don't know how many people will envy the godlike space of Lin Feng. Meow. Tong Tong also noticed the change in the spiritual energy and became more lively. Thunderbolt. In the portable space, after resting for a few hours, Lin Feng and Tong Tong practiced together. There are also many ways of attacking the thunder system evolutionary. Using the arc attack directly is the easiest. However, after the strength is further improved, using different methods to attack, the power is also worlds apart. I saw a thunder light from Lin Feng and a thunder light from Tong Tong, constantly hitting the space wall. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that the arc emitted by Tong Tong was somewhat different from the arc emitted by him. Lin Feng's arc has already begun to undergo further changes. Not only is the energy intensity higher, but the shape of the arc is different. After hitting the target, the arc will also explode for an instant, which can increase the damage. It can even be forked and become forked lightning, which can attack more targets. Although the power is scattered, if it is to deal with some beast tides and the like, it will be useful. Tong Tong's arc is the type that goes straight up. Tong Tong, come, I'll teach you. Lin Feng taught Tong Tong again. Meow. Tong Tong sat there, watching intently, occasionally moving her little ears. The scene seemed to be happy. Chapter 19. Thunderbolt. In the portable space, the acceleration started again, and Lin Feng and Tong Tong continued to hang out. As the strength progresses, the consumption of spiritual energy further increases. Now, it only takes 1 day to smash 2 spirit stones. Basically, Lin Feng has to smash 2 pieces every day to ensure enough aura. Although the consumption is large, the improvement is not slow. Fork lightning is basically proficient, try ball lightning. Lin Feng took out a book and read it. After the acceleration function ended, Lin Feng took the time to go to the Sioux City headquarters of the Evolution Alliance, where he received the book. This book introduces a rather powerful method used by the Thunder Element evolutionary in the early stage. Ball lightning. Turn your own lightning into a lightning ball and release it with great power. Such ball lightning is more difficult than fork lightning. Fork lightning, you only need to control the arc when you attack, so that the arc bifurcates. Ball lightning needs to condense electricity into a ball and maintain its stability until it hits the target before it explodes. This process is not easy to grasp. Some evolutionaries, in the process of training, even hurt themselves. Meow. Tong Tong is learning about forked lightning. Fork lightning is a means of group attack. If the strength is further strengthened, it can also become a means of chain lightning. The power is still good. The evolution of Tong Tong itself is biased towards the physical aspect, and in this aspect, it seems that she does not need to do anything. Therefore, Tong Tong became a studious cat. Every day, I can see her nestling beside Lin Feng, staring at some books and videos, watching non-stop. In this way, after studying for a few hours, Lin Feng stood up and moved. He surveyed his space. The second mutated fruit tree has completely completed the mutation and has become a spiritual plant. It's the result. Lin Feng found that the first mutated fruit tree was already bearing fruit. The fruit is also a little small. With the multiple bonuses provided by space for plants, these fruits should ripen very quickly. That's great. Lin Feng came to the peach tree where Tao Yao was. This peach tree, because of Dao Ao's change, is also undergoing some changes. Moving closer to Ling Zi, Dao Ao looked bigger. Also more delicate. As Lin Feng approached, Dao Ao's petals stretched out, as if a beautiful woman came out of the pavilion, which was extremely beautiful. A very fragrant aroma came. Lin Feng's spiritual power extended out, and he felt Dao Ao's spiritual consciousness. Dao Ao's spiritual sense is much stronger than before. When Lin Feng's spiritual power came into contact with his spiritual consciousness, he could feel Tao Yao's joy. A very fragrant aroma diffused. This time the aroma was not hallucinogenic, but it could also make Lin Feng feel happy. Dao's changes are also getting bigger and bigger. After staying with Dao for a while, Lin Feng looked at other flowers. Other flowers are also growing quite vigorously, and some of them are slowly showing signs of mutation. After reading this, Lin Feng came to a small pond again. This small pond is not big, only about 10 square meters. This is where Lin Feng uses to store water. There is a lot of water in it. Although the pond is small, the water is very clear. These waters have also been soaked in spiritual energy and become quite spiritual. By the pond, a lotus flower bloomed brilliantly. This lotus flower grew up because Lin Fengzi went to the pond and threw a lot of lotus root. This lotus root grows like this. On a few round lotus leaves, the lotus flowers bloom very brightly. Lin Feng threw a lot of lotus root to make this small pond less monotonous. Now, the lotus is open and it is still very beautiful. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong came again. Tong Tong came to the pond and looked at the lotus flower, as if enjoying it. After admiring for a while, Tong Tong didn't know what to smell, so she jumped to a place not far from the lotus flower, and sniffed with her little nose. Meow. Then, she gave Lin Feng a meow. What's the matter, Tong Tong? Seeing Tong Tong's movements, Lin Feng walked over. As an action, Tong Tong is far more sensitive to changes in plants than Lin Feng. Lin Feng came to the lotus. Only then did I find that this lotus flower has also changed. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng sensed it with his mental power. With this induction, Lin Feng discovered that there was also an extremely weak spiritual consciousness in this lotus flower. But compared to the current Dao, it is much weaker. It's like a fetus still in its mother's womb. Although it is weak, the birth of spiritual consciousness also makes this lotus flower completely different from other spiritual plants. Lin Feng did not expect that another flower had changed in the space. Tong Tong did not scare the lotus this time. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took out a spiritual stone and threw it into this small pond. The spiritual energy of this spiritual stone will gradually melt into the water, which may speed up the evolution of the lotus flower. Chapter 20. Ha! It worked. After a few days in the space, Lin Feng smiled. He succeeded in making ball lightning. Such lightning is indeed more powerful. A small lightning ball, after hitting the opponent, explodes, and the arc will rush in all directions. And if the strength goes up, it can also create a larger lightning ball. Even a strong man has created a huge lightning ball with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. If such a lightning ball falls in a city, I don't know how many people will be killed. If it is to deal with a large number of enemies, it is completely fine. Between raising your hand, there are a large number of ball-shaped lightning balls, which can directly turn an area into a sea of lightning. Meow. Beside him, Tong Tong stared at Lin Feng with big, cute eyes, and wanted to learn. Tong Tong has made great progress. He has learned fork lightning, and will further optimize the arc to increase its power and energy intensity. Come on, Tong Tong, I'll teach you. Lin Feng said. Meow. Tong Tong learns. In the space, for Lin Feng, it is not boring. After devoting all your heart to one thing, once the epiphany is triggered, the feeling is very good. Any problems encountered will be solved. That feeling of being able to solve all problems, not to mention so refreshing. In addition, there is Tong Tong as company, Dao, and now there is an extra lotus flower. There is still a lot of fun. Seeing that the space keeps getting better and better every day, Lin Feng is also full of satisfaction and achievement. The consumption of spirit stones is further accelerated. The spiritual energy was continuously inhaled by Lin Feng and transformed into his own power. But Lin Feng is actually not a big head. The big head is Tong Tong and other plants. Tong Tong's learning ability is getting stronger and stronger. The essence of ball lightning was quickly grasped by her. It's still a bit difficult for her to release it. However, on this day, she fell into a state of epiphany again. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't bother her. Looking at the spirit stones, there are still dozens of them. Almost 3 days have passed since the sparring match, and in the space, more than 8 days have passed. You can go early next weekend and watch the whole court. Lin Feng has a plan. At the age of 18 to 19-year-old Beastmasters, Lin Feng felt that the current Tong Tong should be crushed. The proportion of Beastmasters is not large. Some people have calculated that among all the portable spaces, the proportion of spaces with beast defense talent is roughly 5%. 100 people, there will be 5. Some spaces are not pure beast fighting talents, and this is also included. Although the proportion is not large, it is much easier to become a Beastmaster as long as there is room for the talent of Beastmaster compared to becoming an evolutionary. As long as a contracted beast is contracted, it is even a Beastmaster. You don't need to cultivate or awaken by yourself. Therefore, the absolute number of Beastmasters is not small. Because of this, there are many Beastmasters who make up the number. Those who make up the number will not participate in the sparring competition, and there is no rule that they must reach the end. Even if they can admit defeat in time, if their contracted beast is too weak and they are killed with one blow, that is their own problem. It should be fine to guard the court. Lin Feng thought. If you can defend the audience, the profit will be at least 100 spirit stones. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong woke up from the epiphany state. However, as soon as he woke up, Tong Tong suddenly became lazy. Tong Tong, what's wrong? Lin Feng asked. To withdraw from the epiphany state should be in a very good spirit. How could it activate Tong Tong's lazy cat state? Meow. Tong Tong rubbed against Lin Feng, then crawled into Lin Feng's arms. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng picked up Tong Tong. Soon, Tong Tong fell into Lin Feng's arms, lay there, narrowed her eyes, and remained motionless lazily. Tong Tong, what happened? Won't get sick? But Tong Tong's strength is no longer weak, how could he get sick? The temperature in the space is not too low. In fact, the temperature in the space is very suitable and very comfortable. Meow. Tong Tong lay comfortably in Lin Feng's arms, closed his eyes completely, and seemed to want to sleep. Soon, Lin Feng found that Tong Tong was really asleep. This aura. After Tong Tong fell asleep, Lin Feng found that the speed of Tong Tong's absorption of spiritual energy suddenly accelerated. A lot of spiritual energy was absorbed by her. Tong Tong usually doesn't absorb the spiritual energy in a big mouth. Lin Feng thought. The evolution of Tong Tong's body is also very amazing, and the evolution of the body requires the most spiritual energy. When Tong Tong was sleeping, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was faster, indicating that when she was not sleeping, she was consciously controlling the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. This is saving spiritual energy for Lin Feng. Tong Tong. Thinking of this, Lin Feng touched Tong Tong's little head. Tong Tong is getting more and more sensible. Spirit Stone. Lin Feng whispered. It would be great if he had more spirit stones, so that Tong Tong could absorb as much as he wanted, without saving at all. Tong Tong's absorption of spiritual energy is still accelerating. This time, it was her speeding up unconsciously. And, faster than usual when she slept. Soon, there was a vortex of spiritual energy around Tong Tong, and a large amount of spiritual energy was being sucked into the body crazily by Tong Tong. In Lin Feng's perception, the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire space is rapidly becoming thinner. Tong Tong must have some new changes. Lin Feng thought. In Lin Feng's view, this is definitely a good thing. Therefore, Lin Feng did not begrudge the spirit stone, and immediately took out the spirit stone and crushed it for Tong Tong to absorb. A piece of spiritual stone did not last for too long, but only lasted for more than 2 hours, and it was thin. Lin Feng simply took out 10 spirit stones and smashed them all. The concentration of aura brought by so many spirit stones has risen a lot more than before. But Tong Tong still absorbs it quickly. Every once in a while, it has to be replenished. In the next dozens of hours, Lin Feng smashed nearly 50 spirit stones, and finally, Tong Tong did not absorb it crazy. Instead, it began to fall into a more peaceful sleep. It seemed that she should have absorbed enough spiritual energy. Lin Feng felt that this time, if Tong Tong woke up, there should be some new changes. Chapter 21. Lin Feng didn't know what evolutionary route Tong Tong took. It's not the same as other mutant animals anyway. Like the frost wolf, they have good fighting intelligence and the power of ice, but the impression given to Lin Feng is still quite different from Tong Tong in all aspects. I can't see it yet, and when Tong Tong becomes stronger, maybe I can see some clues. Seeing that Tong Tong fell asleep smoothly, Lin Feng put her on the bed. Then he came to a special area. Here is the area that Lin Feng used to train with Tong Tong, and there is a wall at the back to prevent the attacks from him and Tong Tong from destroying the rest of the space. This area is not big. If the space is upgraded to level 2 and the area is further enlarged, Lin Feng can build a larger, dedicated area. Rise. Lin Feng looked at a knife, trying to control it with mental power. The knife slowly floated up. Then, he started to move with Lin Feng's thoughts. After the second awakening, Lin Feng's spiritual power is constantly getting stronger. After spiritual awakening, there is more than one direction of evolution. The first is to take the route of pure spiritual strengthening, and constantly strengthen the spiritual power and soul. Another is to stimulate the spiritual power to further mutate and become the power of mind, which can be used to control objects. Lin Feng is trying both. In both directions, the strength of spiritual power is fundamental. So, after Lin Feng tried for a while, he went to Daoao again. Daoao has also undergone significant changes. The effect of her pollen was significantly different than before. After Lin Feng arrived under the peach tree. Big brother. At this time, Lin Feng seemed to hear a voice in his mind. Although this voice sounded young, it was a little charming. It has the softness of Wu Yin. This reminds Lin Feng of a poem. Zy Li Wu Yin is so charming. Wu Yin, that is, the voice of a girl in the south of the Yangtze River. In the Jiangnan water town, all the girls are succulent. Influenced by the environment and the influence of humanities, Wu Yin sounds like it is easy to make the ears pregnant and make the heart fall in love. This voice was not heard by ears, but felt by Lin Feng's spirit. More like mental fluctuations. This is Daoao's voice. Daoao can speak. Daoao. Lin Feng responded with spiritual power. Big brother, thank you, my pollen has changed, give it a try to big brother. Daoao said again. Has Daoao's pollen changed? It is good. Lin Feng said. Daoao stretched out the petals and released the pollen. Immediately, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. In front of Lin Feng's eyes, some illusions inevitably appeared. Mental strength began to increase rapidly. I don't know how long it took, Lin Feng woke up. At this moment, Daoao has fallen asleep again. It seems that he just gave Lin Feng pollen and communicated with Lin Feng, which was a lot of consumption to her. Her pollen efficacy has been stronger than before, but her spiritual consciousness is still evolving. Seeing that Daoao also had a new change, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. I looked at the other trees again, and the fruit of a spiritual plant was beginning to ripen. In addition, 2 more flowers are mutating, and they are obviously different from other flowers. However, these 2 flowers have not yet seen signs of the birth of spiritual consciousness. Let's see what happens next. Tong Tong is still sleeping. The next day, Lin Feng came under the peach tree, and Daoao had recovered. Daoao, don't talk, I'll teach you some methods, maybe you can enhance your spiritual sense. Lin Feng said. The current Dao is evolving from a mutated flower to the direction of life. It is equivalent to that she gave birth to a soul, but the soul is still very weak. Although the soul is weak, the evolution of her body, that is, the flower is very fast. It can be seen from the effect of pollen that it is getting better and better. Lin Feng went to buy a lot of books on spiritual power and soul, and read some books in the space. Then, Lin Feng summed up some methods and prepared to teach them to Dao. Dao was very obedient and didn't make another sound, but slightly stretched the petals of the peach blossom. This is to tell Lin Feng, she knows. So, Lin Feng taught it. In the process of teaching, Lin Feng continued to explain in detail. During this process, Dao stretched the petals from time to time and responded to Lin Feng. After some time, Lin Feng finally finished teaching. Next, it's up to Dao herself. I don't know if it can help Dao. Chapter 22. After teaching Dao, Lin Feng took another look at the lotus. In the pond, the lotus flowers are blooming more and more. If it is outside, the common lotus is open during the day and closes at night. But in Lin Feng's space, after the lotus has changed, the lotus has always remained open. Such a state is not a burden for the lotus. On the contrary, the lotus can continuously absorb the aura in the water and the air to evolve. The lotus has also changed a lot, and next to the lotus, a lotus pod has grown up. This lotus pod gave Lin Feng a different feeling. Once mature, the lotus seeds inside, after eating, should have some miraculous effects. Lotus's spiritual consciousness has become stronger than before. The rate of strengthening is faster than that of Dao at that time. The reason for the fast is related to Lin Feng's guarantee of sufficient spiritual energy. In the beginning, Dao didn't absorb much spiritual energy, so naturally it couldn't compare to the current lotus flower. Of course, Dao was different now, and Lin Feng also guaranteed her aura. With the perception of Lin Feng's spiritual power, the whole lotus also had a certain response, and the petals of the lotus became more stretched. Now the lotus can also respond to Lin Feng. However, there is no way to communicate with Lin Feng like Dao. After watching the changes in the lotus, Lin Feng left here satisfied. Every day, he would make a tour to see the changes in the plants. After returning to the room, Lin Feng found that Tong Tong was still sleeping. How long has it been sleeping? Sleep. Lin Feng was also quite tired and decided to take a nap. This time, I slept very comfortably. Meow. When he woke up, Lin Feng found that Tong Tong was awake. Tong Tong, are you awake? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong raised her little paw and showed Lin Feng her changes. Every time Tong Tong becomes stronger, she likes to show it to Lin Feng. As soon as Tong Tong's little claws moved, a rather large thunder ball was released by her, rushed into the sky, and smashed into the dome of the space, turning it into a sea of thunder. Tong Tong has completely mastered the ball lightning. Immediately afterwards, Tong Tong showed the changes in her body. As soon as her little claws moved, a stone specially used for training was easily shattered by her little claws. Her claws are now harder than steel. Strength and speed, I am afraid that it has also improved a step further. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that there was a strange energy on Tong Tong's paws. This energy is very different from the energy in the evolutionary body. It is also very different from other mutant animals. This made Tong Tong's attacks more sharp, and in the face of energy-type attacks from others, he also had more ways to counterattack. What kind of energy is this? Lin Feng was a little curious. The energy this energy gave him was very pure. Meow. Immediately afterwards, Tong Tong showed her terrifying jumping power. I saw her jump, and she jumped more than 20 meters high. This means that her physical strength has further increased. Compared with before, Tong Tong's physical strength has become quite terrifying now. This time, after Tong Tong absorbed the spiritual energy from so many spiritual stones, he became even more powerful. Meow. After Tong Tong finished showing, he looked at Lin Feng with big bright eyes. Well done, Tong Tong. Lin Feng praised. Meow. Tong Tong was overjoyed. Chapter 23. On this day, Tong Tong was very busy, jumping around in the space, and went to find Dao Ao and Lotus. At night, Lin Feng felt a great heat flow in his body. Tong Tong's feedback came. The feedback this time was good. When I woke up the next morning, Lin Feng's body was much stronger. In the next few days, Lin Feng found that Tong Tong was eating more than before. The demand for spiritual energy has also further increased. The spirit stone is gone. On Saturday, more than 90 spirit stones were completely used up. This is still Lin Feng's use. Although it ran out, this week's harvest was good. Tong Tong's evolution should have opened a new stage. It's getting stronger in every way. Lin Feng himself has also become much stronger. However, Tong Tong's changes are increasing every day, and the feedback to Lin Feng every day is a lot stronger than before. Tong Tong, go to bed early today, and tomorrow morning, let's go to guard. Lin Feng said to Tong Tong. Meow. Early the next morning, Lin Feng took Tong Tong out of the house with a refreshing look. Not long after, he came to the stadium for the defending competition. This time Lin Feng came quite early, just to be ready to fight all day. Why so many people? Although it came early, Lin Feng found that someone came earlier than him. And, a whole bunch of people. In front of the venue, hundreds of people have come. At this time, the fighting competition has not started yet. However, a lot of people is a good thing. You can give Lin Feng more records. Lin Feng stepped forward, ready to queue up to enter the venue. He came. At this time, a person saw Lin Feng, his eyes lit up, and he shouted. The others turned their heads one after another and saw Lin Feng and Tong Tong in Lin Feng's arms. It's him. It didn't come in vain this time. He defeated Sun Shiqiu last week. Some children of the big family publicly stated that they would come to challenge him this week. This time there is a good show to watch. I will also challenge this cat to see how strong this cat is. The crowd stirred. Chapter 24. Seeing that there are many people here, it seems that many people are coming towards him, but Lin Feng is very calm. It seems that a lot of people watched the live broadcast of the game last week. In addition, defeating the Frost Wolf in the end probably caused some repercussions. So many people came this week. Soon, Lin Feng entered the venue. Just arrived at 8 o'clock, and there are already a lot of people. Not everyone is here for Lin Feng, there are also many people from other age groups. These people each went to the ring of their own age group. However, the largest number of people are in the arena between the ages of 18 and 19. The game starts today. The referee made the announcement. No one took the stage, and many people looked at Lin Feng. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng boarded the ring. Immediately after stepping into the ring, there was the first contestant. I'll challenge this cat. The first person came on stage. This person is also carrying a wolf. This wolf is not as powerful as Sun Shiqiu's Frost Wolf. After Tong Tong became powerful, he was defeated by Tong Tong in just one round. Contestant number 1 wins, start the next game, and the challenger can play. The referee is still the same. I'm coming too. Another person came on stage, and then quickly retreated. If you lose the challenge, come down quickly, there are so many people behind. A Beastmaster felt dissatisfied that the loser stepped down too slowly. Soon, it was his turn to play. He trotted up and then, within half a minute, trotted down again. I can't beat it, this cat is really strong. The Beastmaster said to his companions. It seems that such a powerful cat has never appeared before, right? Companion rode. The two looked up. In this way, in front of this arena, the Beastmaster kept going up and down. Just after 10 o'clock, there were dozens of contracted beasts defeated by Tong Tong. Sun Shiqiu is here. At this time, someone noticed Sun Shiqiu's arrival. This time, Sun Shiqiu didn't come alone, but also brought another girl. Shi Qiu, did your frost wolf lose to this cat? The girl looked at Tong Tong in the ring and said. Sun Shiqiu nodded, well, but last week I entered the family's acceleration space and fed a lot of spiritual fruit to the frost wolf, and the strength of the frost wolf has risen a lot. I am going to challenge again this week. After speaking, she just saw that a challenger had failed, so she quickly raised the competition card in her hand. By the afternoon, the cat's consumption must be very large, and it will be a bit invincible. Sun Shiqiu said. After that, the referee selected her, and Sun Shiqiu once again entered the ring. It's this frost wolf again. On one side of the ring, Lin Feng looked at the frost wolf. Sun Shiqiu was looking at Lin Feng across the ring. The frost wolf lost last week and has not been able to get back on his feet. This week, its strength has improved a lot, and the cold air it exhales is almost condensed into reality. This guy is spitting out cold air, and his eyes have become a little sharp, it is going to find its way back. Below, the Beastmasters watching the battle also cheered up one by one. Start! The referee's voice sounded. Following the referee's voice, Frost Wolf took the initiative to attack. The first blow is still icicles everywhere. This time, the ice pick is more powerful and faster. However, Tong Tong's reaction was still as fast as ever, and he avoided the ice pick with a single jump. Not only that, Tong Tong can also look at the tip of the ice pick and walk on it as if walking on the ground. Seeing Tong Tong approaching, Frost Wolf's eyes glowed with a cold light, and when he opened his mouth, it was an ice bullet. Tong Tong's claws moved, shattering the ice bomb. The sharp wolf claws of the Frost Wolf grabbed at Tong Tong. At the same time, its body was instantly covered with an imperceptible layer of ice armor. The rhythm of the battle, at first glance, is somewhat similar to that of the previous week. However, Frost Wolf learned his lesson, and after improving his strength, he was prepared. If Tong Tong is still the same as last week, after dodging the Frost Wolf's claws and attacking with an arc, the Frost Wolf's ice armor can play a big role. This kind of ice armor, with the strength of the Frost Wolf, has no way to maintain it for a long time, but it is enough to block one blow. On the opposite side, seeing the Frost Wolf's wolf claws attack, this time, Tong Tong did not choose to avoid the wolf claws. Rather, as soon as the little paw moved, it called out. She chose to be tough. Last week, it was a little difficult for her to be tough, because the Frost Wolf was bigger and stronger. But this week, it's different. In the blink of an eye, Tong Tong's and Frost Wolf's claws collided. Seeing that Tong Tong couldn't avoid it, Frost Wolf didn't expect it, but it was exactly what it meant. But, right away, it felt a terrible force hit. Ow! The Frost Wolf screamed in pain, and the whole wolf flew out backwards. I'm going hard. This cat is getting stronger again. This Frost Wolf will never want to beat this cat again. Below, others spoke up. How so? On the opposite side, Sun Shiqiu was also stunned. Seeing that Tong Tong was about to pursue the victory, Sun Shiqiu hurriedly said, I admit defeat. Shi Qiu, do you want me to go? On the ring, looking at Tong Tong who entered the battle again, Sun Shiqiu's companion said. Sun Shiqiu shook his head, you probably won't be able to beat him. I don't know how he was trained. This cat is too strong. She didn't leave, just watched. The battle continues. Until noon, no contracted beast from a Beastmaster could beat Tong Tong. There is an hour break at noon. Hello, I'm Sun Shiqiu. Taking advantage of the break, Sun Shiqiu found Lin Feng and introduced himself. Lin Feng, who was feeding Tong Tong, raised his head and glanced at her, gave a faint "oh," lowered his head again, and handed a piece of fish to Tong Tong. Sun Shiqiu couldn't help but stagnate. As the Pearl of the North City, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation, but he was actually left out. "Can we add a friend? We can communicate later." Although Lin Feng was neither salty nor bland, Sun Shiqiu continued. "It is good." This time, Lin Feng did not refuse. "Thanks." Sun Shiqiu successfully added Lin Feng and wanted to say a few words to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng continued to feed the fish again. "Your cat is very strong, but a few people are going to snipe you in the afternoon, you have to be careful." After thinking about it, Sun Shiqiu decided to remind Lin Feng. "Sniper? It should be ready to cut the beard, or harvest. After all, if Lin Feng wins this day, he will definitely gain a lot." "Thanks," Lin Feng said. "No need." 88. Sun Shiqiu said goodbye and left. "Shi Qiu, what background does this person have to ignore you, so arrogant?" After leaving, Sun Shiqiu's companion couldn't help. Sun Shiqiu said, "I think it's okay, don't we usually ignore those who strike up a conversation? But you are the Pearl of Baikan." The companion couldn't understand, and was treated so coldly by Lin Feng, why wasn't Sun Shiqiu angry? "Okay, let's go." After the noon break, the sparring match continued. One morning, Lin Feng's harvest was not bad. Because the battle was resolved quickly, the harvest in one morning was almost as good as one day last week. In the afternoon, many beastmasters came. The competition was also broadcast live on Sicheng's website. Although few people would pay attention to it except for the beastmasters who had the talent for beasts, there were still some people who paid attention in general. Some people have never seen a cat so fierce, and naturally want to come for a while. Therefore, in the afternoon, there was still a steady stream of beastmasters. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, more than 140 opponents had been defeated by Tong Tong. This cat is dead, and it's been so long that it doesn't show any signs of fatigue. Yet, those who want to pick up leaks in the afternoon are probably going to be disappointed. Look at those big family children. Under the arena, the beastmasters whispered. "Come on, this is Wang Bei of the Wang family." After 5:30, someone saw the first big clan son who was killed. The beastmasters cheered up and watched. As a son of a big family, Wang Bei has a temperament higher than that of ordinary people. However, when he came to power, the beastmasters below found that Wang Bei's temperament was a little worse than Lin Feng's. This made some beastmasters feel even more that Lin Feng must be the descendant of some big family. Wang Bei's contract beast is a rather majestic tiger. Golden striped tiger. There was a beastmaster who knew the goods and called out his name. "I heard that this tiger is a bit fierce, and it is taking the evolutionary route of strength and defense." Another beastmaster learns more. A huge tiger, compared with Tong Tong, is a standard behemoth. These beastmasters are looking forward to it. "Start!" The referee gave an order. The golden striped tiger held its head proudly and did not take the initiative to attack. It is also a cat family, this tiger has its own pride, and he looks down on the little child Tong Tong. Meow. Feeling the contempt in the golden striped tiger's eyes, Tong Tong was angry, and after a cry, he rushed forward. Roar! The golden striped tiger roared, and when it saw Tong Tong moving, it also pounced on Tong Tong. "Welcome it! It's a ball of lightning!" Thunderbolt! The terrifying ball lightning struck the golden striped tiger. Although the golden striped tiger had a strong defense, this time it was struck by the electricity, and all the tiger hairs were turned upside down, and the body froze. Tong Tong rushed up, waving her little paw. The golden striped tiger, which had been arrogant just now, was immediately beaten by Tong Tong and rolled on the ground, unable to fight back. This. Below, the beastmasters were dumbfounded. On the opposite side, that Wang Bei was also dumbfounded. "I surrender." Wang Bei had to admit defeat. Are we still on? Seeing that Wang Bei lost, a big family member was a little cowardly. Superior. Another big family boy raised the participation card. All the Beastmasters are looking forward to it again. But just a minute later, the Beastmaster walked out of the ring with a dark face. He also lost. Below, the expectant Beastmasters were dumbfounded one by one. Seeing this, there were some cowardly big family children before, and they refused to say anything. However, being pushed by Wang Bei and another big clan's son, this guy also bite the bullet. It seems to be from the Chen family. I feel hanging. After 2 consecutive disappointments, the Beastmaster didn't have much expectations for him. Really? In less than a minute, the children of this big family were also defeated and stepped down from the stage wanting to cry without tears. Soon, the 4th big family son also came to power. This guy's contracted beast is also an eagle, which is very fast and can roll up a cyclone. However, in front of Tong Tong, who has become a lot stronger, it is still not enough to see. His contracted beast kneels again in seconds. These big family children who wanted to defeat Tong Tong and show it in front of Sun Shiqiu, this time, they were all wiped out. Seeing the Beastmasters below, they looked at each other in dismay. At this time, it was 6 o'clock. Today's fight is over again. Tong Tong beat all challengers with absolute strength. 178 spirit stones. Today's harvest is bigger than last week, almost twice as much as last week. A full 178 spirit stones. Chapter 25. This aura concentration is good. In the portable space, Lin Feng smashed 10 spirit stones at one time. Compared with last week, Lin Feng's handwriting is bigger. After all 10 spirit stones were smashed, the concentration of spirit energy in the portable space reached a new level. 178 spirit stones, persisting for a week, should be enough. Say it after you're done. Tong Tong, just absorb it, don't save it. Lin Feng touched Tong Tong's little head and said. Meow. Tong Tong meowed. The aura was further enriched. Lin Feng's physical strength also increased further. Recently, he has begun to use the gravitational talent of space to train his body's reflexes in the training area. The means of the evolutionary, where possible, the more the better. Physical strength is also very important. There's also combat experience, reflexes, and more. Gravity talent, you can change the gravity. After increasing the gravity, it can increase the effect of training. In addition, if you can constantly adapt to different changes in gravity, you will not be so passive in the face of some evolutionaries who can manipulate the force field. Lin Feng is also working on other forces recently. After staying in the space for a long time, Lin Feng found that his affinity for other powers was also on the rise. After spending a day in the space, Lin Feng discovered that the fruit of the first spiritual plant had already matured. Lingzi is mature. Lin Feng smiled. He picked a fruit. This fruit is white. There is a lot of energy in it. Lin Feng took a bite. As a spirit fruit, this fruit has a very good taste. Shortly after eating, a warm current appeared inside the body, moisturizing Lin Feng's body. Tong Tong, give you one. Lin Feng picked another spirit fruit and handed it to Tong Tong. Meow. Tong Tong ate. Soon, Lin Feng finished eating a spiritual fruit. This spirit fruit gave Lin Feng the feeling that the effect was very good. After Tong Tong finished eating one, he didn't want to move, and entered the lazy cat mode again. Lin Feng, on the contrary, felt a strong warm current in his body. This spiritual fruit nourishes the body. Lin Feng thought. Different spirit fruits have different effects. The specific effect depends on the type of spiritual plant. This spiritual fruit nourishes the body and can make the body stronger. In fact, the body is the root of the evolutionary. No matter what kind of evolutionary it is, in the end, the body can become quite powerful. Of course, there will also be some differences, such as some power and defensive evolutions, and those who use martial arts to start their own evolution, and their bodies are stronger than others. Why do you still want to eat? At this time, Lin Feng suddenly felt very hungry and wanted to eat. So, Lin Feng ate another one. Once you eat it, you can't stop. Soon, Lin Feng ate all the spiritual fruits from the first spiritual plant. After eating, I was finally not so hungry. But the energy in the body is about to explode. No, you have to digest this energy. Lin Feng's eyes were flushed. He quickly came to the gravity zone, where he punched. This is a basic punch. Can be used to speed up the digestion of energy. Gravity is not enough, increase it by 5 times. Lin Feng opened the operation panel of the space and increased the gravity of this area to 5 times. Equivalent to 5 times the gravity of the Earth. Under such gravity, it is difficult for ordinary people to even stand. But Lin Feng just found it enjoyable. He threw his fists in full concentration. Lin Feng was fascinated. Unconsciously, Lin Feng triggered another epiphany. The energy in the body is constantly being digested. I don't know how long it took. Lin Feng threw a punch. Boom! The air in front of it seemed to have turned into a wall of air, and it shook violently. It even made a shocking sound. This is Lin Feng's punch too fast, shaking the air. Lin Feng also woke up suddenly. This is fist intent. Lin Feng was surprised at first, but also delighted. Fist. Evolvers who start their own evolution through martial arts practice not only practice the body, but also all kinds of true meanings. The effect of sincerity is very large. Otherwise, how to compete with those who master the terrifying evolution of thunder or flames? That is supernatural power. When a thunderbolt enough to shatter steel comes down, what do you do to stop it? Use your body to resist? Or with a tiny sword? However, once you grasp the true meaning, it is completely different. Boxing is also a kind of true meaning. By practicing boxing and mastering the meaning of boxing, it is equivalent to the awakening of those who practice martial arts. That is to say, the current Lin Feng has awakened again by practicing boxing. 3 Awakenings. Chapter 26. The consumption of this spirit stone is too great. Awakening 3 times is a good thing. But soon, Lin Feng found that after awakening his fist intent, his body's demand for spiritual energy began to become very terrifying. No wonder. Those who start their own evolution by practicing martial arts grow more slowly than others. The reason is simple. Their demand for spiritual energy is much higher than others. And spiritual energy is precious. Don't look at Lin Feng and Zhou Tong who got so many spirit stones in the defense competition. Can be replaced by another person. Where is the chance? Defending the competition, the biggest winner is the final winner. Others just accompany them. Unless you can defend more than 10 rounds, even if you lose, you can still have 1 spiritual stone. The difficulty of obtaining spirit stones is not small. Even if you join a big power, if you don't have a good cultivation aptitude and your talent in the portable space is not good, it is impossible for others to give you too many resources. Other people's spirit stones are not for nothing. It is necessary to compete with aliens. Moreover, if you take someone's spirit stone, you have to sacrifice your life for them. In the battle with aliens or other forces, if you are asked to take the lead as cannon fodder, you have to be obedient. Unless your spatial talent is too good, others will not let you charge if you are afraid that you will die. Due to Lin Feng's increasing demand for spiritual energy, Lin Feng soon discovered that the spiritual stones seemed to be insufficient. 178 spirit stones, nearly double the number from the previous week. But according to the current Lin Feng and Tong Tong, there are still plants in the space consuming the spiritual energy, which is not very durable. The stronger the strength, the greater the need for spiritual energy. This point is absolutely correct. After thinking about it, at night, after using the space acceleration for 5 hours, Lin Feng came to the Evolutionary Alliance early the next morning. He was ready to test his strength again. In the Evolutionary Alliance, different strength stages can receive different spirit stones. This is also the support of the Evolutionary Alliance for all evolutionaries. There is one piece when you wake up. 10 blocks for the first order. The second order is said to be 100 yuan. Lin Feng's strongest thunder power, reaching the second order strength, should be appropriate. There are 100 spirit stones, which is not bad. After the registration, Lin Feng came to the special test place. This time the place is different from the last time. The last time was the awakening registration. This time it's a strength test. Not many people, not too few. Moreover, unlike the awakening registration, this time is a monotonous test, and will not be watched by others, because some people have the need for confidentiality. Soon, it was Lin Feng's turn. Lin Feng walked in. Please keep hitting the energy screen. The staff said to Lin Feng. It is good. In Lin Feng's hands, thunder light began to appear. Then, the thunder and lightning continued to attack, and the intensity began to increase. In the end, Lin Feng released a ball of lightning that slammed into the energy screen. The number on the energy screen began to soar wildly. This energy screen has two values, one is the value of the energy intensity, and the other is the value of the strength level calculated from the energy intensity. Generally speaking, the evolutionary of the energy system, before the sixth order, the control of their specific strength is still not very accurate, and needs to be tested. Tier 3. When Lin Feng stopped attacking, a look of surprise appeared on the staff's faces. Because, the energy intensity of Lin Feng's attack has already reached the third order level. Tier 3. The staff member glanced at Lin Feng's information card subconsciously. 18 years old. 18-year-old third order. Sky. What kind of genius is this? The staff were a little surprised. Is it all right? Lin Feng's voice sounded. Okay. The staff nodded again and again, and their attitude was much better. Have they reached the third order strength? Lin Feng was also a little surprised when he saw the numbers on the energy screen. Now, almost 2 weeks have passed since the last awakening test. More than 2 weeks outside, in the portable space, in fact, about 7 weeks have passed, more than 1 month and nearly 2 months. The last test was first order. This time, it's directly third order. Tier 3 is not bad, because after reaching Tier 3, you can receive 500 spirit stones. In addition to the second order spirit stones, this time, Lin Feng can receive 600 spirit stones. 600 yuan. The shortage of spirit stones can be solved temporarily. Lin Feng is in a good mood. Lin Feng left here with the information card and came to the place where the spirit stone was collected. 600 spirit stones, still need to be counted for a while. What, at the age of 18, you are Tier 3? Haven't joined any forces yet? On the second floor, in a spacious office, a voice sounded. The speaker was a woman sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. This woman has a hot body and is quite tall, with her hair like a waterfall. Yes, President. Another voice sounded. Such a genius must be given more support, give him that qualification. I will go in person. After the president finished speaking, he stood up and hurriedly walked down. Chapter 27. Hello, this is 600 spirit stones, please check. At the place where the spirit stones were collected, a staff member handed a lot of spirit stones to Lin Feng. Each piece of spirit stone is only the size of soap. But the 600 spirit stones added up, it was quite a large pile. Lin Feng took the spirit stone and put it all into the space. After getting the spirit stone, Lin Feng was ready to leave. Please wait. At this time, behind him, a female voice sounded. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a big beauty wearing black silk, stepping on high heels, and a hot body standing there, looking at him with great interest. Next to this big beauty, there is a woman in uniform. Lin Feng, our president wants to talk to you. Women in uniform. President? Lin Feng looked at the black silk beauty. This dress is the president of the Sioux City branch of the Evolution Alliance. Hello, I'm the president of the Sicheng branch. Lu are you? You can call me sister are you? The black-haired beauty came over, smiled at Lin Feng, and said, "Hello." Lin Feng also responded politely. "Let's talk here." Lu are you said. "It is good." Lin Feng wanted to see what she was going to say. "Please sit down." In a small living room, Lu are you said. Lin Feng sat opposite her. Lu are you's eyes looked at Lin Feng a few times. Lin Feng's image made her feel bright. Sicheng has not seen a genius like you for a long time. There was a hint of praise in Lu are you's voice. The president is overrated. Lin Feng was very modest. Lu are you looked at Lin Feng and said, "I have a test qualification in my hand. I didn't have a suitable candidate. However, after seeing you, I decided to give it to you." Test qualification? Lu are you didn't give up, and continued, "You know the spatial crack, right?" Lin Feng nodded. After the world's spiritual energy recovered, the earth was slowly getting bigger. Now the volume of the earth is much larger than before. Not only is it getting bigger, but the strength of the earth is also increasing. In the words of some strong people, this is called oceanic barrier. Due to the continuous enlargement of the earth, some space cracks have also appeared. Some space cracks are dangerous, but there are also some space cracks. There are some very good things, and there may even be a lot of spiritual stones. There are also some space cracks, some ancient relics have been found, and there may be some opportunities. Many aliens who invaded the Earth star set their base camps in some space cracks. Between Sicheng and Zhongken, a new spatial crack was discovered. The level of danger inside is not very high, but there are many good things. Our strong man cleaned up some of the big dangers inside, and then prepared to use the space crack to test some young genius evolutionaries from the surrounding forces. Lu are you told the whole story. Such a trial is not too dangerous, everything you find is yours, but there are some immeasurable dangers, such as the way aliens may invade, and there may be other dangers inside. But we have strong people in the town, how about it, are you interested? Lu are you looked at Lin Feng and said. Have. Lin Feng agreed directly. Such opportunities are precious. In general, it is difficult to obtain without joining a major force, or until the strength reaches a certain level. Dangerous, certainly dangerous. However, human beings can rise in desperation and regain a firm footing, that is, they have been killed all the way. What's more, a large number of evolutionaries entered this time, as well as the Evolutionary Alliance and the powerhouses of many forces. They couldn't have sent people in to die, could they? There must be certain dangers. The purpose of the trial is achieved, but it can be dealt with. With Lin Feng's current strength and Tong Tong, it shouldn't be a big problem. If you can find more spiritual stones in the space cracks, then you don't have to worry about it in the future. He, Tong Tong, and Dao Ao have no problem eating lingxi as food. There are too many places where spirit stones are needed, and the 10,000 spirit stones for space upgrade have not yet arrived. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed so readily, Lu Ryu's eyes became more appreciative. Lin Feng is more decisive than she imagined. Take the chance. Not even ink. She likes this kind of character. In this trial, you need to go out of the city by yourself and rush to the crack in the space. We are stronger in this area, and there will not be many aliens, but you must be careful, the beasts stalked by aliens will appear from time to time. Lu Ryu said. It is good. Lin Feng said. After thinking about it, Lu Ryu took out something from her arms. It was a blue gem. No, not a gem. It is more like pressing water into a blue liquid, bringing the effect of gems. This is for you. If you encounter a danger that you can't handle, you can use it to resolve it. Lu Ru said. It's like a lifesaver. Lu Ru is definitely strong enough to be the president of the Sioux City branch, and the things she gave should not be bad. Thank you, President. Lin Feng was not polite either and took it directly. Okay, then you can leave as soon as possible. Lu Ru said again. It is good. Lin Feng responded. After saying goodbye to Lu Ru, Lin Feng left. He doesn't need to pack anything, because enough living materials have already been prepared in the portable space. It is quite convenient to have a carry-on space. Lu Ru had already sent the location of the space crack. There, it is about 100 kilometers away from Sioux City. So, Lin Feng took a car and went all the way out of the city. After leaving the city, there are still roads all the way to a surrounding town, but further out, there are no roads, and some are often destroyed by beasts stalked by aliens. This is Lin Feng's first time out of town. Chapter 28. Little brother, you are so young, are you going out of the city alone? In the car, the driver asked while driving. Lin Feng looked at the scenery outside the car and gave a faint It's not very peaceful outside the city recently. The beasts sown by the aliens have grown up again. The fierce beasts between Sicheng and Pinghu town have not been completely cleaned up. It is safer for us to go with the convoy. The driver pointed to the convoy in front, and said. There were several buses in that convoy. You could see that on the top of the buses, there were several people with guns and a heavy machine gun. Hot weapons are basically useless in the face of powerful evolutionaries. But heavy firepower still has a certain effect when dealing with some less powerful beasts. It is good. Lin Feng agreed. After waiting for about half an hour, the bus in the convoy was full of people. These people are holding various weapons one by one, and they are basically middle-aged men. There are no evolutionaries in it. They all go to the outer defense line to participate in the garrison or build fortifications, do odd jobs, etc., and their income is much higher than in the city. The convoy started to set off, and the taxi that Lin Feng took also followed. After walking for a while, it turned into a gravel road, but the speed of the team was not slow, and they could run 50 or 60 yards per hour. At this time, at the rear, a convoy with a large number of armored vehicles caught up at a faster speed, and then overtook the convoy. It's the team of Juxin Group. The driver recognized the sign in the convoy road. Juxin Group, Lin Feng has heard of this name. A month ago, in the square, when tens of thousands of people in Sicheng just turned 18, when they got their own space, Juxin Group was there to recruit people. The convoy moved on. Along the way, there are many teams like Juxin Group. They are all powerful teams. It's all for the trial of space cracks. Lin Feng thought. His trial qualification was given by Lu Ru. Some major forces also have some qualifications for trials. Strange, why are so many powerful convoys dispatched today? What happened outside? Taxi drivers are curious. Every city has a solid line of defense around it. The range of activities of many ordinary people throughout their lives is basically around the cities where they were born. Most, that is, between the city and the outer defense line. As long as you leave the city, even within the defense line, it is not necessarily absolutely safe for ordinary people. Outside the defense line, it is extremely dangerous for ordinary people. Although there is a carry-on space, after so many years, the aliens also have the means to target. For example, some aliens have specially improved and nurtured some new beasts in order to target the carry-on space of Earth people. These beasts are very good at finding the anchor point of the carry-on space. Even if the strength of these beasts is difficult to destroy the anchor, they can stay there and make you dare not go out. When stronger beasts or aliens come, you will cry without tears. Bang bang bang. Da-da-da. An hour later, gunshots sounded ahead. There are beasts. These damn aliens are spreading beasts everywhere. The taxi driver scolded. Although there is a solid line of defense, the aliens can still let some tiny beasts penetrate the line of defense through air or water. After these beast species fall within the defense line, they will hide in the dense forest and grow up. Usually, they can grow up in a few months and become a powerful beast. Among the tasks released by the Evolution Alliance and the City Lord's Mansion every day, there are tasks to clean up these beasts. Their strength is not too strong, and their lifespan is short, usually a year or two at most. But these beasts are a great threat to ordinary people. The key is disgusting people, which brings some trouble to the defense of the city and the construction around the city. Lin Feng looked at it and saw more than a dozen beasts rushing towards the convoy. Heavy machine guns roared from the roof of the convoy ahead. However, the speed of the beasts is fast, and the number of hits is not many. After hitting, the number of bullets is small, and these beasts cannot be killed at once. The main reason is that the density of firepower is not enough. In those convoys, some passengers also took up guns and started to attack. There are also timid passengers who see that the situation is wrong and hide in the carry-on space. Little brother, let's hide in the space first. These beasts are not strong and can't find the anchor point. Let the evolutionaries deal with them. We can just hide for a while, suggested the taxi driver. Front. Seeing that the number of beasts is a bit large, it took a long time to kill a few, but the beasts were already approaching, and everyone disappeared on a bus. Then, the bus disappeared. These buses are no more than 10 meters in length, just to facilitate the income of the carry-on space. Soon, the second and third buses also disappeared. These guys! Hurry up! For ordinary people, once they find that they can't beat it, it is indeed the best way to hide in the portable space. Little brother, you advanced the space, so I can put the taxi away. Seeing that the buses disappeared one by one, the taxi driver panicked and said quickly. If Lin Feng doesn't enter the space or get out of the car, he can't put away the taxi. No need. Lin Feng got out of the car. Exactly, let's try these beasts. Tong tong. Lin Feng released Tong tong. After the dozen or so beasts found that the bus disappeared, they all rushed towards the taxi. When the taxi driver saw this, he quickly put the taxi into his carry-on space. Just after receiving it, the dozen or so vicious beasts came. Little brother, hurry up and hide! Shouted the taxi driver. He was about to enter the portable space when he saw a thunder light appearing on Lin Feng's hand. Thunderbolt! The terrifying thunder and lightning rushed out, and the fastest rushing beast was directly hit, and the fire went out with a hoot. Immediately afterwards, another lightning bolt rushed out, and this lightning bolt directly forked, killing several beasts in a row. After the thunder and lightning rushed out, a small black shadow flashed, and Tong Tong had already pounced on it, one with each paw. Those beasts that had just escaped a lot of heavy machine gun bullets were like crispy tofu in front of her. Evolver! The taxi driver's eyes widened. In a short time, more than 10 beasts were all eliminated. These beasts themselves are to disgust human beings, and their strength should be around the First Order awakening, which is not strong. The threat to ordinary people is not small, but for Lin Feng and Tong Tong, there is no threat. Let's go. After eliminating the beast, Lin Feng hugged Tong Tong and said, "Oh, well, I didn't expect the little brother to be such a powerful evolutionary. I'm wrong. Let me handle these beast meat for you? Give you the market price." The driver sighed in relief. "It is good." Lin Feng agreed. "These beasts are not strong, a beast can be sold for 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, and it is very difficult to exchange spirit stones. However, Lin Feng just recorded a video. You can submit a task to the Evolution Alliance or the City Lord's Mansion to get contribution points. If you accumulate more contribution points, you can exchange for spirit stones." Taxis hit the road again. This time, the driver did not wait for those buses and drove all the way to Pinghu town. After knowing Lin Feng's strength, the driver's attitude became very warm. After half an hour, finally, Pinghu town arrived. This is the outermost town in Su City. There are a lot of people inside, and it even gives people a feeling that it is even more lively than Sicheng. Little brother, I will send you here. The driver said goodbye to Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked to the periphery of Pinghu town alone, came to the defense line, submitted his information card, and was able to go out. Once out of the line of defense, outside, the traces of human activities suddenly decreased. Lin Feng took out his phone and found the direction. This way. Lin Feng took a step and walked towards the position of the space crack alone. Chapter 29. Thunderbolt. In the jungle, a thunderbolt killed a mutant bird. The wild is indeed dangerous for ordinary people. Some mutant animals themselves will attack humans. Not to mention the beasts kept by aliens. Lin Feng took Tong Tong all the way to the crack in the space. At this time, the sky has gradually darkened. Let's go after a night's rest. Lin Feng decided to take a night off. The trial will officially start tomorrow. Not in a hurry. He found a cave, killed a poisonous snake hidden in it, and entered the cave. Then, Lin Feng found a position and entered the space. Even in the wild, the aura concentration is not enough. Naturally, it is more comfortable and safer to be in your own space. Lin Feng took a shower with the hot water stored in the still area, and fell asleep. When I woke up, it was only after 2 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng will speed up the opening. Exactly, you can use up the 5 hours of space acceleration every day. These 5 hours, Lin Feng will find time to use every day, otherwise it would be a pity to waste. It's free anyway. It can give the plants in the space dozens of hours more growth time. Lin Feng and Tong Tong can also spend dozens of hours to become stronger. Fist intent. This time, Lin Feng trained dozens of hours of boxing in the gravity area. For those who practice martial arts, the role of true meaning is very important. Boxing intent is a very domineering and unparalleled true meaning. When the fist intent is practiced to a high level, a single punch can shatter a mountain for you. 30 hours later, Lin Feng stopped sweating profusely, and directly shattered 20 spirit stones. So cool! Lin Feng felt very happy. He felt that his fist intent should have reached a new stage. After taking a shower, Lin Feng rested for a few hours before continuing to set off. There are beasts. This time, not long after departure, he encountered a beast. These beasts are considerably stronger than those in the line of defense. There are more than 30 in number. Tong Tong, kill them. Lin Feng said after observing for a while. Thunderbolt. A ball of lightning slammed into the 30 or so ferocious beasts and exploded. Immediately afterwards, Tong Tong rushed over and eliminated all the remaining beasts. After the solution, Lin Feng continued on the road. Along the way, I encountered several waves of beasts, but they were all resolved smoothly. The strength of these beasts is mostly above the first rank, and there are also many second rank. There are not many people who are too strong. There are many human cities in this area, and human beings are more powerful. There are also many evolutionaries who hunt and kill beasts in the wild. In this way, after a few hours, Lin Feng finally arrived outside the space crack. There, in the valley between two large mountains. When Lin Feng got there, he found that there were already a lot of people there, and there were still a lot of helicopters parked. A temporary defense line has also been constructed. There are many well-armed elite soldiers stationed. The guns in the hands of these soldiers are different from the guns in the hands of ordinary people. What they were holding was a Chinook gun. Chinook guns, that is, Chinook weapons, use spiritual stones as energy. Such weapons are much more powerful than ordinary thermal weapons. They are also evolutionaries themselves. However, it is not a particularly powerful evolutionary. However, through the Chinook gun, they can effectively make up for their shortcomings, and with their number, after the number increases, there are still some difficulties. Please show your eligibility card. Lin Feng was stopped by several soldiers. Lin Feng took out the qualification card given by Lu Ru. Please come in. Several soldiers let go. Lin Feng walked in. After walking in, Lin Feng saw that there were many young evolutionaries inside. Lin Feng didn't know any of these people. It seems that they are all genius evolutionaries from surrounding cities, including some forces in Sui City. All of them should have about the strength of Tier 3. But they are not very old, they all look like they are in their 20s. Compared with other evolutionaries, it is indeed a genius evolutionary. Lin Feng should be the youngest here. These people all knew each other, in groups of 3 or 5, gathered together and chatted there. Lin Feng came to the side silently and waited. One after another, people kept coming. After these people arrived, they all chatted with each other when they saw familiar people. No one noticed Lin Feng, or noticed it, and didn't pay too much attention after finding out that he didn't know him. Hey, Lin Feng! At this time, a voice sounded. Lin Feng took a look and felt that the woman in front of him was a little familiar. Don't know me? Sun Shiqiu. Women's introduction. Sun Shiqiu? Lin Feng thought about it. Isn't she a beast master? How come? Although her frost wolf strength is strong, the strength of that frost wolf should only be around the 2nd rank. In this way, Sun Shiqiu's own strength should not be bad, after all, he is a son of a big family. Even if his spatial talent is not good, there must be a very good personal space in the family, otherwise it will be difficult for a family to rise. Famous beasts, maybe just a sideline. Sun Shiqiu smiled, I didn't expect you to come too, how about you, form a team with us? She pointed to a few girls next to her. Lin Feng glanced at the girls who were looking at him curiously, and shook his head, no, I'm used to being alone. Okay then. Sun Shiqiu didn't force it either. Soon, it's 10 o'clock. It's time to enter the space rift. Thunderbolt. In the sky, a lightning flashed. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man stepping on thunder appeared in the air. Lin Feng looked at the man. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful thunder system evolutionary, and he can fly with thunder. The crack in space is about to open. What you can find in it depends on your fortune. Okay, let's go in. You have 3 days. The middle-aged man said solemnly. Then, in the valley ahead, the space seemed to be torn apart. Inside the torn hole, the scenery is completely different from the surrounding, as if there is a small world hidden inside. Those who came to the trial came in one after another. Sun Shiqiu glanced at Lin Feng from a distance, and entered with a few sisters. Lin Feng also entered the space crack. As soon as he entered, Lin Feng felt that it was like a different world. What you can see is a large tract of woods. The aura concentration is much higher than outside. There should be spirit stones in here. Lin Feng thought. The evolutionaries who came in chose one direction to go. After thinking about it, Lin Feng released Tong Tong. Tong Tong, why is there a flower on your head? After it was released, Lin Feng found that Tong Tong was wearing a small peach flower on his head. It looks like there are some cute ones. Meow. Tong Tong meowed. Lin Feng understood, maybe Dao Ao gave it to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't pick peach blossoms to wear. At this time, Tong Tong's little nose sniffed, not knowing what to smell, and raised her paws to point in one direction. Hey? Tong Tong, do you want me to come here? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong meowed again. It means, yes. Did Tong Tong discover anything? Lin Feng decided to follow the direction pointed by Tong Tong. He had never been there before. Anyway, it was just a random touch, so why not try it? Let's go, Tong Tong. So, Lin Feng picked up Tong Tong and walked in the direction she pointed. Chapter 30. There is more than one evolutionary person in this direction. However, after walking a distance, these evolutionaries scattered. A venomous snake attacked. Meow. However, before the poisonous snake approached, it was killed by Tong Tong's claws. At least a first-order level. Lin Feng whispered. In this space crack, the degree of danger is not small. A small poisonous snake has a first order. Meow. After Tong Tong killed the poisonous snake, he did not return to Lin Feng's arms, but led the way. Her sense of smell and hearing are quite acute. In this respect, Lin Feng is far inferior to her. You know, ordinary cats have 5 times more sense of smell, hearing, and vision at night than humans. However, Lin Feng's perception of the surrounding environment is not bad. He was also able to observe nearby movements through his mental power. Meow. Tong Tong pounced, killing a spider hiding behind a leaf. Mutant spider. Lin Feng looked at the spider the size of a wash basin. Insect-like mutant animals, once mutated, are also quite difficult to deal with. However, due to the deprivation of the spiritual energy of the Earth star by the aliens, the number of mutant insects in the wild is much smaller. In this space crack, the concentration of spiritual energy is greater, and the number of mutated insects is quite large. Tong Tong continued to move forward with Lin Feng. After walking a bit, she raised her little claws and killed another mutant insect that was trying to sneak attack. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't take much action, and it was enough to follow Tong Tong all the way. I saw Tong Tong pounce occasionally raise its claws, unleashing an arc to kill blockers on the road. The progress of one person and one cat is not slow. After walking out like this for more than half an hour, the evolutionaries were basically scattered. Only the team is still together. It's still quite big here. Meow. After Tong Tong took Lin Feng through a dense forest, a cliff appeared in front of him. Under the cliff, there is a small pool. Meow. Tong Tong jumped back into Lin Feng's arms, called out softly, and pointed to the pool. Pool. Do not. This is not an ordinary pool, because the surrounding aura is too concentrated. The water in here is probably close to spiritual liquid. The concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual liquid is very high. The aura thickened into substance and turned into liquid. Similar to spirit stone, but the advantage of spirit liquid is that it is easier to absorb, and maybe it has other functions. There is a lot of spiritual liquid in this pool. So much, just to release the spiritual energy inside, I am afraid it is equivalent to hundreds, or even thousands of spiritual energy in the spiritual stone. In this space crack, there really is something good. Moreover, Tong Tong could smell it from a distance. Could it be that her nose has also mutated? It's a cat treasure hunt. There should be big guys. Lin Feng whispered. After Tong Tong arrived here, his voice became quieter, and he did not step forward directly, indicating that there was danger around here. In this forest, there are not even mutant insects, which can explain the problem. Such a good thing, there is no mutant animal that does not like it. Even if the insect does not have intelligence, there is an evolutionary need in its genes, and it will come after smelling it. While observing, Lin Feng probed the surroundings with his mental power. Meow. Tong Tong pointed to the pool. Lin Feng understood what she meant, and she wanted to seduce the other party. No, Tong Tong, I don't know where the other party is. Lin Feng didn't want Tong Tong to take risks. However, Tong Tong had already jumped out. She jumped to the edge of the pool in a few seconds, posing to drink the water in the pool. At this time, suddenly, in the sand in front of the pool, a long tongue struck out faster than lightning. Good guy. Toad. This guy's tongue is too fast. For an ordinary toad, the acceleration of sticking out its tongue is 12 times the acceleration of gravity, which has exceeded the speed of sound. This guy is a mutant toad, and the speed of sticking out his tongue is so fast. Plus, this guy was hiding in the sand and launched a surprise attack. Even a mutant animal with a strength 1 or 2 orders higher than it, as long as it doesn't notice it, it may be successful in its sneak attack. Time is too short. Lin Feng also recognized the toad, and before he could worry about Tong Tong, he saw that Tong Tong's claws moved. The long tongue of the mutant toad was stepped on by Tong Tong's claws. An astonishingly powerful arc went up the toad's tongue. Good guy. Tong Tong's reaction speed is simply amazing. It even stepped on the toad's tongue. If this were Sun Shikyu's Frost Wolf, he would have already been recruited. Before even the ice armor could condense, it was hit by the tongue of the mutant toad, not to mention hitting a hole, it might even be highly poisonous. The toad's tongue turned black at a frantic speed, and then the arc entered the inside of the toad's body. This mutant toad, which is not weak, suddenly died. Its tongue is really strong, and it is estimated that except for Tong Tong, even if it is 2 or 3 steps higher, it is impossible to kill it in this way. But Tong Tong did it. Tong Tong's reaction is also invincible. As soon as Toad died, Lin Feng walked out and came to the pool. The pool is clear and bottomless, it looks like water, but it is spiritual fluid. Lin Feng was not polite, and quickly put all the spiritual liquid in the pool into the portable space and put it into a container. The amount of spiritual liquid was a little more than Lin Feng had expected. There were more than a dozen cubes, which was at least equivalent to more than 1,000 spiritual stones. Good harvest. Lin Feng smiled. It's really good to have such a harvest as soon as you come in. After putting it away, Lin Feng was about to leave. Meow. But I saw Tong Tong pointing to the bottom of the pool that had already dried up. There is a layer of white mud. Tong Tong, are you saying this mud is also useful? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong means this. Lin Feng grabbed a handful of mud and found that the mud was not ordinary mud. This is the authentic spiritual soil. No, it is more abundant than ordinary spiritual power. It can be put into the pond later. So, Lin Feng put away all the mud. After scraping the bottom of the entire small pool, I got several cubes of white mud. Hey, what is this? After finishing the white mud, Lin Feng saw another thing at the bottom of the white mud. Lin Feng pulled out the surrounding soil and found that it was a sword hilt. He grabbed the hilt, pulled it out, and pulled out a broken sword. Broken sword? As soon as the broken sword was pulled out by Lin Feng, a cold light flashed on the blade of the sword. Immediately afterwards, the scenery in front of Lin Feng's eyes changed. He seemed to be in the sky. Next second, a mighty, like 1,000-mile-long sword light, slashed down. Chapter 31. In the face of such a sword light, Lin Feng's mind was captured at once. In this sword light, there is a heart-pounding killing intent that makes Lin Feng seem to have lost the ability to move. There is a body out of control. The feeling of being unable to move. Sword intent. These 2 words appeared in Lin Feng's heart. Some martial arts practitioners start their own evolution, and the 2 most critical words are the true meaning. Before, what Lin Feng had mastered was fist intent. In this sword light, what is contained is sword intent. Moreover, it is an extremely terrifying sword intent. In the face of such sword intent, weak people, like Lin Feng, will be completely captured. Even if you shout 10,000 times in the bottom of your heart and want to escape, your body will be out of control. Lin Feng shouted, fist intent poured out. With the true meaning, against the true meaning. Although, his fist intent is too weak compared to this sword intent. However, this kind of confrontation also allowed Lin Feng to successfully regain control over his body. He was about to dodge the sword light. Next second, where Lin Feng was, a sword light also rushed out. The 2 sword lights collided in an instant. Then I saw that the sword light that rushed out from behind was directly chopped to pieces by the terrifying sword intent of the sword light that rushed forward. Even the cold sword was cut off in one fell swoop. The sword light didn't stop, rushing all the way down. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that the sword light fell on a mountain, cutting the mountain into two halves at once. This power! Lin Feng was shocked by this power. He turned his head quickly, wanting to see the master who emitted the sword light. However, the distance is too far, and only a rather slender figure can be seen. Next second, all the sights vanished cleanly. The broken sword in Lin Feng's hand returned to normal. It looked like an ordinary broken sword. Illusion. Lin Feng whispered. The experience just now was just an illusion formed after touching the sword intent remaining on the broken sword. The opponent's strength was terrifyingly strong, so strong that it even cut off the broken sword in Lin Feng's hand. Sword intent still remained on broken sword. It didn't dissipate for a long time. As a result, when Lin Feng pulled out the sword from the soil, he touched the remaining sword intent on the sword. Then, the scene when broken sword was cut off was triggered. The master of broken sword should not be weak. Lin Feng thought. The hilt of this broken sword is somewhat different from a human sword, and it is most likely that of a foreigner. And the shot should be the strongest among human beings. The strength of this alien is probably not weak. After the broken sword was cut off, the aliens also seemed to be beheaded. The broken sword fell all the way, and I don't know how it fell into the space crack this time. The spiritual power remaining on the broken sword formed a spiritual fluid pool here. Then it happened to be discovered by Lin Feng and Tong Tong. A little bit of spiritual power remaining on a broken sword, the formation of a pool of spiritual liquid is equivalent to at least 1,000 spiritual stones. It also nourishes a lot of spiritual soil. The master of broken sword is definitely not weak. I don't know when this battle happened. Come to think of it, it shouldn't be recently. Because this spiritual liquid pool seems to have been around for some time. Lin Feng put away the broken sword. Tong Tong, where are you going now? Lin Feng asked. Tong Tong jumped up a tree and sniffed. Lin Feng felt that she should be sniffing the flow of spiritual energy. Generally speaking, if there is no blockade, the aura will flow around from a slightly thicker place. This is the case without blocking. Under the circumstance that the concentration of aura around is not much different, most people would not notice this. But Tong Tong seems to be able to. Soon, Tong Tong jumped down. Meow. She points in the other direction. Let's go. Lin Feng walked there with Tong Tong. After more than an hour, Lin Feng and Tong Tong killed a lot of mutant insects and the like, and rushed there. Lingzi. After arriving here, Lin Feng discovered that there was a spiritual plant here. This spiritual plant has not yet reached the fruiting period, but there are already many mutant insects beside it. These mutant insects are not weak, and the strongest one has reached the third order. However, he still died under the cooperation of Lin Feng and Tong Tong. Lin Feng digs up the root of this spiritual plant. After poaching, Lin Feng looked at Tong Tong curiously. Tong Tong, how did you find it? He didn't expect that Tong Tong could even find Lingzi now. Meow. Tong Tong pointed to the peach blossom on his head. There were many battles along the way, but the little peach blossom on Tong Tong's head was always there. Tong Tong, what do you mean? Dao Ao told you? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong answered yes. Is this little peach blossom a part of Dao Ao? Unexpectedly, Dao Ao has the ability to sense the location of spiritual plants among many plants. Come on, let's continue. Lin Feng said. Since you have such an ability, you should make good use of it and find more things while others haven't explored too much. So, Lin Feng and Tong Tong found it again. In the middle, I encountered some evolutionaries, but Lin Feng avoided them in advance. In this way, until the afternoon, Lin Feng's harvest was not bad. A total of 5 spiritual plants were found, all of which were stored in the portable space. Night falls. In this space crack, you can actually see the moonlight. Be careful. As night fell, the cracks in the space suddenly became lively. A large number of mutant insects that are active at night were dispatched. Some mutant mosquitoes rushed in groups and were killed by Lin Feng and Tong Tong. In the space crack, the level of danger at night seems to be even more dangerous than during the day. I don't know what else is dangerous. Forget it, sleep. Lin Feng didn't have the time to look for it anymore. Meow. Tong Tong also wanted to sleep. Today, her activity is not small. So, Lin Feng climbed up a tree and entered the personal space from here. The anchor point just falls on a leaf. Tong Tong, come, I'll give you a bath. After entering the portable space, Lin Feng released hot water from the static area and gave Tong Tong a bath. The area of the still area is actually not large, and it is slender. But very high. The area of the ground is more than 100 square meters. The height is hundreds of meters. The space is so high, it is impossible for Lin Feng to not use the space in the high sky, right? Therefore, in this static area, there are a lot of frozen things. In case someone can't find the anchor point of the space and wants to wait for the rabbit, Lin Feng, relying on the materials in the space, insists on it for 10 or 8 years, which should be enough. One more thing. The higher the level of the carry-on space, the harder it is to find and destroy the anchor. However, it is still difficult to upgrade. Lin Feng is still far from 10,000 spiritual stones. If he finds a big power now and tells his talent in the space with him, let alone 10,000 spirit stones, he needs 100,000 spirit stones to upgrade, and that big power sells iron to Lin Feng. But then, Lin Feng is stupid. People will definitely control Lin Feng, and maybe they will do a good job on the surface, but secretly, they will definitely put Lin Feng under house arrest. Therefore, Lin Feng is not in a hurry. On my own, I don't grow very slowly. After taking a bath, Lin Feng planted all the 5 spiritual plants. Although the plants in the space themselves will mutate, it is not bad to have ready-made spiritual plants. These spiritual plants are also normal spiritual plants, and they did not produce the same changes as Daoao and Lotus. It seems that the changes of Daoao and Lotus are still influenced by the unprecedented portable space of Lin Feng. After taking a nap in the portable space, the time outside was still around 2 a.m. when I fell asleep. Lin Feng slept soundly. Taking advantage of the night outside, Lin Feng turned on the acceleration again. In this way, the 5 hours of acceleration has passed, just right, the sky is bright in the space crack, and you can explore again, and the 5 hours of acceleration time will not be wasted. After the acceleration was turned on, Lin Feng took out the broken sword. Before, when he touched the sword intent on broken sword, the terrifying sword intent brought a great sense of oppression to Lin Feng. Although the sense of oppression was strong, it gave Lin Feng some insight. It would be nice to keep this sword intent is too terrifying. Lin Feng thought. If this sword intent can be preserved, then Lin Feng can continue to experience this sword intent in the future, and even use this sword intent to train himself. In terms of true intent, Lin Feng's progress will probably be very fast. However, it is not easy to preserve such a sword intent. There is still sword intent on the broken sword, but it is estimated that after triggering it a few times, it will be gone. After thinking about it, Lin Feng opened the space panel to see if it could be achieved through space. He has so much space and talent that Lin Feng didn't even remember it. Looking at it, Lin Feng soon found out. He saw a talent. Unremarkable talent. Solidified talent, a red 5-star talent. It can consume spirit stones to solidify the energy of some objects, so that they will not decay in space. This talent might be used to preserve the sword intent on this broken sword. So Lin Feng tried it. Success. As soon as he tried it, Lin Feng found that it was a success. Solidified talent, successfully solidified sword intent. It consumed a lot of spirit stones, 20 pieces. Although there are many spirit stones, it is worth it. This broken sword can enjoy the curing effect in space. Of course, it only enjoys solidification in the space. Once you take it out and trigger the sword intent a few times, it will be gone. Therefore, Lin Feng reassured and boldly triggered broken sword with energy. As soon as it was triggered, immediately, the scene in front of him changed again, the mighty sword intent, like a rainbow, struck again. Chapter 32. Knowing that this was an illusion, Lin Feng did not avoid it, but silently felt the sword intent. This sword intent is too strong. It is also very domineering, and there is a feeling that the edge must be exposed. The sword light resurfaced, and the owner of broken sword also launched an attack. Then, the two sword lights collided, and the sword intent of the owner of broken sword was chopped to pieces. The sword light rushed downwards, cutting a mountain in half. And then, the illusion disappears. The entire illusion didn't last long. From the appearance of the sword light to the moment when the mountain was cut off, it only took a few seconds. After using the solidification talent of space to solidify, Lin Feng can always stimulate the sword intent remaining on the broken sword. Tong Tong, give you the spirit liquid. Lin Feng took out some spiritual liquid and gave it to Tong Tong. The effect of spiritual liquid is better, you can drink it directly. Of course, when the strength is not strong, you can't drink too much. Meow. Tong Tong took a sip. After Lin Feng also took a sip, his sword intent was aroused again, and he felt silently. Boxing is also true. Every time, when entering the illusion, Lin Feng's fist intent feels like he is just about to move under the threat of that sword intent. Although his fist intent was compared to this sword intent, it was like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. However, the same is true meaning, if the boxing meaning is practiced to a high level, it will not lag behind the sword meaning too much. Now that the sword intent is suppressed, the fist intent is naturally stimulated. In this way, in the space, Lin Feng felt it over and over again after solidifying the sword intent through the solidified talent of the space. If there is no solidification of the sword intent on the broken sword will disappear a few times at most, but now, Lin Feng can feel how he wants to feel. He felt it silently. Over and over again. Unconsciously, the epiphany was triggered again. An epiphany requires total dedication. One thing is, if you consciously think about the epiphany, it is very difficult to trigger it. When you devote yourself to it, you forget about it, and it is easy to trigger it. In this way, time in the space passes quickly. Beside him, Tong Tong didn't make a noise after finding out that Lin Feng had entered an epiphany state, such as the release of thunder and the like. But after digesting the spiritual liquid, he jumped to the peach tree again, and after playing with Dao Ao for some time there, Tong Tong came to the small pond and helped Lin Feng look at the lotus flowers. Finally, Tong Tong went to see the situation of other plants. After patrolling around like this, Tong Tong slowly came to Lin Feng not far away, took another sip of spiritual liquid, and then took a nap there. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally withdrew from the epiphany state. Looking at the time, more than 30 hours have passed in the space. For more than 30 hours, Lin Feng has been comprehending the sword intent on broken sword. He closed his eyes, because Lin Feng had gained a lot in these 30-odd hours. After sorting out the gains in his head one by one, Lin Feng has something in his heart. This should be. Lin Feng used his finger as a sword and slashed forward. There is no such thing as a sword light. But a stone in front of Lin Feng quietly broke into two halves. Sword intent. Done. End. This sword intent has a higher starting point than Lin Feng's fist intent. Much higher. After all, Lin Feng's boxing skills are based on very basic boxing techniques and need to be practiced from scratch. The sword intent is different. Lin Feng was inspired by constantly feeling the strong sword intent on broken sword. In the past 30 or so hours, Lin Feng has realized that terrifying sword intent has reached tens of thousands of times. For those who do not have the true meaning, the sword intent is too fierce, and even if you keep comprehending it, you may not gain anything. It's like a person who has not graduated from primary school. If you tell him the knowledge of manufacturing aerospace rockets 100 million times, he will not be able to understand, let alone gain anything. Because that was completely beyond his comprehension. But Lin Feng is different. He has his own true meaning, and with the epiphany state, there are other bonuses of space. Lin Feng's insights have gained so much. Meow. Beside, Tong Tong's voice sounded. This time, in Tong Tong's meow, Lin Feng also heard a little adoration. Ha! Tong Tong's voice can express more emotions. Lin Feng turned around and saw Tong Tong wearing a peach blossom sitting there, looking at him cutely. Meow. Seeing Lin Feng, Tong Tong made another meow. Lin Feng touched her little head. After eating something in the space, Lin Feng consolidated and practiced his sword intent for some time. Then, he rested for a while, and the acceleration of the space was over. Outside, it was still more than 7 in the morning. The sky is bright. Let's go. Lin Feng picked up Tong Tong and left the portable space. When I came out, it was still on the tree. Today is the second day of entering the space crack. Yesterday's harvest was not small. The broken sword is the biggest gain. Let's see if we can find the spirit stone today. Tong Tong ran to the top of the tree, her nose moved, and there she felt the flow of spiritual energy. Meow. Tong Tong pointed in one direction and seemed to have discovered something again. Still the same as yesterday. Tong Tong leads the way. Lin Feng followed behind her. In this way, go all the way in the direction of Tong Tong's finger. Meow. When passing through a forest, Tong Tong noticed something and swooped in one direction. There, a blood-red vine swept over. Tong Tong's claws moved, and the thunder light shot out, scorching the blood-red vine to black. Immediately afterwards, Tong Tong chased after the blood vine. Lin Feng also followed, and saw that in the dense forest, a blood-colored vine was winding around a tree, and the tree had been sucked dry by it. This blood vine is still spreading around. As long as the plants it touches, they are quickly withering. Blood vine. Lin Feng's face changed slightly. The reason is simple. This blood vine is also a beast of an alien race. Moreover, this blood vine is extremely domineering. Unlike animal-like beasts, after they are scattered, they will frantically suck the vitality around them to strengthen themselves. In a short period of time, they can become very powerful. The appearance of blood vines means one thing. The aliens discovered this space crack and penetrated the blood vines. Chapter 33. Thunderbolt. Lightning flashed. The blood vine that was spreading around was quickly extinguished by the arc attack of Lin Feng and Tong Tong. Completely lost life. This blood vine is still growing, and it is not a threat to Lin Feng and Tong Tong. Lin Feng came to the blood vine that had turned grey, and after a careful inspection, confirmed that it should be the blood vine of an alien. There are more than one kind of aliens invading. Different aliens have different means. This blood vine was cultivated by an alien named Tian Teng clan. Will there be aliens? Lin Feng thought. After thinking about it, Lin Feng felt that the possibility of aliens coming in was not high. Judging from Lu Ru's original words, the major forces should have taken precautions against aliens in this trial. It was also expected that there might be interference from aliens. This area is where humans are more powerful. Aliens are all sneaky actions. Then, aliens should not enter this space crack. Even if they entered, there should not be too strong aliens. Although they didn't enter, these aliens still brought the beasts in by some means. Moreover, it is the blood vine that grows rapidly. After the common beast seed is sown, it will take several months to lurch and grow. It doesn't take so long for blood vines, this thing is too destructive. As long as there is organic absorption, they can grow wildly. Of course, there is a price. The blood vine has a shorter lifespan. Unless there is infinite vitality for it to absorb, its vitality is passing away every moment. The average blood vine has a lifespan of a few days to a month at most. The longest lived one is less than 2 months. The more powerful this thing is, the greater the demand for vitality. Although the lifespan is short, this blood vine is also very difficult to entangle. The purpose of aliens cultivating hemorrhagic vines is to destroy some space cracks occupied by humans. In addition, there are fights among the aliens. This blood vine is the weapon used by the Tiantang tribe to attack and destroy the cracks in space. If you don't notice it, the blood vine will grow up, and it will be very difficult to deal with. All the good things in the space crack will be sucked for you. Go, Tong Tong, we have to speed up. Lin Feng said. Meow. Tong Tong understands. The appearance of blood vines means more variables. Lin Feng was not afraid of anything. Just worried that it is slow, some good things are destroyed by blood vines. As for aliens, there should be no need to worry too much. There are so many forces participating in the trial this time, and there are many strong people. These strong people are not decorations, and it is impossible not to expect such a situation. The strong are not fools. If it is a fool, there is no way for humans to rise in desperation and counterattack. Lin Feng and Tong Tong quickened their pace. Soon, another spirit plant was found. Lin Feng quickly transplanted it into the space and continued on the road with Tong Tong. There are blood vines. Kill it. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to hear the sound of fighting coming from the front. And blood vines. When he approached the area, he saw that several evolutionaries were attacking a blood vine. This blood vine has more vitality, but its strength has not yet risen, and a few evolutionary attacks will destroy it in one round. Let's go. After Lin Feng watched the battle from a distance, he did not meet these evolutionaries, and left here with Tong Tong. These evolutionaries are also not stupid, and their strength is okay. After all, they are all geniuses in the major forces. Stupid people will not have such a growth rate. Meow. More than an hour later, Tong Tong brought Lin Feng to the foot of a cliff. What's here, Tong Tong? Lin Feng looked at the cliff, there seemed to be nothing here. Meow. Tong Tong was lying on the ground, sniffing. After sniffing for a while, Tong Tong shook his head and pointed in another direction. Not here? Lin Feng and Tong Tong hit the road again. After more than 2 hours, Lin Feng and Tong Tong came to the edge of a cliff after encountering a blood vine that had reached the 2nd rank. Meow. Tong Tong continued to sniff. After sniffing for a while, Tong Tong ran towards the cliff. Meow. Tong Tong pointed to the bottom of the cliff. Tong Tong, you mean, is there something down there? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong said yes. Lin Feng came to the cliff. The cliff was more than 100 meters high and there were dense forests below. The spiritual energy in this area is very sufficient. What's under this? Check it out. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took out a wooden board. Come on, Tong Tong. He picked up Tong Tong, threw the board down, and stepped on it while holding Tong Tong. The planks fell with their speed. The speed of the fall is constantly slowing down. Lin Feng is controlling this wooden board with his spiritual power. His current mental strength is already very strong. Of course, it is still a bit difficult to control objects with mental power and fly with oneself. But slowing down like this can still be done. When approaching the bottom, Lin Feng and Tong Tong jumped down. Meow. Tong Tong shot out a thunder light, and there, a huge black snake was forced back by Tong Tong's thunder light. Lin Feng saw that this black snake was not small, its head was thicker than a child's body. Its snake head also looks terrifying, giving it a grim look. After being hit by Tong Tong's thunder light, this black snake had nothing to do, but took it down. The strength of this black snake is probably not weak. After the black snake retreated, it rushed forward again. Meow. Tong Tong got angry and rushed up actively, dodging the attack of the black snake head and jumping onto its snake body. A small paw grabs. Immediately, the black snake's scales were scratched by it. The black snake's tail swept sharply, forcing Tong Tong away. But Tong Tong immediately jumped over again. Not long after, the black snake was covered in scars. This black snake, I am afraid it is close to the fourth order. Lin Feng thought. The strength of this black snake is not weak. It's just that, for a little guy like Tong Tong, the black snake seems too cumbersome. What? At this time, Lin Feng saw something new. Not far from Tong Tong and black snake, there is an animal. It was a little fox with white fur. However, at this time, the little fox was seriously injured and lay there dying. It looks like he was injured by this black snake. Chapter 34. Fox Corpse. In another place, Lin Feng also saw some fox corpses. Looking at it this way, it should be this black snake that attacked the place where the foxes lived and killed the foxes. Because Lin Feng and Tong Tong just came down, the little fox was able to save his life. Thunderbolt. Lin Feng also joined the fight against the black snake. The scales of this black snake are so strong. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that the ark's attack was of little use to this black snake. You must know that before Lin Feng entered the space crack, the attack intensity of the ark had already reached the third level during the test. Although it has only been 3 days since the day of the test, counting the acceleration time in the portable space, it is already equivalent to about 9 days. Lin Feng's strength is stronger than before. However, his ark, there is no good way to take this black snake. The scales of this black snake can hold the ark. This black snake, I am afraid that it is a fourth-order energy system evolutionary, and it can't deal with it. Lin Feng thought. The snake scales of this black snake should have a very good protective effect against the attack of the energy system. This black snake is very likely to be infinitely close to the fourth order. Lin Feng's ark was not without harm, but this guy took it hard. It is extremely difficult to kill it with an ark. On the contrary, it was Tong Tong, her little claws kept moving, her claws were extremely sharp, and they contained that kind of strange energy. Under Tong Tong's attack, the black snake's body was already covered with scars. Good chance. Lin Feng finally found an opportunity, and an arc broke out. There, the scale of the snake was broken by Tong Tong and opened a big mouth. The electric arc hit the big mouth at once, and the meat under the snake scales was instantly charred black. The black snake screamed in pain and frantically attacked Tong Tong. While dodging, Tong Tong kept rushing towards it, and the little claws left wounds on the black snake's body. Lin Feng sends out an arc from time to time. In this way, after less than 10 minutes of fighting, this black snake, who was stronger than the current Lin Feng and Tong Tong, was killed like this. Boom! The black snake fell to the ground. Meow! Tong Tong pointed to the black snake. Lin Feng understood what she meant. This snake-changing black snake is not weak, I am afraid it has reached the fourth order. The snake body can be exchanged for a lot of spirit stones. So, Lin Feng put the body of the black snake into the static area and sold it when he returned to the city. After taking it in, Lin Feng walked towards the snow-white little fox. The little fox was seriously injured, and even lost the ability to move. Seeing Lin Feng coming over, the little fox showed a panic and timid expression. Meow! Tong Tong jumped in front of the little fox and sniffed the little fox. Then, Tong Tong turned his head again and gave Lin Feng a meow. Lin Feng understood the sound of meow. Tong Tong means, can you not kill the little fox? It is good. Lin Feng agreed to Tong Tong. Meow. Tong Tong gave a meow to the little fox. Perhaps because he understood what Tong Tong meant, the panic on the little fox's face subsided a lot. Don't be afraid, I will heal you. Lin Feng took out some healing utensils and picked up the little fox. The little fox's face was a little nervous, but he couldn't resist. Lin Feng first cleaned the wound on the little fox's body with saline, and then bandaged it. It took about half an hour for Lin Feng to completely heal the wound on the little fox. Meow. Tong Tong said meow to Lin Feng again. She seemed to like this little fox a little. This little fox, with snow-white fur, is a female fox. Space should be able to contract a second contract beast, right? Lin Feng thought. If you can contract a second contract beast, contracting this little fox, naturally, there is no problem. The premise of the contract is that the contracted beast must recognize the Space Master. If it is hostile to the Space Master, it will definitely not be able to contract. He healed the little fox in Lin Feng, and with the Tong Tong factor, the little fox now looked at Lin Feng, and was completely free from fear. You can also see a hint of gratitude. Okay, Tong Tong, let's take her in. Lin Feng said to Tong Tong. Meow. Tong Tong was very happy. She looked around again. However, after searching for a long time, Tong Tong was confused again. Seems like I'm in the wrong place again? At this time, the little fox stretched out its front paws and pointed in one direction. Meow. Tong Tong walked there suspiciously. But there is nothing there. Lin Feng hugged the little fox and walked over. Soon, Lin Feng found out. There is a large amount of hemp grass, and the smell of this grass can affect the sense of smell. The little fox pointed to the back of the mimea. Lin Feng crouched down and found a stone there. He took out the stone, and there was a small hole less than 20 centimeters in diameter. Immediately, a strong spiritual energy rushed out. This spiritual energy, so strong. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Meow. Tong Tong got out. A few minutes later, Tong Tong got out again, holding a spiritual stone in his mouth. Lingxi. There are spirit stones below. Lin Feng understands a bit why the fox here was killed by the black snake. They must have discovered the spirit stone here, and then occupied it, but they were found by the black snake, and the strength of the black snake was stronger. These foxes were killed by black snakes like this. Meow. Tong Tong continued to drill. A few minutes later, Tong Tong came out with another spirit stone in his mouth. All right. I don't know how many spirit stones there are below, how long will Tong Tong hold it like this? Have to dig up here. Lin Feng whispered. This is a mountain, and there is only a small hole to go down. This small hole may have been dug by these foxes for an unknown amount of time. Lin Feng can't get in. It's just, how easy is it to dig out? Use sword intent. Soon, Lin Feng had a solution. He decided to try it with sword intent, which was just the right time to practice. So, Lin Feng started to try. Instead of using the broken sword, he used his finger as a sword and kept trying. At the beginning, the effect is also average. After successful casting, it can also cut into the mountain. But as Lin Feng continued, the rocks of the mountain began to be cut off by Lin Feng. Not particularly fast, but not slow either. Lin Feng wasn't going to go anywhere else, so he wasted up here. Constantly cutting rocks with sword intent. From morning, to noon, to afternoon. Finally, Lin Feng cut a hole deep enough for him to pass through. Lin Feng got in and continued to cut with sword intent. In this process, Jianyi is also constantly improving. Of course, the consumption of Lin Feng is not small. The fallen rocks, Lin Feng put directly into the space, do not need to be transported out. In this way, Lin Feng cut all the way with the small holes dug out by the foxes. Go in at first. Then down. Cut for a few more hours. Finally, here we are. Here, there is already a considerable area off the ground. Lin Feng was also too tired. Can't stand it anymore. However, Lin Feng immediately became happy when he saw it. Because there are too many spirit stones. These spirit stones gathered here, forming a small spirit stone mine. Get rich. Lin Feng looked at these spirit stones, his eyes glowed. Chapter 35. Lin Feng didn't waste time, started cutting the spirit stone with sword intent, and then put it away. The spirit stones are cut piece by piece. Like a natural spirit stone mine, the spirit stones in it are a whole. The spirit stone that Tong Tong took out before was also divided by her own claws. Lin Feng cut these spirit stones with sword intent and put them into the space. Efficiency is still fast. After cutting, Lin Feng extended to both sides. It took more than an hour for Lin Feng to move all the spirit stones in the spirit stone mine into the portable space. There are no spiritual stones around, only ordinary rocks. Seeing that there were no more spiritual stones, Lin Feng got out. After briefly sealing the passage he cut out, Lin Feng left here with the little fox in his arms. At this time, it was past 3 o'clock in the morning. After Lin Feng left there for a few kilometers, he stopped walking, found a relatively safe place, and entered the portable space directly. Hey, I'm so tired. Lin Feng was exhausted. In his arms, the little fox looked left and right curiously. Tong Tong, do you ask her if she is willing to contract with me? Lin Feng resisted the thought of falling asleep and said to Tong Tong. Meow. Tong Tong said to the little fox. The little fox looked at Tong Tong, then at Lin Feng, and nodded. She would. That's okay. Lin Feng opened the space panel and found that he could contract the second contract beast. Although the space is still a level 1 space, but his strength has risen, he can contract the second contract beast. So, Lin Feng took a little blood from the little fox's wound to form a contract. Eat it. Lin Feng handed the contract to the little fox. The little fox ate the contract directly. The contract is successful. In this way, there is one more member in Lin Feng's space. After contracting the little fox, Lin Feng gave the little fox to Tong Tong to take. He was really tired. However, Lin Feng held back his drowsiness and counted the spirit stones. He opened the space panel. It was found that, to upgrade to level 2 space, the required spirit stones are enough. This shows that the harvest of spiritual stones this time has greatly exceeded 10,000. Upgrade first. Lin Feng decided to upgrade first. There are a lot of spirit stones here, and after the upgrade, there should be some leftovers. Lingxi is really important. But carrying space is the key. The main reason why Lin Feng and Tong Tong can grow so fast is because of this god-level space. In that case, upgrade your portable space first. Lin Feng directly chose to upgrade. A large number of spirit stones disappeared. Lin Feng looked at it, and almost 3/4 of it disappeared. There should be more than 2,000 remaining spiritual stones after cutting. Enough to use Lin Feng for a while. This time the harvest is really big. The way to rescue the little fox is also correct. Otherwise, without the little fox to guide the way, Lin Feng and Tong Tong might not be able to find the spiritual stone mine below. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to count the remaining spirit stones. Because, the space is being upgraded. Space is getting bigger. Originally, the plane area of the space was 100 meters * 100 meters. That is 10,000 square meters. Now, the space is still rapidly expanding to both sides. Height is also increasing. Meow. Tong Tong is very curious. After a few minutes, the change stopped. Lin Feng opened the space panel and looked. Space Master, Lin Feng. Space Talent, Acceleration, Golden 5 stars, Beast Mastery, Golden 5 stars, Planting, Orange 5 stars, Gravity, Orange 5 stars, Thunder Affinity, Red 5 stars, Fire Affinity, Red 5 stars, Mutation, Orange 5 stars, Area, White 5 stars, Evolution, Golden 5 stars, 200-fold evolution, epiphany, golden 5 stars. New talent, comprehension, golden 5 stars. Space area, 80,000 square meters. Space level, 2. Space log, viewable. The panel of the space has undergone some changes. Lin Feng looked at the most commonly used acceleration talent. Space talent, acceleration, golden 5 stars. Description: startup acceleration, which can make the time flow rate of the space 20 times that of the outside world, and can be started for free for 5 hours a day. Acceleration talent has been enhanced. The previous time flow rate is 10 times. But after rising to level 2 space, it becomes 20 times. The hours of free startup each day are still the same. The change is the magnification. If the free startup time is exceeded, you will need to consume spirit stones, which are a bit large. Free 5 hours, 20 times, which means that these 5 hours can be turned into 100 hours. Counting the other 19 hours, even if you only use the free 5 hours a day, the space can be extended to 119 hours in the outside world. Just 1 hour away, that's 5 days. The acceleration effect of space is stronger. Take it as it is, if Lin Feng's spirit stones are too many to be used up in the future, it will be even more buggy if the acceleration is turned on for a longer time. In addition to accelerating talent changes, other talent changes are also great. For example, the gravity talent, the adjustable gravity ratio has increased. The evolutionary talent has become a 200-fold evolution. Mutation talent, the chance has increased, and the effect has also increased. There is also the epiphany talent, which used to be a 15% chance to enter the epiphany state, and now has an 18% chance. The increase in this probability is not particularly large, and this talent itself is very buggy. Some other talents, more or less, have been enhanced. The area talent has also changed, becoming 200 times the area of ordinary space. When the portable space is upgraded to level 2, the side length will be doubled. The area of the ordinary portable space is 400 square meters. After being increased by the area talent, Lin Feng's current floor area has reached 80,000 square meters. Lin Feng's original planting area was located in the middle, and the surroundings looked empty. Such a large area. You can plan better. More can be accommodated. Lin Feng can also plan dedicated training areas. You can also create more abundant terrain, such as small hills and small lakes. You can also make a special lotus pond. In short, after this wave of space upgrades, Lin Feng's space has been fully enhanced. Chapter 36. One more talent. At this time, Lin Feng found out that after the upgrade, there was one more talent in space. Comprehension talent. It is also a golden 5-star talent. Lin Feng opened the description of this talent. Space talent, comprehension, golden 5 stars. If you practice in space, your understanding will be temporarily improved, and if you practice in space for a long time, your understanding will be slightly improved permanently. This talent is not bad. Cultivation in space can also temporarily improve understanding. Moreover, if you practice in space for a long time, you can also permanently improve a little understanding. Although there is an epiphany talent, there are some differences between the epiphany of a fool and the epiphany of a person with high comprehension. Space upgrade, can you also increase talent? Lin Feng had never heard of it before. Everyone's portable space can be upgraded. But talent is fixed from the beginning. No matter what color talent, the star rating will not change, let alone increase the talent. For example, one person's space is the acceleration talent of the second star. Acceleration talent, 1 star is 2 times acceleration, 2 stars is 4 times acceleration, Lin Feng's 5 stars is 10 times. Then, when that person's space is at level 1, the length and width of the space are 10 meters, and the space area is 100 square meters, which can be accelerated by 4 times. After rising to level 2, the space change of that person is that the length and width of the space will become 20 meters, the space area will become 400 square meters, and the acceleration will become 8 times. That's all. There will be no other changes. Lin Feng's space has not only changed greatly after the upgrade, but also has an additional talent. Moreover, this talent seems to have never appeared before. Looking at it this way, the particularity of Lin Feng's space is truly unprecedented. After reading the changes in the space, Lin Feng turned on the acceleration function of the space. Then fell asleep. When he woke up, more than 10 hours had passed in the space. I slept a long time this night. However, when I woke up, I was refreshed. Due to the change in the acceleration talent, there are still more than 80 hours before the end of the acceleration. 3 days. Lin Feng took a look at the little fox. The little fox's injuries are recovering. Lin Feng's space is a full talent space, and there is also a recovery talent. Accelerates recovery from injury and strength. This talent can turn the space into a space for healing and recuperation. People who have the space of recovery talent are also very popular among the major forces, because they can be used as nurses. The little fox naturally also enjoyed the restoration talent of space. Come on, here it is. Lin Feng fed the little fox some spiritual fluid. The little fox timidly drank the spiritual liquid with gratitude in his eyes. Lin Feng touched her little head, and after reassuring her, he went to take a look around. The space is getting too big now. Both the length and width have nearly tripled. From the original 100 meters to the current 283 meters. The area has been increased by 8 times. There is no time to plan now. I'll talk later when I go back. Make a good plan when you go back. Lin Feng thought. There are still more than 80 hours to accelerate the talent. Lin Feng is ready to take advantage. Exactly, try the effect of the upgraded space. He drank some spiritual liquid again, and then smashed a large number of spiritual stones, so that the spiritual energy of the space was completely enriched. The space has become bigger. The area varies greatly. The change in volume is bigger. The area of space refers to the plane area, that is, the area of the bottom. Height is counted separately. The height of Lin Feng's space was more than 300 meters before. Now the height has increased further, and it is already close to the height of a kilometer. In such a high space, it is really impossible to fill the spiritual energy with less spiritual stones. Lin Feng also did not cut those spirit stones, and directly smashed almost 100 spirit stones. Then, Lin Feng came to the gravity area and continued to feel the sword intent. This insight, not long after, entered the state of epiphany again. When Lin Feng withdrew from the state of epiphany, he felt that the sword intent had improved again. Even, faintly, it may surpass his strongest thunder force. Such changes are normal. After all, he can comprehend the sword intent of a supreme power countless times. How rare is such an opportunity? A feeling, at least tens of thousands of times. Even if you have such a teacher, it is impossible for the other party to show you tens of thousands of sword intents to make you realize. Lin Feng also has the bonus of epiphany and various bonuses of space. In the space, there is also a implication talent, which is a talent in the form of light affinity and fire affinity. It is a talent that adds to the true meaning. A space with implicational talent is also a space suitable for opening one's own evolution through martial arts. Continue to comprehend and see if you can go further. Seeing that the harvest was so great, Lin Feng continued to realize it. However, the epiphany state is not triggered every time. Without the epiphany state bonus, the effect will be much weaker. Lin Feng didn't care either. If you are tired, go to rest for a while. Then continue. When the acceleration time ran out, Lin Feng stood up, and a sword light flashed in his eyes. Meow. In the past 100 hours, Tong Tong's feelings for Lin Feng have changed a lot. Lin Feng didn't save the few prescriptions of spiritual liquid. It can be said that the supply was open to Tong Tong. Anyway, Tong Tong found it. Tong Tong's strength is stronger, and it is also a big help for Lin Feng. It can also give Lin Feng feedback power. Looking at the time, outside, it is already 8 o'clock. The sky is already bright. Today is the third day. Also the last day. Lin Feng took Tong Tong out of the space. As for the little fox, it was placed in space to recuperate. The little fox has already made a contract, and her character is also a docile type. If Lin Feng does not give it, she will never take it indiscriminately. Don't worry. As soon as he left the portable space, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. When Lin Feng saw it, it was a message. The publisher of this information was an account added by Lin Feng when he entered. Cleaning the blood vines in the cracks of space, with the heart of blood vines, you can get different points. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 contribution points and the person with the most points can get additional rewards. Clean up the blood vines. Lin Feng had killed several blood vines before, but he did not go to get the heart of the blood vines. It's a waste. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong jumped up violently, and with the movement of his claws, he destroyed a blood-red vine. She jumped up again, rushed in the direction of the blood vine, and killed a blood vine there. Lin Feng also jumped to the top of the tree. Looking at it, he found that the number of blood vines seemed to have increased. Are there so many blood vines? Lin Feng didn't expect that after one night, the number of blood vines in the space cracks was several times higher than before. Then clean up. Lin Feng received the blood vine heart of the blood vine that Tong Tong killed. Tong Tong, look for the blood vine. Lin Feng said to Tong Tong. The gains of the first 2 days were not small. This time, there are still very few evolutionaries who have entered the space crack. So many evolutionaries have been looking for 2 days, and there should be not many good things in the space crack. Therefore, today Lin Feng is going to mainly look for blood vines. Just to get some contribution points, go to the Evolutionary Alliance to buy spiritual soil. To buy things in the Evolutionary Alliance, it is not enough to have money, you must contribute points. Lin Feng did not join the forces, so it was difficult to buy from other forces, so he could only find a way from the Evolutionary Alliance. Meow. Tong Tong sniffed the blood vine and remembered the smell of the blood vine. Then, she took Lin Feng to find the blood vine. With Tong Tong, a cat treasure hunter, the efficiency is still very high. Lin Feng's body is already quite strong, and the speed of walking through the dense forest is also fast. In just over an hour, there were 7 or 8 blood vines killed by Lin Feng. These aliens, the number of beasts sown this time, is quite large. Fortunately, not long. Unless these blood vines have encountered Ling Zi, or simply encountered Ling Shi mine, there is no way for them to grow to a strong strength within a day or 2. However, I still encountered a blood vine, and its strength has reached the 3rd rank. In this way, after Lin Feng cleaned up for some time, more than 10 blood vines were killed by Lin Feng. In the middle, I also encountered several waves of evolutionary people. These evolutionary people are also looking for blood vines and other treasures. By noon, there were 15 blood vines that Lin Feng had killed. In the middle, I met Ling Zi again. It was transplanted into the space by Lin Feng. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong smelled the breath of a blood vine again. When Lin Feng and Tong Tong arrived, they found that there were already 2 waves of evolutionists there. These evolutionaries are fighting the blood vine. The area occupied by that blood vine is already very large. Those blood vines are several hundred meters long. A large number of blood-red vines are constantly swept, attacking those evolutionaries. This blood vine is so powerful, let's attack together. Be careful, this blood vine is probably already 4th order. Those evolutionaries attacked from afar. Blood vines still have some flaws, for example, they have a certain attack range and cannot move. but as long as you can't stop it, it can continue to extend around, constantly absorbing the surrounding vitality to grow itself, forcing you to go up and stop it. Moreover, their fighting intelligence is also not bad. The strength of this blood vine is quite powerful, and the blood-colored vine has blocked the attacks of the evolutionary people, and also launched counterattacks from time to time. Let's go, Tong Tong. Lin Feng walked over with Tong Tong in his arms. After walking over, Lin Feng saw an acquaintance. Sun Shiqiu. She is attacking with the group's little sisters. There are also 3 evolutionaries who are besieging this blood vine together, and there are a total of more than a dozen evolutionaries. Their attack methods are somewhat different. Most of them are evolutionary of the energy system. Some use thunder, some use fire, and some use the power of ice to attack. There are also evolutionaries holding a large shield to block attacks for other evolutionaries. This person should be a power-type evolutionary. These evolutionaries are geniuses of various forces, and there must be some life-saving things in their hands. However, it is very uneconomical to use life-saving things on a 4th-order blood vine. So, these people adopted the siege method. Brother, come on, this blood vine is so strong. An evolutionary shouted after seeing Lin Feng. This blood vine is constantly extending around, and if it is not killed now, it will become stronger and stronger. Hey, Lin Feng. Sun Shiqiu turned his head and saw Lin Feng as well. Chapter 37. Boom. An evolutionary blew up a blood vine. Immediately, though, more blood vines are coming. The blood vine, to be prepared, is the blood vine beast. Because this thing is also a kind of beast. It's just a beast in the form of a plant. To deal with the blood vine beast, you must hurt its core before it can be killed. The stronger the blood vine beast, the longer these blood vines outside, the more flexible, and the harder it is to destroy. This blood vine beast has reached the 4th level, and these evolutionaries can still destroy the blood vines around it with a full blow. It's just that there are too many blood vines that can't stand this guy. The evolutionary sent out 2 more blows, and his attack method was fire. However, the flames released did not do enough damage to the blood vine, and there was no way to burn it in a large area. Therefore, what he uses is to condense the flame into a huge flame ball, or a cracking flame flower, to attack and blow up the blood vine. But under the counterattack of more blood vines, the evolutionary had to retreat. The blood vine is still rapidly extending around, and where it touches, all the grass and trees wither. Became its source of power. More than a dozen evolutionaries use their own means, and at most slow down the speed of its expansion. If this guy continues to expand like this, the vitality of sucking more and more, it is possible to transform to the 5th order. On the other side, there is also a group of evolutionaries joining the battlefield. Lin Feng and Tong Tong also stepped forward. Lin Feng. After Sun Shiqiu saw Lin Feng, he came towards Lin Feng. Seeing this, several of her little sisters also followed. Lin Feng, this blood vine beast is a bit difficult to deal with. It's not easy to hurt its body. Let's attack from one direction together, break through the blood vines around it, and then attack its body. The points will contribute to the amount of power. Sample. Sun Shiqiu said. Lin Feng looked at the blood vine beast and pondered, I'll try it first. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand, and a ball lightning struck out. Ball lightning charged towards the center of the blood vine beast. Before rushing, a large number of blood vines swept up, forming a shield. Thunderbolt. The ball lightning was intercepted by those blood vines. A large number of blood vines were directly scorched black by electricity and lost their vitality. But Lin Feng's ball lightning was also blocked. Lin Feng didn't care, another ball lightning was thrown out, and then another. One by one. These ball lightnings keep throwing out. The blood vine beast kept blocking it with blood vines. Every time you block it, a lot of blood vines will die. In a short period of time, Lin Feng threw dozens of ball lightning. This is not over yet, Lin Feng is still throwing. The blood vine beast had already sensed Lin Feng's difficulty, but its blood vine could not attack the current Lin Feng, so it could only keep on defending. However, the blood vine was consumed too fast. Lin Feng is still throwing ball lightning. This. Beside. Sun Shiqiu looked a little dull. Several of her little sisters also looked at it blankly. Not only them. The other evolutionaries couldn't help but look at them one by one. Ball lightning. I go, where did he get so much energy? A third-order thunder system evolutionary can't help it. He was also stunned. Ball lightning, he will too. As a genius, he researched ball lightning early and broke into Tier 3. Tier 3, the strength is already quite strong. With the energy in his body, if he attacks with all his strength in a short period of time, it is no problem to release dozens of small ball lightnings. However, to reach the size of Lin Feng's ball lightning, he estimates that he can only release a dozen or so, and he needs to replenish the energy. More than a dozen, but there is no way to break through the blood vine defense of the blood vine beast. This guy occupies a very large area, and there are too many blood vines. Tier 3, the accumulation is still too weak. But Lin Feng has thrown 50 or 60 ball lightnings, but he is still throwing it like nothing else. It's like throwing it for fun. One after another. The blood vine of the blood vine beast was so blown up by Lin Feng that it couldn't keep up. It began to mobilize blood vines from several other directions. But Lin Feng is still throwing. One, another. Soon, the blood vine of the blood vine beast could not keep up. Tong tong. Lin Feng gave a light drink. Meow. Tong tong was already ready, and as soon as his claws moved, a huge ball of lightning rushed over. Lin Feng's ball lightning also suddenly became bigger, and then, abruptly blasted the blood vine beast's last line of defense. After the explosion, if Lin Feng can't keep up, the blood vines in other directions of the blood vine beast will immediately return to defense. But Tong Tong's ball lightning arrived, rushed in at once, and attacked the body of the blood vine beast. Immediately, all the blood vines trembled. Then, the blood vines that were just showing their teeth and claws on the periphery disappeared in an instant. This blood vine beast, just like this, was smashed to death by Lin Feng with ball lightning. I'm going. Who is this man? The thunder system evolutionary stared out. Also genius. Why is Lin Feng so powerful? Back and forth, he smashed more than 100 large ball lightnings without any effort. The other evolutionaries couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. They didn't know Lin Feng. There are also a small number of evolutionaries, remembering that Lin Feng was the one who stood silently on the side when he was outside. They didn't care at that time, and they didn't even guess who Lin Feng was. But I never thought that Lin Feng's strength was so powerful. One person solved this fourth-order blood vine beast, still in such a violent way. No, there is also a cat. However, this cat is obviously also Lin Feng's contract beast. Chapter 38. Is his strength so strong? Seeing Lin Feng smashing the blood vine to death, Sun Shiqiu's eyes could not help shrinking. Lin Feng's strength is too strong. The point is, Lin Feng is still so young. Younger than her. She originally thought that Lin Feng was just a genius beast master. After all, Tong Tong's previous strength in the defensive competition was quite strong. According to Sun Shiqiu's estimation, Tong Tong was infinitely close to the third order at that time, and it might even be the third order. But I never thought that Lin Feng's strength is so powerful. I don't know which family he is from. Sun Shiqiu thought. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong had already jumped over, and soon, Tong Tong took down the blood vine heart of the fourth order blood vine beast. Unlike other beasts, the blood vine beast can't sell for much money, and this blood vine heart is not worth much, it can only be regarded as a proof. The other dozen or so evolutionaries saw that Tong Tong had taken the heart of the blood vine and did not have any opinion. After all, this blood vine beast was killed independently by Lin Feng. Let's go, Tong Tong. After killing this fourth-order blood vine beast, Lin Feng is not going to stay here. Picking up Tong Tong, he walked in one direction. Sun Shiqiu was about to talk to Lin Feng, but he didn't want Lin Feng to leave directly, and the words suddenly got stuck. Soon, Lin Feng left here. Who is this man? I don't know, Sun Shiqiu seems to know. This person is very strong, and there is a contracted beast. I don't know which family he belongs to. Other geniuses have guessed. Shi Qiu, who is he? Shi Qiu, no wonder your eyes glow when you see him, so handsome and so strong. Sun Shiqiu's little sisters kept talking around her. Thunderbolt. Another blood vine was killed. Tong Tong's efficiency in finding blood vines is still very high. So, until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng received another message and asked all the evolutionaries to rush to the central area of the space crack. By the time Lin Feng arrived there, it was already dark. The evolutionaries have basically come over. After arriving here, Lin Feng found that there was a particularly huge blood vine beast here. The range it occupies is as high as several kilometers. Became a giant. Good guy, this blood vine beast, I'm afraid it is at least 6th order, or even higher. Lin Feng whispered. Some evolutionaries launched attacks from a distance, but even the blood vines on the periphery of this blood vine beast are very strong, and their attacks cannot be beaten at all. Soon, all the evolutionaries who participated in the trial came over. The blood vine beast became more and more arrogant, and continued to expand around. The evolutionaries are also constantly retreating. Seeing that the blood vine beast is unstoppable. At this moment, in the sky, a terrifying thunder light suddenly fell. The blood vine beast responded quickly, and a large number of blood vines greeted it. But the thunder light was too strong, and all of a sudden, the blood vine beast was completely shrouded. This blood vine beast, which had grown up, was killed by a single blow. In the sky, the evolutionary who stepped on the thunder appeared. The blow just now was exactly what he sent. Immediately afterwards, in the sky, a bright little sun appeared, instantly illuminating most of the cracks in the space that had fallen into darkness. Several evolutionaries appeared at the same time. Also appeared in the helicopter, and a large number of soldiers jumped down. Okay, all the blood vine beasts have been emptied. In this trial, everyone performed well. Now hand in the blood vine heart and count the points. The middle-aged man who stepped on the thunder said. The evolutionaries have taken out the heart of blood vines and counted them by special personnel. Different levels of blood vine hearts get different points. Lin Feng came to a warrior and took out a lot of blood vine hearts. So much. The soldier was a little surprised. After statistics, Lin Feng's points were finally calculated. 267 points. Warrior Road. 267 points, I don't know what level. For Lin Feng, this means that 26,700 contribution points should be able to be exchanged for a lot of spiritual soil in the Evolution Alliance. But as soon as the soldier's voice fell, several evolutionaries around him couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at them and saw that they were all in the 20s. Look at it this way. 267 points, a bit high. Soon, all the points were counted. Tester number 680 has the highest points, and everyone else's points have been converted into contribution points. Tester number 680, please come forward. The middle-aged man's voice sounded. Lin Feng walked forward with Tong Tong in his arms. Other evolutionaries have seen that the thousands of evolutionaries here basically do not know Lin Feng, and all of them are a little curious about which power Lin Feng is. It's really him. Sun Shiqiu showed an unsurprising expression. Before, when dealing with the fourth-order blood vine beast, it is not surprising that they have seen more than a dozen evolutionaries of Lin Feng's strength. 3 kinds of rewards, you can choose one. The middle-aged man threw a piece of paper over. After Lin Feng took it, he saw the reward above. The first one is 2,000 spirit stones. The second is that Lin Feng can choose a high-level cheat book at will. The third thing is that Lin Feng can choose the same high-level weapon. Secrets? Lin Feng chose the second one. Although the strength reaches a certain level, you can receive training books in the Evolutionary Alliance. But some 2 precious secrets are not easily open to the outside world. It's not that easy to get this. Okay, you can go back and choose from the Evolutionary Alliance. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng with a hint of appreciation. After all, being able to kill so many blood-vine beasts is enough to show the strength of Lin Feng. Okay, this trial ends here, let's all go back. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he flew into the sky again. The trial ends here. This trip, Lin Feng's harvest is not small. A broken sword with the sword intent of a supreme power remaining in it, as well as the spiritual liquid and spiritual soil produced by the broken sword. A total of 8 spirit plants. There is also a spirit stone mine. After Lin Feng raised the space to level 2, there were still thousands of spirit stones left. There are more than 20,000 contribution points. And the final reward. At the same time, he also contracted a little fox. In a few days, there is such a harvest, this trial is still very worthwhile. Many evolutionaries began to return. At noon the next day, Lin Feng returned to Sioux City. During this time, Lin Feng naturally used up the acceleration time in the portable space. It can grow well. Lin Feng whispered. This trip is not a small gain. His strength has also improved. However, the current strength can only be compared with the younger generation. In Lin Feng's view, it is not strong enough. Now, it's time to digest the harvest of this trip. Chapter 39. Lin Feng, you did a good job this time. I heard that you have the highest points. In the afternoon, Lin Feng met Lu Ryu at the headquarters of the Evolution Alliance in Sioux City. Lu Ryu was still dressed in black silk with long legs, but her demeanor seemed so solemn. However, there is a little bit of sexiness hidden in this solemnity. Lin Feng gave a hum and said, thanks to the qualifications given by the president. This is the truth. Without the qualifications given by Lu Ryu, Lin Feng could not have achieved such a big gain. Growth will be much slower. Lu Ryu showed a bright smile, the qualification I gave you is the most worthwhile one I have given you. What kind of secret do you want to choose? Lin Feng pondered for a while and said, it's about boxing. Boxing. With the enhancement of the thunder element's power and spiritual power, there is a demand for secret books, but it is not particularly large. The most important thing for an energy system evolutionary is to continuously strengthen and increase their own strength, and many attack methods can be found on the internet. Because the number of such evolutionaries is the largest. The reason why Lin Feng chooses boxing is that boxing can further increase the strength and flexibility of the body, as well as increase boxing spirit and improve boxing spirit. The body is the capital of revolution. Lin Feng hopes that he can launch powerful attacks again, and is still a super big MT. In this way, when using sword intent, it will be more sharp. As for the secrets of swordsmanship, Lin Feng doesn't need it. It is enough for him to constantly comprehend the terrifying sword intent that has been solidified. Okay, it's all here, you can choose for yourself. Lu Ryu handed the tablet to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at it for a while, and finally, chose one. Broken Star Fist. High-level cheats, the name is very straightforward, but the description is very good. Okay, I'll have someone pick it up for you. Lu Ryu said. President, I also want to exchange some spiritual soil. Lin Feng said again. The spiritual soil in the spiritual liquid pool is extremely abundant, but the amount is too small, only a few squares. Lin Feng's space area is further increased, and he needs too much spiritual soil. Spiritual soil? Of course, I'll give you a 50% discount. Lu Ru said. Lin Feng came to her directly, and it was really beneficial. If you exchange it yourself, there is no 50% discount yet. Thank you, President. Lin Feng said. Soon, Lin Feng got the Broken Star boxing manual, and at the same time, he also exchanged all the contribution points in his hand into spiritual soil. The price of spiritual soil is not cheap. After Lu Ru gave Lin Feng a 50% discount, she needed 50 contribution points plus 5,000 yuan per ton. This is the lowest level of spiritual soil. If it is too advanced, there will be no more. If you want it, you have to wait. However, as soon as it came out, it was exchanged. After receiving the contribution points for killing beasts, Lin Feng sold the body of the black snake directly to the Evolution Alliance, and got some contribution points and money. The corpse of the fourth order black snake still has some valuables. In particular, the scales of this black snake's corpse can protect against 4 levels of energy attacks. These scales are very valuable. Can be used to make some protective clothing and the like. These scales, on the contrary, are the most valuable part. Tong Tong destroyed more than 20 pieces at that time, but there were still a lot of scales that were not destroyed. Finally, after the black snake corpse was sold, Lin Feng received 5,000 contribution points plus 1 million. Not bad. After getting money and contribution points, then, Lin Feng exchanged 700 tons of spiritual soil. In exchange for these, Lin Feng has no contribution points. The money was almost spent. 700 tons of spiritual soil, not too much, but not a lot. Lots of plants can be planted. After putting all these things into the space, Lin Feng went to buy a lot of daily necessities and entered the portable space. In the carry-on space, it now looks very dangling. 700 tons of spiritual soil were piled together to form a small hill. On the side, there are a lot of stones. These stones were brought in by Lin Feng along the way. He wants to make his space and terrain a little richer, and get some hills and the like. In this way, the surface area can actually be increased. The central area is for living. Lin Feng planned. The central area is regarded as your own living and living area. On the right side of the central area, it is planned to be Lin Feng's training area. On the top, it is planned to be a dense forest, which is specially used for planting spiritual plants of trees. Spiritual plants such as flowers are planted on the left. As for the bottom, you can make a pond and plant spiritual plants of the water system. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't have a spiritual plant, just carry ordinary water plants. Lin Feng doesn't believe it. With the talent for evolution, it will not become a spiritual plant for a long time. After having a rough plan in mind, Lin Feng found that it was another super project. Sky. 80,000 square meters of space. How long will he be busy by himself? 80,000 square meters. Equivalent to 120 acres of land. Unless Lin Feng hires workers to come in, he will be busy himself, and he doesn't know how long he will be busy. By the way, why don't I use architectural talent? Lin Feng suddenly felt that he was too stupid. Building talent, which can be used to automatically build buildings in space. But who stipulated that a building must be a house? I want to build a mountain, can't I? I want to lay a piece of land, can't I? I want to build a pond, can't I? Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately tried. He opened the control panel of the space and clicked on the architectural talent. Then, start planning. Build a small hill first. See you soon. A large number of stones began to move automatically. Ha, it worked. Architectural talent, not only can be used to build houses. It can also be so useful. How wonderful! Lin Feng hadn't thought of this before because of his mindset. Seeing that the construction of the space can be completed through architectural talent, Lin Feng does not have to be as busy as before. He came to the room. Meow. Tong Tong is here. Next to Tong Tong, there was a little snow-white fox. The little fox is actually bigger than Tong Tong. Her injuries have already completely healed. Lin Feng also gave her a bath. Her fur is snow-white and snow-white, very soft, which makes her look extra cute. Lin Feng also gave her a name. Little Snow. Very simple name, who made her be Sweehu. In the past few days, the changes in Zioxu are not ordinary. Under the leadership of Tong Tong, Zioxu was also literate, and often learned with Tong Tong. Lin Feng found out. Zioxu's own strength is not bad. After recovering from the injury, Zioxu showed her second-order strength. The growth of her strength should be inseparable from the Spirit Stone mine. Unfortunately, the time left for her and her family was too short, and the black snake noticed the clue and went to find it. Chapter 40. The evolution direction of Zioxu is somewhat different from that of Tong Tong. Zioxu's body is also constantly getting stronger. But Zioxu's spirit is stronger than Tong Tong's. She also has some hallucinogenic abilities, and at the same time, Koihoki has the ability to manipulate the wind. In the space, Zioxu stayed with Tong Tong many times. From time to time, he would also stay in a daze near Lin Feng with Tong Tong. It seems to be in a daze, but it may also be in an epiphany state. Lin Feng also took some time to teach Zioxu a lot of things. The architectural talent of the space is still continuing to build the space in the direction Lin Feng wants. After the acceleration time is over, the entire space has changed a lot. To the north of the space, there are some rolling hills. Make the terrain of the space richer. On the hill, a layer of spiritual soil was first covered, and the surface layer was the nutrient soil purchased by Lin Feng. Lin Feng also buried some spiritual stones in the soil, so that the soil can retain spiritual power. On the left, the land is quite flat, and this is also a combination of spiritual soil and nutrient soil. Below is a small lake that is already full of water. On the right is the training area planned by Lin Feng, which is quite large. Lin Feng purchased enough materials to make it beautiful through the architectural talent of the space. In addition to his own training area, Lin Feng also built a training and play area for Tong Tong and Zioxu. Tong Tong is getting smarter and stronger. But Tong Tong is still like a little loli, with some playfulness from time to time. Her favorite thing is to act like a spoiled child in front of Lin Feng. Rubbing Lin Feng with her small head is her signature move. After the preliminary construction is completed, the planting of plants will depend on Lin Feng himself, which does not take too long. Lin Feng transplanted all the spiritual plants found in the space cracks to the small hill in the north. These spiritual plants need a certain growth distance. A lot of flowers were planted on the left. In the lake, some aquatic plants have been planted, and according to the information we have learned so far, there is a great chance of mutating plants. In addition, the hut where Lin Feng lives has also been expanded. Now that there are more spiritual stones in his hand, Lin Feng also used a spiritual stone as the energy source for the hut. This piece of spirit stone can be used for a very long time in the hut. After all, there is nowhere to use it other than lighting and hot water. When the space is closed, mobile phones and the like cannot contact the signals of the outside world. In addition to the accelerated 5 hours, Lin Feng spent a total of 3 days to get all these things done. After getting it done, the entire space has undergone some changes compared to before. It's done. Lin Feng clapped his hands. Satisfied admiring his own space. Meow. Tong Tong and Zioxu also came. Looking at the greatly changed space, Tong Tong was also very happy, and took Zioxu to have fun in the space. Lin Feng looked at the previous plants. This look. Lin Feng found that the lotus flowers in the small pond had changed a lot during the few days he went to the trial. Lotus spiritual sense has become stronger. Not only that, the lotus seeds on the lotus side have also matured. Please give me your name. Lotus has been able to communicate with Lin Feng, she has no name yet. Let's call you Bai He. Lin Feng pondered for a while and named the lotus flower. Bai He. Thank you, Master. Lotus Road. Master, these lotus seeds have undergone a certain mutation. After you eat them, it will be very beneficial. Bai He said again. It is good. Lin Feng picked those lotus seeds. When doing it, Lin Feng found that these lotus seeds are indeed different, and some of them have further mutated. Mutation talent can not only mutate ordinary plants into spiritual plants. It can also make some fruits in Lingzi undergo secondary mutation. After putting away the lotus seeds, Lin Feng took a look at Daoao again, only to find out that the peach tree where Daoao was located was also bearing fruit. This peach tree has also become a spiritual plant. Of course it's an ordinary spiritual plant. Daoao's strength has become stronger, and her pollen has reached a new stage. Big brother, give you pollen. Daoao's voice sounded. Then came the fragrance of flowers. This time, the pollen was much better than before. As a result, Lin Feng spent a lot of time here in Daoao, digesting all the effects of the pollen. His mental strength has also been greatly improved. After reading Daoao, Lin Feng went to see the trees that were planted before. It was found that the second mutated spiritual plant was already covered with fruits. Not only that, but another tree has become a spiritual plant. There are also 3 trees that are mutating towards spiritual planting. In this way, with the spirit plants found in the space crack this time, the number of spirit plants in Lin Feng's portable space has exceeded 10. The number will continue to increase. Leave time. Lin Feng and Tong Tong Zioxiu, eat linguo every day, I am afraid it will not be a problem. And the flowers he planted have already transformed into spiritual plants. These flowers have not yet given birth to spirituality. But a rose flower has obviously become different, it is extraordinarily gorgeous, and there is a faint birth of spiritual consciousness inside. Once born, it is the 3rd flower that gives birth to spiritual consciousness. Lin Feng's space has initially become prosperous. Chapter 41. Tong Tong, Zioxiu, here's one for you. Lin Feng gave Tong Tong and Zioxiu a linguo each. Meow. Tong Tong ate one. Zioxiu also ate. After Lin Feng ate one himself, he went to the training area, where he practiced Star Breaker Fist. After Lin Feng's strength was improved, the effect of these newly mutated spiritual plants became much weaker. This is normal. The strength is stronger, and the things that were useful before are not necessarily useful now, or the effect will be weakened. There is room for evolution and mutation talents, these spiritual fruits will continue to evolve, and they will keep up with Lin Feng's strength in the future. In this way, Lin Feng continued to develop silently in his own space. He still has a lot of spirit stones. There are also more than 10 prescriptions of spiritual liquid in his hand. The effect of these spiritual liquids is not weak. Now Lin Feng can drink a big bowl every time. 2 days later, Lin Feng looked at Tong Tong who was fighting with Zioxiu, but didn't find it very enjoyable, and said, Tong Tong, let's go, we are active. The sparring match has begun again. Cut off. Cutting the beard is secondary, the important thing is to let Tong Tong practice his hands and see how Tong Tong progresses this week. He came. After another 2 days, some young beast masters shouted in the arena of the defending competition. Many of these young beast masters came to watch the fun. Now, Lin Feng and Tong Tong are already well known among the young beast masters. Hey, how did he get to ring number 3? These beast masters soon discovered that Lin Feng actually walked to the number 3 ring. That is, the arena for the 22 to 23 age group. There, an ice-patterned tiger just won the battle. Lin Feng directly raised the sign. I'm going, he's going to ring no 3. The young beastmasters rushed to the number 3 ring. This contestant, please come on stage. The referee said. Lin Feng walked up. Who is this person and why is he so young? It's not even 20 years old. It seems to be the beastmaster who made a little bit of fame in the number 1 ring in the past 2 weeks. So arrogant, so young, dare to challenge the ice tiger. Seeing Lin Feng taking the stage, the veteran beastmasters below the number 3 ring all started to talk about it. Lin Feng looks too young. It's like a junior high school student using high school exam papers to challenge a high school student. Even if they are not the objects to be challenged, these beastmasters are naturally uncomfortable. Soon, Lin Feng took the stage. On the opposite side, the owner of the ice-patterned tiger saw Lin Feng and was a little unhappy. What kind of cat and dog dare to come up? My name, Li Ping, is so ineffective. The owner of the ice tiger snorted softly. The time has already passed 5:30, which is the authentic time to cut who. Lin Feng is so young, he doesn't come up in the morning or evening, but he comes up at the time of who. In the eyes of the owner of the ice-patterned tiger, this is a deliberate attempt to humiliate him. Tong Tong, let's go. Lin Feng patted Tong Tong. Meow. Tong Tong jumped onto the ring. Start. The referee has no ink, said. With the voice of the referee. Roar. The ice-patterned tiger swooped and launched an attack. Meow. Tong Tong also rushed over. As soon as the tiger's claws moved, Tong Tong's surroundings instantly froze. But the strange energy turned around on Tong Tong, and the ice shattered one after another. Then, Tong Tong escaped the tiger's claws and jumped onto the head of the ice-patterned tiger with an extremely flexible posture. The little paw groaned. Roar. The ice-patterned tiger was called heavily to the floor by her. Tong Tong slammed down again. Roar. The ice pattern on the ice tiger's body lit up, and a layer of ice armor appeared on its head, but the ice armor was directly shattered by Tong Tong's claws. There is a terrifying power hidden in Tong Tong's small claws. When the claws go down, the head of the ice-patterned tiger has a gold star. Being called out in pain. How so? Below the arena, the other veteran beastmasters were all dumbfounded. This is too fierce. That ice-patterned tiger is 4th order. Nima. I was still thinking of challenging him, but luckily he didn't make it to the first ring. The 18 to 19-year-old beastmasters were even more stunned. Some of the children of the big family who were going to come to Lin Feng to challenge them were even more fortunate when they saw it. Lin Feng's cat was so fierce that even a Tier 4 ice-patterned tiger was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. If they go up, how badly will they die? Li Ping also stood up suddenly, with an incredible look on his face. He was still thinking about letting the ice-patterned tiger teach Tong Tong a lesson, but he didn't think so. As soon as they fought, the ice-patterned tiger was beaten by Tong Tong. This Nima. How is this possible? Roar. The ice-patterned tiger was completely stunned, screaming in pain from there. I surrender. Li Ping finally reacted, and if he didn't admit defeat, the ice tiger might be killed. In fact, due to his surprise, his reaction was a bit slower, and the ice-patterned tiger had already suffered a lot. Tong Tong, it's all right. Lin Feng said lightly. Meow. Tong Tong just let go of the ice-patterned tiger. Li Ping stepped down with a dizzy ice-patterned tiger with an ugly face. He won. It's too fierce, it's only been 2 weeks, is this cat so strong? Below, these young beastmasters were also deeply shocked by Tong Tong's strength. The veteran beastmasters were also talking there, and some veteran beastmasters couldn't believe it. There are 10 minutes to 6 o'clock. Contestant number 110 wins, let's start the next game, and all challenges can be staged. The referee's voice sounded. I come. An old-fashioned beastmaster couldn't sit still and decided to try it himself. However, Soon, the contracted beast of this veteran beastmaster was defeated by Tong Tong. This time, no one went up. After all, Lin Feng is so young, they are several years older than Lin Feng, and they are somewhat humiliated if they go up and lose. It's 6 o'clock. When 6 o'clock arrives, it means that Lin Feng succeeded in cutting Hu. Let's go. Lin Feng left with Tong Tong in his arms. Meow. Tong Tong let out a meow, as if to say that it was fun to play. In the space, with Xiaoxiu and with Lin Feng, she couldn't play to the fullest. The harvest of cutting Hu is also good, more than 200 spiritual stones. For the current Lin Feng, it is nothing. But it's not a lot, it's a good pocket money. Chapter 42. Water Power. In the space, with Lin Feng's soft words, the water in the lake turned into a large number of water arrows. Through the mutated lotus seeds, Lin Feng successfully awakened again. With this awakening, Lin Feng has mastered the power of the water system. Not only that, those lotus seeds can also further increase Lin Feng's strength in the water system. Here at the lake, Lin Feng came to the training area after trying the water system power for some time. Here, Tong Tong and Xiaoxiu are discussing. Tong Tong, come. Lin Feng said. Meow. Tong Tong's claws raised, and an electric arc struck. Lin Feng punched out. We'll see. The arc sent by Tong Tong was shattered by Lin Feng's fist before it touched Lin Feng's fist. Thunderbolt. Tong Tong kept sending out arcs. Lin Feng also kept breaking the arc. Such battles are constantly being carried out in space. Now, the special training area planned by Lin Feng is very large. Enough for Lin Feng to toss with Tong Tong. After training the fist intent for a while, Lin Feng realized the sword intent. In this process, from time to time, an epiphany will be triggered. True meaning, 4 levels. Lin Feng whispered. Follow the introduction in Shattered Star Fist. Really, there are 4 levels in total. Awakening level, micro level, transformation level, extinction level. The awakening level is the level after awakening the true meaning. At the micro level, that is, the micro level, the ability to use and master the true meaning is further deepened, reaching the level of nuance. The transformation level, the use of true meaning, has reached the level of perfection. And then it is the strongest destroyer. There are also some differences in each level. There is definitely a difference between the first entry and the peak. And the difference is not small. To break through to the corresponding level, one needs to comprehend, the other is to need a lot of practice, and there is a strong requirement for the strength of the body. The level of the true meaning itself, and the strength of the martial arts evolutionary, are actually not equivalent. Some martial arts evolvers themselves can exert their strength comparable to the 3rd and 4th ranks, and they may still be awakening in the true sense. Lin Feng's current fist intent has broken through the awakening level and has reached the level of beginners. Sword intent has reached the late stage of the micro level. The same is the micro level, the gap between the two is actually very large. If it is a sword intent at the peak of the micro level, just relying on the sword intent, it should be able to exert an attack power comparable to the 5th order. Lin Feng thought. He continued to comprehend. With the help of sword intent on broken sword, Lin Feng's progress in sword intent was exceptionally great. So, before you know it, another week has passed. After this week passed, Lin Feng stood up, used his finger as a sword, and slashed out. Ahead, a large amount of gravel was quietly cut from the middle. The pinnacle of micro-level. Lin Feng whispered. This week, Lin Feng successfully comprehended sword intent to the peak of the micro-level. In this way, with only the sword intent of entering the peak of the micro-level, Lin Feng can exert an attack power comparable to the 5th order. Although it is only offensive, it is sharp enough. Of course, not only sword intent, but also great progress in other aspects. However, sword intent has made the greatest progress. Looking at the time, it is already the weekend. This week's progress is very big, but the consumption of spirit stones is not small. Lin Feng is ready to take Tong Tong to the event again. See how Tong Tong is doing this week. Tong Tong, go, let's go to activities. After 5 p.m., Lin Feng set off with Tong Tong again. At around 5:30, Lin Feng came to the venue for the sparring match again. He really came. Some beast masters looked at Lin Feng when they saw Lin Feng. In today's venue, there are more people, and a large number of beast masters have come. Lin Feng went straight to the number 3 ring. There, today was dominated by a large red eagle. Haha, you are finally here, come on, let me meet your cat. When the owner of the red eagle saw Lin Feng coming, he laughed. This guy, surprisingly, also came to Lin Feng. It is estimated that after seeing the battle between Lin Feng and the Ice Tiger last week, he came here specially to find a place for the veteran beast masters. Even the Ice Pattern Tiger was defeated by this guy. The owner of the Ice Pattern Tiger was sullen in the ring. Because the owner of the Ice Pattern Tiger also wanted to get back to the game this week, but now there is no chance. Even if Chi Eagle defeated Tong Tong, it had nothing to do with him. Lin Feng walked up with Tong Tong in his arms. Go, Tong Tong! Meow! Tong Tong jumped into the ring. Start! The referee ordered. The red eagle fluttered his wings and rushed towards Tong Tong, opened his mouth and spit, and immediately, the entire arena was enveloped in flames. Go back! Some of the surrounding beast masters stepped back one after another, because the temperature of the flame was too high. If it weren't for the special protective net of the ring, it would melt at such a temperature. The strength of this red eagle is very strong. Meow! But immediately, a cat meow sounded. Immediately afterwards, in the flames, the cry of the red eagle rang out. After the flames dissipated, other people looked at it and were immediately dumbfounded. Because, the red eagle was being trampled on the ground by Tong Tong, and it was about to die. I go. The owner of the red eagle couldn't collapse. I surrender. He also had to admit defeat. Lin Feng successfully cut the beard again. It's over, how do I feel that this arena is going to be dominated by him? Yeah, I feel the same way. Below, the veteran beast masters talked a lot, and they all felt a sense of desperation to be dominated. If Lin Feng occupied the number 3 ring, wouldn't they never be able to get ahead? Chapter 43. Through the battle with the red eagle, Lin Feng saw the changes of Tong Tong this week. She is stronger. Moreover, not only is the attack strong, Tong Tong's defense is not bad. The flame of the red eagle, the temperature is terribly high, but it did not cause any harm to Tong Tong. After returning to the space, Lin Feng smashed dozens of spiritual stones. In the past week, Lingzi has matured a lot in the space. Many of the spiritual plants obtained in the space cracks have come to fruition. The effects of these spirit fruits are not the same. Most spiritual fruits have the effect of strengthening the body. Like the peach tree where Dao is located, the spiritual fruit that grows can also nourish the source, that is, prolong life. The evolutionary itself, as the strength increases, the lifespan will also be extended. The spiritual fruit of the mutant peach tree, the extended lifespan is extra, and it also has the effect of delaying the aging of the face. Meow! Tong Tong and Zioxu helped Lin Feng harvest spiritual fruit. Good harvest this time. There are a few spirit plants that bear dozens of spirit fruits at once. Although they are all low-level spirit fruits, the number is here. Now, for a period of time, you can eat linguo as a meal. Tong Tong, Zioxu, for you. Lin Feng gave Tong Tong and Zioxu some spiritual fruit. Meow. Tong Tong rubbed against Lin Feng and ate the spirit fruit with relish. Zioxu was a little envious, because she also wanted to rub against Lin Feng. Seeing her little expression, Lin Feng touched her little head. Eat it, Zioxu. Hey! Zioxu ate the spirit fruit. Lin Feng also ate the spirit fruit himself. After resting for a few hours and starting a new day of acceleration, Lin Feng realized the sword intent again. He wanted to work hard and let his sword intent reach the transformation level. Therefore, Lin Feng realized from time to time. At the same time, other powers have not fallen. Meow. On this day, Tong Tong saw Lin Feng and sighed with emotion. After cutting a huge stone with a sword intent, he jumped over. What's the matter, Tong Tong? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong pointed at Lin Feng, and then at the large stone that was cut open. Then, she pointed to herself. Tong Tong, do you want to try my sword intent? Lin Feng understood what she meant. Meow. Tong Tong nodded. Lin Feng wants to test sword intent? Sword intent is very sharp, although Lin Feng's sword intent has not broken through the transformation level, but the strength of the fifth order is not enough. No, even the ordinary fifth order, it is difficult to follow. Because the sword intent is too sharp. Martial arts evolvers, especially those who cultivate swords, are feared because the sword intent is too sharp. Only. Sword intent is indeed sharp, and there are not many people who have practiced sword intent to a high level. Unlike the evolutionary of the energy system, as long as there are enough good resources and space, the difficulty of going up is not particularly high, even if it is a little slower, but you can always get through it. In the past few days, Tong Tong's strength should have been above the 5th rank, right? Then try it. Lin Feng is interested. Meow. Tong Tong jumped to the opposite side. Xiaoxu watched with relish. I'm here, Tong Tong. Lin Feng used his finger as a sword, and a sword intent came out. Tong Tong felt the fast attacking sword intent, and strange energy appeared on his claws. Then she saw her claws raised, blocking Lin Feng's sword intent. Are you all right, Tong Tong? Lin Feng's concerns. Meow. Tong Tong raised his paws. It's perfect there. Tong Tong really blocked Lin Feng's sword intent. However, just now Lin Feng did not use all his strength. I'm here again, Tong Tong. Lin Feng sent another sword intent, Tong Tong raised his paws and blocked it again. Meow. She hadn't forgotten to raise her paw at Lin Feng. This was not to be shy, but to tell Lin Feng that she was not injured. Let Lin Feng feel at ease to attack. Therefore, Lin Feng exerted all his strength this time, and a sword intent that reached the peak of the micro-level attacked. Tong Tong's expression became serious. When her little paw moved, strange energy surged on the paw. The paws came up again. Sword intent was blocked again. Are you okay? Tong Tong. Lin Feng asked quickly. Meow. Tong Tong raised her claws. Lin Feng saw that the claws were fine, but the strange energy on her claws had consumed a lot. That said, Tong Tong was able to block the sword intent that Lin Feng urged with all her strength. In the past 2 weeks, her strength has grown somewhat astonishingly. Chapter 44. Meow. Tong Tong came to rub Lin Feng again. Tong Tong's strength has risen rapidly. No wonder. The feedback Lin Feng has received these days is also rising. The strength of the body has also increased a lot. Seeing that Tong Tong's strength has risen, Lin Feng gave her more spiritual fruit. Xiaoxu's strength has also risen quite rapidly. Lin Feng didn't forget her either. As for Dao and Bai Ling, as well as a rose flower, they don't need spiritual fruit or the like, as long as they have enough spiritual energy. Seeing that Tong Tong has made such great progress, Lin Feng is also quite happy. Meow. On this day, Tong Tong made a new discovery. After Lin Feng woke up, she came to Lin Feng's bed with Xiaoxu, and looked at Lin Feng with 2 pairs of cute eyes. What's the matter, Tong Tong? Lin Feng asked. Meow. Tong Tong pointed to the outside. Is there another plant variation in the space? Lin Feng walked in. Tong Tong and Xiaoxu lead the way. Lin Feng followed behind. Soon, out of the yard, came to the middle position. There is a small square here, and around the small square, there are paths leading to 4 directions. The small pond where the lotus is located is on the edge of the square. In one corner of the square, there was also a copper pole with a small flame burning on it. This is used for lighting behind Lin Feng. After all, there is no light source in space. Of course, the space is not completely dark, and the space wall will bring some shimmer, but if there is no other light source, the whole will become very dark. What's in here? Meow. Tong Tong raised his paw and pointed to the copper rod. Copper rod? Lin Feng looked up, there was nothing on the copper rod except the small flame. Flame. When Lin Feng sensed it with his mental power, his expression changed a little. Because, in his perception, the small group of flames is a little smart. Give him a feeling of being born spiritual. Even the flame has changed like this. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He feels. Does your space have any hidden talents? Even this flame has mutated. Lin Feng's mental power stroked the flame lightly. The weak spiritual consciousness in the flame trembled slightly, because Lin Feng's spiritual power was a little too strong for this spiritual consciousness. There is a feeling of a behemoth. Although trembling, the weak spiritual consciousness in the flame did not reject Lin Feng, and there was a feeling of wanting to be close. Look at it this way. As the master of space, the spiritual consciousness born in the space is born with closeness and incomparable loyalty to Lin Feng, the master of the space. After careful observation for a while, Lin Feng decided to continue to let this flame grow. Just let it grow and see how this flame can grow in the end. So, Lin Feng's daily walk after dinner has one more thing. Every day, I will come to see the situation of this flame. By the end of this week, Lin Feng found that the spiritual consciousness of this flame had grown stronger. In addition, Rose Flower's spiritual consciousness has also grown. Can communicate with Lin Feng. Lin Feng also gave the rose flower a name. It's called Rose. The spirit stone is almost gone. This week, although the changes in space are great, the growth of strength is also great, and the consumption of spirit stones is also amazing. Who made the space? There are so many spiritual plants in life that need aura. Many spiritual plants have undergone further transformation, and the consumption of spiritual energy has become greater. Therefore, the spiritual stone obtained from the space crack is almost useless. On the contrary, there is still some spiritual liquid. Go to the defensive competition first, and then go to the evolutionary alliance to test your strength. Lin Feng has a plan. In the League of Evolutionaries, according to different strengths, you can also receive different spiritual stone rewards. As for the sparring competition, it is mainly to train Tong Tong's hands to see the specific strength of Tong Tong. So, this weekend, Lin Feng went out with Tong Tong. I'm coming. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Lin Feng appeared, he was surrounded by the beast masters. Today is lively, there are several genius beast masters from major forces waiting for him. There are many beast masters watching the excitement today, and the stands are full of people. In the number 3 arena, a contracted beast, a lightning leopard with lightning all over his body, also looked at Lin Feng. After the owner of the Red Eagle was defeated last time, this beastmaster from a powerful force decided to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Let Lin Feng know. Ring number 3, not everyone can come up, Lin Feng should go back to ring number 1 obediently. Lin Feng hugged Tong Tong and walked towards the ring. Around the number 3 arena, after a challenger failed, there was no one else to challenge, and all were waiting for Lin Feng. But in the eyes of these people, Lin Feng turned around. On the way to ring 4. Soon, Lin Feng came to the number 4 ring. At this time, on the number 4 ring, there happened to be a challenger who failed. Lin Feng raised the entry card. The beastmasters who were watching Lin Feng suddenly froze one by one. They thought that Lin Feng would come to ring 3 this week. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng actually went directly to the number 4 ring. This. Is it a little too arrogant? On the number 3 ring, the owner of the lightning leopard was also stunned. He waited here for a day today, and was about to teach Lin Feng how to be a man, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng actually went to the number 4 ring. Is this guy so arrogant? Chapter 45. Please come on stage for this contestant. The referee's voice sounded. Lin Feng boarded the ring. What are you doing, so young? It seems to be the one who cut who in ring 3 last week. Look, everyone from ring 3 is here. Ring number 3? Can it be compared to ring number 4? This person is too arrogant. Under the number 4 arena, the veteran Beastmasters aged 24 to 25 were dissatisfied one by one. The Beastmasters in the number 3 ring also came over. In the number 3 ring, no one challenged the Lightning Leopard. The owner of Lightning Leopard also looked at Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng on the ring, the owner of the Lightning Leopard snorted softly, I didn't expect that there are people who are more arrogant than me, Wang Cheng, let's see how you die. On the number 4 ring, the ring leader also saw Lin Feng. The person from ring 3 last week. After the master's gaze swept over Lin Feng, he guessed Lin Feng's identity from the reactions of the many Beastmasters below. After guessing Lin Feng's identity, the ring leader of the number 4 ring was also a little unhappy. After all, Lin Feng is so young. It was still in ring number 1 a month ago. Went to ring 3 last week. And this week, actually came to the number 4 arena. Does this look down on him? Go, Tong Tong. Lin Feng patted Tong Tong. Meow. Tong Tong jumped onto the ring. On the opposite side of the ring is a lion that looks quite majestic. The lion's paws lightly scratched on the ground. On the ring, the solid ground was like tofu, and deep scratches were scratched by it. This time he is going to kick the iron plate. The strength of this lion has already broken through the 5th order. In the number 4 arena, it is the existence of the overlord level. Oh, that's what he deserves. Just now, it's easy to break. This person is too strong and so arrogant. Sooner or later, he will suffer. Below, many veteran Beastmasters are waiting to see Lin Feng's good show. There are also some young Beastmasters looking forward to it. As an old Beastmaster, seeing such an arrogant and cross-age challenge from such a young Beastmaster is naturally unhappy. The Beastmaster, who is about the same age as Lin Feng, is happy to see it. Start! The referee's voice sounded. Roar! The lion roared. The protective net of the arena was already lit up, because the roar of this male lion contained a very terrifying sonic attack. If not protected, the people below will be injured. I saw that with the roar of the lion, the air in the arena was almost emptied. If this is a weak mutant animal, this roar is enough to kill the opponent in seconds. On the opposite side, Tong Tong seems to be a small boat in a stormy sea, giving people a feeling that it will sink at any time. Meow. Tong Tong also made a sound. Compared with the roar of the lion, Tong Tong's voice was too small. But as soon as Tong Tong's voice came out, she rushed out like lightning. Looking at her appearance, she was not greatly affected by the roar of the male lion. When the male lion saw Tong Tong rushing towards him, the lion's claws were violently dispatched. Thunderbolt! The terrifying electric arc struck down, but the male lion was unmoved at all, not even blocking. The lion's claws grabbed at Tong Tong. This guy doesn't know how to harness supernatural powers. It was able to hold the number 4 ring with this extremely terrifying body. I saw that after the arc hit, it landed on the male lion, but its lion feathers were densely arranged in an instant, as if it had turned into an iron armor, which abruptly blocked Tong Tong's arc. This guy is really strong. At the same time, its lion claws had already caught Tong Tong. This guy's lion claw is so fast that there are after images in the air. Tong Tong was still in the air, and seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he simply couldn't avoid it, and the little paw called out fiercely. On the claws, strange energy also appeared. The huge lion's paw collided with Tong Tong's small paw in the air. Roar! The next second, I heard the lion let out a painful cry. The bones behind its claws are almost broken. This guy's body is really strong, and he was not turned over by Tong Tong's paw. But after Tong Tong succeeded in one hit, he had already used his strength to jump up. The male lion quickly retreated, and at the same time reluctantly attacked with the lion's claws. Tong Tong unceremoniously went up with another paw. The lion was in more pain now. Tong Tong took the opportunity to jump on its head, and the little claws screamed. Roar! The male lion was screaming in pain. The scene from last week was staged again. The difference is that this time, the lion is stronger. He was stronger and held on for a few more seconds before being beaten by Tong Tong on the ring. Below, many beastmasters have been dumbfounded. Some veteran beastmasters who were just waiting to see the joke were all sluggish. Gan. On the number 3 ring, the owner of the lightning leopard almost jumped up. How is this possible? The lion's owner couldn't believe it at all. After being stunned for a few seconds, seeing that the lion has been praised to death, the lion master said extremely unwillingly, "I admit defeat. It's over, I'm really going to be dominated by him." An old-fashioned beastmaster said desperately. "Tong Tong, you did a good job." In just 3 weeks, Tong Tong was able to easily defeat the 5th order mutant animals. These 3 weeks, Lin Feng took Tong Tong's Ioxu to digest the harvest in the space crack. Their respective gains are not bad. Chapter 46. This time the harvest is not bad. There are nearly 400 spirit stones. After leaving with these spirit stones, Lin Feng came all the way to the Evolution Alliance to test his strength. Lin Feng is not going to test the sword intent, but is going to use the sword intent as one of his trump cards. What he tested was still the power of the thunder element. Boom! An arc strikes the energy display. The numbers are skyrocketing. Then, another arc struck. Lin Feng continued to attack for 3 minutes before he stopped. The high-level test is not only about attack strength, but also the accumulation of strength. Middle stage 5. Seeing the value on the energy display, the expression on the tester's face couldn't help but linger. This tester already knew Lin Feng. What? He has reached the 5th level. In the office, after Lu Ryu got the news, a surprised look appeared on her pretty face. "Yes, President." The assistant of the hip skirt said. "It's only been so long, it's the 5th order. I have to see him." Lu Ryu stood up and walked down. Soon, Lu Ryu saw Lin Feng, who was receiving the spirit stone. "Lin Feng, wait, you don't need to collect the spirit stones," Lu Ryu said. Lin Feng, who was about to collect the spirit stone, looked at Lu Ryu in confusion. "Let me help you replace half of the spirit stones with intermediate spirit stones, what do you think?" Lu Ryu said. "Intermediate spirit stone." Lu Ryu explained, "The amount of spiritual energy in a middle-level spirit stone is equivalent to 100 current spirit stones, but the aura is more pure. Intermediate-level spirit stones are very rare, and only found in very large spirit stone mines." After listening to Lu Ryu's explanation, Lin Feng was of course happy. "Okay, thank you, President." Lin Feng said. "No thanks, you can tell me if you need anything else." Lu Ryu said. "President, I also want to pick up some books." Lin Feng said to Lu Ryu. "Books? Good." Lu Ryu said. This time, Lin Feng has a lot of books to pick up. Although all of them can be picked up after reaching a certain level of strength, what Lin Feng has registered is only a Thunder-type evolutionary. In theory, books from other departments cannot be accepted. For example, if Lin Feng wants to receive the books of the Fire Element evolutionary, it will not work. Unless Lin Feng is registered as a Fire Evolver. However, through Lu Ryu, it is enough. Lin Feng received a large number of more advanced cultivation books at once. After saying goodbye to Lu Ru, Lin Feng returned home. The harvest was good this time. The spiritual stones in his hand were enriched again. Can be used for a while. In one go, let's rush the sword intent to the transformation level. Lin Feng has a plan. He came to the training area, turned on the gravity change, and realized it. Once I realized this, I realized it for more than 10 hours. 10 hours later, Lin Feng's sword intent failed to reach the transformation level, but he accidentally awakened a new power. Gravity control. Moreover, not only Lin Feng awakened, Lin Feng found that Tong Tong seemed to be too. Do not. It seems that Tong Tong met first, and feedback some of the power back, plus Lin Feng was in a state of epiphany at the time, so he suddenly woke up. Gravity control. As soon as Lin Feng moved his hand, the surrounding gravity began to change. In space, although there is gravity talent, the gravity talent of space cannot be used in the outside world, nor can it be used for combat. But after gravity control became a skill, it was different. In the battle of the outside world, it is terrifying to suddenly change the gravity, or even form a force field. For the current Lin Feng, 10 times the gravity is not a problem. But what about being able to control 20 times, 100 times, or even higher gravity? The impact on combat power is also very large. Meow. Tong Tong's little paws raised, and I don't know when, her control of gravity has become quite skilled. Chapter 47. Tong Tong, you did a good job. Lin Feng touched Tong Tong's little head. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong actually mastered another ability on his own. Moreover, this ability was fed back to Lin Feng through the contract of space. Let Lin Feng also awaken from this. This is great. Lin Feng seems to have found a shortcut for laziness. In the future, it seems that Tong Tong and Xiaoxiu can go to learn the cultivation books he brought back. Wait for them to learn. Lin Feng waited for feedback. It seemed that it would be fine. Ha, will they protest against the abuse of child labor? Lin Feng couldn't help but find it interesting. Today's Tong Tong is almost like a little loli. As for Xiaoxiu, Lin Feng felt a little bigger, maybe it was equivalent to an underage girl. However, they also love to read books. Especially children. Every day, I would come to Lin Feng from time to time to communicate. After this awakening, Lin Feng has more and more power. Thunder, water, spirit, 2 true meanings, and now, there is one more gravity control. In addition, Lin Feng's body is also very strong. There are more and more means. Moreover, these means are not weak. Go on like this. Lin Feng feels that in the future, he will have what others have. He has what no one else has. And, he's not alone. It's a great feeling to slowly become stronger like this. Lin Feng sat comfortably in the chair. Eat grapes. These grapes, also planted by Lin Feng, are just ordinary grapes. But when grown in the space, it tastes much better than the grapes outside. Moreover, this grape has also been showing signs of mutation recently. If this is mutated, the grapes will also become delicious, and the effect will also become more. After Lin Feng took a few pills, he thought it was hard to peel them, so he simply stopped eating them. Meow. Beside him, Tong Tong looked at his little paws, as if he wanted to help Lin Feng peel the grapes. However, although her claws are sharp, they are not very good for peeling grapes. Neither does Xiaoxiu. The cat and the fox looked at each other. Tong Tong turned and ran towards Dao Ao. Lin Feng tried gravity control again. Although he has just awakened, perhaps because Lin Feng uses multiple gravity training every day, his gravity control is not weak by nature. In just a short time of trying, Lin Feng has been able to increase the gravity by 6 times. Just woke up. The comprehension has been getting higher and higher recently. Lin Feng also made new discoveries. The comprehension talent of space is really good. Rest for a while, and then charge the sword intent to the transformation level. Lin Feng thought. The gap between the micro-level sword intent and the transformation level sword intent is too great, as if there is a gap between them. Even though Lin Feng could perceive the sword intent of the strongest unbroken sword, he always felt that there was a layer of paper. However, this layer of paper, in Lin Feng's opinion, is about to break through. So, Lin Feng closed his eyes, and regained his senses. Close your eyes for a while. Lin Feng felt that there seemed to be movement next to him. They should be Tong. It is absolutely safe in the space, and no one else can come in, so Lin Feng doesn't care. Meow. Tong's voice sounded. Really? It's Tong. Soon. A grape appeared beside Lin Feng's mouth. Hey? Grape. Tong actually learned to peel grapes? Lin Feng was a little surprised. He did not open his eyes, but opened his mouth and ate the grapes. However, when eating, Lin Feng's lips touched two delicate fingers. Finger? Lin Feng opened his eyes subconsciously. The goal is a small white and tender hand. Hand? He turned his head. Then he saw, on his right, a girl wearing a pink skirt and veil, who looked like a beautiful girl was standing there. There was a slight smile on her face. Girl. In his space, a cat and a fox, where did the woman come from? Big brother, it's me. The girl spoke softly. She opened her mouth. Lin Feng heard it. This is Dao Ao's voice. Did this girl change from Dao Ao? A single flower, Dao Ao, can still become a girl? Lin Feng looked at the girl and found that the girl's face really had a feeling of peach blossoms. She doesn't look very old, only 17 or 18 years old. However, there was not much greenness on his face, instead, it was full of some kind of coquettishness. However, it is not the same as that of a mature woman. In this kind of charm, there is obviously a trace of purity. The lethality brought by this mixed temperament is enormous. Are you Dao Ao? Lin Feng asked, not very sure. Meow. Tong answered for her. Lin Feng knew that she said yes. Well, big brother, I'm Dao Ao. Tao Yao said. Lin Feng stood up and looked at it carefully. How did you become human? Lin Feng asked. Dao Ao said, Big brother, I don't know either. It can change suddenly, but it won't last for too long now. I'll peel the grapes for you first. After speaking, Dao Ao picked up the grapes and peeled them. Here, big brother. Dao Ao peels one off and feeds one to Lin Feng. Seeing that Dao Ao made a special trip to peel the grapes for herself, Lin Feng was embarrassed not to eat it. While eating the grapes that Dao Ao peeled, he looked at Dao Ao. Soon, Lin Feng made more discoveries. For example, in the current Dao Ao, there is still a feeling that the body is not solid. She also had a very nice scent on her body. I don't know why she has the shape of a girl all of a sudden. Could it be that evolution has also reached a new stage? Soon, the grapes were finished. Big brother, I have to go, I'll come back tomorrow. After Dao Ao finished speaking, it turned into a large number of peach petals and headed towards the peach tree. It's really her. Chapter 48. Seeing that Dao Ao had turned into a peach blossom again, Lin Feng followed. Meow. Tong and Xiaoxiu also followed. Soon, Lin Feng followed Dao Ao's peach blossoms to the peach tree. It was found that these peach blossoms quickly returned to their positions and reformed a very gorgeous peach blossom. After discovering Lin Feng's arrival, the petals of the peach blossom slightly expanded outwards, which was to greet Lin Feng. Big brother, I'm going to sleep for a while. Dao Ao's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. After speaking, she was silent. It seems that she has just become a girl, and the consumption of her is probably not small. Tong Tong, did Dao Ao change a few days ago? Lin Feng asked Tong Tong. Because the actions of Tong Tong and Zioxu before, can explain the problem. Meow. Tong Tong nodded. Lin Feng understood. Dao Ao should be the changes that have taken place in the past few days. However, when Dao Ao became a girl earlier, it shouldn't last long. So she never said it, and Tong Tong and the others also helped her keep it a secret. It seemed that he wanted to give Lin Feng a surprise. After the space is upgraded to level 2, the evolution of all life in the space is further accelerated. Dao Ao's evolutionary direction itself is different from other spiritual plants. Other spiritual plants, no matter how they evolve, are only spiritual plants. At most, from the primary spiritual plant, to the intermediate spiritual plant, and then to the advanced spiritual plant, there will be no birth of spiritual consciousness. After watching Dao Ao for a while, Lin Feng went to see the lotus flower again. Dao Ao has such a change, in the future, he will not become a girl too, right? In the small pond, the white lotus still bloomed beautifully. Her abilities are related to water. Under her control, the water in this small pond became very clear, and there was also fog floating on it from time to time, giving people a rather aesthetic feeling. Master. Bai He's voice sounded. Bai He, can you transform into a human like Dao Ao now? Lin Feng asked. Changing into an adult. Bai He tasted these 4 words and said, Master, Bai He can try it. It seems that Bai He still won't. Her evolution itself started a little later than Dao Ao. Lin Feng took another look at Rose. The current Rose, obviously not yet. However, after hearing Lin Feng talk about it, Qiang Gui also felt eager to try. After Lin Feng looked around like this, he returned to the training area. He took out a sword and began to practice it. In this way, he further increased his understanding of sword intent. Finally, breakthrough. 20 hours later, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. His sword intent was transformed once again. From the peak of the micro level, it broke into the transformation level in one fell swoop. Transformation level sword intent. Now, it can be used as a veritable whole card. After Lin Feng consolidated the transformation level sword intent, he sat on a chair and rested. Big brother, are you tired? Dao Ao's voice sounded. Lin Feng looked back, Dao Ao came again. Tao Yao first handed Lin Feng a clean spirit fruit. Then, he peeled the grapes for Lin Feng again. After Lin Feng finished eating the grapes, Dao Ao stood behind Lin Feng and pressed Lin Feng's shoulder. Dao Ao's hand strength is suitable, and it is very comfortable to press. Being pressed by her, after comprehending the sword intent for so long, Lin Feng, who was rather tired, fell into a deep sleep. When Lin Feng woke up, Tao Yao had already left. However, Lin Feng found that there was a plate of peeled grapes next to it. Soon, Lin Feng found out that the dirty clothes in the room had been cleaned. The entire room was also cleaned. These are all made by Dao Ao. Lin Feng thought. Dao Ao, you are really diligent. Chapter 49. In the portable space, with Dao Ao, it seems to be more fun. The time for Dao Ao to change into a girl every day is also increasing. At first, it was only a few minutes. So far, it has increased to more than an hour. After more than an hour, the increase slowed down again. During the time she changed into a girl, Dao Ao always came to Lin Feng's side. No matter the details, help Lin Feng solve the trivial matters in life. Although I feel like this continues, I will lose the ability to take care of myself. But it was quite comfortable to be served by Dao Ao like this. At least, when Lin Feng wants to eat grapes, he doesn't have to peel the grapes himself. Boom! A stone was punched into countless pieces by Lin Feng. The effect of the intermediate spirit stone is indeed much stronger. Lin Feng whispered. The aura in the intermediate spirit stone is more refined. The effect of use is also stronger. This time, Lin Feng didn't get many intermediate spirit stones, only 15. But these 15 intermediate spirit stones are equivalent to the 1,500 elementary spirit stones used by Lin Feng before. Intermediate spirit stones also seem to be quite rare. Like Lin Feng, the spiritual stone ore found in that space crack has more than 10,000 spiritual stones. However, there is no intermediate spirit stone in it. Spirit stone mines with intermediate level spirit stones are estimated to exist only in particularly large spirit stone mines. These spiritual stone mines are also the focus of competition between humans and aliens. After Lin Feng used the intermediate spirit stone, he found that the intermediate spirit stone had a particularly good effect on improving the body when practicing boxing or swordsmanship. Much better than the primary spirit stone. Intermediate spirit stones are not suitable for crushing. When the strength of the evolutionary is weak, it is also a waste to use the intermediate spirit. Basically, if you need to use it above the 5th level, it will not be a waste. Above the 6th rank, use the intermediate spirit stone, the effect will be better. Lin Feng also gave Tong Tong and Xiaoxiu a piece each. After Tong Tong got the intermediate spirit stone, the choice was, just eat a small piece. This kind of behavior of eating lingxi as food also shows from the side how powerful Tong Tong is now. An intermediate level spirit stone is still enough for Tong Tong to eat for a lot of time. When Lin Feng was developing silently in space, west of Sioux City. Here is the outermost defense line outside the Soviet Union. It has thick reinforced concrete walls. There are a lot of complicated patterns on these reinforced concrete walls. These patterns represent some spiritual formations. The spirit array is injected with spirit stones, and after lighting, it can defend against some powerful attacks. There are many soldiers patrolling the defense line. In the sky, drones can also be seen flying around. Behind the line of defense, at intervals, there will be a small town. These towns are responsible for the supply of the defense lines. If you want to get out of the defense line, you must also go out from these small towns. Such a line of defense is still very solid, especially after the spirit array is activated. Outside the defense line, ordinary people are basically invisible. However, there are still some evolutionaries who are hunting beasts. There are still a lot of beasts kept by aliens. Through these beasts, aliens can well limit the range of activities of most humans. It can also bring enough interference to some evolutionary activities outside the defense line. These beasts are also very difficult to eradicate. Boom! At this time, in a dense forest, several evolutionaries joined forces to kill a group of beasts. After killing them, they put the corpses of these beasts into their portable space, preparing to sell them after returning to the city. What sound? At this time, an evolutionary seemed to hear something. I'll take a look. An evolutionary pilot flew the drone into the sky. But the drone flew up not long ago, and with a whoosh sound, the drone was shot down by something. Boom! Then, the ground shook. It was as if 1,000 beasts were running. I'm going, this is a beast tide. An evolutionary complexion changed, said. Beast tide. Every once in a while, the aliens will launch a terrifying wave of beasts to attack the human city. The number of these beast hordes is huge, even if the strength of a fierce beast may not be strong, but when the beasts are galloping, the power is not to mention how great. Sicheng is a big city with a population of several million. When facing the beast tide, you have to be careful. Because behind the beast tide, it is very likely that there are aliens. Quick, escape. An evolutionary way. They are still tier 3 evolutionaries. Although the strongest one has reached tier 4, it is absolutely impossible to stop the beast tide. The drowning has drowned you. These evolutionaries have fled to the defense line. In the rear, the beast tide is frantically rushing towards the defense line in the west of Sioux City. In the beast tide, I don't know how many beasts there are. While the evolutionaries fled, they sent the news of the arrival of the beast tide to the online warning. Soon, the news of Suez City's encounter with the beast tide spread everywhere. When Lin Feng left the space, he just saw the news. Chapter 50. Beast Tide. How come there is a beast tide at this time? At this time, at the headquarters of the Evolution Alliance, Lu Ru stood up with a dignified expression on her pretty face. President, I just received the news that both Zhengken and Huchen have encountered a beast tide, and Heiken also encountered an attack by sea beasts. The scale of the beast tide is not small. At this time, the assistant with the hip skirt came to report. Have all encountered a beast tide? Lu Ru frowned. Looking at the time, the beasts of the alien race have not reached the end of their lifespan. The beast tide launched by the aliens also has certain rules. This kind of rule is that when the beasts stalked by aliens are approaching their lifespan, they will drive these beasts over to attack human cities. Ferocious beasts grow fast and die fast. Animal-like beasts generally only have a lifespan of 1 or 2 years. The lifespan is coming to an end, and it is natural to use the waste. Of course, this is a general rule. If the aliens aggressively attack the human city, they will directly let the beast play the front line regardless of whether the beast has reached the end of its lifespan. These beasts can bring a lot of consumption to humans. When aliens have some special purposes, they will also launch beast tides. President, could it be because of that space crack? The assistant guessing the hip skirt. Lu Ru's expression became a little serious. This is what I'm worried about. A large number of strong people are competing with the aliens for the space crack, and the aliens are now launching a beast tide, which may be putting pressure on us to force us not to send more powerhouses go in. The hip-packed skirt assistant nodded beside him. To be Lu Ru's assistant, her strength and brain are not bad. Lu Ru said with some worry. However, it is not impossible for the aliens to launch a large-scale attack while taking advantage of the situation. After all, the city lord is not here now. After making a guess, Lu Ru took out her cell phone, walked to the side, and made a phone call. A few minutes later, she reappeared next to the assistant and said, to release the task, we must mobilize all the evolutionists in Suez City to defend this beast tide. Yes, President. The assistant posted the task. The beast tide is here again. In the room, Lin Feng looked at the screen of the tablet computer. There are some beast tide videos taken by evolutionaries in the wild. I saw fierce beasts all over the mountains and plains. I don't know how many beasts are galloping. After 18 years, Lin Feng has experienced a lot of beast tides. There have been dozens of beast tides, big and small. The scale of these beast swarms can be large or small, and the small ones are fine. They will not cause too much damage, and they will basically be prevented. Large-scale beast tides are often used to cooperate with the attacks of aliens, and twice even hit outside the city of Suez City. The west side of Suez City was completely destroyed. Of course, that was 10 years ago. In the past 10 years, the strength of human beings has become stronger and stronger. In addition, there are a lot of cities in the area where Suez City is located. Under the coordination of the Evolution Alliance, the cities support each other. This rarely happens. In the past, Lin Feng could only be in Suez City when the beast tide came, and was just as frightened as everyone else. Meow. Next to him, Tong Tong raised his paws when he saw the video of the beast tide. She is not afraid of these beasts. Zioxiu is more curious. Zioxiu grew up in that space crack since she was a child, and she has never seen a beast. The video is not long. After reading it, Lin Feng found that a lot of news appeared on the internet. The Evolution Alliance has released a mission. Lin Feng clicked on a message. The content of the message is simple. The Evolutionary Alliance has released the task of fighting the beast tide. Every evolutionary person in Suez City who participates in the fight against the beast tide will get double the usual contribution points. When the number and strength of the beasts killed reach a certain level, there are additional rewards. Double the contribution points. Seeing these words, Lin Feng became interested. Contribution points are still useful, and they can be exchanged for a lot of things in the Evolution Alliance. It's just some tasks released by the Evolution Alliance. Lin Feng is not very interested. It's a waste of time because you need to run around. To fight the beast tide, you only need to go to the defense line and wait for the beasts to attack. In comparison, it is much simpler. What's more, in the past 18 years, Lin Feng has experienced so many beast tides. Now that his strength has increased, he also wants to meet the beast tides for a while. In the real battle, the strength that has soared these days can also be consolidated to a certain extent. Let's go, Tong Tong, let's do some activities. Lin Feng said. Meow. Tong Tong rubbed against Lin Feng. Hey! Xiaoxiu is also a little eager to try. So, Lin Feng let Tong Tong and Xiaoxiu enter the space and went out. There is no need to pack things, because they are all in space. In his current room, he is only used to rest his feet, plus supplies such as water that can be easily replenished. As soon as he went out, Lin Feng found that the streets of Sicheng were already very lively. There are more and more vehicles out of town. A large number of evolutionaries are rushing to the western defense line. Not only the evolutionary people, but also a large number of ordinary people are also rushing to the western defense line. Vehicles heading for the western defense line also became tense. This time, the scale of the beast swarm is very large, and the entire Su city, the people with fighting ability, are basically dispatched. It could be said that the whole city was dispatched. Going to the western defense line is free, and there are 15 more positions. A bus pulled up, the driver shouted. Immediately, many people waved. Seeing this, Lin Feng also followed, preparing to take this bus to the defense line. If it is late, it is estimated that it is not easy to get a car. Chapter 51. Little brother, are you going to the front line at such a young age? It must be an evolutionary. The bus was full of people. Next to Lin Feng, a talkative middle-aged man asked. Lin Feng said Awesome, I woke up so quickly, I'm as powerful as my daughter, I only woke up when I was in my 20s. The middle-aged man Barabara got up, regardless of whether Lin Feng listened. This middle-aged man is still an evolutionary. Beside him, a little girl who looked no more than a few months older than Lin Feng was quietly looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked out the window, and there were so many vehicles going out of the city. The west of Su City is the hardest hit area, because the large-scale beast tide basically comes from the west. Therefore, there are hardly any trees in the defense line in the west of Su City. All the trees were cut down, and the ground was relatively flat. There are many roads suitable for vehicles. I saw that a large number of vehicles were rushing to the front line. In the sky, from time to time, there are also helicopters flying by. You can also see a lot of powerful teams. This scene, if seen from the sky, is still extremely spectacular. After more than an hour, finally, the line of defense arrived. On the defensive line, the battle has not yet begun. When the warning message of the first wave of evolutionaries was issued, the beast tide was still nearly 300 kilometers away from the western defense line of Su City. Although the beast tide is ferocious, ordinary beasts cannot run nearly 300 kilometers in more than an hour. Powerful beasts certainly can, but powerful beasts will definitely not act alone. Lin Feng jumped out of the car and rushed to the defense line. Ordinary people are here to line up and wait for dispatch. After registering, the evolutionary people will be assigned and selected defensive positions according to their strengths. Below the defense line, a large number of soldiers are arranged and dispatched there. Lin Feng went to the evolvers area. There are hundreds of evolutionaries ahead, but there are many people in charge of deployment. Soon it was Lin Feng's turn. Lin Feng scanned the information card. Middle Stage 5. A non-commissioned officer glanced at Lin Feng and seemed surprised that such a young Lin Feng had such strength. You can be in charge of a defense point, and all the evolutionaries of that defense point are sent to you. As long as you keep it, as the person in charge, you can have more rewards. The sergeant said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng agreed, okay. At present, there are no evolutionists above the 5th rank in these defense points, you can choose one. The sergeant pointed to some dots on the screen. Lin Feng took a look and chose a defense point close to the middle. Defense point 18. The defensive line is too long. There are hundreds of such defensive points in the west of Sioux City. This is your contact device, which can be used to communicate with other surrounding defense points. For every 10 defense points there will be an evolutionary above the 6th rank. When encountering a beast that cannot be dealt with, you can ask for support in time. By the way, also there is a record ring. The sergeant handed the contactor and the record ring to Lin Feng. The record ring is a bracelet. This bracelet uses a special device that can relatively accurately calculate the number of beasts killed. It can only be used near the defense line, and cannot be used in other areas. In addition, Lin Feng also received 10 spiritual power supplements, which can quickly replenish the spiritual power in the body. As long as you participate in the war, you can receive different amounts of supplements according to your strength. Soon, Lin Feng came to the defense point he was in charge of. This is in the lower part of the line of defense. The entire line of defense is divided into several layers. The position of the evolutionary is on the bottom, there are 2 layers, and the most ferocious impact is faced here. The middle position is the position of the soldiers holding Chinook guns and Chinook cannons. At the top is the position of ordinary people, who will operate hot weapons. Due to the lack of materials and the corresponding lack of industrial base, many powerful thermal weapons cannot be manufactured, and there is no need to manufacture them. Because it is difficult to pay high-level aliens, and using too much will pollute the aura. Although there is no aura in the air now. Evolvers are the key, and Chinook weapons such as Chinook guns and Chinook cannons are a supplement. After Lin Feng reached the defense point, he released Tong Tong. This time, on Tong Tong's little head, another peach blossom was worn. Meow. Tong Tong pointed to the inside of the space. What she means is. Zioxu also thought of it. Thinking that Zioxu's strength is not bad, Lin Feng thought about it and let Zioxu out. Let them be active. Hey, little brother, are you also at this defense point? At this time, a voice sounded. Lin Feng saw that it was the middle-aged man and his daughter who were on the bus earlier. Lin Feng said Ha, that's just right, the fierce beast will be coming soon, and I will protect you, you will be fine. The middle-aged man patted his chest and said. Protect Lin Feng? Tong Tong couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng. But she said nothing. Lin Feng also did not correct the familiar middle-aged man. While talking, the middle-aged man saw Tong Tong and Zioxu again. So you are a beast master is pretty good. The middle-aged man said again. Although he clearly felt that Tong Tong and Zioxu's body sizes seemed a little too small, and their strengths were not very strong. But men can't dismantle other people's platforms, can they? At this time, more evolutionaries came. Soon, the evolutionaries who chose this defense point came, and these evolutionary strengths were not bad. Although I chose it myself, the person in charge of scheduling will definitely do some intervention. For example, if there are too many powerful evolutionists in a defense point, that defense point will be hidden first. The evolutionary with strong strength, and the evolutionary with weak strength, see different defense points. I will also make some suggestions to some evolutionaries. After all the evolutionaries arrived, Lin Feng took a look and saw that the defense point 18 he was in charge of had a total of 100 evolutionaries. Defense point 18 is responsible for defending the size of the area, about 100 meters. What about the person in charge of our defense point? There are no evolutionaries above the 5th rank sitting here, right? At this time, an evolutionary asked after looking around. Impossible, then how to defend, it should not come yet. Another humane brother, should it be you? A young evolutionary in his 20s looked at the middle-aged man and asked respectfully. Because when the middle-aged man doesn't speak, he still looks a bit like a mysterious boss. The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand. It's not me, I'm only tier 3, how can I sit in a defensive spot? Who is the person in charge here? At this time, a cold voice sounded. Lin Feng looked and saw a woman in a white dress and a long sword standing outside the crowd. Other evolutionaries also looked at it. It's her. Lang Qingqiu, the little daughter of the city lord. The middle-aged man whispered to Lin Feng. The youngest daughter of the mayor? Lin Feng stood up and said, it's me. What? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and the expression on his old face suddenly became very exciting. Beside him, his daughter was also taken aback. Immediately, after seeing the rich expression on his father's face, he almost laughed. Chapter 52. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Lang Qingqiu looked over. When he saw Lin Feng's appearance, Lang Qingqiu couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng does look a little younger. Lin Feng took out the special liaison device for the person in charge of the defense point, which is a simple proof. Seeing the contactor, Lang Qingqiu confirmed Lin Feng's identity. I am responsible for the defense points 15 to 25. I will be at the defense point in the middle. If I encounter a beast above the 6th rank, I will report it in time. Lang Qingqiu came over and said. This should be the purpose of her coming, to make a face-to-face. Lin Feng nodded slightly, okay. In this way, Lang Qingqiu's strength is above the 6th rank. She seemed to be not much bigger than those third-order genius evolutionaries in the last space crack. It seems that he is only 2 years old. But it has the strength of the 6th order or above. As the daughter of the city lord, it seems that she enjoys a lot of resources and the bonus of portable space. His own cultivation aptitude should not be bad. By the way, this is for you, it can be used for recovery in battle. Lang Qingqiu handed over something. Lin Feng took it over and took a look, and what Lang Qingqiu handed over was also a spiritual supplement. But it looks much more advanced than what Lin Feng received before. After handing the spiritual power supplement to Lin Feng, Lang Qingqiu left here. Captain, I didn't expect you to hide your secrets, but I said I wanted to protect you, I'm ashamed. 35. The middle-aged man said with an embarrassed expression. Poor God. When Lin Feng said that he was the person in charge of this defense point, the middle-aged man was so embarrassed that he almost snapped his toes out of the 3 rooms and 1 hall. His title has changed rapidly, and the evolutionary person who sits at the defense point is usually called captain in the past. The other evolutionaries all looked at Lin Feng one after another. Seeing that Lin Feng is so young, he is already a 5th order evolutionary, and each of these evolutionary people is a little surprised. They all looked at Lin Feng with the eyes of the boss. In the eyes of ordinary evolutionaries, the 5th order is indeed quite powerful. In the 093 Su city, if the 5th order evolutionaries are willing to join the forces, even if they are older, there are still a large number of forces willing to give good treatment. Also have a good position. But Lin Feng is so young and 5th order, these evolutionaries have never seen. At the same time, there is still speculation as to where Lin Feng is sacred and from which force. Everyone, report your strengths. Lin Feng said. Evolvers will cooperate. Soon, Lin Feng knew the general situation of these 100 evolutionaries. The strength of these evolutionaries is not bad. 1/3 of the awakening level, 1/3 of the 1st level, and the other 1/3 of the 2nd level to 4th level. There are a total of 5 evolutionaries of the 4th order. There are a total of 11 3rd order evolutionaries. There are 22 2nd order evolutionaries. There are 31st order evolutionaries. There are 32 awakening grades. Among them, there is no awakening level below level 8. Just awakening, and awakening level 8, the difference is still very big. There are also several beastmasters among them. After learning the approximate strength of these 100 evolutionaries, Lin Feng arranged it. He himself sits in the middle position. 5 fourth-order evolutionaries, evenly distributed on both sides. Other evolutionaries are also distributed according to their strength. At the same time, Lin Feng also divided the staff into 3 batches. The 100-meter line of defense requires 100 evolutionaries for a large reason. The beast tide will last a little longer. The power of evolution is not endless. What if the beast horde continued to attack for more than 10 hours, or even longer? It is the correct strategy to divide the personnel into batches in the early stage. Basically, all 5th-order evolutionaries who sit in defense points will be divided into batches. After these things were arranged, the alarm sounded loudly on the defense line. The beast tide is coming. Lin Feng stood there, looking out. Outside the defense line, there are also many hidden warning points. Even if there is no notification from the evolutionary who hunts beasts outside, through these early warning points, you can also know the arrival of the beast tide in advance. But there is no way to advance too much time. Although these early warning points are hidden, they are always destroyed and removed by the beasts, and there is no way to arrange them too far away from Su City. Generally, it is only 200 or 300 kilometers west of Suzhou City. Around Lin Feng, those first-order evolutionaries were a little nervous because of their weaker strength. Boom! After some time, there was a rumbling sound in the distance. It was as if the earth was shaking. Coming! The familiar middle-aged man said. Don't rush to attack yet. Lin Feng said. The first wave of attacks is handed over to the person above. The role of the evolutionary is to solve the beasts that try to build a wall of people and rush through the line of defense. As for those beasts that can fly, someone will naturally solve them. The city lord of Su City also has his own army, and he also has a large number of evolutionaries under his command. But the number is not as many as the Evolutionary Alliance after the citywide mobilization. Because the line of defense is too long, in the early stage, I didn't know the key attack direction of the beast tide, so I could only rely on this comprehensive defense method to avoid the line of defense from being broken through. Soon, Lin Feng saw it. In the sky in the distance, a layer of pale yellow is permeated. Due to the reduction of human activities in the wild, the ecological restoration is very good. However, because there were too many galloping beasts, they still brought a lot of dust into the sky when they ran wildly. A lot, at least several times, no, dozens of times more than the wave of a few months ago. The middle-aged man said. There was also a wave a few months ago, but it was a small-scale beast tide. It was purely an alien who saw that the lifespan of the beast was about to end, and rushed over to use it. At that time, Lin Feng was not yet 18 years old, so he didn't have any personal space. This middle-aged man seems to have also participated in that defense. Uncle, how did you know? 35. Lin Feng asked. The middle-aged man's mentality has been adjusted, and now he also admires Lin Feng very much. After all, he is almost 40 years old, and he is still 3rd order. Lin Feng looked as old as his daughter, but she was already 5th order. Hearing Lin Feng asking himself, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a little sense of accomplishment. Although Lin Feng is powerful, his fighting experience with beasts is still not as good as his. The middle-aged man pointed to the sky and said, Captain, look at the dust in the sky. From the concentration, width, and height of the dust, you can roughly see the scale of the beast tide. Lin Feng looked at the dust in the sky. As the beast tide approached, the sky in the west began to rise a layer of pale yellow. The pale yellow area stretches over a very wide area. Judging from the scale of the dust, the scale of the beast tide this time is really not small. No wonder, the Evolutionary Alliance is so inspiring, and it also uses double contribution points to activate the evolutionary people in the city. Boom! 35. The sound is getting louder. All beasts gallop. It's as if 10,000 drums are beating in front of you at the same time. On the defensive line, some of the evolutionaries with weaker strength became nervous. At the heights, many of the ordinary people who manipulated hot weapons turned pale. Heaven, heaven! In front of a heavy machine gun, an ordinary person pointed to the sky. There, a large number of flying beasts also appeared. We don't care about the sky, we just care about the ground. Someone in the sky will solve the problem. These beasts are too fast, and our guns can't deal with the beasts in the sky. 359. Beside, another humane. The heavy machine guns here are more powerful, and the bullets are the size of small Coke bottles. A heavy machine gun requires 3 people to operate. One person shoots, another person is responsible for straightening the belt, and the remaining person is responsible for replenishing the belt, cooling the barrel and so on. Behind the line of defense, there are also a large number of people responsible for transporting ammunition supplies. For God's sake, I must never die here. There are people there who are muttering words. Boom! The ground was starting to vibrate slightly. On the defensive line, all the warriors and evolutionaries are staring at the bottom. Outside the defense line, trees in a large area were cleared, accompanied by an increasingly loud rushing sound. Finally, a fierce beast rushed out of the jungle. As soon as this fierce beast came out, a second later, in the dense forest, countless fierce beasts rushed out. These vicious beasts charged towards the defense line screaming strangely as if they had been beaten with blood. In the sky, the densely packed flying beasts are also approaching. Coming! Lin Feng whispered. Da-da-da! It is not known who fired the first shot. Immediately after, the heavy machine gun at the top of the defense line roared wildly. Several layers of heavy machine guns were arranged, and the bullets rushed over a distance of several kilometers at several times the speed of sound. Since the firepower density on the defense line was large enough, it was seen that a large number of beasts were shot by the heavy machine guns. These ferocious beasts have rough skin and thick flesh, and it is difficult to kill them with 1 or 2 bullets. They are much more powerful than the beasts they encountered in the line of defense before. Moreover, the closer to the dead beast, the thicker the dead skin outside, these dead skin is a very good defense. Fortunately, the heavy machine guns on the defense line are not small in power. In the rain of guns woven by these heavy machine guns, the beast that rushed out first was almost dead. But the beasts from behind were still rushing. Heavy machine guns can't be blocked at all. So ferocious! Such a beast tide, even if all the tanks, planes, cannons, and missiles were used before the crossing, they could not stop it. There are too many, and the battle lines are so long. The damage of the shells is not enough for the beasts. For humans, even a small piece of shrapnel is deadly, and the shock wave alone can kill many people. But unless the shells directly hit the beasts, it would be good to be able to kill 1 or 2 beasts with 1 shot. Not to mention, the strength of beasts is not fixed, and powerful beasts are even more difficult to deal with. Except for nuclear bombs. But that is to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 10,000. Will there be people living in Sioux City in the future? Now, there are no nuclear bombs or anything like that. In the early days of the aliens' attack, it wasn't that humans didn't use it. Seeing that the beast had already rushed out of a distance of several hundred meters, below the hot weapon, the soldiers armed with Chinook guns launched an attack. The Chinook cannon has not moved yet. The attack from the Chinook cannon is similar to that of the evolutionary. It is equivalent to simulating the attack of an evolutionary person, in the form of a gun, consuming spirit stones to launch it. The advantage is that the attack power of the Chinook cannon is very powerful, and the manufacturing difficulty is lower than that of cultivating evolutionaries. The downside is that it consumes a lot of money, and this thing is simply not worthwhile compared to the follower. After a few shots, none of the spirit stones were left, and it took a long time to repair the spirit patterns inside. You can still use it when it matters. As the soldiers on the second line of defense opened fire, the momentum of the beast began to be blocked. The evolvers have not moved yet. It's not time for the evolutionaries to move out. The beasts are still running. Then, he was shot dead by intense fire. In the sky, you can see some flying evolutionaries, dealing with those ferocious beasts that can fly. In this way, after fighting for more than half an hour, there were already beast corpses everywhere outside the defense line. The beast is getting closer and closer to the defense line. If it can't be sealed, these are just cannon fodder. 35. The middle-aged man said. Meow. In front of Lin Feng, Tong Tong created Chuang pause. The eyesight of a middle-aged man is really good. His voice fell. In the dense forest, a fierce beast rushed out like a tide. When these beasts rushed out, on the ground, a smaller thing appeared. These things are dense. On the ground, a black carpet was spread. I'm going, ant tide, these aliens have cultivated ant tide, trouble. 35. The face of the middle-aged man changed. Ant tide. Reiki brings opportunities to all life on Earth star. Animals, insects, humans. Due to the appearance of aliens, whether they are humans or mutant animals, they have been suppressed badly. There are also far fewer mutant animals and mutant insects in the wild. However, it now seems that the aliens have cultivated a large number of mutant ants and attacked with the beast tide. Whether it's a heavy machine gun or a Chinook gun, it's okay for beasts, but it's impossible to deal with these small mutant ants. Moreover, the beasts in the back are obviously more powerful. Boom! Above, finally, the Chinook cannon roared. Balls of lightning fell. This is a thunder-type Chinook cannon. There are also some Chinook cannon attacks, which are balls of fire, so that when the fireball explodes, it will turn the surrounding into a sea of fire. This flame is naturally different from ordinary flames, and its lethality is greater. Although the consumption of these Chinook cannons is large, the effect is also very good. Under the roar of a large number of Chinook cannons, the beasts and ant tide below began to be quickly killed. However, this wave of beasts is too fierce. In addition, some heavy machine guns fired one after another, and the barrels were already too hot, and many of them needed to be cooled. As a result, the density of firepower dropped rapidly, and the front of the beast tide had already rushed to the bottom of the defense line. Some mutant ants began to climb up the wall. Energy system evolutionary, let's take action together. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he pressed his hands together. Next second. As soon as I saw it, a dense arc appeared, and it rushed down quickly. Immediately, those mutant ants that climbed the wall were electrocuted. Seeing that the beasts were also piling up, trying to get on the wall, Lin Feng threw it down again with a ball of lightning. Boom! The beasts there were also blown up in an instant. So strong. His strength is probably the best among the fifth-order evolutionaries. Lin Feng was so powerful as soon as he shot, next to him, the middle-aged man couldn't help thinking. Although his strength is not good, his eyesight is not bad. Seeing that Lin Feng is so powerful, the middle-aged man also made up his mind. With Lin Feng here, this defensive point should be as stable as Mount Tai. Unexpectedly, I dipped in his light instead. The middle-aged man thought. At the defense point 18, the first batch of evolutionaries arranged by Lin Feng had already used their methods to fight. All of a sudden, various attacks rushed towards the beasts below. However, Lin Feng's attack was always the fiercest. 2.7. Each blow can take away a large number of beasts. The beasts are still rushing. These beasts did not try to break through the defense line, and their strength could not break through. The wall has been reinforced over the years, and further reinforced by evolutionaries capable of manipulating rocks. The fierce beast rushing out in front is impossible to smash away. If you want to smash it away, it is the big guy who appears behind. There are also more and more mutant ants climbing up the wall. Meow. Tong Tong's hands are itchy. Exactly, at this time, a large wave of beasts rushed under the wall. Lin Feng is dealing with mutant ants crawling along the wall. Quick, over there! A large number of evolutionaries attacked the wave of beasts one after another. These beasts piled up there quickly, and began to climb up the wall. These evolutionary attacks killed a lot of beasts, but the beasts piled up more and more. The mutant ants also took the opportunity to climb up frantically, making Lin Feng unable to separate. If these mutant ants climbed up, they would still be very difficult to deal with. Seeing the ferocious beasts pile up more and more, Tong Tong, who has not taken a shot, finally moved. As soon as her little paw moved, a huge thunderball smashed down. Boom! Immediately, all the beasts there were blown up. Wow, how can this cat be so strong? The middle-aged man and the people around were startled. Obviously, they did not expect that this little cat, Tong Tong, was so strong. Seeing that Tong Tong is so strong, the middle-aged man was embarrassed again, because he had previously thought that Tong Tong's small size might not necessarily have much strength. The middle-aged man and the people around him just breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately, a new accident happened. I saw that after those mutant ants found that they could not climb up, a large number of mutant ants inside spread their wings one after another. Then, it flew. For a time, these mutant ants turned into a magic carpet in the air, rushing towards the defense line of the evolutionary people one after another. Nima. Seeing these mutant ants with their wings spread out, and some of the less powerful evolutionaries on the defense line, their scalps go numb. Chapter 53. There are too many mutant ants. Before the aura recovered, there were tens of thousands of species of ants on Earth. It's just kind. As for the exact number, no one knows how many. In a primeval forest, there may be tens of billions of ants. In any ant nest, there are thousands to millions of ants. After the aura was revived, due to the invasion of aliens, most of the spiritual energy was deprived of the Earth star, and the number of mutant animals and mutant insects on the Earth planet was not as many as imagined. These mutant ants were obviously specially cultivated by aliens. They are not small, all of them are the size of a bee. A single mutant ant can kill an ordinary person. But when its number reaches a certain level, if it rushes up all at once, if it can't be killed, it is a great threat to the evolutionary. Not to mention, there might be some mutant ants with deeper mutation and stronger strength hidden inside. In the second and third teams, all the evolutionists of the energy system come forward. 35. Seeing the appearance of the mutant ants, the fifth order evolutionists stationed in all the defense points issued orders one after another. All the evolutionaries who were planted in the rear were sent up. To deal with a large number of mutant ants with weak single strength, the energy system evolutionary is the best choice. Captain, let the reserve team come up. Beside Lin Feng, the middle-aged man suggested. No need. Lin Feng said lightly. After he finished speaking, spiritual power began to surge in his body. Lightning flashed in his hand. Just right. Try a trick recently researched in space. In the past few weeks, Lin Feng did not only comprehend sword intent in his portable space. Other means of attack are also constantly pondering. The power of the thunder element is very domineering, and arcs, fork lightning, and ball lightning are all good methods. Last week, Lin Feng also successfully figured out a new method. It's called thunderstorm. This can only be displayed after reaching the 6th rank. However, because Lin Feng's accumulation is too strong, now he has been able to display it. Just try these mutant ants. The mutant ants have already flown down. In the other defense points, all the evolutionaries were on fire, and the mutant ants were killed one after another. Lang King Kaiu has not seen the sign of the shot. At the defense point where Lin Feng was, the energy evolutionists were also attacking one after another. But since there is only one group of people attacking now, before these mutant ants fly up, it would be good to be able to kill half of them. Here they are, Captain. The middle-aged man and the surrounding evolutionaries are anxious. In Lin Feng's eyes, lightning flashed. Next second, Lin Feng pressed his hands together. A lightning strike hit the sky. The surrounding evolutionaries are a little puzzled. Why is Lin 813 Feng attacking like this? But right now, boom! The thunder light exploded violently. Next second, the densely packed small arcs landed down suddenly. In a short period of time, these thunders covered the entire area in front of the defense point. These arcs are not particularly thick, and the lethality of the monomer is not strong. However, they are too numerous and too broad. After they fell with great speed, they saw. Those mutant ants that flew up like a magic carpet were hit by the tiny electric arc, and they were scorched black in an instant. It fell like raindrops. In front of the defense point, I don't know how many mutant ants were killed by Lin Feng's blow. After those electric arcs killed the mutant ants in the air, they continued to fall without stopping. It fell into the beast tide and ant colony below. Many weaker beasts twitched after being hit. Beneath these beasts, the mutant ants spread on the ground suffered disaster, and a large number of them were killed in one fell swoop. It's still not powerful enough. After it worked, Lin Feng whispered. This blow, Lin Feng guaranteed the range, but the power was not enough. Otherwise, the vicious beasts below would not be able to survive too much. With the strength of the fifth order, it is still a little bit reluctant to cast Thunderstorm. However, the purpose has been achieved. A wave of mutant ants was emptied, and although there were many more, it took some time to rush over. Wow! Lin Feng's blow made the middle-aged man and other evolutionaries stunned. Although in Lin Feng's opinion, this blow is not powerful enough, but in their opinion, this blow is too powerful. The point is, there's still so much scope. One hit clears all the mutant ants outside the defense point. Such strength is terrifying. Many people noticed Lin Feng's blow. At a distance of more than 200 meters from the number 18 defense point, Lang Qingkai's eyes also turned to the area where Lin Feng was. Miss, it's defense point 18. Beside her, another neatly dressed woman said. Defense point 18? In Lang Qingkai's mind, Lin Feng's face appeared. There are not many people who can make her remember when she sees it. Maybe it's because Lin Feng is too young, or maybe it's because Lin Feng's appearance is quite high, and Lang Qingkai still remembers Lin Feng's appearance. Lin Feng's strength is stronger than she imagined. She was originally worried that the section where Lin Feng was in would be the first to ask for support. Withdrew his gaze, Lang Qingkai looked forward. None of the 10 defense points where she sits have asked for support. Although the mutant ants are difficult to deal with, as long as the evolutionaries cooperate properly, killing them will not be a problem. Xiaoping, ask my sister's assistant, have you found the key attack direction of the beast tide? Cold Autumn Road. Miss, I just asked, but I still can't tell that the intensity of the beast tide encountered by the entire line of defense is similar. Little Kui Road. The battle continues. The strength of Lin Feng gave the evolutionists in the defense point 18 a great sense of security. For these evolutionaries, the stronger the powerhouse is, the more secure they will naturally be. After the mutant ants were emptied, the remaining beasts were quickly eliminated. The beasts are still rushing out. Below the high wall of the defense line, a thick layer of corpses of beasts has been piled up. The corpses of these beasts are constantly piled high, but no one has time to care about them. Because there are too many. It is much easier to kill the beasts than to shred these corpses. What's more, the beast tide is still constantly attacking. Team 1 rests, and Team 2 comes up. Half an hour later, Lin Feng said. The one team of evolutionaries who had been fighting for a long time went down to recover one after another. Their consumption is not small. Immediately afterwards, 2 teams were replaced. Tong Tong, keep some strength. 99. Lin Feng said. Meow. Tong Tong understands. The current beast tide is still in the consumption stage. The beasts that rush out are all dying. The meat of these beasts is of little value. Even more powerful beasts are still behind. Lin Feng didn't take too many shots, but every time mutant ants flew up on a large scale, Lin Feng would go down in a thunderstorm to clear them out. The fierce battle continued. From 10 o'clock in the morning, until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the beast tide was still going on. On the number 18 defense line, the evolutionaries have rotated several waves. Some evolutionaries were reluctant to use up spiritual power supplements and entered the portable space to recover. However, they all have a small window open so that when they need to change, they can receive the order and come out in time. The healing of spiritual power supplements is very fast, the recovery in battle is very good, and the price is also expensive. It is not cost-effective to use for training, but it is good for recovery during wartime. In normal times, these evolutionaries are not easy to obtain. Many evolutionaries are going to keep it. If they can keep it until after the war, it will be theirs, and they can be exchanged for a lot of spirit stones. Miss, there are a large number of beasts above the 5th or 6th rank in the defense section of Xinjiang town, which should be the main attack direction of the beast tide. In the afternoon, Lang King Kaihu's assistant received the news. The defense section of Xinjiang town? It's actually there. Lang King Kaihu thought about the past. However, the beast tide in this area is still continuing. She can't leave. What if she leaves, and there is another powerful beast here? Ferocious beasts are only second. The aliens behind him have yet to show up. Of course, there are still masters in Sicheng, the masters in Sicheng itself, plus the masters in the Evolution Alliance. These masters are watching the entire battle secretly, and they are guarding against aliens. After knowing the main attack direction of the beast tide, Lang King Kaihu felt relieved. It should be just a threat and pressure attack, so that we can't tell more people to go to that space crack 5. Lang King Kaihu think. The beast tide is still going on, and it doesn't mean any attenuation. Below the defense point number 18, the corpses of the beasts were already stacked more than 20 meters high. After another 20 meters, these beasts will be able to reach the position of the evolutionaries. The number of beasts is indeed a little more. No way, now the Earth star has become bigger than before, and most of the area is still in the hands of aliens. The number of beasts raised by any kind of aliens is calculated in hundreds of millions. Mom, I can't do it anymore. After a wave of evolutionaries, Xi was replaced, I was exhausted. The evolutionary people who were planning to save spiritual power supplements also used it one after another. Lin Feng shot from time to time, and the power in his body was still very strong. He did not use spiritual power supplements, but directly took out the intermediate spiritual stone, extracted spiritual energy from it, and replenished the spiritual power in the body. Only when the strength is strong can this be done. In this way, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the beast tide finally showed signs of slackening. Hey, is it finally over? The evolutionaries on the defense line were relieved. But this time, sudden. Just listen to the sound of bang rumbling. Immediately after, a large number of larger beasts rushed out. I go. An evolutionary suddenly called out. Lang King Kaihu, who had been sitting with his eyes closed and resting in peace, also stood up with a snap. She came to the front, pulled out a long sword, and slashed. A sword light with thunderous light rushed out, slashing a fierce beast in two at once. The sword light did not stop, and continued to rush forward. In the back, another fierce beast screamed and smashed the sword light of Lang King Kaihu with its head. Although the cold autumn sword light attenuated after killing a vicious beast. But to be able to smash her sword light, this beast is at least 5th order. Lang King Kaihu's face remained unchanged, and a sword light was emitted again. Jian Guang instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters. The fierce beast was not cowardly, and bumped up again. However, this time, it was not so lucky, and it was cut in half directly. Quickly inform my sister, this is also a main attack point. Let 2/3 of the surrounding evolutionaries who are above the 4th order come over. After killing the fierce beast, Lang Qingkai quickly issued a series of orders. As long as the main attack point of the beast tide is found, the surrounding evolutionaries can be transferred to support. No matter how many beasts there are, unless the aliens are ready to completely destroy Su City, it is impossible for the area of more than 100 kilometers to be the main attack point. In order to break through the defense line, a large number of powerful beasts must be concentrated in one area to attack. Dispersed, it is not easy to break the defense line. As for destroying the city, it seems unlikely in Lang Qingkai. As the daughter of the city lord, Lang Qingkai naturally knew that a large number of powerhouses on both sides were contained in that space crack. However, she also did not expect that the aliens adopted the mode of double main attack points. If the surrounding evolutionary people come in time, they should be able to prevent it. However, since a large number of high-level evolutionists responsible for support have gone to Xinjiang town, the evolutionists here will inevitably suffer a lot of casualties. More beasts rushed out. The speed of these beasts is extremely fast. The distance of more than 1,000 meters came over in a short period of time. Then, they stepped on the corpses of other beasts, jumped violently, and jumped dozens of meters high, and rushed towards the area of the evolutionaries. Death to me! 35. At a defense point, a 5th order evolutionary attacked fiercely. The huge fireball slammed into it and shattered the fierce beast that rushed up. But the evolutionaries next to him were not so powerful. The combined efforts of several people were unable to solve a fierce beast that rushed up, but were instead pounced by the fierce beast. Seeing this, the 5th order evolutionary who was sitting in the town quickly launched an attack to solve the beast. The strength of these beasts has generally improved a lot. Most of the previous beasts were below the 3rd rank. However, among these beasts, there are quite a few of the 4th and 5th rank. There are even stronger beasts. With such strength, even though the heavy machine guns above them kept roaring, they were completely useless. On the one hand, the speed is too fast, and on the other hand, the skin is too thick, making it difficult to kill. Even, the effect of the Chinook gun is not big, and the difficulty of hitting has also greatly increased. The Chinook cannon is full of firepower, and it can only play a role. Defense Point 15 requesting support, requesting support. Defense Point 23 asks for support, the beast is too fierce. 99. In the cold autumn liaison, a large number of voices calling for support rang out. Lang Qingkai kept splitting sword lights, killing one by one beasts. Some defensive points have been charged by the beasts, causing some casualties. Let all the evolutionaries below the 3rd order enter the space. In order to reduce losses in the deserted autumn, Dao said. She roamed quickly to support her. Among the large number of defense points, the number of people is reduced, and the evolutionaries below the 3rd order are basically hiding in the space. Some injured evolutionaries also hid in the space. Anyway, it is useless for them to stay outside, it can only increase the loss. In the sky, there are also some powerful evolutionaries. However, the number of flying beasts was too large, which restrained most of their power. Lang Qingkai supported all the way, and found that there were more and more beasts appearing in the defense point. Although each defense point has a 5th order evolutionary garrison. However, when there are too many beasts of the 4th or 5th order, the evolutionary of the 5th order will also face the situation that they cannot be killed. The sword light from the long sword in her hand cut the beasts that rushed into the defense point in half. Soon, she came to defense point 18. After coming here, Lang Qingkai was stunned for a moment. Because, there is not a fierce beast rushing in here. Not only that, the beasts that rushed up were killed while they were still in the air. Captain is amazing. Captain is too good. The captain's cat is also very strong. And the captain's fox is also fierce. 35. In the defense point, the evolutionary people's praises continued to sound. Looking at Lang King Kaiu, Lin Feng continuously sent out arcs in the middle of the defense point, killing the beasts that were charging with precision. At the bottom, a cat can also be seen jumping directly, jumping around below, and each time it jumps, it can land on a beast, and the beast will be killed when its paw falls. On the other side, there is a snow-white little fox, and its little paws are constantly moving. Following the movements of the snow-white little fox, one after another terrifying wind blade was dispatched. Then I saw that one by one fierce beasts were attacked by the wind blade and were quickly killed. Coupled with a few fourth-order evolutionaries, under the circumstance that this section of the defense line is in full swing, the number 18 defense point is actually defended, and the water is not exposed. Some other evolutionaries with weak strength and high consumption don't have to fight at all, and they are all flattering Lin Feng. Just shouting 666 there is enough. The entire number 18 defense point is simply a happy feeling. Compared with other defense points, it is like heaven. From the content of their flattery, Lang King Kaiu also knew that the cat that killed a vicious beast with one paw, and the little fox were both Lin Feng's contract beasts. Such a young Lin Feng is not only a powerful evolver himself. He is still a powerful beast master. For a while, even if it is a cold autumn, I can't help but look at it. Beside, Lang King Kaiu's little assistant also opened his mouth. Chapter 54. Miss, he is so strong. Lang King Kaiu's little assistant couldn't help but say. Go, let's go to support other defense points. Although he looked at Lin Feng's strength, Lang King Kaiu didn't waste much time here. She has other defense points to support. Lin Feng's strength is strong, but it's just right. At least the number 18 defense point, there is no need to worry about the deserted autumn. She didn't even meet Lin Feng, so she quickly left here and went to other defense points for support. Although Lang King Kaiu was supporting, the beast came too fiercely. In addition, after fighting for so long, the evolutionaries consumed too much, and their strength was greatly affected. A large number of defensive points are already in a state of being half defended. Only the fifth-order evolutionaries are left with the fourth-order evolutionaries to gather in one place and stick to it. The weaker evolutionaries have all entered the portable space. Compared with these defense points, the record of defense point number 18 is simply not ordinary. Meow. Below the defense point number 18, the beasts are still charging. Perhaps it is the most difficult to gnaw here, and soon, there are more beasts coming. Tong Tong prefers using her claws to killing people with lightning. Don't look at her small size and small claws, one claws will not feel much damage. But that's not the case. Her strength is too great, and there is a strange energy on her claws. Moreover, Tong Tong is still researching the methods of exerting force and increasing damage. Lin Feng felt that Tong Tong might have mastered something similar to true meaning. Well, it can be called claw. Those fierce beasts took Tong Tong's paw, and there may not be any wounds on the surface, but their brains were directly shattered. Can't survive at all. Therefore, Tong Tong is now jumping around below, and can solve one with one paw. Lin Feng continued to cast arc attacks. At the speed of the arc, these fierce beasts are also unavoidable and can only be carried hard. But couldn't bear it at all. In contrast, Zioxu's strength is weaker. The current Zioxu's general strength should be between the 4th and 5th orders. However, the wind blades she sent out were also very good, and those beasts couldn't stand it under the strangulation of a large number of wind blades. Those 5 4th order evolutionaries are not bad, they can kill some 3rd and 4th order beasts. As for the 3rd order evolutionary, the effect is not big. But they are also attacking some weaker beasts. The entire number 18 defense point was impregnably defended by Lin Feng. Compared with other defense points, there is a world of difference. Help, there is a 6th order beast at defense point 15. At this time, the voice of a 5th order evolutionary sounded in the contactor. The contactor obtained by Lin Feng is somewhat similar to the function of a walkie-talkie. Too far to contact. On the 10 defense points that Lang King Kaiu is responsible for, all the evolutionaries who sit in the defense points are in the same channel. What one person says can be heard by others. Those who are qualified to speak are all 5th order evolutionaries. There is also a stronger Lang King Kaiu above. Everyone is fine and will not chat in it, so as to avoid interference with other people's help information. 6th order beast. This news made many 5th order evolutionaries condense in their hearts. Have you come to the 6th order beast? Lin Feng also heard the news. Tong Tong, come up. 35. Lin Feng shouted. Although Tong Tong's strength is strong, the 6th order beast is also quite fierce. This can be seen from the 6th order bloodvine beast that was seen in the space crack. Although the 6th order bloodvine beast hadn't performed much, it was instantly killed by the Flying Thunder System evolutionary. But that doesn't mean it's not powerful. At that time, in the space, thousands of 3rd order genius evolutionaries continued to attack, and as a result, even their skin was not injured. That's still not particularly strong in defense, and it is a bloodvine beast that is taking a high-speed expansion route. Replacing it with other beasts would be even more difficult to deal with. Lin Feng didn't want Tong Tong to take risks. Meow. 35. Tong Tong is very obedient. Although she was a little eager. But she jumped back. Just now, Tong Tong had killed quite a few beasts below. There were a few beasts that had reached the 5th rank, but they couldn't stand the attack of her claws. On the other side, Lang King Kaiu also accelerated after hearing the news of the rescue. When she arrived at defense point 15, she found that the situation there had become very bad. The 5th order evolutionary who was sitting in the town did not hide in the space. Because the 6th order beast has been able to find and destroy the anchor in a short time. He does not enter the space, and other evolutionaries who hide in the space can also escape. If he goes in, the 6th order vicious beast will destroy all the anchor points, and everyone will have to finish the game. If the anchor is broken, the space owner must come out within a minute. After coming out, the owner of the space will not be able to enter the space again within a short period of time. Because the anchor point is destroyed, it takes a certain time to recover. This recovery time is related to the level of space. If it is a level 1 space, the recovery time of the anchor point will take a full day. During this process, the owner of the space cannot enter the space. However, the owner of the space can let other people in. It is equivalent to the role of the space master himself as an anchor. Once the space master himself has entered, without the anchor point, then there is no connection between the portable space and the Earth star, so how can they come out? This 5th order evolutionary is a power type and has a high defense. It is precisely because of this that he has persisted until now. I saw that this guy cooperated with several 4th order evolutionaries and defended with difficulty. The entire defense point has been ruined by this 6th order beast. The high walls on the defense line are made of very high rock density. With the highest hardness of steel, there is no way to destroy it. And also very thick. It took Suez City nearly 20 years to build it up, and after it was built, it is still strengthening. But this 6th order vicious beast has smashed into many places. After Lang King Kaiu arrived, the long sword in his hand shone with lightning. In the next second, a sword light that contained thunder slashed out. The 6th order vicious beast screamed, steel armor appeared on its head, and it collided with the sword light of Lang King Kaiu. The cold and clear sword light landed on its head, and cut a deep hole in its head all at once. But this guy is really fierce, not being cut open like other beasts. Ow! Injured, this guy still fiercely rushed towards Lang King Kaiu. Lang King Kaiu's expression remained unchanged, and the long sword in his hand was swiftly swung. Several sword lights slashed at the same time. Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound. The sixth-order vicious beast had already rushed over. However, it was still in mid-air, and its body was suddenly divided into several sections, and it fell heavily on the ground. This sixth-order vicious beast was killed by her like this. "Thank you, Miss Lang, for your help." The fifth-order evolutionary breathed a sigh of relief and said. He obviously knew Lang Qingqiu. Lang Qingqiu is also quite famous in the evolutionary circle, because he is a real genius evolutionary. She is still the daughter of the city lord of Su City, and it is hard to think of fame. It is normal for Lin Feng not to know each other. Not long after Lin Feng became an evolver, how could an ordinary person have the opportunity to access information at the evolver level? In addition, he did not join any evolutionary forces, or circles. Help, there are also sixth-order beasts on the 20th line of defense. Defense line 19 also has it. Defense line 17 also has it. Before. It was only in the cold autumn that the sixth-order vicious beast was dealt with, and a large number of messages for help came from the liaison device. So much. Lang Qingqiu's face couldn't help changing. Although support will come, if it comes too late, the loss here will be huge. In the sky, there are some more powerful evolutionaries, but the number of flying beasts has also increased suddenly. To deal with flying beasts, ordinary evolutionaries simply cannot. Because these flying beasts fly very high, if they don't stop them, they will fly directly to the city of Su. Will bring a lot of damage to Su City. If some important facilities are destroyed, it will have a great impact on the development of Su City. If ordinary people die too much, it is also very hurtful. Don't think ordinary people are unimportant. Ordinary talents are the basis for a steady stream of evolutionaries. Without ordinary people, where would the evolutionary come from? Miss, here comes another one. Lang Qingqiu was about to go to support when he heard the voice of the little assistant. One left. Looking at the cold autumn, sure enough, a sixth-order vicious beast rushed up again. After reaching the sixth rank, the imposing manner of the beast is different, and it is also significantly different from other beasts. She had to swing her sword to get rid of this beast. At this time, defense point number 18 also encountered a sixth-order beast. Boom! 39. A flash of lightning struck. The sixth-order vicious beast was hit by the lightning and trembled, but the guy continued to charge up. Tier 6. Combined with the voices of other fifth-order evolutionaries in the contactor, Lin Feng instantly understood. This is a sixth-order vicious beast. His thunder element power is still at the mid-fifth-order level, and he can't beat the opponent. Boom! Tong Tong also struck down with a thunder light. The sixth-order vicious beast still didn't suffer much damage. Captain, be careful, this beast must be sixth-order. Seeing that Lin Feng and Tong Tong's two blows did not work, the other evolutionaries around Lin Feng became nervous. The sixth-order vicious beast had already charged fiercely. All the evolutionaries have launched an attack. But these attacks were directly smashed by the sixth-order fierce beasts with their powerful strength. Close. This guy is only a few meters away from Lin Feng. Seeing that he was about to pounce, Tong Tong was about to jump down. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. Next second, a short sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand, and it was cut out. The sixth-order vicious beast that rushed up, silently from the middle, was chopped in half at once. What a sharp sword intent! Lin Feng whispered. He has been comprehending the sword intent on broken sword for a long time, and his sword intent has some similarities with that sword intent. However, with the deepening of understanding, Lin Feng also has his own understanding. Now his sword intent is still in the same vein as the sword intent on broken sword. That sword intent is indeed extremely sharp. This is the first time Lin Feng has been used in actual combat. Unexpectedly, the sword intent that transformed to the transformation level, with one slash, actually cut a 6th order fierce beast with amazing defense into two halves. This sword intent is really sharp. This is just the beginning of the chemical level. If it goes further to the middle stage, the late stage, the peak, or even the extinction stage, how strong will it be? Moreover, after killing this fierce beast with one sword, Lin Feng faintly felt that his sword intent had a faint sense of being in the real place. Using sword intent in actual combat, sure enough, is the best way to consolidate. Meow. At this time, Tong Tong also rushed out. I saw there, another 6th order vicious beast rushed up. Be careful, child! Lin Feng shouted. Getting ready to do it. Then he saw that Tong Tong had already hit the fierce beast, and she saw her little paws waving constantly. While waving, the 6th order vicious beast was beaten and roared again and again, trying to capture Tong Tong, but couldn't do anything to the incomparably nimble Tong Tong. Tong Tong's claws continued to wave, and the 6th order vicious beast's head was injured one after another, and it would soon die. Tong Tong actually killed a 6th order vicious beast. Her realm has not reached the 6th rank. But for Tong Tong, realm does not equal combat power. When she was only 3rd order, killing that 4th order black snake didn't waste her energy at all. The captain killed the 6th order beast. The captain's cat also killed the 6th order beast. 99. At this time, at the defense point of number 18, the other evolutionaries were stunned one by one. It is really. Lin Feng's performance is amazing. The 6th order vicious beasts were killed so easily. Moreover, not only Lin Feng killed the 6th order beast. Lin Feng's contracted beast also killed the 6th order vicious beast so easily. Sky. After the death of the two 6th order beasts, Lin Feng saw that there were no 6th order beasts at the defense point 18 for the time being. Tong Tong, you stay here, I'll go to other places to support. Lin Feng said. There are also 6th order beasts on other defense points. Seeing that Tong Tong is so strong, Lin Feng plans to use those 6th order beasts to consolidate and temper his sword intent. Maybe, in such an actual combat, Jian Yi can make more of his own things. There is no need to worry about Tong Tong, because she has always been clever. Even if a 7th order beast comes, don't even think about killing Tong Tong. So, Lin Feng took Xiaoxiu away. Meow. Tong Tong raised his paws, indicating that there is no problem. Lin Feng quickly left here, and soon, he came to the defense point 19. Here, a 5th order evolutionary has been seriously injured by a 6th order beast. Help! When the 5th order evolutionary saw Lin Feng, it was like grabbing a life-saving straw. The sword in Lin Feng's hand slashed. Next second, the 6th order vicious beast was cut in half directly. Half of them also fell on the 5th order evolutionary body. As soon as he killed the 6th order beast, Lin Feng continued to quickly run to other defense points. Among these defense points, the weaker evolutionaries have entered the space, and only the strong ones are left. In the defense point, there are also beasts everywhere. Lin Feng's sword kept swinging, and he saw that the beasts blocking the way were silently divided into two halves. His sword intent, inherited from broken sword, the domineering sword intent of the supreme powerhouse, can be solved with one sword, never two. In this way, Lin Feng killed all the way. Soon, they reached the number 20 defense point. Here, the 5th order evolutionary who was sitting in the town adopted a full-scale defensive play, and only half his life was left. Even a tier 4 evolutionary died. The rest can only be supported by his side. The sword in Lin Feng's hand swung again, and the 6th order vicious beast instantly turned into two halves. Support arrived? Great! The 5th order evolutionary escaped death and saw Lin Feng's young face, but did not recognize that Lin Feng was the person who was sitting at the number 18 defense point. Instead, they thought Lin Feng was support. Although Lin Feng was a little too young, but after he just took his life, this 5th order evolutionary didn't have the time to think about it. Lin Feng didn't explain, didn't even speak. Proceed to the next place. Quick, stop it. It's over, here comes another one. In defense point 21, 2 sixth order vicious beasts also rushed in, as well as a large number of other vicious beasts. There are also 2 fifth order evolutionaries sitting here. However, under the attack of 2 sixth order beasts and a large number of beasts, even the 2 fifth order evolutionaries here were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. At this moment, sudden, an extremely fierce breath passed by. Next second, a 6th order vicious beast was directly divided into 2 halves. Blood splattered on the 2 5th order evolutionaries at once. Before the 2 evolutionaries could react, they saw the head of another 6th order vicious beast, which was neatly cut open at once. Immediately afterwards, in the air, there seemed to be some invisible and incomparably sharp weapon passing by. Then he saw that the other beasts were killed as quickly as if they had been cut into fruit. The 2 fifth order evolutionaries here were dumbfounded. Look again. They saw Lin Feng, who was wielding a sword. Lin Feng waved his sword, and with his super high appearance, he had a very personable feeling. Even if these 2 fifth order evolutionaries are men, they feel that Lin Feng at this moment is so charming. Soon, all the beasts here were killed by Lin Feng with sword intent. Lin Feng went to the next point again. At this time, Lang King Kaihu also killed the 6th order beast in defense point number 17. After killing, Lang King Kaihu came to the number 18 defense point. Only, as soon as I came here, Lang King Kaihu felt wrong. Other defense points, except for 5th order and a small number of 4th order evolutionaries, others have already entered the space. The number 18 defense point is still very lively. 100 evolutionaries are there. There was no sign of injury at all. This kind of reaction made Lang King Kaihu a little suspicious. Have you come to the wrong place? Could it be that there are no 6th order beasts attacking the defense point 18? Miss, why is there no loss here? The little assistant didn't understand. At this time, Lang King Kaihu noticed again. Lin Feng doesn't seem to be there. What about your person in charge? 35. Lang King Kaihu asked. Going to support other defense points? A 4th order evolver. Support? Haven't you come here to 6th order beasts? 35. Lang King Kaihu asked. The 4th order evolutionary said, come, here are 2, one was killed by the captain, and the other was killed by the captain's cat. Hearing the words of this 4th order evolutionary, the expression on Qing King Kaihu's pretty face changed instantly. He killed the 6th order beast. Beside her, her little assistant almost jumped up in shock. The 4th order evolutionary nodded and deliberately emphasized, well, the captain's cat also killed one. Gong. Chapter 55. The cat killed another. Hearing the emphasis of the 4th order evolutionary, Lang King Kaihu's little assistant was shocked again. She subconsciously couldn't believe it. After all, it's a little bit amazing. 6th order vicious beast. How can it be so easy to kill? It would be fine if she hadn't seen Lin Feng. She has also met Lin Feng, and she is not too impressed with Lin Feng. Lin Feng looks too young. Too young. The young Lin Feng, not only has the strength of the 5th order, but also has a 5th order cat. Both a powerful evolutionary. Another extremely powerful beastmaster. What kind of genius is Lin Feng like this? Of course, she didn't know the exact age of Lin Feng, and in her guess, Lin Feng should not be too young. After all, there are still some spiritual fruits that can maintain their appearance, although such spiritual fruits are very rare. But now, this 4th order evolutionary person actually said, Lin Feng killed a 6th order beast. Lin Feng's cat also killed one. This makes this little assistant in Lang King Kaihu feel incredible. She looked at the others subconsciously. After seeing the doubts in her eyes, The other evolutionaries nodded their heads in unison. So many evolutionaries. Shouldn't they be together to deceive them? There is no benefit to lying to them. And all the defense points in this section encountered sixth-order beasts. It's peaceful here. If Lin Feng hadn't dealt with the sixth-order vicious beasts, it seemed like it wouldn't make sense. However, despite knowing this, the little assistant still had an unreal feeling. Where's his cat? The little assistant asked Tong Tong again. Below. An evolutionary way. When the little assistant came to the edge, he saw that on the corpses of the fierce beasts piled up like a mountain below, Tong Tong was jumping up and down. August 13. Tier 6 beasts. At this time, the little assistant saw a sixth-order vicious beast again. This sixth-order vicious beast is coming towards Tong Tong. This guy is here for Tong Tong. After all, Tong Tong behaved a little too arrogantly, jumped out of the defense line and killed so many beasts. Hearing that there are sixth-order vicious beasts, Lang King Kaihu also came to the side of the little assistant. At this time, the sixth-order vicious beast had already rushed up. With a jump, he rushed towards Tong Tong. Lang King Kaihu is preparing to take action. However, he saw that Tong Tong had already jumped up and had a head-to-head confrontation with the sixth-order vicious beast. The sixth-order vicious beast was somewhat similar to the wolf on Earth Star in terms of size. It is not a sixth-order beast of pure strength, but a combination of strength and flexibility. In the blink of an eye, Tong Tong collided with it. The incomparably sharp wolf claws of the sixth-order vicious beast slammed into Tong Tong. At this time, Tong Tong's little paw suddenly moved. The sixth-order vicious beast suddenly felt a heavy body. The sudden change disrupted its rhythm in an instant. Two claws are also offset. Tong Tong took the opportunity to avoid its wolf claws, and the little claws pointed at the eyes of this sixth-order vicious beast, and it was a call. The sixth-order vicious beast was affected by the change of gravity, and its response was a beat slower, and the wolf claws did not have time to return to defense. Just being slapped by Tong Tong, its eyes burst. Ow! This sixth-order vicious beast cried out in pain. My eyes are all blown out, this is not a normal pain. Tong Tong chased after the victory, and the little claws were dispatched again and again. Soon, the second eye of this sixth-order vicious beast was also blown out by her. After both eyes were blown up, the combat effectiveness of this sixth-order beast dropped a lot. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Tong Tong attacked again. Soon, this sixth-order vicious beast will die. This was killed by Tong Tong, the second sixth-order vicious beast. Moreover, this time, he was killed under the eyes of Lang King Kaihu and his little assistant. Seeing that Tong Tong Zhen had killed a sixth-order vicious beast, Lang King Kaihu's little assistant didn't believe it, but he had to believe it. Miss, who is he? Why haven't I heard of him in Suo City before? Lang King Kaihu's little assistant couldn't help but say. The number of evolutionaries with strength above the 6th rank in Suo City is not special, but it is not particularly small. There are still some. As Lang King Kaihu's little assistant, I have seen or heard of many evolutionaries above the 6th rank. However, as young as Lin Feng, she is a powerful evolutionary and a 6th-order beastmaster, she has never heard of it. In her opinion, an evolutionary like Lin Feng should be very famous. As long as she is famous, she should have heard of it. But she had never heard of it. Let's go and see other defense points first. There are also some surprises in the eyes of Lang King Kaihu. As a 6th-order evolutionary, Lang King Kaihu's perception of Lin Feng is very different from that of the little assistant. The little assistant still felt faintly in his heart that Lin Feng should have eaten the spiritual fruit to keep his appearance. But in the cold autumn, I feel that Lin Feng is really young. Give her a feeling of being a teenager and flourishing. Between the eyebrows, there is also the unique spirit and heroic spirit of people of that age. This kind of temperament is something that people of other age groups cannot learn if they want to learn. However, the beast tide is still continuing, and it is too late to think too much about the deserted autumn. Since Lin Feng's cat is so powerful, she doesn't need to worry about defense. Point 18. Okay. Lang King Kaiu's little assistant said. Lang King Kaiu left defense. Point 18 with his little assistant, and soon came to defense. Point 19. Here, after a large number of third and fourth order evolutionaries recovered some strength, they came out to fight again. The fifth order evolutionary also used a lot of potions to restore injury and strength, and recovered some combat power. After Lin Feng killed all the fifth and sixth order beasts here, the fifth order evolutionary could hold on to this place. Where's the sixth order beast? Lang King Kaiu's little assistant asked. Killed by a young evolutionary. The fifth order evolutionary said. Young evolutionary, from defense. Point 18. The assistant asked. The fifth order evolutionary nodded. Well. It appears to be him, miss. The little assistant said to Lang King Kaiu. Lang King Kaiu didn't speak, and continued to walk towards the number 20 defense point. There, many third and fourth order evolutionaries also came out. However, the beast tied here became fierce again. Lang King Kaiu waved his sword and dealt with some fierce beasts that were rushing over. The sixth order vicious beast here has also been resolved. The little assistant saw the situation of defense. Point 20. Isn't there support? Why is there only one person? The fifth order evolutionary wrote of defense. Point 20. Before, he regarded Lin Feng as a support. However, after Lin Feng left, no one came. The assistant said, the support hasn't come yet. The person who helped you deal with the sixth order beasts before should be the person in charge of defense. Point number 18. What? The fifth order evolutionary at defense. Point number 20 was taken aback. The person in charge of defense. Point 18. Is already at the sixth rank? Let's go. Lang King Kaiu has already dealt with a large number of beasts, and is ready to go to other defense points to take a look. After reaching defense. Point 21, the situation here is better. After Lin Feng dealt with the two sixth order vicious beasts, the two fifth order evolutionaries here have been able to defend. Two ends. After asking about the situation, Lang King Kaiu's little assistant was amazed again. Lang King Kaiu squatted down. On the ground, a large number of corpses of fierce beasts have not been cleaned up. The corpses of these beasts all have one thing in common. They were all broken into two pieces. And it was all that was saved, and it was broken into two pieces. At this moment, Lang King Kaiuchen stretched out his hand and touched the section of a sixth order vicious beast. Just touched there, Lang King Kaiu's face changed. Because, she felt an extremely fierce sword intent there. This sword intent is even higher than the sword intent she has now. Sword intent is not equivalent to the strength of a sword element evolutionary. It's like cold autumn. She also practiced swords. Moreover, it is the thunder sword. In the sword light, there is thunder and lightning. The sword intent she awakened was also thunder sword intent. However, she only awakened the thunder sword intent when she was at tier 3 strength. When she didn't awaken the sword intent, she already had the strength of tier 3. Her father, the city lord of Su City, also brought her to experience the sword intent of some strong men. Even, she also found a powerful sword-type evolution teacher for her. Under the guidance of the other party, Lang King Kaiu made great progress in Kendo. Also by virtue of the sword intent, his own evolution has been continuously deepened. The reason why those who practice swords are called sword evolutionists, not sword repairers. It's because, whether it's swordsmanship, boxing, or martial arts, or energy-related or spiritual-related, the ultimate goal is to keep evolving to a higher level. When the evolution reaches a certain level, the evolutionary itself will have the transition of life level, not just the increase of strength. Closer to home, Lang King Kaiu spent a lot of time, and also borrowed many of the extremely talented portable spaces provided by the city lord of Su City. Until now, her strength broke through the 6th rank. She also only cultivated the sword intent to the late stage of the micro level. But Now, Lang King Kaihu felt a sword intent far higher than hers on the corpse of the beast cut open by Lin Feng. No, it is much higher than her. That is already another level of sword intent. Even knowing that Lin Feng killed a 6th-order beast, I saw with my own eyes that Lin Feng's cat killed a 6th-order vicious beast. With her character and knowledge, not too shocked. After all, there are so many geniuses in the world. What's more, there is also the existence of portable space. It is not uncommon for one to appear. In addition, she is not particularly sure of Lin Feng's real age. However, now, after feeling the sword intent remaining on the beast, Lang King Kaihu was shocked. At this moment, she was truly shocked. As a result, the expression on the pretty face is no longer the expression of the iceberg of 10,000 years. Instead, it was astonishing. "Miss, what's the matter?" At this time, her little assistant also discovered the abnormality of Lang King Kaihu. Lang King Kaihu did not answer her. Instead, he came to the corpse of another beast. Before and after arriving at the corpse, Lang King Kaihu was inspired by his sword intent. Soon, at the fracture of the beast's corpse, he felt the remaining sword intent. There is not much sword intent left. After it is activated once, it basically disappears. But after Lang King Kaihu was stimulated, he seemed to feel Lin Feng's sharp sword. She has a feeling. Such sword intent. I can't stop myself. So sharp. Not just because this sword intent has reached another level. Also because the sword intent gave her the feeling that she was simply domineering. Through different exercises, the sword intent that is cultivated is different. Her thunder sword intent also took a stern and domineering route. But compared with this sword intent, it is nothing but nothing. Far from being comparable. She even felt that her teacher's sword intent was not so domineering. She was extremely curious. Lin Feng, how did he cultivate such a terrifying sword intent? The two 5th-order evolutionaries were also a little curious when they saw Lang King Kaihu like this. They are the evolution of the energy system. The perception of sword intent is naturally not like that of Lang King Kaihu. Invisibly, they feel. The reaction of Lang King Kaihu must be related to Lin Feng before. Even now, they still feel. The few swords Lin Feng used to kill the beast. Simply so handsome. Although they can't understand the sword intent. But I also felt that at that moment, Lin Feng was simply possessed by a sword fairy. Finally, Lang King Kaihu stood up. Lin Feng's sword intent remained the most on the two 6th-order vicious beasts. As the other beasts were weaker, Lin Feng didn't waste their power, and there were far fewer leftovers. Lang King Kaihu took a deep breath. Lin Feng's sword intent gave her too much shock. "Let's go find him," Lang King Kaihu said to the little assistant. After speaking, she quickly walked forward. Soon, they came to the defense point number 22, where the corpses of the beasts were still scattered all over the floor. The deserted autumn did not stop, and continued to move forward. At defense point 23, a large number of corpses of beasts were still cut open. Amazing! The little assistant was more and more surprised by Lin Feng's strength. This kills so fast. Lang King Kaihu continued to move forward without saying a word. Defense point number 24 has also been killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng is not here. They moved on. Finally, Lin Feng appeared in defense point 25. When they arrived, Lin Feng had just killed all the beasts. The eyes of Lang King Kaihu fell on Lin Feng's body 2.8. The little assistant also looked at Lin Feng with bright eyes. Lang King Kaihu was about to speak to Lin Feng. Outside, a 6th-order vicious beast roared and rushed in. "Miss, 6th-order vicious beast!" shouted the little assistant. Lang King Kaihu did not move his sword. Because Lin Feng moved. I saw Lin Feng slashed out with the sword in his hand. This sword. It is not like Lang King Kaihu, after a sword is cut, there will be a flash of sword light. Lin Feng's sword looks so unpretentious. No sword light. Even no sound is heard. Silently. If you only look at Lin Feng's actions. And there is no word to personally feel it on the opposite side of Lin Feng. Perhaps, in addition to thinking that Lin Feng's movements are a little handsome, a little chic and eye-catching. I just feel that Lin Feng is lonely. If a layman looked at it, he would definitely think so. If opposite Lin Feng, there is not a sixth-order vicious beast. However, with Lin Feng's slash, we'll see. That sixth-order vicious beast, silently, a slit appeared in the middle of its two eyes. The seam spread all over the body instantly. This vicious beast was cut in half just like that. Then, the two halves of the body were still rushing forward, hitting the wall in the defensive line heavily. Completely put out the fire. This sword. The beautiful eyes of the cold autumn have already widened. In the eyes of others, a sword of unpretentiousness. To her, it was simply amazing. The sword contained that fierce sword intent, which made her sure. That's the sword intent. Lang King Kaihu's eyes completely lit up. Chapter 56. Next to the cold autumn. The little assistant also saw his eyes light up. It is different from the cold autumn. Lang King Kaihu felt the sword intent in Lin Feng's sword. What the little assistant saw was Lin Feng's handsomeness that Zai Zhang couldn't hide when he swung this sword. Simply so handsome. Kill the sixth-order beast with one sword. Simply and neatly. There is no superfluous action. Lin Feng's movements, in the eyes of the little assistant, are also full of beauty. Seeing this little assistant's heart pounding. The other side. After Lin Feng killed the sixth-order beast with one sword, he swung a few more swords. Not far away, those fierce beasts that were rushing up were still in mid-air, and they were all beheaded. Kill this way. Let Lin Feng's mastery of sword intent more profound. The tempering of strength in actual combat, the effect is really better. When discussing, even if it is said that it is full of strength, it cannot be compared with the actual combat. After killing the beast, Lin Feng took his sword and stood. At this time, he felt that two eyes were looking at him. Lin Feng turned around and saw Lang King Kaihu and her little assistant who were staring at him. The eyes of Lang King Kaihu were completely different from the first time they met. The first time, Lang King Kaihu had never seen Lin Feng. Although she looked at Lin Feng a few times, she still had the kind of indifferent gaze that looked at strangers. After all, apart from being handsome and young, Lin Feng has nothing else to stand out from. There are also many handsome people in the world. As the daughter of a big city lord, she will not treat others differently just because they are handsome. That would be insane. But now, after feeling Lin Feng's sword intent, Lin Feng was completely different in Lang King Kaihu's eyes. At this time, aspects such as image and temperament are huge plus points. Like, if an ugly person possessed Lin Feng's sword intent, although Lang King Kaihu would also be surprised, that's all. But Lin Feng has such a strong sword intent. So handsome and so handsome. Like a dragon among men. Such Lin Feng, even if it is a lonely autumn, will see an inexplicable jump in his heart. Your sword intent is very strong. Finally, Lang King Kaihu spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he admitted that Lin Feng's sword intent is very strong. Her teacher once told her that her sword intent was the strongest among all the younger generation of sword evolutionists. Even in Heikan, which has a larger population in the East and more genius evolutionaries, at the same age, there are few sword-type evolutionaries whose sword intent can be compared to the cold autumn. But now, Lin Feng's sword intent far surpassed hers. Lang King Kaihu is not sure about Lin Feng's real age, but she has a faint feeling that Lin Feng must be younger than her. If so, that's even more amazing. Thanks. Hearing Lang King Kaihu's words, Lin Feng was not deliberately modest. His sword intent is indeed very strong. After all, Lin Feng didn't practice swords much, so he wasn't considered a sword-type evolutionary. But Lin Feng Guang can kill the 6th order beast with his sword intent. If Lin Feng can fully comprehend the sword intent that belongs to him completely based on the sword intent of the strongest person on broken sword, then according to this sword intent, to create their own swordsmanship, the combat power that Lin Feng can exert is even stronger. At present, he has upgraded his sword intent to the transformation level by comprehending the sword intent of the strongest. General swordsmanship, etc., Lin Feng practiced, but also felt that it was boring and not very effective. Lang King Kaihu was about to speak again. Boom! Outside, there was a deafening sound. Looking at Lang King Kaihu, I saw that in the sky outside, a flying boat with a shape somewhat like a ship appeared in the light of thunder. As soon as it appeared, on the flying boat, a powerful evolutionary threw a huge ball lightning down. That deafening sound was exactly the sound of the explosion of the ball lightning. After the ball lightning exploded, suddenly, a large area outside the defense line became a sea of lightning. The beasts inside didn't even have room to resist, and they were killed one after another. "Miss, it's Libu, support is here." Seeing this scene, Lang King Kaihu's little assistant said happily. "Support is finally here." Lang King Kaihu looked outside. I saw that on the flying boat, more evolutionaries took action. There are also some evolutionaries that flew directly down, constantly shooting at the beasts below. At the same time, evolvers above Tier 4 in other areas have finally arrived. Seeing the arrival of support, this crisis of the fall of the defense line has finally been lifted. Lang King Kaihu breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the situation was not as bad as expected. The loss was not as big as expected. In this section of the defense line she was stationed in, out of the 10 defense points only a few evolution points died. This is very rare. You must know that in the wave just now, the number of 6th order beasts that rushed into the defense line was more than the 5th order evolutionary in the 10 defense points. And the reason why the loss is not so great, in Lang King Kaihu's view, a very important reason is Lin Feng. If there is no Lin Feng, defense points number 19 to number 25, the evolutionaries of 600 of these 6 defense points, it is estimated that they will die. It took a lot of time to deal with the beasts in defense points 15 to 17 in the deserted autumn. The evolutionists in the next 6 defense points simply couldn't hold on to that time. As soon as the 5th order evolutionary dies, the 6th order beast can quickly find the space anchor of other evolutionary people and destroy it. Other evolutionaries will not have any room for resistance in the face of these beasts rushing into the defense point. It is equivalent to saying that Lin Feng almost single-handedly turned the tide, so that there were no major casualties in this defensive line, and no loss. Thinking of this, Lang King Kaihu said to Lin Feng, "Thanks to you this time, when the battle is over, I will report your contribution to the alliance." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Okay, it's fine here, I'm going back." Seeing that a lot of support has come here, Lin Feng put away his sword and prepared to return to defense point 18. Tong Tong is still there. Although he was assured of Tong Tong's strength, he was worried after a long absence. Seeing that Lin Feng said to leave, the other words in Lang King Kaihu's mouth got stuck in his throat. She looked at Lin Feng's back and guessed Lin Feng's identity. In her eyes, Lin Feng seems to have become a man in general. "Miss, he's so handsome, I'm blushing." 35. Beside Lang King Kaihu, her little assistant whispered. There was indeed some redness on her face. Lang King Kaihu glanced at the little assistant, and after hesitating for a while, said, "Xiaoping, check it out to see which force he belongs to." 35. Looking at Lin Feng's information behind the scenes, it seems a little bad to Lang King Kaihu. But she couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Oh, good, miss." The little assistant took out the phone. Soon, Lin Feng returned to defense point 18. After the arrival of support, the attack on the defense point was much weaker. Lin Feng saw that Tong Tong was still jumping around below the defense point. Look at her look. As if not fighting. It's more like playing. Jump from the head of one beast to the head of another beast. Just like jumping stones that children love to play. It looked extremely happy. Only. The beasts she jumped over fell heavily one by one, becoming a member of the army of corpses. Above. The evolutionists at Defense Point 18 cheered for Tong Tong, shouting 666. They wanted to make a move, but there was no chance, and they were afraid of accidentally hurting Tong Tong. Although, with their strength, they couldn't hurt Tong Tong at all. Captain is back. Seeing Lin Feng's return, the evolutionists at Defense Point 18 came over one after another. Now Lin Feng, in the minds of these evolutionaries, is already extremely prestigious. Even some older evolutionaries are very respectful to Lin Feng. Some of the female evolutionaries inside, even their eyes are shining. The middle-aged man's daughter is about to become a nympho. Lin Feng nodded slightly at the many evolutionaries. It came to the edge of the defense point. Tong Tong, come back and rest for a while. Lin Feng said. Meow. Tong Tong is very obedient. Although she just fought happily. After all, her strength has been increasing, and there are not many opportunities to fight like this. Soon, Tong Tong returned to Lin Feng's side. He even rubbed Lin Feng with his little head. Lin Feng touched Tong Tong's little head. After Tong Tong returned, the evolutionary player in defense point number 18 also took action again. Lin Feng also released Zioxu to let Zioxu experience some actual combat. He also took out the Spirit Stone and recovered. The battle just now was not short, and Lin Feng's consumption was also quite large. Although support has come, the beast tide is still going on. Who knows how long it will last and what level of beasts will come. Miss, I got it. After Lin Feng returned to defense point 18, on the other side, Xiaoping had already found out Lin Feng's identity. Let me see. Cold Autumn Road. Xiaoping handed over the phone. Lang Qingqiu looked up. Lin Feng, born in the 58th year of the new calendar, parents unknown, raised in an orphanage. Lang Qingqiu read it in a low voice. The 58th year of the new calendar. Miss, how is it possible, is he only 18 years old? Hearing Lang Qingqiu's voice, Xiaoping suddenly felt a little incredible. The new calendar is the first year of the recovery of spiritual energy. That year was also a year when aliens invaded and the world underwent drastic changes. A look of surprise appeared on Lang Qingqiu's face. Xiaoping, did you check the information correctly? Cold Autumn Road. Xiaoping said, Miss, it's definitely right, this is the information registered by the Household Registration Department. Lang Qingqiu continued to look at it with surprise. However, the more she looked, the more surprised her face became. Because in this information, Lin Feng was an orphan since childhood. Raised in an orphanage. Then, all the way to school in Sioux City, until the age of 18, unified access to carry-on space. In all cities, 18 is a watershed moment. Before the age of 18, even if you are an orphan, the city can provide free support and go to school for free. But at the age of 18, it is time to decide the fate of life. Some of the more detailed information is broken by the age of 18. Because at that time Lin Feng had already left the school. Lang Qingqiu did not find any record of Lin Feng joining any forces. Is there no information about him over there in the Evolution Alliance? Lang Qingqiu asked. The little assistant said, Miss, the Evolution Alliance has hidden his information, and it is impossible to find it with the authority of the Master. Hidden. Lang Qingqiu was puzzled, why did the Evolution Alliance hide his information? Immediately, she thought of a possibility. It is very likely that the Alliance of Evolutionaries hid Lin Feng's information. Lin Feng's growth rate is amazing. An unprecedented super genius. For the protection of Lin Feng, the Evolutionary Alliance hid Lin Feng's information. However, Miss, I found some information about him in the Beastmaster Association. Xiaoping said again. She called out. Lang Qingqiu looked up again. These data, including Lin Feng's match record in the defending competition. In every game, Lin Feng has swiped the information card, and naturally there is a record. Ordinary people definitely don't want to find out. But Lang Qingqiu, as the daughter of the city lord, has quite a lot of authority, and with the help of her father's authority, she will definitely be able to find out. After reading it, Lang Qingqiu took a deep breath. Although, I can see some information that Lin Feng registered in the Evolution Alliance. But based on the current information, there is also Lin Feng's age. Lang Qingqiu has already made up the growth trajectory of Lin Feng. That growth trajectory is really, a bit amazing. After reviewing the contents of the materials, she has already made up a growth path for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng awakened, he went from the first rank to the 6th rank in a short, good money, period of 2 months. Not only has he mastered the powerful thunder element power, but he has also mastered the 6th order sword intent. What's even more amazing is that Lin Feng is also a 6th order beast master. The key is, Lin Feng has not joined any forces except after registering with the Evolution Alliance. Joining the Evolutionary Alliance is not considered joining a force, because as long as it is an evolutionary, everyone will go to the Evolutionary Alliance to register. How did he do that? At this moment, Lang Qingqiu was shocked again. And the degree of shock is no less than when he discovered Lin Feng's sword intent. Originally, she was already the entire Su city, no, she was a rare genius in this area. It can be seen from the growth trajectory of Lin Feng. Her level of genius can't be compared with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, this is the real genius. Compared with Lin Feng, any genius must be eclipsed. Miss, his growth is so fast, how did he do it? The little assistant also has a similar brain supplement. Immediately, the little assistant was startled by his own brain tonic. A small face was already full of surprise. Talking a little stammered. Lang Qingqiu took a deep breath. Xiaoping, let the people from the household registration department hide Lin Feng's information, he has grown too fast. Such a rapid growth rate not only requires cultivation qualifications, but his spatial talent must be amazing, his information cannot be spread out, otherwise maybe there is a force against his idea. 35. Cold Autumn Road. Yes, ma'am. The little assistant hurried to make arrangements. After Lang Qingqiu made arrangements, Lin Feng's appearance appeared in his heart again. Although she learned about Lin Feng's identity and age, in her heart, Lin Feng's mystery has not diminished at all. On the contrary, it is covered with a more mysterious veil. This kind of mystery, like a magnet, gives people an inexplicable attraction. Chapter 57. On the defensive line, the battle continues. The beast tide is thinning. At this time, the middle-aged man made a new discovery. The beast tide has indeed become sparser. Soon, no more beasts rushed out of the dense forest. The beast tide is over. Seeing this, the middle-aged man shouted. At the defense point 18, all the people also cheered. The beast tide is not over yet, let all the evolutionaries stay in place, do a good job of comforting the wounded and the dead, and distribute some spiritual power supplements to all the evolutionaries. At this time, behind the defense line, high in the sky, Lu Ru stood on a cloud and gave orders to the assistant on the other side of the phone. Yes, President. The assistant's voice sounded. Lu Ru put down her phone and glanced outside the defense line. If you look closely, there are ripples all around her. Like water waves. When the light hits it, there will be a wonderful refraction. So, if someone was in front of Lu Ru at this time, they would not be able to see her at all. In the eyes of the evolutionists in the defense line, the beast tide has receded. But Lu Ru could faintly feel the aura of the alien powerhouse hidden outside the defense line. The strong aliens are still there. As long as the powerhouse of the aliens is still there, then this battle is not over yet. This time, either Xin Yongjin. In the defense section of Kaohsiung town where Lin Feng and Lang Qingkai were located, no aliens appeared. The beast tide in Xinjiang town is more ferocious, because there are beasts of the 7th rank and above. In the defense section of Kaohsiung town where Lin Feng was located, there were only 6th order beasts at the highest. These two waves of ferocious beast tides brought great damage to the two defense sections. More than 1,000 evolutionaries died in the defense section of Xinjiang town, and several 5th order evolutionaries died in battle. The 6th order evolutionary was seriously injured. The number of injured evolutionaries is even more. If the support is not received in time, the defense section of Xinjiang town will be broken. In the defense section of Kaohsiung town where Lin Feng was located, the loss was relatively small, and it was much smaller than Lu Ru imagined. Only more than 100 evolutionaries died. More injured. These guys are really here to put pressure on them. Lu Ru thought. She saw it. Aliens aren't really going to attack. Purely for pressure. But the intensity of this pressure is also very 830. The purpose of the aliens is simple. Their main purpose is the space crack that is competing with humans. Therefore, aliens will not retreat. Instead, after bringing heavy losses to the defense line, they will withdraw first. At the same time, the next wave of attacks is brewing. It made Suez City and other cities breathless, and it also made it impossible for these cities to allocate too much power to support the space cracks. Even, in order to avoid the fall of the city, each city had to call back some of the strong. Unfortunately, I can't make a move. Lu Ru looked at the statistics of casualties and whispered. If Lu Ru made a move, the casualties would not be so great. But she couldn't make a move. Suez City is actually very empty now, but aliens don't know the truth. Only by hiding Lu Ru and a small number of strong people in the Evolutionary Alliance can make the alien strong people behind them fear. Otherwise, after the aliens find out the truth and come to a serious wave, then the loss of Suez City, I don't know how big. The loss of the defense section of Kaohsiung town this time is very small. Is it because of her? Lu Ru looked at the casualty data again and thought. She knew that Lang Qingkai had also gone to the defense line. She found the battle reports submitted by each defense segment. Soon, he found the defensive section guarded by Lang Qingkai. This battle report was submitted by Lang Qingkai. Lu Ru looked up. Only a few people died in the defensive section where she was sitting. So, the remaining more than 100 people died in the defensive section next to her. Lu Ru whispered. This city lord's daughter is really unusual. Given time, he might catch up with me. Lu Ru thought. She continued to look down. Just watched it not long ago. There was a hint of surprise on Lu Ru's pretty face. Lin Feng. She remembered something, opened another interface, and checked it out. With this investigation, she found out Lin Feng's position in the defense line. Moment. She matched the Lin Feng she knew with the Lin Feng in the battle report. He's coming to the defense too. That's not the point. The point is, in Lang Qingkai's report, the reason why there were no casualties in the defense section where Lang Qingkai was sitting was because Lin Feng killed a large number of 5th and 6th order beasts. Otherwise, there will be at least 500 or 600 casualties in her defense segment. This is 600 evolutionaries, not ordinary people. He killed the 6th order beast. 99. The look on Lu Ru's face slowly changed from surprised to surprised. To know. Yesterday, when Lin Feng went to the Evolutionary Alliance to test, it was still Tier 5. Lu Ru is the president of the Evolution Alliance in Sioux City. Its own strength is also extremely powerful. Of course, she wouldn't be surprised if she didn't move. But Lin Feng's growth was really fast, which surprised Lu Ru at the time. Therefore, she hid all kinds of information about Lin Feng in the Evolutionary Alliance, which is also to protect Lin Feng. At the 5th level, Lu Ru was shocked at that time. She also used her authority to help Lin Feng replace half of the spirit stones with intermediate spirit stones. Originally, if you were less than level 6, you couldn't exchange for intermediate level spirit stones. At the 6th level, there are also exchange restrictions. Because intermediate spirit stones are relatively rare, Lin Feng can be said to be an exception. Who made his performance so monstrous? It's hard to digest the fact that Lin Feng is 5th order. Who can imagine? Now, in Lang King Kai's battle report, it actually said that Lin Feng killed a large number of 5th and 6th order beasts. It can be said that it turned the tide. It is precisely because of Lin Feng that there were not so many casualties in the defensive section of Lang King Kaiu. 6th order beast. In Lang King Kaiu's battle report, it did not reveal what means Lin Feng used. But being able to kill a large number of tier 6 beasts is enough to show Lin Feng's formidable strength. Regardless of whether the limit is reached or not. At least, Lin Feng's combat power is already a standard 6th order. Without the combat power of the 6th order, how to kill the 6th order beast? Tier 6. A look of shock appeared in Lu Ru's beautiful eyes. Even she was surprised. Unexpectedly, he also hid his hand. Lu Ru muttered to herself. In his mind, Lin Feng's handsome face appeared. Soon. The evolutionaries in the defense line have all received the news. The beast tide has not retreated, and the defense cannot be disengaged. Soon, the logistics staff sent a lot of supplies to the evolutionists on the defensive line. The defense segment, where the battle is not so intense, has less supply. In the most intense defensive section, the supplies received are very rich. Wow, 5 supplements in one fell swoop, great! We are enjoying ourselves with the captain. Captain, you can go into the space to rest, we can take turns on duty outside at night. 46. In defense point number 18, many evolutionaries said one after another. Although he can't disarm yet, none of the evolutionists in the defense point 18 is worried. After all, Lin Feng, who sits here, is so powerful. The sky has darkened. At first, some ordinary people stepped out of the line of defense and went to clean up the battlefield. Outside the defense line, the corpses of vicious beasts are piled up in mountains, and if they are not cleaned up, the next wave of beasts will come easier. These things are naturally not done by the evolutionary. After Lin Feng arranged the night vigilance, he entered the personal space. It shouldn't be so quick to attack for the time being. Lin Feng thought. The loss of the beast tide is not small, even if there is the next wave of offensive, it will take some time to brew. Within a few hours, the beast tide should not re-attack. Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned on the acceleration function of the portable space. After fighting for a day today, whether it was him or Tong Tong Zioxiu, the consumption was quite large. After bathing Tong Tong and Zioxiu, Lin Feng decided to sleep first. So, Lin Feng lay on the bed and fell asleep. What about your person in charge? At the defense point of 1800 hours, Zhao Ping's voice sounded. Shortly after Lin Feng entered the space, Lang King Kaiu and her little assistant arrived at defense point 18. However, they did not see Lin Feng. At defense point 18, only 10 evolutionaries are on guard. The other evolutionaries have all entered the space to rest. The captain went into the space to rest, and we took turns on duty at night. A 4th order evolver. Miss, do you want to call him out? Xiaoping whispered. Lang King Kaiu shook his head, no need, after fighting for so long, they all need to rest, let's go. 66. After speaking, she turned and left. In the space, Lin Feng was still sound asleep. Beside, Tong Tong and Zioxiu are also sleeping soundly. When I woke up, 10 hours had passed in the space. Due to the difference in the flow of time, the outside world is only half an hour away now. Acceleration time, there are still a full 90 hours. Lin Feng got up. When they got up, Tong Tong and Xiaoxiu also woke up. Meow. Tong Tong Lai rubbed against Lin Feng. After Lin Feng touched Tong Tong's little head, he left the bedroom. As soon as he got out of the bedroom, Lin Feng saw that there was already a hot meal in the dining room. Good smell. Brother is hungry. Dao Ao came out of the kitchen and gave Lin Feng a bowl of rice. The meals and vegetables here are all produced in the space. Lin Feng planned a small piece of land, the rice planted in it has matured due to the addition of space, and the vegetables grown in it have also matured. These rice and vegetables have also undergone some changes due to the addition of space and the effect of aura. It has changed towards Ling Mai and Ling Ke. The cooked food is also very tasty. Dao Ao has become a little cook. Lin Feng started eating. The food that Tao Yao cooks is very delicious. A few days ago, she also asked Lin Feng to find her some food books. Tong Tong, Xiaoxiu, you have it too. Dao Ao also prepared some for Tong Tong and Xiaoxiu. Tong Tong likes to eat fish. Now, in the lake to the south, a lot of fish are raised, and these fish are Tong Tong's ration. Dao Ao made sweet and sour fish for Tong Tong. Xiaoxiu prefers to eat spirit fruit, Dao Ao washed one for her. When Lin Feng was eating, Dao Ao sat opposite Lin Feng like that, holding her chin in her hands, looking at Lin Feng. This scene looks very warm. Finally, Lin Feng finished eating. Dao Ao sent the tableware and chopsticks into the kitchen for automatic cleaning. Brother, I'm leaving. After Dao Ao finished speaking, it turned into petals again and flew towards the peach tree. It's time for her to transform into a human again. After Tao Yao left, Lin Feng came to the training area. In the defense line, Lin Feng gained some new insights into the use of power after a long-term battle. Therefore, the beast tide did not end so soon. In Lin Feng's opinion, it was better. Because he can continue to use the beast to temper himself. Now, Lin Feng is ready to digest new insights in the space. Tong Tong and Xiaoxiu also came. Crack! Tong Tong bit off a small piece of the intermediate spirit stone. Xiaoxiu also bit down a small piece of spirit stone. Then, Tong Tong let out a meow and asked Lin Feng to turn on 20 times the gravity for her. The harvest of this war boy is not small. Tong Tong's physical strength is exceptionally high now, and when she usually trains, it is not enough for Tong Tong to use 10 times the gravity. Lin Feng turned on 20 times gravity for Tong Tong. It turned on 10 times gravity for Xiaoxiu again. Then, a thunder light appeared on Lin Feng's hand. In this battle, Lin Feng's sword intent has been consolidated, and the power of the thunder element has also made considerable progress. Lin Feng was not in a hurry to understand the sword intent, but prepared to further strengthen the power of the thunder element. Boom! Lin Feng kept attacking the space wall with arcs. Even a 10th level or higher attack on the space wall is impossible to break. It is suitable for playing as a sandbag. Lin Feng attacked like this for most of the day. The spiritual power in the body is continuously transformed into lightning energy, which sends out a steady stream of attacks. After attacking for a long time, Lin Feng threw ball lightning again. After throwing it for a long time, Lin Feng tried thunderstorm again. After more than 20 hours of training like this, Lin Feng stopped and sat there to realize it. Unconsciously, Lin Feng entered a state of epiphany. After more than 30 hours, Lin Feng opened his eyes. In his eyes, there is a faint flash of thunder. As soon as his mind moved, a small flame appeared in his hand. This flame is not red. It is an extremely pure blue-white. It looks like a flame composed of thunder. Heart of thunder. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. This time the epiphany harvest was good, and the thunder heart was successfully condensed. However, now, this thunder heart still has a feeling that it will be extinguished at any time. Now, in terms of the power of the thunder element, he has reached the peak of the fifth order in one fell swoop. Once he stabilizes, grows, and integrates the thunder heart into himself, his use of thunder and lightning will reach a new level. That is the power of the sixth order thunder system. Another wave or two of the beast tide, maybe in the middle of the battle, can stabilize it. 35. Lin Feng thought. As soon as his thoughts moved, the heart of thunder disappeared. Looking at the time, there are still more than 30 hours left in the acceleration time. Lin Feng continued to comprehend the meaning of the sword on the broken sword. Chapter 58. After Lin Feng finished comprehending the sword intent on broken sword and gained some gains, a lot of time had passed. Looking at the time, the acceleration has ended. Lin Feng walked out of the space. The sky is already bright. The evolutionaries have all come out of space. Captain, morning. In defense point number 18, all the evolutionaries respectfully greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Lin Feng guessed right, last night there was no beast tide coming. However, some common people who cleaned the battlefield died, outside. The aliens released some small mutant animals, such as poisonous snakes and venomous spiders. Although there are some evolutionaries outside, the battlefield is too large to be seen. The corpses of the beasts under the high wall have been cleaned up a lot. Even ordinary people, they can clean up the corpses of beasts very well. Because there is room for you. A minimum carry-on space, the bottom is 100 square meters, the height is generally more than 30 meters. In all, the volume reached more than 3,000 cubic meters. Still can hold a lot of stuff. Generally, the muck truck on the land can hold more than 10 square meters of soil after it is raised. The stuff in one space is equivalent to 1 or 200 large muck trucks. Just use the portable space to put the corpse of the beast in it. The corpses of these beasts will be classified. Those who are approaching their lifespan have lost much value, but there are still some corpses of stronger beasts, which have a good value. After the battle is over, each person's record and the contribution points that should be obtained will be calculated according to the statistics of the record bracelet. Lin Feng looked outside the defense line. Lin Feng. At this time, a voice sounded. Lin Feng looked back and saw that it was deserted. Miss Ling. Lin Feng greeted each other. Lang Qingkai nodded slightly, then walked over. After arriving at Lin Feng's side, he said coldly, and Chu, the offensive of the aliens will not end like this, it will probably last for a while, do you know why? Although her temperament tends to be high cold, there is a faint fragrance on her body. Lin Feng smelled the fragrance on her body and asked, why? Lang Qingkai said, the aliens are competing with us for a space crack of great value, this time, the aliens are putting pressure on us. Great value space crack. Lin Feng understood. There are many good things in the space rift. Last time, the space crack was not too big, and the mutant animals inside were not strong, but Lin Feng gained a lot from it. If it is of great value, there may be medium and large spiritual minds in it. In such space cracks, spiritual plants and the like are also more advanced, and maybe there are other good things. That's great value. This news has never come out. Ordinary evolutionary people are probably not qualified to know about this. Lang Qingkai said again, it's not clear which section the aliens will focus on next, they are in the dark, we are in the light, we have to adopt a comprehensive defense strategy, so it is very disadvantageous. Having said that, she looked at Lin Feng, thanks to you yesterday, otherwise the loss of this defense segment would have been huge, please accept me. After speaking, Lang Qingkai put his hand in front and bowed to Lin Feng. You're welcome, Miss Ling. 35. Lin Feng subconsciously went to help her. When his hand touched Lang Qingkai's arm, Lang Qingkai's body froze slightly, and a blush suddenly appeared on his face. Lin Feng didn't expect her to react like this, so he bravely helped her up. Lin Feng, I want to do something. I want to invite you to sit in this line of defense. I don't know if I can. Lang King Kaihu said in a requesting tone. Sitting on this line of defense? Lang King Kaihu said that it should be the defense point 15 to 25. There are hundreds of such defense points in the entire defense line. Sioux City adopts 1 to 2 fifth-order evolutionaries for each defense point. Every 5 to 10 defense points is a small defense segment, and a 6th-order evolutionary or above sits in the town. Every few small defensive sections, there will be a small town behind. Enough firepower was deployed on the entire line of defense. At the same time, there are a large number of powerful evolutionaries on standby. Once the main attack direction of the aliens is found, these evolutionaries will be dispatched. The defensive line on the periphery is too long. In order not to be broken through, this defensive method can only be adopted. Now, Lang King Kaihu invites Lin Feng to sit down. It seems that there is something in the deserted autumn, or there are other plans. Lin Feng pondered for a while and agreed. Yes. 35. With his current strength, sitting in this defensive section is nothing. Thanks. Lang King Kaihu was very happy to see Lin Feng agree. This is for your self-defense. There is a blow from my teacher in it. Once triggered, you will die without a doubt. 5. Lang King Kaihu handed Lin Feng a small sword. A blow from teacher Lang King Kaihu? Lin Feng was interested and took it over. After taking it over, Lin Feng could faintly feel that there was also a powerful sword intent inside. Naturally, Lin Feng would not be motivated. Although it was not stimulated, Lin Feng could faintly feel that this sword intent was good. Even stronger than his current transformation level entry-level sword intent. After the trigger, the 8th order and below will die. The teacher of Lang King Kaihu is probably quite strong. That said, in Lin Feng's feelings, this sword intent is far inferior to the sword intent of the strongest remaining unbroken sword. After that one sword killed a powerful alien, Jian Guang also cut a 1,000-meter-high mountain into 2 halves, a supreme power. I don't know where it is sacred. Judging from that slender body, it should be a woman. However, on the internet, there is simply not much information about the most powerful human beings. All this information was consciously hidden by the Evolutionary Alliance. Avoid being detected by some aliens in some ways. Although it is not as good as the sword intent of the strongest, Lin Feng is also ready to solidify this sword intent with the solidifying talent of space. Then, with further enlightenment, you may be able to gain something. Lang King Kaihu left. Lin Feng became the leader of this defensive segment. At the same time, the defense point number 18 is still dominated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng transferred one of the 2 fifth-order evolutionaries from defense point number 21 to defense point number 18. This can avoid that when Lin Feng goes to other defense points, the number 18 defense point does not have a fifth-order seat. After knowing that Lang King Kaihu left and Lin Feng was in charge of this defense section, the fifth-order evolutionaries of other defense points were not worried. The fifth-order evolutionaries of defense points 15 to 17 have also heard of Lin Feng's strength. I also heard that Lin Feng has a cat that can easily kill sixth-order beasts. It is equivalent to 2/6. Of course, not to worry. When there is no animal tide, Tong Tong and Xioxiu are both in the space. Lin Feng returned to the space and solidified the sword intent on the small sword given by Lang King Kai through the curing talent of the space. After curing, Lin Feng inspired its evolution. As soon as it was activated, a thunderous sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, the sword light glowing with lightning slashed a steel column in half, and finally landed on the space wall. It's still chemical grade. Lin Feng whispered. The sword intent in this sword light gave him the feeling that it was still a metamorphosis. However, it is not a chemical level entry. I'm afraid, it has reached the peak of the transformation level. The gap between the beginning of the transformation level and the peak of the transformation level is huge. Lin Feng comprehended silently. This small sword is somewhat different from the broken sword. There is only sword intent on broken sword. This small sword contains the full blow of teacher Lang King Kaiu. After being solidified by the solidified talent, after Lin Feng's strength has further increased, it can be used for training. After comprehending for some time, Lin Feng left the space again. In the morning, there was no beast tide. But at noon, the sirens blared again. The beast tide is here again. Captain, here we come. At 10 o'clock in the morning. The beast tide has come again. This time, the numbers were much smaller. But the quality has risen further. Lin Feng, these beasts were temporarily boosted by aliens by special means. They only have 1 day of life left, but their strength has generally risen. You have to be careful. At this time, Lin Feng received the news of Lang King Kaiu. As soon as they fought, Lin Feng found out. Sure enough, the strength of these beasts has generally risen. The fierce beasts that just rushed out are basically above the second rank. Although it is not so dense, but after the strength rises, it is even more difficult to deal with. For Lin Feng, it was just right. Lin Feng continued to send out thunder and lightning, hitting the beasts with precision. Only at noon, the figure of Lang King Kaiu appeared in the defense line again. Is her business done? It's only half a day. I'm done with my business, Lin Feng, you can continue to sit here, I'll be here too, I can help you if there is a situation, by the way, you should keep that little sword for now. 39. After Lang King Kaiu finished speaking, he left. Looking at the back of Lang King Kaiu's departure, Lin Feng suddenly felt. Lang King Kaiu's request in the morning, the real purpose, isn't it to send him that little sword? Miss, you are so smart, so you gave him the little sword. On the other side, Xiaoping praised Qing King Kaiu. Lin Feng's face appeared in Lang King Kaiu's mind. She said, his growth is too fast and he has no background. Once someone notices it, maybe someone will have evil intentions, and with that little sword, he will have an extra trump card. 99. Xiaoping said, Miss, why don't you invite him to join the city lord's mansion? Give him the best treatment. 0. Lang King Kaiu shook his head. Xiaoping, if he wanted to join the force, he had already joined, but if he didn't join, it means that he didn't want to be bound. Xiaoping understood. Lang King Kaiu didn't know, Lin Feng had already vaguely guessed her purpose. The beast tide lasted from noon to the afternoon. This time, no 6th order beasts appeared, and the strongest one should be around 5th order. Killed by Lin Feng with an arc. At night, there was still no beast tide. However, the next day, the beast tide appeared again. The beast tide this time, like yesterday, was not particularly violent, but it was not weak either. The aliens are putting pressure on them. 99. Beside Lin Feng, Lang King Kaiu came again. After the fierce attack on the first day, they will maintain the attack for a period of time in order to exert pressure. As for what they will do later, it depends on the battle situation in the space rift. Lang King Kaiu told Lin Feng these inside stories. Lin Feng attacked and listened silently. Lang King Kaiu actually wanted to see Lin Feng attack with sword intent. But Lin Feng has been using the arc. She was too embarrassed to speak. On the second day, which was the 4th day after the beast swarm began, it was indeed said by Lang King Kaiu. Still the same beast tide as yesterday. The aliens used the continuous beast tide to keep the entire Sui city in high tension. There seems to be a feeling that I can have a big game at any time. The beast tide is not as fierce as the first day. On this day, most of the time in the deserted autumn is still in the vicinity of Lin Feng. Lin Feng is still attacking with lightning. Looking at the cold autumn, I really want to go up and say something. Please use your sword intent. But Lin Feng is just useless. Another day passed. The 5th day of the beast tide has arrived. On this day, the beast tide was as usual. Lin Feng also still attacks with lightning. Miss, his sword intent is so powerful, why not use it? 35. Xiaoping said in a low voice. Lang Qingkai was about to speak when she sensed something, and her face changed slightly. Because at this time, Lin Feng's body was shrouded in lightning. Lin Feng himself seems to have become the thunderbolt itself. He broke through. Lang Qingkai's eyes lit up and said, "Breakthrough indeed." Although there were no fierce beasts that were too powerful, Lin Feng continued to use the beasts to test the thunder for several days. Finally, in one fell swoop, he stabilized the heart of thunder and integrated it into his own body. With this, he broke through the sixth order in one fell swoop. After reaching the sixth level, the evolutionary of the energy system does not need to go to special tests, and can have a relatively clear understanding of their own strength. Work. Chapter 59. After this breakthrough, Lin Feng officially entered the sixth rank in terms of the power of the thunder element. The energy system evolutionary is still very powerful. Lightning force has always been one of the more powerful forces. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng slowly stopped the thunder light that roamed around him. Soon, all the thunder was collected in the body. His eyes slowly returned to normal. Feeling the heart of thunder in his body, Lin Feng raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck. Boom! Outside the defense line, a large area was filled with thunder, and the beasts in that area were instantly killed. After reaching the sixth rank, Lin Feng's attack went up a notch directly compared to the fifth rank. "You broke through, congratulations!" Beside him, there was a voice of Lang Qingkai. "Thank you." 35. Lin Feng said. Lang Qingkai said, "In my father's thunder department, there are some methods of using thunderbolts above the sixth rank. These are not too confidential information. If you need it, I can pass it on to you." 5. Lin Feng pondered for a while, but did not refuse. "Okay, thank you Miss Ling." Lang Qingkai soon passed some information. After Lin Feng received it, he said, "Lang Qingkai, you just broke through, you need to consolidate, let me sit here, the aliens will not have a large-scale attack for the time being." Lin Feng really wanted to go back to the space, absorb some spirit stones, and further consolidate it. So, Lin Feng returned to the space. In the portable space, Tong Tong and Xiaoxue didn't go out much these days. Meow. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, Tong Tong was very happy and jumped into Lin Feng's arms. Xiaoxue also came over 8:30. Then, Tong Tong pointed to the training area. With Tong Tong's actions, something must have happened. Lin Feng walked towards the training area. After getting there, Lin Feng found that Tao Yao was sitting there. In front of Dao Ao, there was Lin Feng's broken sword. She is also feeling the sword intent left on the broken sword? Dao Ao sat there, motionless, as if fascinated. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't bother her. Let her feel it. Anyway, the sword intent on broken sword has been solidified. As long as broken sword doesn't take out his personal space, no matter how he perceives it, there will be no problem. Lin Feng came not far from Dao Ao, took out the little sword that Lang Qingkai had given, and realized it. Recently, during the day, Lin Feng was in the defensive line to deal with beasts, and constantly tempered his lightning power. At night, Lin Feng was in the space, and started to accelerate the perception of sword intent. The sword intent in Xiaojian and the sword intent in broken sword are naturally incomparable. It can be said that there is a world of difference. However, this sword intent also gave Lin Feng some inspiration. The sword intent in broken sword is a very pure sword intent, pure and fierce, and at the same time unparalleled. The sword intent in the small sword has added other things. Added a thunder attribute. Thunder. In the past few days, Lang Qingkai told Lin Feng. Her sword intent was inherited from her teacher. Called Thunder Sword Intent. No wonder, after the little sword was activated, there was a faint sound of thunder after the sword light slashed out. Thunder sword intent is equally domineering, and also has thunder attribute damage. And, very fast. Lightning itself is extremely fast. This kind of thunder sword intent, if it reaches a high depth, it will be very powerful. Lin Feng also gained something by comprehending thunder sword intent. His own sword intent was also slowly taking shape. Now, his sword intent still mainly comes from the sword intent of the strongest. But there are more and more things that belong to them. With this kind of insight, after further clarity, Lin Feng's sword intent can enter the early stage of transformation. It was just an introductory chemical level before. Don't look at an early stage, the gap between the two is not small. One is equivalent to a first glimpse of the door. One is coming into the room. In this way, Lin Feng realized the sword intent on the small sword for a while. Suddenly, he felt, beside him, there was a sharp sword intent. No, not just sword intent. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw that a sword light rushed out, cutting a stone in front of him in half. This sword light, 35. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Because, this sword light is a bit like the mighty sword light seen after touching the broken sword, like a sword light that is thousands of miles long. It looks like it's been copied. It's not just a re-engraved sword light. Also re-engraved sword intent. However, the re-engraving is not quite in place. Lin Feng took a look. The shot is Tao Yao. Dao Ao had such a realization so quickly? Elder brother. When Dao Ao saw Lin Feng, she showed a sweet smile with a hint of coquettishness. This flirtatious state was not something she did deliberately, nor was it to seduce Lin Feng or something. It was a temperament that she naturally possessed as a bewitching peach blossom. Dao Ao, how did you do it? Lin Feng asked. Brother, try it. Dao Ao gently tossed her hand, and she threw a piece of peach blossom petals that were white in powder. Lin Feng took the petals, a little puzzled. Brother, you will know when you inject spiritual power. Tao Yao said. Lin Feng injected spiritual power. With his movements. Next second. The petals shattered in an instant. Immediately after. A sword light pierced out, and in front, a stone broke open silently. Dao Ao, you reproduced that sword light? Lin Feng asked. Dao Ao nodded, yes, brother, but Dao Ao can't reproduce too much right now, even the power of that sword light is 1/10,000th. That sword light was really scary. The sword intent of the strongest contained in it is even more invincible. What Dao Ao said was less than 1/10,000, so it wasn't a lie. Soon. Lin Feng knew what Dao Ao did. Dao Ao was not feeling it. Rather, it is equivalent to copy-pasting. What she does is equivalent to copying. After using one of his own petals to stimulate broken sword, the sword light in that illusion, including the sword intent in the sword light, was re-engraved. At that time, when her petals are stimulated, they will be able to deliver a blow. It's like the little sword that Lang King Kaihu gave to Lin Feng. After activating the petals, the power of that blow depends on the effect of Dao Ao's re-engraving. The effect of Dao Ao's re-engraving depends on her strength and perception, as well as the energy she injects into that petal. Dao Ao said, brother, Dao Ao can try to reproduce more, maybe one day, I can completely reproduce it. Complete remake. If Dao Ao can do this, it will be amazing. That is equivalent to, with her petals, Lin Feng can launch an attack comparable to the strongest. Of course, it's too hard to do this. However, Lin Feng felt that as long as he could reproduce 1%, the power would be incredible. That can be used as a trump card for Lin Feng. And if Dao Ao can reproduce 1/10, it can be used as a super killer. Lin Feng now has a lot of things that he can use as his trump card. Like the sapphire made of water pressed by Lu Ru, once it is activated, its power will probably not be inferior to the small sword given by Lang King Kaihu. The same is true of the small sword given by Lang King Kaihu. all can allow Lin Feng to deal with enemies with higher strength than the current one. But once Dao is successfully re-engraved, whether it is Sapphire or Lang King Kai's Xiaojian, it will be eclipsed. Dao, when I don't understand the sword intent in the future, you can use this broken sword to understand it. Lin Feng said to Tao Yao. Well, okay, brother, I still need some spirit stones. 39. Tao Yao said. Dao would never take the initiative to ask for spirit stones. But this time was different. She was trying to replicate the attack of the strongest man in Broken Sword. In order to give Lin Feng an extra trump card. It is good. Lin Feng gave Tao Yao a lot of spirit stones. Now, he still has a lot of spirit stones in his hand. The primary spirit stones are used the fastest, because the primary spirit stones need to be crushed a lot every day to increase the aura of the entire space. More than 1000 elementary spirit stones are not very useful in the current space. A large number of plants are evolving towards spiritual plants. Lingzi is also evolving towards intermediate Lingzi. There are also Dao, Beihe, and Qiangui who need a lot of spiritual energy every day. In addition, there is a flame that is evolving towards life, and it is also consuming spiritual energy. Not to mention, Lin Feng Tong Tong Zioxu is a cat and a fox. Fortunately, after the first day of battle, Lin Feng got a lot of supplements due to his powerful strength to turn the tide. He also obtained 2000 primary spirit stones and 10 intermediate spirit stones as a supplement. This supplementary standard is 10 times higher than that of other 6th order evolutionaries. Here, there should be a cold autumn factor. However, Lin Feng didn't feel inappropriate to hold it. Because he really deserved it. The time for Dao's transformation came, and she returned to the peach tree. Next, Lin Feng realized the sword intent of Broken Sword. In the past few days of dealing with the beast swarm, Lin Feng had already had a long time to comprehend, considering the acceleration time in the space. After the sword intent entered the transformation, there was no natural moat between the micro level and the transformation level. After comprehending for a long time, Lin Feng put down the broken sword. Start to feel it. Faintly, he felt that his sword intent was about to change. Just another wave of beasts above the 6th rank. Lin Feng thought. He felt it. Just like the first day, there will be a wave of beasts of the 6th rank and above. After he exerts himself to the fullest, he can definitely let the sword intent break through to the early stage of transformation. After the acceleration time was over, Lin Feng gave the broken sword to Tao Yao and left the space. Outside, the sky was already bright. Today is the 6th day of the beast tide. Lin Feng is looking forward to another wave of fiercer beasts. But one day passed and still did not come. Lang King Kaiu is very patient and is in the line of defense every day. Most of the time, she is not far from Lin Feng. She doesn't talk much, and occasionally talks about some topics. It was her little assistant. As long as she was given a chance, she was simply a small talker. At the end of the day, when Lin Feng returned to the space, he found that the sword light that Dao had re-engraved was even more powerful. As long as enough spirit stones are used, now, the power of the sword light that Dao re-engraved is no less than the 6th order. This sword light is equivalent to shrinking the sword light of that supreme power countless times. But the power is real. Brother, I will try for a few more days, then you will find a way to find me a more advanced spirit stone, and I will be able to reproduce a sword light that is dozens of times more powerful than the current one. Dao assures Lin Feng. A more advanced spirit stone? Lin Feng took out the intermediate spirit stone and asked, is this okay? After Dao felt it for a while, she said, yes, but it would be great if there were more advanced ones. Still more advanced? You must know that in 2.8, the aura content in an intermediate level spirit stone is already equivalent to 100 low-level spirit stones. Dao is even more advanced. I don't know if there are high-level spirit stones. There are intermediates, and there should be seniors. But the intermediate spirit stones are extremely precious, and there are many restrictions on the exchange. High-level spirit stones. I guess you can only find a way. Okay, you try it first, and I'll find a way for you later. Lin Feng said to Tao Yao. Dao Ao nodded cutely. A day has passed. On the 7th day, there was still no ferocious beast tide. However, that night, Lang King Kaihu suddenly found Lin Feng. Lin Feng, get ready, I have received news that the aliens are slowly losing ground in the space rift, and they are likely to launch a ferocious attack. Cold Autumn Road. Are you coming again? Lin Feng was refreshed. After several days of waiting, it finally came. Beside, Lang King Kaihu gave Lin Feng a strange look, because she felt Lin Feng is not only not nervous, but some expectations? Lang King Kaihu said yes. Early the next morning. Before dawn. On the defensive line, sirens blared loudly. The beast tide is here again. And this time, the scale of the beast tide seems to be even bigger than the first day. Chapter 60. Boom. The attacks of the evolutionaries are overwhelming. Above the defense line, various thermal weapons and chinook weapons are also attacking frantically. In the past few days, various defense points have been supplemented by some personnel. Sioux City has more than one defensive side. But 4 sides. In general, on the east side, the defensive manpower is the least. Because there are several big cities in the east. Form an urban agglomeration. Due to the enlargement of the Earth and the stars, the distances between cities have also become farther. For example, the original Sioux City and the largest city in this area, Haikan, were only a few hundred kilometers apart. Now, that distance is more than 1,000 kilometers. Even so, several cities in this area can watch and help each other. Therefore, there is basically no large-scale beast tide in the east. Occasionally appear in the north. The probability of appearing in the south is even greater. But mostly it's west. In the past few days, Sicheng has transferred some evolutionists from other south, and has also summoned more evolutionaries. On the defensive line, the awakened evolver has been replaced. Now, most of the evolutionists on the defense line are above the first order. The fighting power is also stronger. This wave of beast tide is indeed more fierce. Lin Feng released Tong Tong and Zioxu again. This area was guarded as firmly as Mount Tai. After playing for more than half an hour, the deserted autumn came. The main attack point has appeared, in the defense section of Sansheng town, not far from us. Lin Feng, I'm going to go to support. Cold Autumn Road. This time, the aliens did not choose this section as the main attack point. Miss Ling, let me go. Lin Feng said without waiting for Lang King Kaihu to finish speaking. Lang King Kaihu looked at Lin Feng. After his eyes stopped for 2 seconds on Lin Feng's face, he said coldly, okay, but you have to be careful. 16 this time, there are likely to be more beasts of the 6th or 7th order, and even the 8th order, the alien said. It might even show up. Lin Feng, then I'll leave it to you. After speaking, Lin Feng let Tong Tong and Zioxu enter the space, and then quickly came to the rear of the defense line. Here, under the high wall along the line of defense, there is a wide and straight road. Lin Feng got into the car and rushed to the defense section of Sansheng town. It's not too far from here, only about 10 kilometers away. The driver drove very fast, and it only took 10 minutes to get there. Once there, Lin Feng boarded the defense. At this time, the other support had not yet arrived, the beast had time to fight, and the evolutionary in the defense line was beaten badly. When Lin Feng rushed to the defense line, a 6th-order vicious beast jumped on the defense line. The sword in Lin Feng's hand slashed, and the 6th-order vicious beast was cut in half. In front of this 6th-order vicious beast, an evolutionary who escaped from the dead was almost frightened. Tong Tong, Follow me. Lin Feng released Tong Tong Dao. He did not release Zioxu. Because it's too messy right now. I am afraid that Zioxu will be mistaken by the evolutionary as a beast. Lin Feng held a sharp sword and kept swinging it. One by one the beasts that rushed up were beheaded. The beast is breaking through the defense line in an all-round way. The weak evolutionaries have already hid in the space. The strong ones are struggling to support them. Lin Feng killed all the way. The sword intent of the transformation level is constantly motivated. With each strike, the beast can be cut in half. In this way, he killed the past, and the number of beasts killed by him continued to increase. Tong Tong followed Lin Feng and was responsible for dealing with some weaker beasts. Lin Feng killed him all the way. Such a powerful Lin Feng also relieved a great deal of pressure on the evolutionaries stationed on this defensive line. Due to the battle, these evolutionaries did not have time to thank Lin Feng. After all, now is a matter of life and death. Every time the aliens attacked the place, more or less at the beginning, there will be some losses. Help is here. At this time, some evolutionary people are excited. In the sky, support really came. 2 flying boats appeared. These flying boats were developed based on the spiritual power aircraft of aliens. Driven by spirit stones, the speed is very fast. A large number of evolutionaries rushed out. But the flying boat appeared, and immediately, a large number of extremely ferocious flying beasts rushed out. In fact, this is not the first batch of one support. Before Lin Feng arrived, several flying boats had arrived, but they were all caught in a hard fight. The evolutionary above can be able to protect themselves, and there is no way to stop the beast tide below. More support must come before the situation can be reversed. But they finally contained a large number of beasts. These support forces are also distributed at intervals, so the arrival time is different. The large troops of the city lord's mansion and the powerhouses of the major forces are generally stationed in the middle section, waiting to be dispatched. Therefore, in the defense line, the momentum of the beast is still very fierce. In a defense point, except for the evolutionary above the 4th order, everyone has already hid in the space. The appearance of Lin Feng directly reversed the battle situation at this defensive point. The sword in his hand was constantly swung, and soon, the fierce beast that rushed in was beheaded. Halfway through the kill, on the opposite side, another 6th order evolutionary was also killed. It should be an evolutionary guard who guards a defensive line like Lang King Kaiu. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng is, the 6th order evolutionary bowed his hands to Lin Feng. Thank you for your help, there are still more beasts, so I won't talk more. After speaking, he fought again. Lin Feng also killed in the depths of the defense line. Come on, a few more. Killing and killing, Lin Feng faintly felt that the sign of sword intent breakthrough was getting stronger and stronger. A few more rank beasts. The sword in his hand swung. The sword intent was rampant, and the beasts were being killed continuously. It's him and his cat. In a defensive point, a group of evolutionists who persisted, someone recognized Lin Feng. Be careful, there are 6th order beasts. Someone shouted. Roar. A 6th order vicious beast has stepped on the corpses of other vicious beasts and jumped up. These guys, jumping power is horrible. But the 6th order vicious beast was still in the air, so it was directly divided into 2 halves. The panicked evolutionaries saw only the sword wielded by Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung a few swords away, and below, several other beasts who were about to rush up were also killed. Isn't he a beast master? Why is he so strong? The person who recognized Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Lin Feng continued to kill all the way. It can be said that the killing is soft. This way, kill another few minutes later. Finally, more support arrived. Dense helicopters flew over. The manufacturing of flying boats is very difficult and the number is not large. In contrast, the number of helicopters is more. A large number of evolutionaries jumped down from the helicopter and joined the battle. More flying boats rushed over. It can also be seen that among these flying boats, a huge flying boat is slowly flying over. Above the flying boat, there is also a flying flag. On the flag, there is a big cold character. The evolutionary army of the city lord's mansion has arrived. But this time, in the distant sky, some peculiarly shaped flying boats also loomed. Alien finally showed up. After these aliens appeared, they did not participate in the war for the first time. Instead, it stopped far away in the sky. That said, the appearance of these aliens also put great pressure on the evolutionary supporters. Are these guys finally willing to show up? On the huge flying boat, a woman who is somewhat similar to Lang King Kaiu, but has a very different temperament, said lightly. The dense evolutionary has already flown out. Roar. 99. In the dense forest, a fierce beast like a hill rushed out, rushing towards the defense line. When the beast moved, the beast tide suddenly became fierce. Seeing that the support arrived, the aliens not only did not retreat, but the attack became more and more brutal. However, at this time, more powerful evolutionaries appeared on the defensive line. Evolvers below the fifth order enter the space. As soon as these evolutionaries appear, let the weak evolutionaries enter the space to avoid interference in the battle. The weak evolutionaries were eager to do this, and they entered the space one after another. Deep in the defense line, Lin Feng was still killing. Soon, he met a sixth-order evolutionary who was struggling with beasts. Be careful, this is a seventh-order vicious beast. The sixth-order evolutionary who was beaten almost vomited blood said. Seventh-order beast? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The sword in his hand slashed violently. Roar. The seventh-order vicious beast felt the threat and turned around with the sharp horn on its head. Sword intent slashed at the sharp corner, leaving a deep sword mark on its sharp corner. But it was blocked. Not enough power. Roar. The seventh-order vicious beast was furious. Meow. Tong Tong has already rushed over. Be careful, child. Lin Feng shouted. The claws of the seventh-order vicious beast shouted at Tong Tong, and Tong Tong was so fast that he avoided the claws and jumped onto it. All the fur on the seventh-order vicious beast instantly became sharper than a steel needle. To force Tong Tong away. But at this time, another sword intent struck. The seventh-order vicious beast once again blocked. But it was not completely blocked, and a part of the sharp corner was cut off. This guy got even more angry, completely ignoring Tong Tong, and rushed towards Lin Feng. But this guy obviously underestimated Tong Tong. The next second, its body weighed heavily. Immediately afterwards, Tong Tong's little paw slammed down. This seventh-order vicious beast trembled. Lin Feng attacked again, and there were a lot of wounds on the body of the seventh-order beast. Most beasts cannot attack with energy. However, they have one feature in common. Hard. 830. It was indeed a seventh-order vicious beast. Lin Feng's transformation level entry-level sword intent can easily cut through sixth-order beasts. But there is no way to cut this guy. Although it can't be cut open at once, as long as you keep attacking, you can grind this seventh-order vicious beast to death. The seventh-order fierce beast became more and more fierce after being injured, and rushed to Lin Feng desperately to kill Lin Feng. Tong Tong's little claws continued to attack. Lin Feng also swung several swords again. But this guy is like a dying beast, more ferocious than usual. Suddenly, he rushed in front of Lin Feng. Meow. 35. Tong Tong is in a hurry. Another claw, but the seventh-order beast seems to be desperate. Lin Feng still has time to hide in the space. But he didn't hide. This moment, for him, is a moment of life and death. If you don't hide, you can only fight. Lin Feng's eyes became extraordinarily sharp. Seeing the seventh-order vicious beast rushing towards him, the sword in Lin Feng's hand slashed. The fierce sword intent passed by silently. The seventh-order vicious beast is still rushing forward. However, when it was about to pounce on Lin Feng, its body suddenly split into two halves under Tong Tong's claws. The two halves of the body brushed past Lin Feng's sides. You can also see the blood sealed by the sword intent at the incision of the body. Sword intent. Breakthrough. Early stage of transformation. With the power of the breakthrough, he killed this seventh-order vicious beast with one sword. Moreover, after reaching the initial stage of transformation, the sword intent became even more terrifying. If nothing unexpected happens. Long after the seventh-order vicious beast died, the blood in the two halves of the corpse would not flow out. Who? 99. Finally broke through. In the past few days, Lin Feng has been comprehending two sword intents every day, and has learned a lot. However, it always feels a little different. But this line, in this sword just now, was successfully made up. This time, thanks to Tong Tong, Lin Feng was given a chance. Otherwise, Lin Feng alone would not have so many opportunities to take action against these seventh-order beasts. Meow. Tong Tong jumped on Lin Feng's body, and a pair of small eyes looked at Lin Feng's body. The nose also kept sniffing Lin Feng. This is worrying about Lin Feng. I'm fine, Tong Tong. Tong Tong's reaction made Lin Feng feel warm and interesting. He touched Tong Tong's little head. Meow. Tong Tong put down her heart and rubbed her little head against Lin Feng. Chapter 61. He killed the seventh-order beast? The sixth-order evolutionary who was beaten and vomited blood saw Lin Feng and Tong Tong work together to kill the seventh-order beast, and then looked at Lin Feng's face. Immediately felt. I am too old. At this moment, in the defense line, a large number of evolutionaries rushed over. Evolvers below the fifth order all enter the space. These evolutionaries said quickly as they walked. The clothes they wear are relatively uniform, and their strength is quite tyrannical. Lin Feng knew. These evolutionaries belong to the army of the city lord's mansion. In addition, there should be some of the powerhouses in the major forces. The entire Sioux city. A small half of the powerful evolutionaries are in the city lord's mansion. There is still a small half, in the major forces. There are also some in the League of Evolutionaries. Those who did not join the forces were very few. These are the mainstays of Sioux City's ability to hold the line of defense. It is normal to form such a pattern. After all, except for Lin Feng, who can guarantee that they can grow up without joining any forces. In fact, some people with poor spatial talent and stupidity want to join forces, but they will not accept you. And some people who have struggled to get through it, most of them want to join a force so that they can enjoy better resources. As for Lin Feng, no one can replicate it. After all, he is the only traverser in this world, and the only one who has obtained the full talent space. Moreover, there are people with golden fingers bonus. Like the tens of thousands of evolutionaries in the previous hundreds of defense points, it is more to form an interception net. Buy more time for the evolutionary army of the city lord's mansion. The strength of the evolutionary army of the city lord's mansion is indeed tyrannical. All of those who appear here are above the 5th rank. There are also many of them. A defensive point that was quickly taken over by these. Seeing this, Lin Feng, who had just broken through with his sword intent, immediately lost much interest in fighting. With so many people, he couldn't grab too many beasts. Of course, Lin Feng didn't leave either, he wanted to see this battle. The battle became extremely fierce. The sky and the ground are fighting. As soon as the evolutionary army of the city lord's mansion joined the battle, the situation in the defense line was reversed. Lin Feng was also on the defensive line and put Tong Tong into the space. Then, from time to time, a thunderstorm came out. He found that some evolutionaries in the sky should also belong to different forces. Some clues can be seen from the flag of Fias Hu. In the entire Sioux city, the city lord's mansion should be the strongest and greatest force. But some other forces, there are also some tyrannical. These forces have a foothold in Su City, and they will also be dispatched when they encounter the attack of beast tides and aliens. After all, if Su City is invaded by aliens, it will be everyone who suffers. Of course, these forces also have some competition with each other. That is for sure. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. However, the threat of aliens and the strength of the city lord, the situation of war between various forces has never happened. When the war in Sansheng town became extraordinarily intense. Another place. The battle was 100 times more intense than the war in Sansheng town. Boom. 35. The terrifying thunder fell, and below, the top of a hill was directly blown off. Boom boom. There are also huge fireballs rushing in all directions. The light emitted by the little suns is 100 times more dazzling than the real sunlight. Here. It belongs to the battlefield of the king level. After the awakening level, it is the entry level, which is the first level. Tier 10 is king. King class. Whether a city is strong or not depends on how many king level evolutionaries there are. At this time. In this battlefield, it has been played in darkness. This battle has been going on for many days. Further down, there are also a large number of evolutionary armies, which are fighting all kinds of beasts, as well as the aliens behind the beasts. Compared with the battlefield outside Su City, the scale of this battlefield is not sure how much larger. City Lord Su, you go down and rest for a while, it's time for my old bones to move. An old voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, a blade of light slashed towards a small sun on the opposite side. In that round of the little sun, there was a light hum. A beam of light that would blind the eyes of ordinary people at a glance appeared and collided with the knife light. The knife light smashed the beam of light into pieces, and it was about to attack the little sun. A hand with a metallic luster suddenly appeared, and one crushed the knife light. Your opponent is me. A new round of battle begins again. Boom. 99. As soon as Lin Feng raised his hand, he blasted a 6th-order vicious beast into pieces. This kind of strength also makes a 6th-order evolutionary next to him a little embarrassed. Is Xiant Tai from the Ministry of Thunder? The 6th-order evolutionary looked at Lin Feng, and his tone became extraordinarily soft, asking. Although he is a 6th-order evolutionary, he is already in his 30s. Of course, it doesn't look that big, but it's not as young as Lin Feng. Even with the same strength, they are younger and more talented. These evolutionaries who have survived by age are not willing to offend such a genius. After all, maybe in a few years, people will easily surpass you? Lin Feng said, I'm not from the city lord's mansion. The 6th-order evolutionary said oh and didn't ask any more. It was estimated that Lin Feng was regarded as the evolutionary of other forces. The battle continues. The attack of the beast tide was further fierce, and more beasts of huge size appeared. Above the sky, the aliens' flying boat also showed signs of being ready to move. These guys! In a cloud, Lu Ru couldn't hold back a little. Because she could see that, based on the current strength of Su Cheng's side, once the aliens are fully activated, it is very likely that they will not be able to stop them. After all, a large number of strong people in Su City have entered the space crack. Let's reveal a little bit of air first. Lu Ru's hand moved. Next second. In the sky, clouds flew up. Above the battlefield, all the clouds rolled over. There is a feeling of a dark cloud over the city. Such a change, sure enough, made the aliens feel a bit jealous. The aliens were temporarily suppressed. Lu Ru breathed a sigh of relief, but did not take it lightly. At this time, in the space crack, the battle was unreserved, and both sides showed their full strength. Damn, if we hadn't fought against the Sanmyo clan, we would have wiped out these cities to the east of you. 5. Come on, there is a kind of you who come here and dare to launch a city-destroying battle. Do you really think that our supreme power does not exist? Humph, you are also relying on a few supreme powers, and everyone else is trash. Dare to say that Grandpa is a waste, Grandpa is going to kill you. During the battle, there were two guys whose voices were particularly loud. One is an old man with grey hair. On the other side is an alien with silver eyes. There are more than one kind of aliens who invaded the Earth star, and this is the Silver Eyes. This silver-eyed clansman fought and quarreled with the white-haired old man, and the two sides quarreled with each other, and they became the two loudest people on this battlefield. Feng Lao's temper is still so violent. He's always been like this. We have to increase the offensive, the aliens have become fierce on the city. These guys have also called in support, and in a short time, we may not be able to fight. In the rear, some evolutionaries who have been rotated and recovered are discussing in a low voice. Stop! After playing for quite a while, in the sky, an extremely powerful Yinmyo people appeared. As soon as this alien appeared, the evolutionaries who were recuperating stood up one after another. All stop! We have been fighting this space crack for nearly a month, and we have not yet decided the winner. If we continue to fight, your losses will be large, and ours will not be small. Why don't we do it another way? The silver-eyed clan with strong breath is humane. City Lord Hai, what do you say? In the rear, the recuperating evolutionaries looked at an old man one after another. Lord of the Sea. City Lord Hai looked at the alien with a powerful breath. After looking at the other party for several seconds, City Lord Hai finally spoke up. Any solution? See, City Lord said solemnly. The powerful Yinmyo people said, don't you humans boast that you have many geniuses? We let the younger generation decide the ownership of this space crack, how about it? 99. The expression on Haikanzu's face remained unchanged. The younger generation? The Silver Eyes people said, yes, the younger generation. We each sent 100 young talents under the age of 25 to enter a battlefield to fight. Which side will survive to the end? Which side will get this space crack? How? City Lord Hai snorted softly. Children's play. The people of the Silver Eyes smiled. Then let's continue to fight. For another month, our three clans should be able to recruit twice as many people as we have now. Besides, can your city still hold on? City Lord Hai, you can promise him that their younger generation can't compare to us. Yes, City Lord Hai, have you forgotten how many talents we have produced in recent years? Behind City Lord Hai, several old men gave him voice transmissions one after another. City Lord Hai's eyes flashed. I need to discuss, money is good, with other people. The Silver Eyes said, of course, in order to show our sincerity, we can retreat first. 35. After speaking, he raised his hand. With his movements, some aliens in the rear have conveyed some new orders. In the space crack, the army of aliens began to retreat. The king-level battle was also suspended. Outside the Suez city, the beast hordes that were originally extremely ferocious also began to retreat. Hey, why did the beast tide recede? In the defense line, the evolutionaries are puzzled. Return. In the sky, Lu Ru also noticed the retreat of the beast tide. She was a little puzzled. It should be something changed in the space rift. Lu Ru thought. She took out her phone and asked. City Lord Hai, you can completely promise him, in terms of aptitude for cultivation, who can compare to us humans? Yet, in the past few years, a lot of geniuses have appeared in our cities. The daughter of Su Chenzu's family alone is incredible. We also have several in the city. In the sky, in a ball that was blocked by the energy cover, and others could not snoop, a large number of evolutionaries gathered here to discuss. Many people feel that they can give it a try, because in the past few years, there are indeed many geniuses in various cities. Chapter 62. Then try. In the energy hood, finally, all the city masters and king-level evolutionaries have unified their opinions. Decided to try. Although, many people felt that the aliens took the initiative to propose, there must be some problems. For example, aliens have seen rare geniuses in recent years. But according to the current situation, if you continue to fight, you may not be able to win this space crack. The beast tide of the aliens is overwhelming, and once their respective cities can't stand it, they have to go back to defend. In addition, many people present have confidence in the geniuses in their respective cities. Okay, we promise. In the sky, the main road of Hyken. Refreshing, since this is the case, we each have 6 kings and make a blood pact. On the opposite side, the silver-eyed strong man said. Let me do it. 6 king-level evolutionaries stood up one after another. Once the blood contract is violated, the king-level evolutionary who made the blood contract will be greatly affected. Backlash can seriously injure a king-level evolutionary, and the combat power is greatly affected. And it didn't work out for a long time. Of course, it is not 100% insurance. But in the end, there are certain constraints on both parties. It's not good for all the old guys. City Lord Hi, you have to join in. Of course, I will also join in 5. The silver-eyed strong man said. City Lord Ha's expression did not change. Okay. Outside the defense, the beast tide has completely receded. After more than an hour, the beast tide disappeared from the area west of Sioux City. The flying boat, who went to the west to explore, found that the beast tide was still rapidly moving away from Sioux City and dispersed. Miss, the beast tide has receded. On the huge flying boat, a subordinate reported. The woman standing there read the message on the phone and said, you can disarm. Finally back. Who, almost died? Yeah, this wave is too fierce. In the defense line, a large number of evolutionaries came out of the carry-on space. The 830 evolutionaries who survived in Sanshung Town are extremely fortunate. These evolutionaries have also heard that on the first day, more than 1,000 evolutionaries died in Xinjiang Town, which was mainly attacked by aliens. Some evolutionaries who have hid in space before don't know it yet. Among them, the reason why many of them were able to survive was because of Lin Feng's killing. Otherwise, even if the support comes quickly, this time, the casualties in the defense section of Sanshung Town will not be much less than that of Xinjiang Town. But some evolutionaries have seen Lin Feng. Although I don't know who Lin Feng is, I also know that there is such a young and powerful evolutionary person who killed a lot of beasts in Sanshung Town and indirectly saved many evolutionary people. Ended. In the defense line, Lin Feng looked at the retreating beast tide and whispered. Meow. Tong Tong rubbed against Lin Feng. The evolutionaries began to walk out of the defense line and came to Sanshung Town in the rear. Here, each evolutionary who came to the defense line to participate in the garrison can count the record and contribution points. Lin Feng soon came to Sanshung Town. Lin Feng. After arriving here, Lin Feng found out that Lang King Kaihu was also here. Some changes have taken place in the space cracks. I don't know what the specific changes are, but in a short time, the beast tide should not come. 39. Lang King Kaihu said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already guessed. This time the beast tide, since the aliens are putting pressure on it, the retreat of the beast tide must also be related to the situation in the space crack. Let's go to the statistics together. I'll take you to the back, so you don't have to line up. Lang King Kaihu said again. There are too many evolutionaries who submitted record bracelets, and it takes a long time to line up. Seeing that Lang King Kaihu was going to go through the back door, Lin Feng did not refuse. Hello, according to the statistics in the record bracelet, you have a total of 2,680,000 contribution points. Half an hour later, on the second floor of a building, Lin Feng's contribution points were counted. The statistics of the record bracelet are basically accurate, but there are still some that have not been counted. Such as Tong Tong killing. However, Lang King Kaihu added a lot of contribution points to Lin Feng based on the videos of Tong Tong fighting captured by some cameras outside the defense point. In this battle, he gained more contribution points. Up to more than 2 million contribution points. This is still before the doubling. After the final doubling, Lin Feng's contribution points exceeded 5 million. So many contribution points also surprised the staff in charge of statistics. Compared with other evolutionaries, it is indeed a little too much. It can be said that among the evolutionaries within the defense line, the contribution points are the most. Even the other 6th order evolutionaries stationed in the defense line are far inferior to Lin Feng. The 6th order evolutionaries in the non-main attack point of the aliens did not kill many 5th or 6th order beasts themselves. Lin Feng participated in the 2 waves of fierce attacks on the first day and the last day of the aliens. It also killed a large number of 5th and 6th order beasts. With so many contribution points, Lin Feng can exchange for a lot of things. You need to go back to the city to exchange. This time Lin Feng killed an incomparably large number of beasts. Reaching a certain number of contribution points would also have additional rewards. In short, participating in the defense this time, the harvest is still huge. Not only during the battle, the sword intent had broken through to the initial stage of transformation, and the power of the thunder element had also broken through to the 6th rank. Also gained so many contribution points. These contribution points, all of which can be exchanged for spirit stones, can be exchanged for a lot. Lang Qingkai also submitted a record bracelet. She also got a lot of contribution points. After submitting the record, Lin Feng was ready to go back to the city to exchange what he needed. Lang Qingkai walked out of this building in the center of the town with Lin Feng. Not long after walking out, a flying ship landed in the sky. Qingkai. A voice sounded. When Lin Feng saw it, he called Lang Qingkai a woman who looked somewhat similar to her. Sister. 55. Lang Qingkai walked over. The 2 women stood together, and it seemed that they were a pair of beautiful sisters. Seeing that the cold autumn passed, Lin Feng hugged Tong Tong and left here silently. After Lang Qingkai said a few words to his sister, he looked back at Lin Feng, but found that Lin Feng had gone far. She originally planned to invite Lin Feng to go back to the city with her. Qingkai, who is he? Lang Qingkai's sister asked. A friend. Lang Qingkai didn't say anything about Lin Feng. Let's go back together, my father is coming back soon, and he said there is something important. 5. Okay. Jing Jing. Xi. On the bus, Lin Feng sat there, silently watching the scenery outside. The entire bus is filled with evolutionists returning to the city. There are many people. Noisy. Almost everyone is discussing this beast tide. Lin Feng closed his eyes and rested. More than an hour later, Su City appeared again in the field of vision. After returning to Su City, Lin Feng immediately went to the Evolutionary Alliance. This is to exchange things and also to receive rewards. Lin Feng, is he here? Lu Ryu had already returned to the Evolution Alliance. After hearing the news of Lin Feng's arrival, Lu Ryu walked down. Lin Feng, your performance was good in this battle. I didn't expect you to reach the 6th rank. Lu Ryu smiled when she saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, President, I want to exchange for a high-level spirit stone. Advanced spirit stone. Lu Ryu pondered for a while, and said, high-level spirit stones are very rare, and there are not many in the Evolutionary Alliance, and there are great restrictions on exchange, so let me give you one. After speaking, she disappeared. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Ryu appeared. After appearing, a high-level spirit stone appeared in her hand. The size of high-level spirit stones is still not large. However, the amount of spiritual energy contained in it is 100 times that of the intermediate spiritual stone. In other words, the amount of spiritual energy in a high-level spiritual stone is equivalent to 10,000 primary spiritual stones. For high-level evolutionaries, the actual value of high-level spiritual stones is far more than 10,000 primary spiritual stones. The spiritual energy inside is not ordinary. The last time Lin Feng discovered the spirit stone mine with 10,000 elementary spirit stones in that small space crack, it was not as valuable as this high-level spirit stone. Lin Feng took the high-grade spiritual stone and felt that the spiritual energy in this high-grade spiritual stone was terribly pure. Without any exaggeration. He is now using this high-level spirit stone, it's a waste. If the strength is less than a certain level, it is indeed a waste to use high-level spirit stones. President, how many contribution points or money do you need? Lin Feng asked. Lu are you? No, I gave it to you. Send it to me? Lin Feng looked at Lu are you. Lu are you blinked, yes, I gave it to you as a gift from my sister to my brother. You won't look down on it, will you? Seeing that Lu Ru's expression suddenly became a little playful, and her tone seemed to be a little unserious. Lin Feng coughed, President, did you really give it to me? Lu Ru nodded, well, I really give it to you. If you don't feel at ease with it, just think I'm investing. If you become a giant in the future, how about supporting your sister? After speaking, she blinked again. All right. Lin Feng decisively put away the advanced spiritual stone. See Lin Feng's action. Lu Ru smiled. She appreciates Lin Feng more and more. This time you have a lot of evolution points, what are you going to exchange? Lu Ru asked. Lin Feng took out a list and said, these. Lu Ru looked. Lin Feng has a lot of things to exchange. Mainly spirit stones. Then there is the spiritual land. Although there were many hundreds of tons of spiritual soil exchanged last time, it was far from being able to use all the spiritual soil in Lin Feng's planting area. The last time Lin Feng used more nutrient soil to complete the planting. If it can be replaced with spiritual soil, it is naturally the best. Lin Feng is also preparing to exchange some practice books and the like that require contribution points. The exercises that can be obtained at ordinary times must be popular and widely disseminated. It can allow some evolutionary people who have no power to want to find a suitable cultivation method, so that they will not have nowhere to go. Some more advanced, you need to contribute points. That is for sure. The exchange price of Lingxi is not cheap, you can choose the exchange mode of pure contribution points and contribution points plus money. The same is true for the exchange of spiritual soil. Lin Feng has run out of money. However, this time, there will be a lot of money in the rewards issued according to the record. Okay, let me give you a discount. Lu Ru arranged it herself. After more than an hour, Lin Feng completed all the exchanges. After the complete exchange, the space has already piled up like a mountain. More than 5 million contribution points were all used up by Lin Feng. With bonuses. Finally, in Lin Feng's space, 3,000 tons of spiritual soil were accumulated. There are also more than 20,000 elementary spirit stones and 100 intermediate spirit stones. There are also a bunch of practice books that were exchanged. And a high-level spirit stone given by Lu Ru. Good harvest. Lin Feng smiled. So many spirit stones. It can take a lot of time. Chapter 63. Daoao, what do you think of this spirit stone? In the space, Lin Feng handed Tao Yao the high-level spirit stone he had exchanged. Daoao took the high-level spirit stone, and after feeling the spirit inside, nodded, brother, this spirit stone is fine. It's okay. For the past few days, Daoao has been re-engraving the sword light of the supreme power on broken sword. The outside world is only a few days away. It's been over a month in the space. Daoao's harvest is not small. However, due to the lack of a very good spiritual stone, Daoao has not made more attempts. What she needs is not the amount of Reiki. It's the quality of the aura. Now, with a high-level spirit stone equivalent to 10,000 elementary level spirit stones, Tao Yao can already try it. She picked up the high-level spirit stone and tried it. After Lin Feng turned on the acceleration, after taking a nap, he continued to display his sword intent in the space. The sword intent in the early stage of transformation is much more powerful than the entry level. Strictly speaking, it is difficult to kill a 7th order beast with one sword only with the sword intent in the early stage of transformation. There was a very important reason for killing with one sword at that time, because it used the power of the breakthrough just now. Tong Tong also played a big role. That said, but with the help of sword intent at the initial stage of transformation, Lin Feng should not be a problem to contend with the 7th order. Taking this sword intent as a trump card, it is not a problem to kill another 7th order rank by surprise. When Lin Feng was in the space, the acceleration was turned on. In Su City, the evolutionaries have returned to the city one after another. The internet in the entire Su City also became lively. Millions of people have been worried for nearly a week, and now, finally, there is no need to worry. On the internet, a lot of topics related to this war have also emerged. There are also tons of videos. Whenever there is a beast swarm, the internet in Su City will be lively for a while. Come on, this video is so interesting. In a restaurant, several people watched a video around. In the video, the dense beasts are stepping on the mountains of beast corpses and rushing towards the defense line. A ferocious beast looked extraordinarily brave. But before the fierce beast could rush, he saw a small black dot jumping over and directly onto the beast's head. After only staying there for less than a second, the little black dot jumped to other beasts. The little black dot just jumped around in the beast. And as long as the beasts jumped by it, they all smashed to the ground one after another, motionless. It looks like it's been killed. Wow, what is this black spot, so powerful? Yeah, all those beasts were killed by it. Taste. Several people who watched the video discussed it. A person zoomed in after pausing the video, and vaguely saw that it was a cat. It's a cat. That humane. Mutant cats, how can ordinary cats be so powerful? 35. Another humane. Soon, the video was finished, and as soon as it was finished, these few people found that the playback volume of this video was rising rapidly. A lot of people are following this video. 666, this cat is invincible. Which Beastmaster's cat is this? It's amazing. Cat God, I would like to call you the strongest. There are also a lot of chapter in the comment area. Immediately after, more videos appeared, which quickly attracted a lot of attention. Hey, isn't that the cat? In a portable space with a window open, there was a humming sound. When the portable space is completely closed, no external signals can be received. But as long as you open a window, you can receive it. Next to this person, there is a tiger braving the cold air. It was the ice-patterned tiger defeated by Tong Tong. In this battle, he also brought the ice-patterned tiger into the battle, but in the defensive section far away from Lin Feng. Roar! Bing Guanhu stared at the video non-stop, and seemed to recognize Tong Tong. This cat has also defeated the iron-armored lion, and its strength is at least 5th order, but the 5th order strength dares to jump out like this. I am afraid its strength has become stronger again. The owner of the ice tiger thought. Looking at the 4th order ice-patterned tiger, he felt that it was impossible for him to find his way back. Many people have recognized Tong Tong. Especially in the defense competition, those beastmasters who were defeated by Tong Tong. Seeing that a cat is so ferocious, it dares to jump out of the line of defense, and it can also have a beast in one paw. The first reaction of these beastmasters was Tong Tong. The previous Lin Feng and Tong Tong, due to their performance in the defense competition, have received a lot of attention in the group of beastmasters. That's just a small amount of attention. Generally, there are not too many people who pay attention to this kind of game. People only pay attention to things that are relevant to themselves. Non-beastmasters rarely pay attention to defending competitions. Not everyone pays attention to the beastmaster. However, this time the beast tide is the concern of the whole people. In the beast tide, the battle videos of some powerful evolutionaries have attracted a lot of attention. And Tong Tong's battle video, because Tong Tong's performance is too bright. Soon, it also attracted huge attention. Not long after, Tong Tong's video went viral on Sicheng's network, becoming the most popular video in this beast invasion incident. Like this cat, it's so handsome, it can be solved with one paw, never two paws. Yeah, I didn't expect such a powerful cat. It makes me feel happy. Which beast master belongs to this cat? On the internet, many people are discussing Tong Tong, and many people are asking about Tong Tong's origin. Why are there so many Tong Tong videos? After Lin Feng passed the acceleration time, he opened a window to the space and received the signal from the outside world. It was soon discovered that Tong Tong was on fire. Meow. Tong Tong also saw the video on Lin Feng's mobile phone and saw herself. Tong Tong tilted her head and watched for a while, and was somewhat satisfied with her performance in the video. Lin Feng watched it for a while and found that the video should have been taken by the evolution point in defense point 18. He was not angry. Tong Tong Huo is on fire. All these spiritual soils have to be covered. Lin Feng still has some things to do. The 3,000 tons of spiritual soil exchanged this time is quite a lot. Lin Feng directly used the architectural talent of the space to spread the spiritual soil. In this way, a thicker spiritual soil can be guaranteed. There are still many spiritual soils that have not been used up, and are stored first. It will not be too late to use it after the space is further enlarged. After paving the spiritual soil, Lin Feng inspected the space again. More than a week in the defense line has passed, and the space has changed a lot. Most plants have become spiritual plants. And many of those who were originally spiritual plants have become more advanced spiritual plants. These spiritual plants are already bearing fruit. Once the fruit is ripe, the effect of the spirit fruit will be better. All the flowers have also become spiritual plants. In addition to the rose flower, there are several flowers that gave birth to weak spiritual consciousness. There are also several flowers whose evolutionary direction is somewhat different from the flower that gave birth to spiritual consciousness. Qiang Gui is trying to change shape like Dao Ao recently. When Lin Feng walked to Baihe, he found that Baihe had already learned to transform. Owner. Baihe Hua formed a classical beauty who looked less than 20 years old, with a bit of gentleness and grace. She bowed to Lin Feng Ying, and her eyebrows were full of agility. Master, this lotus flower is for you. When you encounter an attack, it can help you block the next attack. After the white lotus took shape, he stretched out his fair hand and handed Lin Feng a lotus petal. Lin Feng took it, and in this lotus petal, Lin Feng felt the power belonging to the water system. As a lotus flower, Baihe's ability is related to water. However, the time for the white lotus to change shape is still very short. After saying a few words to Lin Feng, she turned into a lotus flower again. Although the transformation time was short, Baihe's own strength made Lin Feng feel that it was no longer weak. The petals of this lotus flower can block the attack, which is not low. After reading Baihe's situation, Lin Feng went to the flame again. The flame is still burning. However, this time, when Lin Feng arrived, the flame changed. I saw the flames start rolling. Soon, above the flame, all the flames burned into the appearance of a little girl. This little girl looks pretty, and she is still a little beauty. Hello Master. A crisp voice sounded. You are this flame? 99. Lin Feng asked. Yes, Master, thank you Master for leaving me, but it would be better if Master could take me out to fight. I heard from Tong Tong that there are too many beasts. Master, take me out next time, I will kill them. There are quite a lot of little beauties turned into flames. His temper also seemed a little hot. It seems that she has already undergone such changes, and Tong Tong often communicates with her. It's just that the previous changes are estimated to be less obvious. This time, after a phased change, she turned into a little flame of beauty in front of Lin Feng. Do you have a name? Lin Feng asked. Master, no, Master, give me one. Little flame girl said. Looking at the hot little beauties with a small body, Lin Feng remembered a name from a game before the time travel. I'll call you Fire Dance. Lin Feng said. Hua Wu, this name sounds nice, thank you Master. Little flame girl was very happy. There he read his name. Master, you must take me out next time, Hua Wu is very powerful. Hua Wu couldn't forget about it again. It is good. Lin Feng agreed to her. Thank you Master, Master is the best. Hua Wu said happily. Seeing that even a flame has turned into a little flame of beauty, Lin Feng touched Tong Tong's little head and looked at Xiaoxiu again. Thought. The two of them, will one become a little lowly and the other a girl in the future? A cat and a fox. I don't know if she will become a cat ear girl, a fox ear girl or something after her transformation. Lin Feng inexplicably remembered some comics he had read before crossing the road. It seems a little cute. Meow. 35. Tong Tong didn't know what he noticed, so he rubbed Lin Feng with his small head. There are more spirit stones. Lin Feng didn't save the spirit stone either. Every day, 100 elementary spirit stones were smashed, which further increased the concentration of spirit energy in the space. As for the intermediate spirit stone, it is still used by himself, as well as for Tong Tong and Xiaoxiu. In the small pond whereby he was, Lin Feng also threw a lot of elementary spirit stones into it. In the lake to the south, Lin Feng also threw a lot of spirit stones. In this lake, at this time, the lotus flowers have been connected into pieces. And by the lake, there are some flowers, such as daffodils and bluegrass. This lake is a good place for a walk. I don't know if these flowers will have similar changes in the future. The entire space is not only suitable for cultivation, but also extremely livable. The environment is beautiful and the spiritual energy is abundant. Lin Feng can also eat spiritual fruit every day. As long as there are enough spirit stones, Lin Feng will not be bored no matter how long he stays in the space. Therefore, Lin Feng developed silently in the space again. Prepare to let your strength go further. His strength is not weak now. However, in Lin Feng's view, it is far from enough. Father, you are back. When Lin Fengagu was developing in space, it was in the City Lord's mansion in the center of Su City. City Lord Su is back. City Lord, all the geniuses under the age of 25 from the major forces have gathered. A subordinate report. City Lord Su nodded, and then said to Lang King Kaiu. King Kaiu, come with me. Lang King Kaiu didn't know what City Lord Su was going to do, but he didn't ask much. Soon, the flying boat that City Lord Su was riding left Su City with hundreds of people. Such scenes are also happening in other cities in this area. The city lords are very efficient. After reaching an agreement with the aliens, it was only 3 days. In that huge space crack, geniuses from several cities in the east have gathered in a portable space. This is for confidentiality. Avoid being known in advance by the aliens, which geniuses they will send. This portable space is quite large, and it should be a space with area talent. Area talent is a white talent. If it appears alone, it doesn't make much sense. But with other talents, it is very good. Look, I said that we have produced many talents in these years, and there are so many geniuses who have reached the 6th rank under the age of 25. In the space, an old man stood in the air, looked at the 1 or 2,000 people below, and smiled. The other evolutionaries also nodded. Under the age of 25, reach the 6th level. Such strength is not weak. Heiken also has a few geniuses who reached the 7th rank at 25. The daughter of City Lord Su is a little younger. If she is 25 years old, she should be able to reach the 7th rank. The king-level evolutionaries in the sky are discussing. Below. Many geniuses are a little curious and don't know what this trip is for. Soon. The Lord of the Sea City appeared. The geniuses all looked at the Sea City Master. This time, your mission is simple. City Lord Hai opened his mouth and told the battle plan against the aliens. 100 days? Which side will survive to the end, and which side will get this space crack? Hearing the words of City Lord Hai, many geniuses became agitated. In the crowd, the deserted Autumn is also here. Her sister did not appear due to her age and her need to sit in Sioux City. In this mission, as long as you can win, you can get 1/10 of all the output in this space crack, which will be allocated according to the size of the output. City Lord Hai talked about the benefits. 1/10 of the output of space cracks. Hearing this number, there was some commotion in the crowd again. In order to compete for this space crack, several major cities mobilized heavy troops and fought with aliens here for more than a month. The aliens even launched a beast tide in order to put pressure on them. Such a big battle is enough to illustrate the importance of this space crack. There's definitely a lot of good stuff in there. If nothing else, there are probably a lot of spirit stone mines in such space cracks. Moreover, it is not an ordinary spirit stone mine. Even. Maybe there is a spiritual spring. Spirit stone mine, in some special terrain, after the aura flows there, it will condense in the ground to form a spirit stone mine. The spirit stone mine itself does not produce spirit energy. They are only equivalent to the crystallization of aura. Ling Chuan is the source of spiritual energy. A spiritual spring means a steady stream of spiritual energy that will never be exhausted. The reason why this space crack is so contested by the two sides is that both sides suspect that there will be a spiritual spring in it. The value of a mouthful of spiritual spring is unmatched by any spiritual stone mine. Of course, this is also speculation. This space crack is too big. It's like a small world inside. Both sides are still fighting, and no one has time to explore. Even if there is no spiritual spring, the value in this space crack is priceless. If the competition is successful, these cities in the east can obtain a steady stream of resources and develop to a higher level. 1/10, even if it is divided by 100 people, is enough to make a king-level evolutionary tempt, let alone these geniuses. Although these geniuses come from various forces, there are forces that guarantee resources. But the resources in these forces are not endless. It is also necessary to participate in a war like this to obtain it. In every war that competes with aliens for cultivation resources, all major forces will scramble to participate. Once the battle is won, resources will be allocated according to the amount of effort. After these resources are in the hands of the major forces. In order to develop, these forces will further allocate resources according to the strength, contribution, level, etc. of each person in the force. I'm already at the 7th rank. I'm participating in this battle, and I've long wanted to fight against aliens. Immediately, there is a genius to express his position. Other geniuses also expressed their opinions. As the top geniuses in several cities, none of them are cowardly. Cowardly, it can't grow up so fast. Of course, they are more confident in their own strength. At the same time, I also want to get more benefits for further development. So, soon. City Lord Hai selected 100 geniuses with the strongest strength and sharpest methods. Lonely Autumn. It's also inside. Although she is young, Lang King Kai's strength is not weak. Although the number of sword-type evolutionaries is small and their growth is slow, they are very difficult to deal with, and their attacks are very sharp. Some energy-type evolutionaries are most afraid of sword-type evolutionaries. After selecting the people, City Lord Hai took these 100 geniuses out of the space in a mighty manner. Soon, they arrived at the agreed place. Both sides have formed large armies here. The selected battlefield area is not small. There is a river valley with complicated terrain. The powerhouses from both sides brought together 100 geniuses. King Kaiu, I will protect you later, you can attack. Beside Lang King Kaiu, a tall woman looked at the alien opposite and whispered to Lang King Kaiu. This is another city's genius evolution. I also met Lang King Kaiu. Here are 100 genius evolutionaries. The other side is 100 aliens from the three races. There are quite a few Silver Eyes people, as well as Tianteng people, and another kind of alien whose body seems to be made of metal. This is also the most aliens in several cities in the east. Because the sphere of influence of these three clans is just west of several cities in the east. They occupied a very wide area and firmly blocked several cities in the east. The Sea City Master flew to the front. Soon, the silver-eyed powerhouse also flew out. The two sides stood opposite each other in the air. City Lord Hai, are all the candidates selected? The silver-eyed strong man said. City Lord Hai said solemnly, let's start. 99. And many more. The silver-eyed strong man said. Sea City Lord looked at each other. The silver-eyed strong man said, how do I know that you are all selected as geniuses under the age of 25? Do you believe in us too? Hyken Lord said, if not, then it violates the blood contract. The silver-eyed powerhouse smiled, that's the truth, so I'm doing this for your own good. You geniuses, have all entered your space and accelerated time? City Lord Hai thought of something, and his face changed. After the Silver Eye Powerhouse proposed the plan, they discussed it for a long time. Many people feel that there will be problems when the aliens take the initiative to propose this plan. But after thinking about it, they wondered what conspiracy the aliens would have. After all, they are also not vegetarian. If it is not right, just open it directly. It's been so long anyway. After signing the blood contract, they didn't think about it. After all, the use of space has been used for decades, and it is normal. In addition, the aliens are very cunning, and the atmosphere created also makes them think about conspiracy. I just didn't think about it. This is too deadly for humans. Because the aliens really want to use this method to determine the ownership of space. But these geniuses of mankind, their current age, does not count as accelerated time in space. How much you can speed up is up to you. This, after decades, has long been accustomed to become common sense. However, what if the acceleration time in space is counted? Are these 100 geniuses still under the age of 25? So, City Lord Hai, I suggest that the evolutionary people of both sides should be tested for bone age. Even if the appearance can be maintained, the bone age will not lie, are you right? On the opposite side, the silver-eyed strong man said with a smile on his face. City Lord Hai's face sank. I'll just say these guys aren't good birds. Damn, it's a big deal to violate the blood contract and FK them. Don't do it first. Once we violate it, we will lose 6 king level combat power for a long time, not to mention that the Sea City Master will also suffer backlash, and it is very likely that we will not be able to defeat it. 5. I'm afraid this is what they want. These aliens are really not at ease. In the rear, many king level evolutionaries also changed their expressions. Chapter 64. If you want to change the candidates, there is no problem. According to the provisions of the blood contract, you still have 3 days. The silver-eyed strong man said. City Lord Hai snorted lightly, did not express his position, and flew back directly. Seeing the Sea City Master fly away, a playful smile appeared on the corners of the silver-eyed powerhouse's mouth. Now, in his opinion, everything is under his control. If human beings want to fight, after removing the age limit of the carry-on space, the geniuses sent out are not threatening in the eyes of these 3 clans. These 3 clans have absolute certainty. With the re-emergence of human beings, the portable space has played a great role. In particular, some spaces with acceleration talents can make people abruptly take several times or even more time. These portable spaces are also envied by aliens. But if the time in the space is removed, under the real same time, the aliens are not afraid. These aliens, the entire ethnic group has already experienced one or even many times of general evolution. The ordinary people among the aliens are several times stronger than the ordinary people among the human beings, and even the ordinary people of the alien races are almost reaching the awakening level of human beings. Not to mention, they also seized the massive resources that originally belonged to human beings, and deprived the spiritual energy in the air. Let the human beings who could start the evolution of the whole people can only rely on a small number of strong people to support them. And if City Lord Hai and the others go back on their word, they will also fall into the arms of the three clans. After repenting, even if it is City Lord Hai, under the backlash of the Blood Pact, even if he will not be seriously injured, his combat power will also decrease. It will take at least a few years for it to recover. Even if you use the portable space to speed up, the recovery time will be measured in months. At that time, the human side will lose 6 combat powers in a short period of time. The three clans attacked again, and it was very difficult for humans to beat this crack in space. In the eyes of the silver-eyed powerhouses, the human side, no matter how they choose, has already been defeated. The other side. Soon, the city owner of High 830 flew to the top of many geniuses, go back to space first. Below, the 100 geniuses also heard the words of the strong Yunmyo clan, and their expressions also changed. These geniuses come from major forces. In every faction, there is basically some room for acceleration talent. As geniuses, they can naturally enter these spaces with acceleration talents. Moreover, the number of times to enter is also quite large. That is to say, if the time to enter the accelerated talent space is counted. Among them, everyone's age has to be added up. The added time is also in years. At this age, due to their rapid growth in strength and the opportunity to obtain some spiritual fruits that delay aging, aging is slow. From the outside, it's hard to tell. However, once the bone age is measured, it can be measured. Soon, 100 geniuses and many kings returned to the space. Inside, the more than 1,000 geniuses who were not selected were all curious and didn't know what happened. Check bone age first. See, City Lord said solemnly. He wants to test his bone age again. There are special equipment for measuring bone age of aliens, but there is no human side. However, the evolutionary of the king level can detect it by using spiritual power. Men come here, women come here. Soon, they were divided into groups. Some male evolutionary kings test male geniuses. The female king level evolutionary, responsible for testing female geniuses. The bone age test took about an hour. Finally, all tested out. City Lord Hai, what should I do? After the test came out, the evolutionary members of the king level all looked bad. The reason is simple. There are nearly 2,000 genius evolutionaries who are above the 6th order and under the age of 25, and those whose bone age is under 25. Not a single one. It's a total annihilation. Even the cold autumn is just over a month away. This is also normal. Lang King Kaiu is now 22 years old. However, she also has a lot of time to spend in the acceleration space. Although the acceleration talent is very rare. But every year, among the tens of thousands of people in Sioux City, there will still be a small number of people who get it. 5-star acceleration talent is rare. But the acceleration talents of 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars will appear from time to time. As a City Lord Su naturally has people with acceleration talents under his command. Even Samsung's acceleration talent can accelerate 6 times. Then use the Spirit Stone to upgrade the space, and the multiple of acceleration can also be increased. Generally speaking, the higher the space level, the greater the gap between talent stars. At level 1, the difference between the 1-star acceleration talent and the 2-star acceleration talent is 2 times. But level 2 becomes 4 times as much. Level 3 becomes 8x. But upgrading also requires resources. City Lord Su will naturally not lack spirit stones. Therefore, the actual bone age of Lang King Kaiu has also exceeded the standard. She also won't leave the acceleration space unused. How so? Even though they had already anticipated it, the king-level evolutionaries still had a feeling of looking at each other in dismay. Not only them. Those 100 geniuses who were still smug and ready to go big, all looked at each other in dismay. Original. They are also ready to kill each other. But now, they are suddenly disqualified. For a while, in this space, everyone was dumbfounded. City Lord Hai, what should I do? The king-level evolutionaries all looked at the Sea City Master. There are 3 days left, find someone first. City Lord Hai is very decisive, said. It is good. The other king-level evolutionaries also mean the same. It's not wise to backtrack now. Let's look first and see if there are some geniuses among the major forces in each city. Even if there are no 6th or 7th rank, and more 5th rank, it may not be impossible to fight. It really can't be beat, and then we will make a decision according to the situation. So, very soon, except for some strong people to sit in the town, everyone else returned to their respective cities. Father, does the bone age have to be under 25? On the flying boat, Lang King Kaiu asked. City Lord Sua frowned and said, yes, this is difficult, our starting point is still too low, the body and genes of aliens have already been optimized as a whole, if the acceleration space is not taken into account, the same age, we can hardly match them 5. Looking at City Lord Su, who frowned. In Lang King Kaiu's mind, Lin Feng's figure appeared. However, she wasn't sure. Lin Feng's bone age is not under 25 years old. City Lord Su, there is a genius in our group, his bone age should be just 25 years old, his strength has reached the peak of the 5th rank, and he may be able to fight. 99. At this time, a big power leader in Suaz City said. There are also in our group, the strength should be at the 5th rank. Another leader of the forces. These forces have cultivated some geniuses. There are also some geniuses in the hands of City Lord Su. In this way, after returning to Su City all the way, a group of younger geniuses were sent up. Then, one by one bone age detection. In the end, City Lord Su selected nearly 20 people. These people look very young, but the bone age measured is almost 25 years old. The strength is in the 5th order. Most of them are in the early 5th stage. There are also a small amount, in the late 5th stage. There is only one 5th order peak. The gap between the 5th and 6th orders is quite large, and it is not easy to break through. In fact, compared to the previous group, these 20 or so people are truly geniuses. If they were given more time to grow, their heights in the future would not be lower than those of the previous group. One of the major cities in Suaz City has selected these nearly 20 people. There should also be other cities, but without the 6th and 7th ranks, this battle is probably difficult. City Lord Suaz still felt pessimistic. Father, I know someone, or I can let him try. At this time, Lang King Kaiu opened his mouth. City Lord Sol looked at Lang King Kaiu, who? 55. Lang King Kaiu said, his name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng? City Lord Su has never heard of this name, nor have the leaders of other forces. King Kaiu, which force is he from? City Lord Su asked. Lang King Kaiu said, Father, he did not join the forces. Didn't join forces? City Lord Su suddenly felt that there was little hope. At present, most of the resources of Earth Star are monopolized by aliens. When the spiritual energy in the air is also deprived, without joining forces, where will the resources come from to cultivate? The other leaders of the forces were not very interested. Lang King Kaihu said again, Father, his sword intent is far superior to mine, and he can easily kill 6th order beasts. 35. Hearing Lang King Kaihu's words, City Lord Sua finally became interested. His sword intent has surpassed yours. Lang King Kaihu nodded, yes, Father, and his strength in the thunder element has also reached the 6th rank. Hearing Lang King Kaihu's words, City Lord Su's eyes lit up. How old is he? Lang King Kaihu glanced at the other big power leaders in the room, but didn't say that Lin Feng only got his personal space more than 2 months ago. Instead, he said, it should be no more than 25 years old. City Lord Sua became excited. Go, King Kaihu, take me to see him. President, why are you here? When City Lord Sua and Lang King Kaihu set off, a guest was welcomed outside Lin Feng's house. Since Lin Feng is an orphan, there are few guests where he lives. This guest is Lu Ryu, who has a pair of eye-catching long legs. Today's Lu Ryu is still wearing black silk with a serious short skirt on top. It looks a bit like a royal lady. Lin Feng, I'm a little embarrassed and in a hurry, so I found your address. 39. Lu Ryu said a little apologetically. She used her authority to find out Lin Feng's residence. Chairman, come in and talk. Lin Feng said. It is good. Lu Ryu walked into Lin Feng's room. Your room is well decorated. Lu Ryu looked at Lin Feng's room and praised her. After Lin Feng handed Lu Ryu a cup of tea, he asked, President, what's the matter? There must be something wrong with Lu Ryu coming to visit in person like this. That's right, Lin Feng. Lu Ryu said something. Lin Feng listened silently. Soon, Lu Ryu finished speaking, and Lin Feng also finished listening. He understood how the whole thing went. Lu Ryu's intention was also for the space crack. The king-level evolutionists there are not only from the major cities, but also the strong ones in the evolutionary alliance to fight together there. After learning about the situation there, Lu Ryu immediately thought of Lin Feng. So, make a special visit. You don't belong to any force, and we can't force you. Moreover, this time is quite dangerous. According to the estimates of the elders who are sitting there are probably a lot of 6th order people sent by the aliens. Lu Ryu said. Originally, even if they are all 6th order, our 100 geniuses can beat them. Who knows, they proposed the point of measuring bone age. Lu Ryu told Lin Feng the situation. Are there any restrictions in combat? Lin Feng spoke up. Lu Ryu's General Lin Feng seemed to be interested, and said, there are restrictions, you can't use any life-saving objects, and the weapons you use can't exceed your own realm too much. At the same time, the area will also be temporarily blocked. Banned, can't enter the space. The rules of battle are detailed. As a genius, there are more or less life-saving things on his body, which are beyond his own strength. But in battle, it is disabled. Otherwise, it would not be a battle of geniuses, but a fight for which side has more life-saving things. There are also some fine print. Lu Ryu seemed to understand it thoroughly. Lin Feng listened silently, including the benefits that Lu Ryu said. Lin Feng said, I'm still a beast master. Lu Ryu said, this time the contracted beasts can't participate in the battle, it is not good for us, because the aliens can control the powerful beasts through some methods. Soon, Lin Feng understood all the rules. Okay, I'll go. After understanding, Lin Feng is very decisive. Go. Why not go? His strength is so strong. Moreover, in the last few days, Lin Feng began to fight against the sword light on the small sword. Sword intent has made some progress. Exactly, take these aliens to try the sword. Moreover, if you win this time, the benefits are huge, 1/10 of the harvest of a space crack. Lin Feng probably won't be short of cultivation resources in the future. Although there are 100 people, from Lu Ryu's words, there is not much hope for other people. In this way, Lin Feng can allocate more resources. At this time, Lin Feng's mobile phone, the news of the cold autumn appeared. Cold autumn is coming too? Sure enough, not long after, there was a knock on the door. Lin Feng saw that it was Lang Qingkai who appeared outside the door. Behind the deserted autumn, there is a middle-aged man. Lin Feng, this is my father. Lang Qingkai introduced. City Lord So looked at Lin Feng, and when he saw Lin Feng's appearance, he was a little surprised by Lin Feng's youth. Immediately, he saw Lu. Are you? Hey? President Lu, are you there too? City Lord So was a little surprised. There are also some doubts about the relationship between Lin Feng and Lu. Are you? Lu Are you didn't expect that the 2.8 Lord of Su City would come, and she quickly guessed the intention of the Su City Lord. The City Lord should also be here for the space crack? I just told Lin Feng about everything, and Lin Feng is willing to go to the space crack. 9. Lu Are you said. City Lord Su heard that Lin Feng was willing to go, his face relaxed. After all, Lin Feng does not belong to any force. If you don't want to, he can't always stand up. President Lu, have you measured your bone age? 35. City Lord Su asked. Lu Are you shook her head, no, but there is no need to test. Without testing? City Lord Su was puzzled. Lu Are you said, Lin Feng just got the space more than 2 months ago, even if his space is 5-star acceleration, fully open 24 hours a day, it is impossible to turn 25 now. 39. Hear Lu Are you's words. Su Chenzu is a dignified city lord, a powerhouse stronger than ordinary king-level evolutionaries, and the expression on his face suddenly became extremely exciting. Just got the carry-on space over 2 months ago. Doesn't this mean that Lin Feng is only 18 years old now? At most, 19. Because the time to obtain the portable space is uniform. Some people just turned 18 years old, and some people just turned 19 years old on the last day. Even if you are 19 years old, to 25 years old, there are still 6 years. In more than 2 months, even if all 24 hours are counted, it will only be more than 3 years. But in fact, it is impossible to open 24 hours a day. Even City Lord So couldn't afford the spirit stones needed to fully open 24 hours a day. Not to mention 24 hours, 10 hours a day, the spiritual stones needed are not worthwhile. No need to test. This is not the point. The point is, Lin Feng's age. So young. At this moment, City Lord Su was somewhat suspicious of what Lang Qingkai said. Such a young Lin Feng, does he really have the sword intent that can kill tier 6 beasts in seconds? And the power of tier 6 thunder. Chapter 65. City Lord Su and Lang Qingkai both entered Lin Feng's room. As for those powerful people, naturally they did not come. In Lin Feng's 60 square meter room, all of a sudden, 2 strong men from the top floor of Su City gathered. City Lord Su is currently looking at Lin Feng earnestly, although Lang Qingkai and Lu Are are very sure of Lin Feng's strength. However, when thinking of Lin Feng's age, City Lord Su didn't see it with his own eyes, and it always felt a little unreal. After all, such a young Lin Feng is under 25 years old even if he counts the acceleration time in the space. More likely, the bone age is 21 or 2. Even younger. But it has the strength of the 6th order. It can also kill tier 6 beasts in seconds. This shows that Lin Feng's strength is not the ordinary 6th rank. There is a world of difference between the early stage of 6th order and the later stage of 6th order, or peak. If it is the first order 6th order, it is very likely to be killed with a 6th order beast, and it will take a long time to kill it. To be able to easily kill in seconds, it would at least reach the late 6th stage, or even the peak. Just like the Lonely Autumn, it is not the ordinary 6th order. Therefore, City Lord Su has such a feeling. Lu Are could see the thoughts of City Lord Su. She turned her eyes, looked at Lin Feng, and said, Lin Feng, why don't you show your strength to City Lord Su? Lin Feng pondered for a while, then agreed, okay. 35. Lu Ru's words were exactly what City Lord Su had in mind, but he couldn't bring it up himself. Seeing Lin Feng agree, City Lord Su said, come into my space. He opened the space entrance. Lin Feng stepped in. Lu Ru stepped in like Lang King Kaiu. City Lord Su's space is not particularly large. There should be no area talent. But the level should not be small. For a space without area talent, the side length of level 1 is 10 meters, and the area is 100 square meters. Level 2 has a side length of 20 meters and an area of 400 square meters. Level 3 has a side length of 40 meters and an area of 1,600 square meters. Level 4 has a side length of 80 meters and an area of 6,400 square meters. The side length is doubled every one level. The area is equal to the side length times the side length, so the area is quadrupled each time. The space of City Lord Su, with an area of several thousand square meters, should have reached the level of a 4th level space. I don't know, what talent does his space have? Come on, attack me with all your strength. The main road of Su City. It is good. In Lin Feng's hands, lightning began to appear. The other party was a powerful city lord, so Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let him go. With his strength, it is naturally impossible to hurt City Lord Su. Therefore, Lin Feng drove the heart of thunder and lightning, and a terrifying thunder struck out. Boom! Lin Feng's thunder struck City Lord Su directly. No, it didn't hit City Lord Su. Because of City Lord Su's surroundings, a faint layer of light blocked Lin Feng's thunder. It really is the strength of the 6th order. City Lord Su instantly knew the power of Lin Feng's blow. Now, he is sure. Lin Feng's lightning power has reached the 6th order level. Try to attack me with your sword intent. The main road of Su City. Lin Feng pondered for a while, then used his finger as a sword, and shot suddenly. Anyway, if you are going to fight, it is not bad to take City Lord Su to try the sword intent at the early stage of transformation. Following Lin Feng's movements, an invisible sword intent slashed towards City Lord Su. Beside, Lu Ru didn't feel much. Because she is not a martial evolution. But Lang King Kaiu's eyes lit up again. On the pretty face, there was some surprise again. Because, in Lang King Kaiu's perception, Lin Feng's sword intent has become more refined again. Originally, Lin Feng's sword intent had already surpassed her by a lot. Beyond a whole level. Moreover, Lin Feng's sword intent is incomparably fierce. With sword intent alone, she couldn't resist. Now, Lin Feng's sword intent has become even more terrifying. Even though, she was not opposite Lin Feng. They all felt a surge of momentum. City Lord Su, opposite Lin Feng, felt even more profound. He is not a martial arts evolver, nor does he cultivate swords. However, due to the cold autumn cultivating the sword, City Lord Su had some understanding of the sword intent. In his perception, Lin Feng's sword is simply imposing. There is a kind of momentum that a sword is swung out, and whoever it is. He still did not mobilize any defensive means, or evade. Instead, he prepared to take Lin Feng's blow with the energy of his body protection. Moment. Lin Feng's sword intent is coming. Next second. Then I saw that the shimmering light of Su City's main bodyguard trembled. A small hole appeared on City Lord Su's coat. Your sword intent, ... City Lord Su's face was once again surprised. Just now, although he did not mobilize any defensive means. But as a powerful king-level evolutionary, he is not an ordinary king-level evolutionary, and his body protection energy cannot be broken by ordinary attacks. It is no exaggeration to say that an 8th order, or even 9th order energy system evolutionary, blasted at him. Without a certain amount of time, he can't break the energy of his body protection. But Lin Feng's sword intent actually, cut a small slit in his body protection energy. Also cut a bit of his coat. The sharpness of this sword intent is simply amazing. The city lord's clothes are torn. Lu Ru saw the small cut on city lord Su's clothes, and there was some surprise on her pretty face. She did not expect that Lin Feng's sword intent was so sharp. Of course, it was mainly because city lord Su didn't use any means, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this. Rao is so, it is enough to see the power of Lin Feng's sword. Is it easy for Su city lord to become the city lord of Su city? Next to it, Lang King Kaiu looked at Lin Feng, and it felt a little glowing. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that a genius like you was born in my city of Su. City Lord Su laughed loudly. Although his clothes were cut, he was extremely happy. Lin Feng's strength is too strong. Originally, he was still worried about the space crack. But now, with Lin Feng, City Lord Su suddenly felt like he could see the bright moon. I don't know, when Lin Feng appeared on the battlefield, what kind of expressions would those aliens look like? Moreover, Lin Feng is still from his Su city. Once Lin Feng, with his powerful strength, turned the situation around and killed all the geniuses among the aliens. That Su city's distribution of interests in that space crack will have an advantage. After all, Lin Feng is from Su city. These cities in the east, although watching and helping each other, often cooperate with each other to fight. But there is a certain degree of competition among these cities. Who doesn't want their city to be better? In fact, before the Evolutionary Alliance appeared, there were still some battles between some cities, and they all wanted to annex each other. Later, the Evolutionary Alliance coordinated in the middle. Coupled with the realization of the various cities, they can only compete with the aliens when they unite, so there is more unity between cities now. Therefore, City Lord Sol looked at Lin Feng and suddenly became eager. Come on, let's go out and talk. The main road of Su City. Several people returned to Lin Feng's living room. Lin Feng, I heard that you are an orphan? Do you want to find your parents? I can help you. 5. City Lord Sol looked at Lin Feng eagerly and said. Lin Feng shook his head, thanks to the City Lord for your kindness, no need. His transmigration is to transmigrate into an embryo. It was hard to be born, and as a result, it was abandoned after birth. Lin Feng has never even seen his parents in this world. Since the parents in this world don't want him, there is no need for him to look for him. City Lord Su said again, there are still 3 days, just tell me what you need, and I will help you. I also have a level 4 space that can accelerate 64 times, and there is a gravity talent in it. If you want to use it, I give you a kick. 64 times faster? Level 4 space, that should be a 4-star acceleration talent. However, in addition to the acceleration talent, there is only one gravity talent inside. The value of this space is acceptable, but not for Lin Feng. What's the use of just speeding up? Just more time. Lin Feng can grow so fast, not only the effect of acceleration, other talents, especially the 100-fold evolution, are the most important. When light accelerates, it takes more time than others. Not unimportant. More time can let humans overtake the curve. Otherwise, how to fight against aliens with higher starting points? But sometimes, you are stuck in a realm. If you don't have the corresponding space talent to help you, you will not be able to stack it up no matter how much time you spend. Lin Feng pondered for a while, and said, City Lord, if possible, I would like to borrow 100,000 primary spirit stones and 1,000 intermediate spirit stones. $100,000. This is a very large amount of spiritual stone, even if it is a primary spiritual stone. From the beginning to the present, Lin Feng's spiritual stones totaled less than 100,000. 1,000 intermediate spirit stones are a lot, which is equivalent to 100,000 elementary spirit stones. No, it is more precious than 100,000 elementary spirit stones. The reason why Lin Feng borrowed so many spirit stones is very simple. He wants to upgrade space. Take the space to level 3. To level up to level 3, you need 100,000 primary spirit stones and 1,000 intermediate spirit stones. All other conditions have been met. So many spirit stones, especially the intermediate spirit stones, are still difficult for Lin Feng to obtain. This time, it's an opportunity. First get the spirit stone, upgrade to the 3rd level space, and then use these 2 days to use the 3rd level space to see if you can make the sword intent go further. Level 3 space, the effect is much better. 100,000 yuan, no problem. After City Lord Su thought about it, he immediately agreed. After speaking, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message. City Lord, Lin Feng is so evil, I have hidden his information, and I also asked the City Lord to keep it as secret as possible. Lu Ru said to City Lord Su. City Lord Su nodded, this is natural. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Feng again and asked, Lin Feng, you are so young, don't you have a girlfriend yet? Why did you ask this question all of a sudden? Lu Ru couldn't help but glance at City Lord Su. She seemed to have noticed something, and glanced at it again. Next to City Lord Su, her face became a little unnaturally cold, and she suddenly understood something. Her eyes began to become playful. Lin Feng didn't expect City Lord Su to ask such a question. However, faintly, Lin Feng also meant something. He shook his head, City Lord, the man's ambition is in all directions. If he doesn't achieve a career, how can he have the heart to talk about love? 5. It is good. City Lord Su shouted okay and appreciated Lin Feng even more. You're right, a good man really shouldn't focus on love. The main road of Su City. However, after speaking, he changed his voice. King Kaiyu is also a sword-type evolutionary. Although her sword intent is not as good as yours, her strength is not bad. In the future, you can communicate more together. By the way, I have 2 more. Daughter, stronger than King Kaiyu. Su City Lord Barabala got up. Lu Ru's face suddenly became very strange. Beside, Lang King Kaiyu was already embarrassed. The front of City Lord Su was fine, but the back was more like selling his daughter. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was obvious. Not only that. The way he looked at Lin Feng was also different. There is a bit of the old man's eyes looking at his son-in-law. In the eyes, that kindness. Looking at Lin Feng's dull expression, Lu Ru almost didn't smile. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Finally, Lin Feng was relieved. Lang King Kaiyu went to open the door. Standing outside the door is even the eldest sister of Lang King Kaiyu, Lang Xia. Seeing Lang Xia coming in, City Lord Su warmly introduced, Lin Feng, look, this is my eldest daughter Lang Xia, she is not bad, she has reached the 9th rank at a young age, and is only 1 step away from the king rank. 1 step, until now she hasn't had a crush on her. Lang Xia, who walked into the house, heard that City Lord Su's introduction became more and more inappropriate, and suddenly became confused and full of question marks. Father, the spirit stone is here. Lang Xia quickly interrupted City Lord Su and said. Oh, well, you can just let it go. 5. Only then did City Lord Su remember the business. Lang Xia released the spirit stones in batches. The reason for the batches was because she was worried that the floor slabs here could not bear the load. 100,000 spirit stones still weigh a lot. Lin Feng, put it away. The main road of Su City. So, Lang Xia released a batch, and Lin Feng received a batch. Lang Xia also had a lot of questions in his heart, not knowing what his father would do with so many spiritual stones for Lin Feng. Of course she wouldn't ask in front of so many people. Soon, all the spirit stones were put away by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what else do you want, just say it. The main road of Su City. Lin Feng pondered for a while and said, just give me another sword that is within the rules, and I still need a little time to improve. The quality of the sword he bought was still a little worse. This is no problem, then we will leave early the day after tomorrow, give you 2 days, and go on the last day. City Lord Su has left. Lu, are you also left? Lin Feng entered the portable space. Inside the space, 100,000 spirit stones piled up into a mountain. There are also 1,000 intermediate spirit stones. It's time to upgrade to level 3. Lin Feng whispered. Level 3 space, the effects of various talents should be further enhanced. So, Lin Feng opened the panel of the space and chose to upgrade. 100,000 spirit stones and 1,000 intermediate spirit stones disappeared. The space upgrade has begun. The first thing that changes is the area. The entire space is constantly expanding. Ordinary level 3 space, if there is no area talent, the side length is 40 meters, and the area is 1, good money, 600 square meters. Lin Feng's space has area talent. After reaching level 3, the area talent should increase the area by 300 times. The area of Lin Feng's space will become 480,000 square meters. Equivalent to 0.48 square kilometers. The length and width are both around 693 meters. Compared with the level 2 space, it is much larger. Meow. Tong Tong and the others saw the change in space, and they all came over. Finally, the space upgrade is complete. Lin Feng looked at the space area. Space Master, Lin Feng. Space Talent, Acceleration, Golden 5 stars, Beast Mastery, Golden 5 stars, Planting, Orange 5 stars, Gravity, Orange 5 stars, Thunder Affinity, Red 5 stars, Fire Affinity, Red 5 stars, Variation, Orange 5 stars, Area, White 5 stars, Evolution, Golden 5 star, 300 times Evolution, Epiphany, Golden 5 star, Recovery, Red 5 star, Solidification, Red 5 star, Comprehension, Golden 5 star. New Talent, True Spirit, Golden 5 stars. Space Area, 0.48 square kilometers. Space Level, 3. Space Log, Viewable. On the panel, another talent has been added. Lin Feng clicked on this talent. Space Talent, True Spirit, Golden 5 stars. A life contracted and bound with space will leave a true spirit in the space. Once it dies outside, it can be reborn with the help of the true spirit, which requires a lot of energy, and the same life can only be used once in 100 years. This talent is not bad, it can actually make the life contracted and bound with space to be reborn after death. It's like an extra life. Although there is a limit of only one use in 100 years, it is not bad. This is a guarantee. As for Lin Feng, the owner of the space, he probably won't be able to enjoy it. Lift. Other changes are also great and have been enhanced. For example, the speed up has changed from 20 times to 30 times. The free time per day is still 5 hours. This is constant. The functions of other talents have been strengthened. The evolutionary talent has also changed greatly, from 200 times evolution to 300 times evolution. It's more powerful now. This time the level 3 space is upgraded, and the overall increase brought by it is still very good. Chapter 66. After the space was upgraded, the entire space became turbulent again. The area is increased to the outermost, and the current area has become the center again. The aura of the entire space has also become thinner. The volume has become many times larger, and it must be thin. The side length of the space is increased by 400 meters. The area has been more than 6 times the original size. But the change in volume is greater because the height has also increased. The height of the entire space reached several kilometers. The volume is larger, and after the original aura is dispersed, it naturally becomes thinner. Therefore, Lin Feng took out 1,000 spiritual stones at one time and smashed them all. This time, the spiritual energy of the entire space quickly filled up. The bigger the size, the more benefits. Even if the entire space remains completely closed, the air inside can be consumed for a very long time. The things that can be installed in the space have also become more. Due to the urgency of time, after the space became larger this time, Lin Feng did not rush to carry out further planning and construction of the enlarged part of the space. Let's wait until the war is over. Lin Feng turned on the acceleration. Now, the speed up in space is 30 times. 5 hours a day for free. That's 150 hours. After turning on the acceleration, Lin Feng tried it, and wanted to try the spirit stone for more than 5 hours. 100 spirit stones in the first hour, tripled every hour after that. Soon, Lin Feng saw the spiritual stone needed for the third level space. Certainly not cheap. The first hour is fixed, or 100 spirit stones. But it triples every hour thereafter. 100 in the first hour, 300 in the second hour, 900 in the third hour, 1800 in the fourth hour. If it doubled like this, even City Lord Su would not be able to bear it. By the seventh hour, it broke 10,000 directly. The hour here refers to the time outside. However, Lin Feng decided to spend 400 spirit stones a day for the 2 days to extend the acceleration time by 2 hours. That's 7 hours a day. These 7 hours can be turned into 210 hours. Plus is the remaining 17 hours, a day's time, can become nearly 9 days of time. So, Lin Feng practiced silently in the space. He decided to make his sword intent more refined. These days, Lin Feng's other powers are rising very fast. Gravity control and the power of the water system have reached the 5th order level. The power of the thunder element has also gone a step further, reaching the late 6th rank, and it is not yet time to break through the 7th rank. But sword intent can be refined again. Lin Feng did not understand the sword intent on broken sword. He had experienced enough time before. Now, it's time for a good digestion. Brother, here I come. Opposite Lin Feng, Dao Ao threw a petal. Following her movement, a sword light slammed out from the petal. Seeing the sword light strike, the sword in Lin Feng's hand also swung 830. Then he saw that the sword light collided with Lin Feng's sword intent. Although Lin Feng's sword intent was fierce, it was smashed by the sword light. Jian Guang rushed to the front and was defeated by a thunderbolt from Lin Feng. This sword light is the sword light of the strongest that Dao Ao copied. Its power is just a bit stronger than the current Lin Feng, but it is not impossible to deal with. Lin Feng can use the sword light copied by Dao Ao and use the curing talent of space to solidify it, and it can be used for unlimited training. As for broken sword, it can be used to comprehend, but not to attack. Because broken sword belonged to the alien who was beheaded by the strongest. After triggering, it will only enter the illusion. If you encounter a powerful enemy in the future, this broken sword is also a killer. Lin Feng directly triggered the sword intent on broken sword, even a king-level evolutionary would probably be hit, and then Lin Feng would have a chance. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't use broken sword if he could. Because after taking out the space and triggering it several times, the sword intent on the broken sword is probably gone. In addition, the king-level evolutionary means many life-saving means. Like City Lord Su, even if he stood still, he didn't use any defensive means. Just breaking the natural protective energy around him is extremely difficult for ordinary evolutionaries. Not to mention, in the battle, people might have other means of defense. If the attack method is not sharp enough, even if you use the broken sword to let the opponent enter the illusion, you can't break the defense. So, your own strength is always the key. In this way, through the sword light engraved on Dao Ao's petals, Lin Feng is constantly tempering. This effect is very good. The re-engraved sword light belongs to that supreme power, but its power is reduced. This is equivalent to a supreme power taking the initiative to reduce the power of his own, as a sparring for you. still unlimited. Even if you worship under the door of that supreme power, you will not be able to enjoy such treatment. Therefore, under this kind of tempering, Lin Feng's sword intent is constantly improving. In this way, I practiced with Dao Ao for dozens of hours. In the middle, an epiphany was also triggered. Seeing that Lin Feng had an epiphany, Dao Ao also ended the attack, and after leaving the petals there, she returned to the peach tree. Every day, the time for her transformation is still limited. But now it has been greatly extended. After Lin Feng woke up, Tong Tong held the petals left by Dao Ao with her small paws and tried the sword for Lin Feng. After practicing for a long time, Lin Feng asked Tong Tong to stimulate the little sword that Lang King Kaiu gave. The attack on the small sword was much stronger than the one on the petal that Dao Ao gave now. It also put more pressure on Lin Feng. When Lin Feng stood opposite the sword light, he had to dodge every time. In this way, practice a lot of time. Finally, at the end of this acceleration, Xi. On the small sword, along with the sound of thunder, on the small sword, the sword light struck again. Seeing the sword light strike. This time, Lin Feng didn't dodge. But holding a sword. The same sword light slashed out. Next second. Then he saw that the sword light collided with Lin Feng's sword light. The sword light that Lin Feng had to avoid before suddenly became dark, and then disappeared into nothingness. Sword intent has broken through. Lin Feng showed joy. Sword intent successfully broke through. Sword intent has come to the middle stage of transformation. Not only that. Through his own comprehension, Lin Feng completely turned the comprehension of sword intent into his own. And Lin Feng also pushed back through his own sword intent and developed his own sword technique. Ordinary people. It is through practicing swordsmanship, that is, practicing the swordsmanship on the sword manual, and then practicing the sword intent. Like Lang King Kaiu, she learned thunder swordsmanship with her teacher. And at the third rank, he successfully awakened the thunder sword intent. But Lin Feng is the other way around. His sword intent has reached the middle stage of transformation, and now he has his own swordsmanship. And there is only one style of this sword technique now. That is only one trick. The latter needs to be improved, because Lin Feng's current understanding is not enough. In this way, it is estimated that other than Lin Feng, no one else can copy it at all. How can others feel the sword intent of a supreme power countless times? From the moment he got the broken sword to now, Lin Feng has realized it no less than 10 million times. Thousands of insights, coupled with various bonuses in space, Lin Feng's sword intent can improve so fast. Otherwise, the sword intent of a supreme power can be understood so easily. In this way of Lin Feng, others can't copy it. In the same way, the swordsmanship introduced by Lin Feng was extremely sharp. Even if others learned it, they would not have the power of Lin Feng. This is the most suitable swordsmanship that Lin Feng deduced based on his own swordsmanship. Although, now there is only one style. But this style, with his sword intent, Lin Feng can kill any 7th order. In terms of power alone, it can pose a great threat to ordinary 8th order evolutionaries. It's just a threat, not necessarily killing. The key is timing. For example, if the other party is too big, they must come together. Then Lin Feng suddenly slashed down, the possibility of the opponent blocking it was very low. Different evolvers have different fighting styles, like the evolvers of the energy system, they won't give you the chance to get close at all. The more powerful the energy system evolutionary, the more difficult it is to deal with. Generally to the 7th order, the energy system evolutionary can fly. At the 8th level, the energy system evolutionary flew into the sky, omnipotent, and the speed was boundless. The distance of the attack is also far more than other evolutionaries. Flying kites kills people. This style is called first meeting. Lin Feng quickly gave his swordsmanship a name. The name of the entire swordsmanship has not yet been selected, and it will be determined according to the subsequent improvement. However, the first form can already be named. See you for the first time. Bowl. Very suitable for the first style of swordsmanship. Certainly. First time and last time. If Lin Feng does this, the possibility of the opponent surviving is extremely low. Meow. Seeing Lin Feng's breakthrough, Tong Tong and Xiaoxu were also very happy. He also came here on purpose and rubbed Lin Feng. Sword intent broke through and created a sword technique. Lin Feng and Tong Tong continued to consolidate. Soon, today's acceleration time runs out. Lin Feng did not leave the space, and continued to train silently in the space. Sleep when you are tired. This is the second day. Lin Feng continued to turn on the acceleration. This time, he did not consolidate the sword intent. The sword intent has been consolidated, and the next step is to pass the actual combat test to make his swordsmanship practical. Lin Feng continued to strengthen his thunder power. This time he was thinking about means of defense. The energy system evolutionary, naturally also has the means of defense. In this way, he pondered in space for nearly 10 days. Lin Feng's harvest is already very big. Level 3 space is too powerful. The innate talent of the Lei family has also increased further, coupled with the effect of epiphany. After thinking about it this time, Lin Feng's defense methods are no longer weak. Time is up. Lin Feng stood up and left the space. Out the door again. City Lord Su was already waiting there with Lang King Kaiu. Lu Ru was also there. Seeing Lin Feng coming out, City Lord Su's eyes lit up slightly. Because, he felt that after 2 days, the feeling that Lin Feng gave him seemed to be different again. This feeling lies in Lin Feng's overall bearing and momentum. Ordinary people don't notice much. But City Lord Su naturally noticed it. In the past 2 days, it seems that Lin Feng has made a new breakthrough. Haha, let's go, Lin Feng. City Lord Su was still too enthusiastic. Lin Feng, I still have to sit in Sicheng, so I won't accompany you. Lu Ru came to see him off. Soon, Lin Feng got on the flying boat. The flying boat flew out of Su City all the way. Fly towards the northwest of Su City. On the flying boat, in addition to Lin Feng, there are people from other major forces in Su City and genius evolutionaries from these forces. Cold Autumn is also there. Although Lang King Kaiu had already lost the qualification to participate in the competition, according to the meaning of City Lord Su, he wanted her to take a look and learn more. Below, is the lush earth. It is boundless, as if it has become a virgin forest. City Lord Su brought Lin Feng to the front of the flying boat. Lin Feng, you see, from here to the west, I don't know how many thousands of miles of territory. Originally, it should belong to us. 35. City Lord Su pointed to the west side road. The entire east, the original east-west width is more than 5,000 kilometers. But after the Earth star gets bigger, no one knows how many kilometers are there. Because from Su City to the west, they are all occupied by aliens. In these areas, I don't know how many space cracks, how many treasures, how many heaven and earth spirits. But these things that originally belonged to humans have nothing to do with humans now. Lin Feng looked to the west and asked, City Lord, are there still humans in other areas? City Lord Su said, yes, there are still some urban agglomerations in the north and some in the south. The strength in the north is stronger than ours, but the aliens they face are also stronger. 5. Lin Feng understood. It seems that it is not just the cities in the east that are fighting alone. However, there should not be many connections between these areas. The current network basically only covers the same city. If you cross the city, there is a mobile phone signal, but no network. Lin Feng estimated that several cities quietly put a satellite or something in the sky. After the terrestrial star becomes larger, the area that a satellite can cover is not very large. Moreover, it must be kept secret, and it is too easy for aliens to find out. Send a king-level evolutionary to the sky, and you can easily knock it down. However, it's just one, and if you hide it well, it should be fine. After all, humans are stronger in this area. What about the west side? Lin Feng asked again. City Lord Su shook his head, I don't know. Even he doesn't know? City Lord Su continued, the area that the Evolution Alliance can reach at present, that is, these 3 areas along the coast, these 3 areas are at the junction of the alien forces, so we can survive in the cracks. As for other areas, no one knows what the situation is. After finishing speaking, it may be that Lin Feng is afraid of pessimism or despair. City Master Su patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, Lin Feng, don't worry, the situation is much better now, it was even more desperate before, we have now born a genius like you again, over time, it may not be impossible to kill these aliens and take back to our own thing. 35. Lin Feng gave a hum and looked at the vast land to the west. After entering the battlefield for a while, I have already explained that these geniuses in Sicheng will cooperate with you. As for the others, we will see after entering. City Lord Su told Lin Feng about the battle again. After half an hour. Finally, the space crack has arrived. The flying boat rushed in. City Lord Su, you are finally here. If you come later, we are all ready to go straight to work. An old voice sounded. The flying boat flew into an area, and Lin Feng saw that there were many people with strong breath standing in the sky of this area. They are all king-level evolutionaries. Lin Feng thought. Let's go, Lin Feng. City Lord Su took Lin Feng and other genius evolutionaries from Su City, got off the flying boat, and entered a space. There are many people in this space. The more than 1,000 geniuses from before are still there. In the middle, there are nearly 200 people. This is a combination of several other cities. Haha, City Lord Su, the situation is not particularly bad. City Lord Hai has hidden a hand. His daughter is only 24 years old, and she has reached the early stage of the 6th order. City Lord Su just brought people into the space, and a king-level evolutionary greeted him with a smile. 24-year-old bone age, early stage 6? City Lord Su looked at City Lord Hai, Lao Yan, you are not being kind. What City Lord Su meant was that even he sent his daughter out, but City Lord Hai was silent before. City Lord Hai's expression did not change. Kanei's strength is not strong in the 6th rank, not counting the factors of bone age, she was not a suitable candidate before. City Lord Su also understood this truth, and he just said it, and did not talk about it again. After all, the previous nearly 2,000 evolutionaries were all strong. Of the 100 selected, almost all of them are the peak of the 6th order, and there are many 7th orders. In the early stage of the 6th order, the gap with the peak of the 6th order is still very large. We have initially selected 100 people, there are more than a dozen people in the peak of the 5th order, 40 people in the late 5th order, and the rest are in the early and middle stages of the 5th order. How about the people you brought? City Lord Hai looked at City Lord Su. City Lord Su laughed with a smug look on his face, we Su City have a lot of talent, we will never disappoint you. Haiken Lord said, okay, let's test the bone age first. City Lord Su nodded, okay. Although he believed in Lu Ru, but with so many king-level evolutionists present, the ones he brought must have to be tested for bone age, so that others could feel at ease. On the way here, City Master Su also deliberately discussed with Lin Feng, saying that Lin Feng has never been accelerated. So, including Lin Feng's hand and 20 people brought by City Lord Su, the bone age test was carried out. These people are naturally under the age of 25. It was Lin Feng's turn. An old man was in charge of testing Lin Feng. The old man told Lin Feng not to resist, and then used energy to detect the bone age on Lin Feng's wrist. Kind of like taking a pulse. What? The old man was stunned for a moment. What's the matter, Chu Lao? Another king-level evolver. The old man glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Why is he so young? His bone age is less than 20 years old. City Lord Su, you won't be left alone, just grab one to recharge." Chapter 67. Under 20? The old man's words, let the other king-level evolutionaries, including the Sea City Master, look at Lin Feng. Not far away, other genius evolutionaries also looked over. Suddenly, Lin Feng became the focus of many eyes. Lin Feng's appearance was originally young. However, the king-level evolutionists are well informed and know that there are many spiritual fruits that can maintain their appearance. Plus this group of geniuses are generally young. No one noticed Lin Feng. But once the bone age was measured, Lin Feng's actual age was revealed. This time a new batch of geniuses, basically all over the age of 24. Most of them are 25 years old. In reality, he was in his 20s. But Lin Feng's bone age is actually less than 20 years old. This naturally makes people suspect that City Lord Su has pulled in to make up the number. Seeing that people were looking at Lin Feng and himself, City Lord Su laughed, "Old Chu, how about we make a bet?" The old man in charge of measuring Lin Feng's bone age said, "How to gamble?" 35. City Lord Su said, "Don't you think that Lin Feng made up the number? Then let's take a bet. What level do you think Lin Feng's strength is?" Old Chu stared at Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng was so young, he felt that Lin Feng was at most 3 or 4 levels. But when looking for someone before, all the city masters have a consensus. At least at the beginning of the 5th order. Therefore, Chu Lao gave an answer, in the early stage of the 5th order, the death will not exceed the middle stage of the 5th order, 5. This answer, in Chu Lao's view, is already surprising enough. After all, Lin Feng is too young. City Lord Su was non-committal, but looked at the other king-level evolutionaries. "Would you like to gamble? The stake is not big, 20 intermediate spirit stones are enough. If you lose, the spirit stone will be given to Lin Feng, and if I lose, I will give it to you." The main road of Su City. City Lord Su, "I bet you, I also bet that he will not exceed the middle stage of the 5th order." Another king-level evolutionist. Soon, many king-level evolutionists expressed their willingness to gamble. 20 intermediate spirit stones, equivalent to 2,000 primary spirit stones. For the average evolutionary, this is a huge sum of money. For a king-level evolutionary, 20 intermediate-level spiritual stones are not too small, but it is definitely not too much. Seeing that Lin Feng is so young, the evolutionary kings are a little curious about Lin Feng's strength. Coupled with the fact that City Lord Su insisted on gambling, these king-level evolutionaries also found it interesting and participated in it one after another. So, soon, there will be a lot of king-level evolutionists to bet. If not involved, City Lord Su will deliberately use words to stimulate the other party. Of course, it's certainly not excessive, it's all for fun. "City Lord Su, you said so, I'll bet with you, you will lose a lot this time." After being stimulated by City Lord Su, those king-level evolutionaries also participated. That is, the king-level evolutionary who was sitting outside did not participate. City Lord Su did not call those king-level evolutionaries. Counting the number of people is enough. "Lao Yan, bet 1. City Lord Su looked at City Lord Hai again. City Lord Hai remained silent. Hearing the words of City Lord Su, City Lord Hai finally said, "Okay." Concise and concise. City Lord Su gave Lin Feng a successful trick look. Then he said, "Lin Feng, this trip will give you some income, who is willing to be a target?" "Let me do it." Chu Liadao, who tested Lin Feng's bone age at the beginning. "Okay, Lin Feng, use all your strength to attack Chu Lao with your thunder." The main road of Su City. "Come on." 99. Chu Liadao. Chu Lao, offended. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the lightning flashed in his hand. Next second, A terrifying thunderbolt rushed out and hit Chu Lao in an instant. He was blocked by the power of his bodyguard. Although only old Chu was attacked by Lin Feng, the expressions of the other king-level evolutionaries couldn't help changing. Tier 6. At least it has reached the late stage. A king-level evolutionary's eyes lit up. Other king-level evolutionaries have some commotion one after another. Old Chu's eyes that were originally a little cloudy, even burst out, 6th order peak. 55. After speaking, he took a deep breath. The words of the king-level evolutionaries made the other genius evolutionaries in the space also commotion. Including the more than 1,000 genius evolutionaries who were selected at the beginning. The top 6. This strength, placed in front of the king-level evolutionary, is naturally not strong. Compared with some of the genius evolutionaries who were selected at the beginning, it is not strong. After all, among the people who were selected at the beginning, there were a bunch of 6th order peaks, and there were several 7th order ones. But Lin Feng's bone age has just been tested, but he is under 20 years old. This is bone age. Real time. Unlike those who were chosen at the beginning, from birth to the present, although all within 25 years. But after the acceleration of space, they actually lived for more than 25 years. Under the age of 20, in the guesses of many people, reaching the 5th order is already amazing enough. Among all the guesses of the king-level evolutionary, Lin Feng is at most the mid-5th level. Can't be too strong. Who can imagine? Lin Feng is actually level 6. And not an ordinary 6th order, but the 6th order peak. Only one step away from the 7th order. That's kind of amazing. Do not. Is scary. Chu Lao, is your bone age measured accurately? A king-level evolutionary flew to Lin Feng's side. Little brother, I'm sorry, I want to test your bone age again. The king-level evolutionary said. It is good. Lin Feng agreed and held out his hand. The king-level evolutionary put his finger on Lin Feng's wrist and poked out energy. Soon, he was confirmed. You're still under 20. The king-level evolutionary let go of Lin Feng, and his face was full of surprise. Seeing that two king-level evolutionaries have tested Lin Feng one after another, the other king-level evolutionaries naturally have no more doubts. 6th order peak. Little brother, how did you cultivate? City Lord Su, I didn't expect such a genius to be born in your city of Su. This is the peak of the 6th rank. Doesn't it mean that if you are less than 30 years old, you will have the hope of winning the king rank? In this space, the voices of the king-level evolutionaries sounded. Without exception. The voices of these king-level evolutionaries were full of surprise. As for those genius evolutionaries, due to the presence of so many king-level evolutionaries, one by one naturally did not speak. However, they have also been completely shocked. Even the face of City Lord Hai was involuntarily full of surprise. Only City Lord Su was there with a dazzling expression on his face. I already knew that Lin Feng was very cold, and it was fine. Others reacted completely differently. Even those genius evolutionaries in Su City were shocked because City Lord Su didn't tell Lin Feng's age before. For a while. In this space, everyone's jaw dropped in shock. City Lord Su, I'll give you the Spirit Stone. This little brother is too powerful, and he is convinced by the loss. Since the Spirit Stone is for the little brother, I will add more. I will add more. In the space, after finally digesting the shock brought by Lin Feng, the king-level evolutionaries took the initiative to give the Spirit Stones. These king-level evolutionaries, one by one, basically gave more Spirit Stones than the bet. The stake is 20 intermediate Spirit Stones. But most of the king-level evolutionists gave 30, 40, or even more intermediate level Spirit Stones. Lin Feng, keep it all, you're welcome. After City Lord Su received the Spirit Stones, he gave them all to Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng had obtained so many intermediate level Spirit Stones, City Lord Su, who had scoured a wave of wool from these king-level evolutionaries, also burst into laughter. The other genius evolutionaries are also envious of themselves. Even if they are genius evolutionaries, there is no way to get so many intermediate spirit stones all at once. There are so many king-level evolutionists who have given a lot of intermediate-level spirit stones. And they all gave a little more. This time, Lin Feng's intermediate-level spiritual stone income is about to break 1,000. Finally, all the king-level evolutionaries have been given up. City Lord Su turned his head and looked at City Lord Hai eagerly. City Lord Hai took out a spiritual stone and handed it over. Lao Yan, you are not being kind. Halfway through, City Lord Su's eyes lit up. Because, what City Lord Hai took out was a high-level spirit stone. Haha, it's still Lao Yan, you are refreshing. City Lord Su took the high-level spirit stone and handed it to Lin Feng happily. Lin Feng, here it is, this is a high-end item. Lin Feng took over the high-level spirit stone and was also a little happy. There are too few high-level spiritual stones, Lu Ru gave one before, and now she has received another. Lin Feng, these seniors are so generous, I can't be stingy. You don't need to return the spiritual stone you borrowed before, it's just a gift to you. City Lord Su said again. Borrowed spirit stone? That is 100,000 primary spirit stones, plus 1,000 intermediate spirit stones. It is more than the total amount of spirit stones received this time. This favor is too great. Lin Feng is about to resign. City Lord Su saw it, and before Lin Feng spoke, he hurriedly said, Okay, time is running out, Lin Feng, take the time to get acquainted with other people, and discuss how to fight, as long as you can win this space. Cracks, it's all the little things. After speaking, City Lord Su pushed Lin Feng to the selected genius evolutionaries. Don't give Lin Feng a chance to decline. Soon, Lin Feng arrived in the group of genius evolutionaries. 100 people in total. However, the people brought by City Lord Su replaced several early fifth-order ones. Hello, Yan Kani. After Lin Feng arrived, in the crowd, a girl who looked extremely young stretched out her hand to Lin Feng. This action made the surrounding evolutionaries look over. Because, when Yan Kani introduced herself before, she didn't extend her hand. Seeing Yan Kani reaching out, Lin Feng also reached out and shook her hand. Originally we were discussing tactics, since you are here, this time it is up to you. 35. Yan Kani said. It is good. Lin Feng did not refuse. I'll first introduce my strength and means. I'm a fire element evolutionary, and I'm in the early stage of Tier 6, but I have mastered a special combat skill, which, unexpectedly, should be able to pose a threat to opponents in the middle stage of Tier 6. Yan Kani didn't waste any time and went straight to the topic. Then, she introduced the 100 geniuses, other people's strengths, methods, and so on. The other geniuses came earlier, and it seemed that Yan Kani had already done a lot of homework. Lin Feng listened silently. This time, 100 against 100. Lin Feng didn't care about being too big. Teammates are still important. After all, no matter how strong he is, it would be dangerous if he was besieged by 100 aliens. He didn't underestimate those aliens either. Strategically, you can despise the enemy, but tactically, you can't take it lightly. This battle is also a life and death battle. Even if you have absolute confidence in your own strength, Lin Feng will not deliberately underestimate the enemy. These humans, it looks like they are ready to delay until the last moment. At this time, the other side. In a huge flying boat, 100 geniuses of aliens gathered here. They won't go back, will they? 99. A silver-eyed genius said. It shouldn't be, if they go back on their word, they will lose 6 king-level combat power in a short period of time, and they won't be able to compete in this space crack, so I guess they must fight first. Another Tianteng genius said. Oh, these human beings are just using space, and now that the factor of space has been eliminated, their so-called genius is simply ridiculous. Yet, this time, let them see what a real genius is. Our entire race has undergone an overall evolution, our ordinary people are comparable to half of their awakened ones, how can they compare to us? 99. 0. These alien geniuses are discussing their one by one. For this battle, they did not worry much at all. In the middle of these geniuses, a genius of the silver-eyed clan sat there, closed his eyes, and did not speak. Some geniuses next to him occasionally look at him with awe. Ha! These human beings would never have imagined that this time our silver eyes have produced a genius that is unparalleled in the world. Yet, this time they're dead. Lord Tianchen's trick is really good, these human beings will be the real geniuses selected this time. This time, not only can they kill all 100 of their geniuses, but they can also take down this space crack. In their words, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Humph, what genius, in front of us, is not worth mentioning. Crystal. These 100 alien geniuses are all too confident. Everyone felt that they had already won this battle. The other side. In the space, after more than an hour, Lin Feng understood almost everyone's situation. At this time, the final time is approaching. Let's go. 55. The main road of Haikan. Then, 100 geniuses have left the space one after another. Boarded the boat. Soon, the flying boat came to the edge of the river valley. Sea City Lord flew to that valley. On the opposite side, the silver-eyed powerhouse also flew over. Let's test the bone age of each other's geniuses, okay? The silver-eyed strong man said. Sea City Lord said solemnly, okay. Then, on the human side, 2 king-level evolutionaries, a man and a woman, were dispatched. The aliens also sent 2 king-level evolutionists, a man and a woman, but these 2 king-level evolutionaries were carrying equipment to detect bone age. Soon, bone age test completed. The aliens did not play tricks, and everyone's bone age was under 25 years old. On the human side, they are all under the age of 25. Lin Feng, these aliens didn't use any other means, which means that there must be some very powerful geniuses among them. Beside Lin Feng, Yan Kani whispered. Lin Feng naturally saw this too. Aliens are so confident. There is no other means, the only reason is that a truly powerful genius has emerged among these aliens, so that they have enough self-confidence to decide the ownership of this space crack with human beings in this way. After the bone age test is completed, there is another link, which is to put away all the life-saving things. The weapons used by both sides have also been tested to prevent some people from using too many weapons beyond their own strength. After all kinds of tests are completed, all possibilities of cheating are avoided. Then let's get started. After everything was confirmed, the silver-eyed strong man said. Can. Sea City Lord said solemnly. The boat began to descend. Soon, 100 people from both sides were put on both sides of the river valley. The rules are already clear. You can't use any life-saving things, otherwise, you will be eliminated directly. And it will also be punitive, and then 10 people who violate the rules will be eliminated. Then, it's free to fight. The width of this valley is not small, several kilometers wide. It's a good battlefield. Go straight ahead and kill them all. As soon as they landed, the 100 alien geniuses all shouted arrogantly, rushing towards the 100 genius workers on the human side. Chapter 68. They're here. Seeing that 100 alien geniuses rushed over, next to Lin Feng, Yan Kani said. The top of the river valley was already full of king-level evolutionists from both sides. This river valley has been blocked by the 2 sides with special methods. The evolutionary army on both sides, as well as the human side, more than 1,000 geniuses selected before, watched the battle from the heights of the river valley. Can only see, but not sound. No sound came through. Team 2, come with me. A fifth-order peak evolutionary finished speaking and rushed in one direction. Behind her, more than 30 attackers followed. Team 3, follow me. Another fifth-order peak evolutionary finished speaking, and also took more than 30 attackers and ran in the other direction. Lin Feng took the remaining 30 or so evolutionaries in the middle. They split up. On the opposite side, many alien geniuses naturally discovered that human beings were divided into 3 strands. Then let one family settle one share, to save time. Whoever settles one share first can also intervene in the war of the other share. 35. A silver-eyed genius suggested. Now, the two sides are still several kilometers apart, and the terrain is quite complicated, so neither side launched an attack. No problem. Each of our clans has 3 or more 6th-order ranks, and it is more than enough to take them down. The geniuses of the other 2 races joined in. The geniuses of the 3 clans soon completed the discussion, and then they were divided into 3 groups, and they rushed to the 3 groups of geniuses on the human side. There are more than 30 people in each of these 3 clans, and the number is quite even. Lin Feng, you were right, they separated. Seeing that the 3 clans were separated, Yan Kani said next to Lin Feng. This is Lin Feng's strategy. Separate the 3 tribes first. Solve in batches. In this way, these aliens can be eliminated as soon as possible. Difficulty can also be reduced. In Lin Feng's expectation, it is very likely that the 3 clans will also be separated as soon as they see the separation of the human side. All of them are different races, so the coordination of these 3 races with other races is definitely not as good as that of the geniuses of their own race. The aliens thought that they had overshadowed City Lord Hai, and now there are probably some who care about them. In addition, among these 3 clans, the distribution of resources in the space cracks is also likely to see the size of the force. Impossible to equalize. The most outstanding performers, the allocation is definitely a little more. Just like City Lord Su was displeased when he discovered Lin Feng's evildoer. Because if Lin Feng contributes the most, Su's city will also have an advantage in the resource allocation of the space cracks. Much more work. This distribution plan is the most convincing. Now, the 830 division of aliens has opened, but it is right in Lin Feng's arms. If they do not separate, Lin Feng naturally has coping strategies. Opposite. 3 aliens have already rushed over. Follow me. 99. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he rushed out first. Yan Kani and the other evolutionaries followed, and took the initiative to meet a group of aliens in the middle. Oh, these guys dare to take the initiative to attack. Opposite, rushing towards the middle, is the Tianteng clan. Unlike the Silver Eyes, these guys retain a lot of plant characteristics. Their entire family has completed an overall evolution, and some very powerful plant genes have been mixed in their genes. These guys are also very powerful in controlling plants. This can be seen from the blood vine beasts they made. The 30-odd geniuses of the Tianteng clan saw Lin Feng lead people to rush over, and they rushed over as if they had been beaten with blood. Although the Silver Eye clan has produced a super genius, in this battle, we have to take the lead, first solve this group of human beings, and then deal with the others. A genius led by the Tianteng tribe. It is good. The other Tianteng geniuses moved forward quickly. In the other 2 directions, the 2 separate evolutionaries did not take the initiative to meet them. Instead, he is rapidly moving away from the geniuses of the other 2 races. It looks like it's just a matter of procrastination. These human beings like to play this kind of devious intrigue. In the sky, an alien king who was watching the battle from a high position hummed softly. They must have concentrated the strongest combat power in the middle. They want to defeat the Tianteng clan first. However, the Tianteng clan has 5 or 6 ranks, and the rest are all 5th rank peaks. I am afraid they will be disappointed. Another alien king level road. In the face of absolute strength, no tricks are worth mentioning. A king of the Tiantang clan snorted softly. They seemed to have seen Lin Feng's plan. As a king-level powerhouse, they are naturally not stupid, and they watch from a condescending position. They can see at a glance what strategy the human side is doing. The strength of these aliens is indeed stronger. Several cities of human beings are desperately trying to get together. Under the age of 25, including Lin Feng, there are only 2 sixth orders. But a Tiantang clan has 5 and 6 ranks. If human beings don't have space with them, facing these aliens who have evolved once as a whole, it is really an incomparable disadvantage. The gap between the portable space is much smaller. No matter how long someone has been in the portable space, the time outside is always fixed. Like the previous batch of more than 1,000 geniuses, all of them are above the 6th order. Although the bone age exceeds the standard, but in the outside world, it is consistent with the aliens. This is terrifying. So humans can regain their footing. Of course, the aliens still have the first mover advantage, and their overall strength is stronger. It will take a lot of time to catch up completely. The 2 teams of evolutionaries on both sides are still escaping far away. This river valley is a battlefield. If they flee with determination, they can still drag on for a lot of time. In the middle, more than 30 Tiantang people, and the evolutionary people brought by Lin Feng, are rapidly closing the distance. Finally, the distance between the 2 sides has narrowed to less than 1 kilometer. In the middle of the 2 sides, just separated by a river. Here, too, it is more flat. The field of vision is equally wide. It is very suitable for the battlefield. The other party, more than 30 Tiantang people rushed out from the jungle. But they just rushed out. In the sky, a huge fireball slammed down. 6th order, 9. Above, an alien king class instantly identified the energy level of the fireball. And next to this fireball, there are even more energy-type attacks, smashing the Tiantang tribe. The 30 or so Tiantang people responded very quickly. I saw that they shot at the same time, and in the next second, a vine shell composed of countless vines appeared instantly, protecting the 30 or so Tiantang people in it. Boom! The fireball landed on the rattan shell and exploded violently, and the rattan shell was instantly charred black. A lot of rattan shells were directly blown to pieces. But below, more rattan shells were added. Yan Kani's bursting fireball was thus defended by the vine shell of the Tiantang clan. These guys work really well together. Yan Kani's explosive fireball did not kill a single Tiantang tribesman. In fact, unless it is to deal with beasts without wisdom. Otherwise, in the war between the evolutionary and the evolutionary, cooperation is also very important. In the confrontation of large-scale evolutionaries, cooperation is even more important. Otherwise, unless your strength can reach a certain level, more than king level. Otherwise, thousands of evolutionary people attack you at the same time, that is also a very fatal thing. Boom boom boom. At the same time as the bursting fireball exploded, more attacks fell, instantly landing on the vine shell. Those gathered in the middle by Lin Feng are all energy evolutionists. What the energy system evolutionary is best at is long-range attack. The dense attacks landed on the vine shell. This rattan shell woven by more than 30 Tiantang geniuses is also extremely powerful. Bombarded by so many terrifying energy attacks, it was not broken. Oh, but that's all, it's only a 6th order, don't try to break through our vine shells, close the distance, and kill them all. 35. The Tiantang clan genius, who was headed by them, noticed the energy intensity in these attacks and showed a disdainful expression. These geniuses of the vine tribe approached quickly with their vine shells on. On the river, dense vines began to appear, covering the river. Rise! At this time, a few water system evolutionaries made a fierce shot, and the water on the river suddenly became extremely violent. Not only did stormy waves form all of a sudden. In the river, there are also dense water arrows, rushing towards the geniuses of the Tianteng tribe. These water arrows are many times sharper than machine gun bullets. Is that all it takes? A sixth-order Tianteng genius made a move. The vines in the river danced wildly, smashing those water arrows one after another. More vines formed a wall, blocking all the rushing waves. It's our turn. Another sixth-order Tianteng genius shot fiercely. The vines in the river were swept out violently. Next second, thousands of tiny pebbles broke through the speed of sound, rushing towards the opposite evolutionary like a rain of bullets. Pass it to me. Several evolutionaries shot at the same time, forming a shield, smashing those pebbles one after another. Die. 33. But at this time, another 3 sixth-order Tianteng clan geniuses shot. 3 blood-colored thunder lights struck suddenly. Seeing these 3 sixth-order Tianteng clan geniuses take action, Lin Feng's momentum changed. It's now. The Tianteng clan has already had 5 sixth-order geniuses shot. In Lin Feng's speculation, the 6th order of the Tianteng clan is not too much. A few at most. If they were together to strengthen the rattan shell, even Lin Feng would be difficult to break. After all, that rattan shell was jointly reinforced by more than 30 Tianteng clan geniuses. But now, after discovering that the evolutionary on the human side can't break the vine shell at all, 5 or 6 steps have already been shot. Lin Feng's time has come. Next second, an extremely terrifying electric arc slammed out. At the same time as this arc was struck, Yan Kani and more than a dozen evolutionaries had already shot together, blocking the 3 blood-colored thunder lights. The thunder light from both sides arrived very quickly. Puff! Yan Kani and more than a dozen evolutionaries used all their strength to stop the blood-colored thunder light, but they all vomited blood. Here, there are no evolutionaries who are good at defense. Although the energy system evolutionary has defensive means, it is the 3 sixth-order Tianteng clan who have shot. If they can stop it, it's already good. If it is an evolutionary person who is good at defense, even if the evolutionary person is only 5th order, he can prevent the attack of the 6th order. Of course, if he has only one person, it is useless to be able to defend. There is a big difference between defending against the next blow and being able to defend against it all the time. Although he vomited blood, he managed to prevent it. On the other hand, not so much luck. Lin Feng's arc suddenly fell under the vine shell. In the electric sky, the alien king level is no longer calm, the 6th level peak, you will suffer. He has already seen that Lin Feng's shot this time is not only powerful, but also the timing is very good. The 5 6th-order geniuses of the Tianteng clan were seized, and none of them had the opportunity to participate in the defense. With one blow, the victory will be decided. Really? I saw that rattan shell, under the attack of Lin Feng's arc, it was smashed at once. This vine shell has not been reinforced by the 6th-order Tianteng clan powerhouse, how can it withstand the attack of Lin Feng's arc? The rattan shell was hit with a big hole in an instant. The power of the arc has not yet ended, and continued to charge in. Inside, several Tianteng people were hit and killed directly. It's not over yet. Because the arc just hit a big hole, and a ball of lightning has already fallen from the sky. It's been. The heart of the alien king level watching the battle is a squeaky. Lin Feng's shot was too fast. To change to a lightning element evolutionary at the peak of the 6th order, there is no way to first create a powerful arc in such a short period of time. Then, in less than half a second, another ball lightning. But Lin Feng did it. Ball lightning is actually a range attack, not suitable for breaking through defenses. However, Lin Feng's arc has solved the problem of breaking through defenses. Then he saw that the ball-shaped lightning slammed into the hole in the rattan shell. Boom! Immediately afterwards, ball lightning exploded. The Tianteng people inside responded quickly. When I saw them, a layer of something similar to tree armor floated up in an instant. This tree armor, as their strength increases, will become stronger and stronger. The tree armor on the 5th order Tiantang people is far better than the defense of steel. But in Lin Feng's ball lightning attack, the tree armor on these Tiantang tribesmen shattered one after another. In a short period of time, it turned into countless pieces. Immediately afterwards, thunder and lightning drowned all the geniuses of the Tiantang tribe. Then I saw that the geniuses of the Tiantang clan, except for the 5th and 6th order talents, were shocked by Lin Feng's terrifying blow. Completely annihilated. With the killing of these 20 or so geniuses from the Tiantang clan, the vine shell could not withstand the attacks of more than 10 other evolutionaries on the human side. In addition, the energy of Lin Feng's ball lightning hadn't dissipated, and it was directly blasted into countless fragments. Do not. In the sky, the royal clan of the Tiantang clan looked at each other with a splitting eye. Everyone is crazy. These 20 or so geniuses from the Tiantang clan are the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation of the Tiantang clan. Although their level of excellence is not as good as the 5/6th order geniuses. But it is also very rare. If you continue to cultivate it, it will be appropriate to grow into a king in the future. But now Lin Feng has been hit by a ball lightning, and it has been wiped out. This makes them how not to go crazy. Ha ha ha, the timing of Lin Feng's shot is too good. Yeah, this kid was born to fight, it's not easy to grasp such an opportunity. It's not just the timing, his lightning attack is stronger than the ordinary 6th order peak. This time the number of aliens has been reduced by 1/3. There are still 5/6th orders, but there should be no problem. It's different from the madness of the kings of the Tiantang clan. On the human side, the king-level evolutionaries were all elated. I am also full of praise for Lin Feng. King Kaiyu, his strength is so strong, is he your friend? Next to Lang King Kaiyu, a girl from Haikan also stood beside Lang King Kaiyu and said. This girl also has the strength of the 6th order peak. However, she is also significantly older than the standard. Seeing that Lin Feng is so young, he has such strength and is so handsome. This girl also sees her eyes glowing. Not just her. Among the more than 1,000 geniuses before, as well as the geniuses who were selected later, among the geniuses who were not selected for the battlefield, those girls were also ecstatic. Hateful. The genius of the Tiantang tribe looked back, and his face turned green. Also in the blink of an eye. There are only 4 of his teammates left. Although it is 4/6th order. But don't think that the other 20 or so Tiantang tribes are not important. Even if it is a 6th order, facing the attack of a 5th order energy system evolutionary, it is impossible not to defend. Not to mention, there are more than 30 energy evolutionists here. These 20 or so Tiantang geniuses can defend with all their strength, allowing the 5 of them to attack with confidence. This is also their strategy. 5 and 6 levels can sweep everything. Who would have imagined that Lin Feng would be caught in one go? Boom! The evolutionary attack has come. Although the genius of the Tiantang clan at the head almost exploded, he quickly made adjustments. 5/6th order Tiantang clan quickly gathered together, and after narrowing the defense surface, 3/6th order Tiantang clan propped up the half-moon-shaped rattan shell, and 2/6th order Tiantang clan launched an attack. Boom! But soon, Lin Feng's attack made their strategy invalid. Because Lin Feng's attack was too fierce. The 3 Tiantang tribes in the early and middle stages of the 6th order were simply unable to guard against them. Hold me up! Another 6th order Tiantang clan joined in, and only the 6th order Tiantang clan headed was still attacking with blood thunder. But on the human side, more than 20 evolutionaries attacked and defended, and Yan Caini forcibly blocked him. Boom! 35. Lin Feng's constant attacks. He didn't use sword intent. The reason for not using sword intent is simple. Among these Tiantang people, although there are 5/6th order people, one of them has reached the late 6th order stage. But Lin Feng feels that this genius of the Tiantang tribe in the late 6th stage is not the killer of the aliens this time. Therefore, he has to keep his sword intent and give the other party a surprise. You stand up first, and I will defeat their evolutionary first. The headed Tiantang people said while attacking. The strength of this guy is also really strong. In addition, there are no evolutionaries who are good at defense around Lin Feng. On the opposite side, even with Yan Kani, there are already more than 30 people defending with all their strength, and they can't stand it anymore. As long as he kills or maims these evolutionaries in one go, he can turn the tide of the battle. In his opinion, no matter how strong Lin Feng is, there is only one. Puff. But just as his voice fell, he heard the sound of vomiting blood. We can't take it anymore. Next to it, the voices of the other 4 Tiantang geniuses sounded. These 4 Tiantang 6th order geniuses defended with all their might, but Lin Feng was slammed into vomiting blood. Top again. 35. Behind the leading Tiantang genius, a large number of vines rushed into the sky, and these vines were also rapidly turning red, and then provided him with energy. He wanted to deliver a fatal blow, and with his powerful strength, he wanted to maim Yan Kani and others with one blow. However, his blow has not yet been issued. Sudden. An invisible storm slammed over. Spiritual attack. Oops. The genius of the Tiantang tribe, headed by him, felt the intensity inside, and his face changed greatly. Before, there were also spiritual evolutionists on the opposite side, but they did their best to defend against the spiritual attack of the other side. But this one is totally different. His head was blown away by 2.8. He is the strongest, not to mention others. Beside, the 4 geniuses of the Tiantang clan who were fully defending, there was also a hum sound, and they were shocked enough. Next second, a terrible thunder strikes. The 4 Tiantang geniuses were defeated by the rattan shell before they could react. The rattan armor on their bodies also shattered instantly. These 4 Tiantang geniuses were directly overwhelmed by the thunder. Haha, 4 more kills. I didn't expect Lin Feng to hide his hand, and he is so strong in the spiritual department. The last one is also injured, and it won't last long. Look, those guys from the Tiantang tribe are turning green. In the sky, seeing Lin Feng kill 4 more 6th rankers with one blow, the king rank evolutionaries clapped their hands and applauded. City Lord Su smiled even more. Even the Sea City Master, the frown that has been frowning, has also stretched. As for the opposite, it's another situation. The kings of the Tiantang clan were so angry that they almost jumped. The expressions of the kings of the other 2 races also changed a bit. Obviously, they did not expect that the geniuses of the Tiantang tribe would die so quickly. However, the expressions on the faces of the strong men of the silver eyes are still very calm. After his eyes swept across Lin Feng's face, he didn't have any worries. Because, their real cards are not the geniuses of the Tiantang clan at all. The Tiantang clan was killed, but it was just right, the interest distribution of this space crack. The Tiantang clan should not think about how much. Boom! Damn it! The last Tenten genius was roaring there. He was also injured, but since he was not attacked by Lin Feng, he was relatively well. However, the other 4 Tiantang geniuses died. He is the only one left among the more than 30 geniuses of the Tiantang clan. 4 trash! The guy cursed. In a few more seconds, he will be able to defeat Yan Kani and the others, and then join forces with the 4 to attack. But these 4 guys didn't hold on. Now, he has also switched from offense to defense. More than 30 evolutionaries have been attacking him continuously. Get out of here and join the Silver Eyes. This guy is about to run away. But he clearly overestimated his defense. As soon as Lin Feng's hand moved, an incomparably huge ball lightning fell. Then, dust falls. 30 geniuses of the Tiantang clan were wiped out like this. Chapter 69. By the river valley, seeing everyone in the Tiantang tribe annihilated, the king-level evolutionaries on the human side were also elated. The other geniuses were also quite shocked. They were all in space before. They all know Lin Feng's age. But what I knew back then was just a number. True combat power can only be manifested in actual combat. Two evolutionaries who are also at the peak of the sixth order, and their combat power may be very different. The experience of fighting, the smell of fighting, the grasp of the timing, the speed of the shot, the power of the skills and so on, can affect the actual results. Even some of these geniuses are lightning element evolutionaries at the peak of Tier 6. After they watched Lin Feng's fight, a conclusion was soon reached. That is, if they went up, they would not be able to achieve such a victory as Lin Feng. In a short period of time, more than 30 Tiantang geniuses were killed. Inside, there are a full 5 or 6 levels. The strongest one of them has reached the late 6th stage. The gap between the late 6th order and the 6th order peak is not particularly large. Not to mention, these guys cooperate with each other and can be said to be both offensive and defensive. If they were replaced by them, even if they were able to kill them, it was estimated that they would kill many evolutionaries on their own side. There is also a certain possibility that it will fail. But in Lin Feng's case, the results were completely different. It has only been a few minutes since the two sides started the war. It will wipe out more than 30 Tiantang geniuses. It is already a party, and one is not dead. Such a feat is terrifying. It is also enough to show that Lin Feng is powerful. Lin Feng is the key. In their opinion, Lin Feng alone accounted for more than 90% of the factors in this battle. Of course, Yan Kani and the others also played a role. But neither is the key. After all, the strength of the geniuses of the Tiantang tribe was beyond expectations. Right. After eliminating more than 30 people from the Tiantang clan, Lin Feng quickly chose a new target. Right. Lin Feng quickly walked over there. Yan Kani followed with the evolvers one after another. At this time, on both sides of the battlefield, a game of cat and mouse is still going on. The evolutionaries of Team 2 and Team 3 did not fight against aliens at all, and kept hiding. These people were also specially selected by Lin Feng. The people he brought were all energy evolutionists who attacked extremely sharply. However, the evolution of Teams 2 and 3 is more complicated. There are those who are good at defense, those who are good at speed, and those who are good at perception. The reason for this combination is simple. Lin Feng also didn't expect them to kill many enemies. They are all 5th order, and it is difficult to kill too many enemies. Their role is to hold off the geniuses of the other two races. Give Lin Feng time to solve the problem in batches. 16 If it is not solved in batches, Lin Feng is sure to win, but the fight will definitely be more difficult. Now, in just a few minutes, the genius of the Tiantang clan has been secured. The other two battlefields have yet to be handed over. The Silver Eyes and the other kind of aliens, whose bodies seem to be made of metal, are still chasing Team and Team 3. The second team and third team didn't fight at all, and kept taking them around in circles. With the help of the rather complicated terrain, their cat and mouse game was very well played. The kind of aliens whose bodies look like they are made of metal are called Yinjia people, which are aliens who are good at melee combat. Their bodies are also quite strong. Even the 5th order silver armored people are not so easy to hang up. It's shameful for these humans to hide in Tibet like mice. A silver armored genius snorted softly. They are chasing two teams. But Team 2 kept hiding, and after a few minutes, they still couldn't catch up. Break into two ways and block them. Another Yinjia genius said. It is good. These two silver armored geniuses are 6th order talents. The number of their 6th order ranks is less than that of the Tiantang clan. However, these Yinjia people are both offensive and defensive, and their strength is generally stronger than that of the Tiantang tribe of the same level. Soon, they were divided into two teams. One team was led by a 6th order silver armor. Prepare to outflank the 30 or so evolutionaries of Team 2. The other side. 30 or so geniuses of the Silver Eyes are also chasing Team 3. The evolutionaries in the three teams are not slow, and constantly use the terrain to avoid them. After chasing for more than 10 minutes, the 30-odd geniuses of the Silver Eyes clan just didn't catch them. On the other side, Lin Feng has already brought people towards this side. The evolutionists of Team 3 are already moving towards Lin Feng's position. Haha, these aliens must be furious, chased for a long time, chased lonely. 55. Lin Feng's tactic is good. As long as Lin Feng joins the team on the right, it will not be a problem to take down the Silver Eyes. 35. Yet, but the Yinjia clan seems to have divided their troops, and the team on the left is a little dangerous. It should be no problem to persist for a while, as long as Lin Feng takes care of the Silver Eyes on the right. Above the river valley, more than 1,000 genius evolutionaries watched and discussed. Next to Lang Qingqiu, the girl from Heikan was chatting with several other girls there. In each tone, there is a little admiration for Lin Feng. Distinct. They are all older than Lin Feng. But now, when they see Lin Feng, they all seem to have turned into little girls with pink hearts. There are stars in the eyes. Above the valley, the human king level evolutionaries are also watching the battle while discussing. As long as they converge, it's not a big problem to get rid of the people of the Silver Eyes. A king level evolutionary is optimistic. Now I'm afraid that there are stronger geniuses in the Yinmiao clan, and there is a 6th order late stage in the Tianteng clan. I am also worried about this. These aliens did not play small tricks this time, they have been able to explain the problem. Yet, I don't know if it's the 6th order peak, or 7th order. 5. Other king-level evolutionaries also have some concerns. To be able to become a king-level evolutionary, naturally no one is an idiot. The aliens did not play tricks this time. There is no conspiracy either. Rather, it is to have such a showdown with humans in a proper manner. There is only one possibility, these aliens are really sure. Seeing that among the geniuses of the Tianteng clan, the strongest one has reached the late 6th stage. There are also 5/6. The king-level evolutionaries are a little worried. Among the Silver Eyes clan, it is very likely that there are geniuses of the 6th order peak, or even the 7th order. If it is the 6th order peak, it is relatively good, because Lin Feng is also the 6th order peak. Moreover, Lin Feng's combat power is much stronger than the ordinary 6th order peak. But what if it's level 7? Then it hangs. Although the number of human evolutionaries is now more, but when people have absolute strength, the effect of number is not as big as imagined. That guy's expression is very calm, so it may be 7th order. There are also king-level evolutionaries watching the strong man of the Silver Eyes. There seems to be no movement from the Tianteng clan, they solved the human race so quickly. 35. Below, in the dense forest, is a genius of the Silver Eyes who is chasing the evolutionary team of the third team. Due to the different directions, the complicated terrain, and the distance of several kilometers, the geniuses of the Silver Eyes did not see the battle between the geniuses of the Tianteng tribe and Lin Feng. However, they had heard the sound of battle before. Now, the sound of fighting stopped. This naturally made the genius of the Silver Eyes curious. They chased for more than 10 minutes, but they still haven't been able to catch up with the evolutionary team of 3 teams. The Tianteng clan not only engaged in the battle very quickly, but also resolved the battle so quickly. Something wrong. Another silver-eyed genius said. Yin Xiao, what do you think? The other geniuses of the Silver Eyes all turned to look at a tall silver eye. This tall silver-eyed clan is the most recent unparalleled super genius in the silver-eyed clan. It is also the biggest reliance of these 3 clans. The reason why the silver-eyed powerhouse still did not change his face after seeing the Tianteng clan being wiped out is because of the existence of this guy. There should be something wrong with the Tiantang clan. The genius of the Yinmu tribe, known as Silver Howl, guessed. The evolutionaries of Team 3 kept running away and did not fight them, which made him faintly aware of Lin Feng's plan. The authorities are fascinated, and bystanders are clear. The people on both sides of the river valley, as well as the king-level evolutionary looking at the top of the river valley, can see the whole situation because they stand high. Naturally, Lin Feng's plan was clear at a glance. They are in this battlefield, and this battlefield blocks all means of communication. Naturally, it is not as clear as the onlookers. But as a genius, seeing the abnormal behavior of the three evolutionary teams, Yin Xiao also faintly noticed. However, he didn't know that the Tiantang people had been killed. I also have this feeling, this team of evolutionaries keeps hiding and doesn't play against us at all. There is obviously a problem. 35. Another silver-eyed genius said. There is no need to play with them slowly anymore. In Yin Xiao's eyes, killing intent appeared. Being carried around by the evolutionary team of 3 teams, he has no patience. Originally, he was still going to hide, and only shot at the end. But now, he has decided to change tactics. While speaking, his surroundings began to emit a faint light. Among these humans, it is impossible to have too strong a genius. My strength is enough to sweep everything. I will deal with this team first, and then deal with the others. After Yin Xiao finished speaking, it suddenly turned into light and rushed into the sky. I'm going. 9. After seeing Yin Xiao rushing into the sky, more than 1,000 genius evolutionaries watching the battle by the river valley became agitated one after another. The expressions of some genius evolutionaries also changed. For the energy system evolutionary, being able to fly means a basic thing. This evolutionary has reached the 7th level. At the peak of the 6th order, it is difficult to fly. 7th order, to be able to fly steadily. How can there be a 7th order? These genius evolutionaries are a little reluctant to believe. Among them, there are also some 7th order. But they are accelerated in space. The actual bone age, many have already exceeded 30. However, the aliens who participated in the war have also been tested by the human king-level evolutionary. All under the age of 25. Under the age of 25, as a result, he has the strength of the 7th order. This surprised these genius evolutionaries, and their faces changed. Level 7. And the 6th order peak, but 2 concepts. How can this name a fight? Yeah, this guy is still light, and his speed is a bit faster. This time is not good. It's over, it's over. Suddenly, by the river valley, more than 1,000 evolutionaries changed their faces and became pessimistic about the battle situation. Almost all of them are 6th order peaks, and they too understand how big the gap between 6th order peaks and 7th order peaks is. Being able to fly is a huge advantage. Not to mention, the attacks made by others are more than a little bit stronger than the 6th order peak. Oops! By the river valley, Lang Qingkai was worried about Lin Feng. Although she knew that Lin Feng's sword intent had improved compared to when he was in the defensive line. However, she didn't know whether Lin Feng's sword intent could deal with the 7th rank. After all, Lin Feng only had sword intent before. In addition, fighting with beasts and fighting with alien geniuses are 2 concepts. Ferocious beasts have no wisdom, and their methods are single. This silver-eyed genius can reach the 7th rank, and he is extremely evil and has a lot of methods. It is more difficult to deal with than a 7th rank beast. Tier 7. How can there be a 7th order? 35. I felt something was wrong, and sure enough, the Silver Eyes clan produced a 7th order super genius who was less than 25 years old. The situation is bad. Not only did the more than 1,000 genius evolutionaries who watched the battle changed their faces. In the sky, the expressions of the king-level evolutionaries also changed. On the face of Heiken Lord, the brows twitched again. Obviously, he doesn't feel good either. Moreover, compared to other king-level evolutionaries, he is more worried. Because of his daughter, but in that battlefield. Once you can't beat it, the genius of the aliens will not let go. City Lord Sui also has some concerns. However, at the thought of Lin Feng's sword intent that was able to cut through his body protecting energy back then, City Lord Sui gave birth to some hope again. Lin Feng's sword intent is extremely sharp, and he is good at grasping fighter opportunities. As long as he is given a chance, he might be able to kill the Silver Eyes. City Lord Sui thought. But there is still concern in his heart. These guys weren't happy before, but now they're dumbfounded. Humph, the people of the Tianteng clan were careless and fell for a human trick, but in the face of absolute strength, they still cannot escape defeat. On the opposite side, now it was the aliens' turn to have fun there. To be precise, the kings of the Yinjia clan and the Yinmua clan were happy there. The king level of the Tianteng clan was still depressed there. Their genius has been wiped out, it's no wonder they're happy. Even if the 7th order geniuses of the Silver Eye clan killed all the human geniuses, they would have a huge disadvantage in the distribution of this space crack due to their too little effort. At this time, because it flew into the sky, Yin Xiao, who aroused many commotions in the spectators, was quickly flying towards Team 3. Before, because they didn't fly into the sky, and there were obstacles blocking the line of sight, the geniuses of the Jin'ai clan did not grasp the movements of the evolutionists in the 3 teams very well. Was led by the nose. But once you fly into the sky and have a high-altitude vision, it's different. Yin Xiao directly saw the positions of the 30 or so evolutionaries in the 3 teams. Moreover, he also saw that another team of evolutionaries was approaching more than 30 evolutionaries in the 3 teams. As for the Tianteng people, they disappeared. The Yinjia people could only see some movement. After all, he didn't fly very high, and he couldn't fly too high because it was restricted above. Sure, there is a problem. Yin Xiao snorted softly. He quickly rushed to Team 3. Although he noticed that there was a problem, he had enough confidence in his own strength. Look at the sky. In the 3 teams, some evolutionary people found it. 7th order. 35. The evolutionaries in the 3 teams have changed their faces. Come on, move closer to Lin Feng. 99. For the Tao of the evolutionary Tao. They are fast. However, no matter how fast the speed is, it can't compare to the silver roar in the sky. Yin Xiao quickly approached. Soon, the distance will be shortened. Die. Yin Xiao's body radiated light. Unlike the relatively unified abilities of the Tianteng people, the abilities of the Silver Eye people are diverse. Unification has the benefit of unification. That is to be able to go to the extreme in an ability. Yin Xiao is a powerful light element evolutionary. All of a sudden, his whole person turned into a small sun. A beam of light slammed out and rushed towards Team 3. Stop! In the 3 teams, the 5th order evolutionary led by them suddenly propped up a defensive shield. This guy is a powerful and defensive evolutionary. Other evolutionaries have injected spiritual power. Next second, Yin Xiao's attack arrived. I saw that the big shield supported by the combined efforts of more than 30 evolutionaries was directly shattered. The powerful strength of Yin Xiao's 7th order is undoubtedly demonstrated. With just one blow, more than 30 evolutionaries were broken, and there were several defensive shields held up by defensive evolutionaries. Compared with the Tianteng clan of the late 6th order, I don't know how much stronger. Puff! More than 30 evolutionaries in the 3 teams all vomited blood. Among them, the strongest is only the 5th order peak. The strength gap of 830 is still too big. Fortunately, there are several evolutionists who are taking the defensive route. Otherwise, they would have killed a lot of people with this blow. Now, although everyone vomited blood and was injured, no one died. Yin Xiao's strike was effective, and he was about to strike again to deal with these 30 or so evolutionaries. Boom! At this time, an electric arc struck violently. Yin Xiao's reaction was very fast, blocking the hand is a light, destroying the arc. 6th order pinnacle. Yin Xiao felt the energy intensity in the arc. Fix you first. 99. His face remained unchanged, and he immediately changed his strategy. To solve the strong, other people, is not worth mentioning. Yin Xiao quickly found Lin Feng who had taken the shot. At this time, Lin Feng was standing on a big rock, behind Yan Kani and others. Die! Yin Xiao raised his hands high, and a terrifying beam of light slammed down. This blow is more powerful than the blow against the 30 or so evolutionaries of the 3 teams. Because Lin Feng's strength is stronger, and, behind Lin Feng, there are more than 30 evolutions. Therefore, Yin Xiao also exerted all his strength, preparing to kill Lin Feng with one blow. This battle, in his opinion, no longer has any suspense. Not worth playing too long. Above the river valley, everyone's eyes have been focused on Lin Feng and Yin Xiao. Lang Qingqiu and some girls have subconsciously grabbed the corners of their clothes. Under the pretty face, he was also full of worry. Not only them. The king-level evolutionaries have not discussed any more, they are all looking at Lin Feng nervously. Seeing that Yin Xiao attacked. Behind Lin Feng, Yan Kani had already launched her own secret skills, and attacked at the same time with the other 30 or so energy system evolutionaries. However, their attack, under that beam of light, was almost like tofu. Broken immediately. Yin Xiao's full-strength strike was terrifying. Seeing that the beam of light is about to strike, Lin Feng finally moved. He didn't use thunder. Instead, draw a sword. Sword? When it came to Lin Feng's sword, by the river valley, many genius evolutionaries couldn't help but have question marks in their heads. Isn't Lin Feng a lightning evolution of the 6th order peak? What he should do is to attack together with Yan Kani and the others, and maybe be able to block them. But Lin Feng actually drew a sword? Not just them. The king-level evolutionaries above the river valley are also puzzled. Only City Lord Su and Lang Qingqiu couldn't help but look forward to seeing the sword drawn by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's movements are also extremely fast. After pulling out the sword in his hand is a slash. Immediately after, a beam of light that was extremely bright, just by looking at it, one could feel a chilling sword light, and it rushed out. The beam of light has come. The sword light collided with the beam of light. There was no earth-shattering sound. Only saw. That incomparably sharp beam of light was split into 2 by the sword light, and then quickly dissipated. This sword light slashed the beam of light with unrivaled momentum. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao's complexion changed greatly, and when he moved his hands, a shield made up of countless shimmers appeared. But the sword light directly smashed the shield and passed over Yin Xiao's body. Then, he also rushed out a lot of distance, slashing the energy restrictions set by many kings in the sky. All eyes, following the sword light, fell on Yin Xiao. What's your trick called? Yin Xiao spoke with difficulty, and the voice came over. First meet. Lin Feng said lightly. First time, very good. After Yin Xiao finished speaking, he couldn't hold on any longer. Next second, his whole person fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. During the fall, his body split in 2 and fell heavily on the stone. This super genius of the silver eyes, a 7th order under the age of 25.